Chu Youqing, have you lost your mind? I am your boyfriend, and you want me to help your aunt have a child. In the opulent villa, Lu Song found himself questioning the clarity of his own ears. Just moments ago, his stunning classmate girlfriend, Chu Youqing, had astonishingly proposed that he assist her aunt in conceiving a child. Lu Song, I beg you, please help my aunt, she pleaded, her delicate hand clasping his, her large, glistening eyes filled with a pitiable yearning. No, I cannot accept this. Though her soft touch quickened his heartbeat, Lu Song averted his gaze, fearing that he might relent. Lu Song, as you know, since a series of calamities led to a drastic population decline, the government has mandated that individuals over the age of 25 who have yet to open their meridians must marry or bear children, otherwise, they will face compulsory random matchmaking. Once subjected to random matchmaking, one becomes little more than a breeding machine, potentially paired with outsiders or vagrants, a fate worse than death for my aunt. With only 3 months left until her 25th birthday and having exhausted every possibility to open her meridians, our grandfather sought the counsel of a master of the 5th realm, who declared that she would never be able to open her meridians in this lifetime. She doesn't wish to marry someone indiscriminately, so her only option is to have a child. Chu Youqing recounted the circumstances, striving to persuade Lu Song. Isn't there a chance for her to try opening her spiritual or demonic meridians? Lu Song inquired. Since the dawn of the martial era, opening the meridians has been the pathway to cultivation. There are 3 types of meridians: martial, spiritual, and demonic. The martial meridian, the easiest to open, is unattainable. The spiritual meridian is even less likely, and as for the demonic meridian, it is more suitable for Westerners. We've already tried all of this, to no avail. Chu Youqing shook her head. Why not consider in vitro fertilization? That won't work. My aunt is inexperienced and has a unique physique. The doctors say the chances of success with in vitro fertilization are too slim. With your grandfather's immense power as a master of the 4th realm, can't he ensure your aunt's safety? Lu Song's gaze swept across the opulent villa, worth billions. This was Chu Youqing's aunt's residence, extravagantly decorated at an expense of 100 million, a testament to opulence. Distribution is mandated by the state. Not even a true master of the 4th realm can alter that. Furthermore, my aunt is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng, and countless eyes are watching her. Chu Youqing sighed. The most beautiful woman in Rongcheng is your aunt Murong Wan. Lu Song was taken aback, unaware of this detail. Of course. You've hit the jackpot. Surely this will sway your decision. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Noticing her expression, Lu Song felt a sense of unease. Perhaps this matter was not as straightforward as she had portrayed. No, this is a matter of principle. Lu Song resolutely declined, dimming the light in Chu Youqing's eyes. Seek another solution. I'm leaving. He turned to exit. It's so hot. Before he reached the door, a sudden wave of heat enveloped him. An primal impulse surged forth from within him, a desire to conquer that intensified to its zenith. Something's off. Chu Youqing, what did you just give me? Lu Song spun around, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. He then realized that Chu Youqing had retreated to the back door at some point. Lu Song, I'm sorry. With that, she exited the villa, shutting the door behind her. All the lights in the villa flickered out. I'm sorry, Lu Song. I cannot allow the Wang family's beast to take my aunt. In whispered tones, Chu Youqing's figure vanished into the depths of the night. Chu Youqing. With his eyes aflame, Lu Song pursued her, determined to seek clarity. Ah! A soft cry resonated as a delicate figure collided with him, enveloping him in a fragrant embrace. The warmth was intoxicating. Lu Song's desire ignited entirely. He lost all reason, transforming into a primal beast driven solely by instinct. With a low growl, he pressed the enchanting figure into the sofa, omitted 10,086 words. In the fragrant chamber, Lu Song slowly opened his eyes. It hurt so much. He felt as if his waist might fracture. Was that Murong Wan? The remnants of pleasure flooded his mind, recalling the madness of the previous night. With the villa's lights extinguished and his inhibitions stripped away by the drug, he had become a relentless force of nature. He hadn't truly seen the face of the person beneath him. However, the skin as delicate as an infant's, the perfect, voluptuous figure, the soft body, the alluring scent, it must be Murong Wan. No wonder she was deemed the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng. Even someone as principled as Lu Song felt an overwhelming urge to repeat the experience, though he had already lost count of how many times he had surrendered to temptation. Alas, how will I face Chu Youqing after this? Lu Song felt a headache coming on. Once the effects of the drug wore off, his intellect reclaimed dominance, compelling him to ponder the implications of the night's events. Well, after all, Chu Youqing agreed to help her aunt. Her ability to open her meridians is a foregone conclusion. Once she does, we will inhabit entirely different worlds. He soon found clarity in his thoughts. Pursuing Chu Youqing was a recent endeavor. Initially, She had dissuaded Lu Xun from wasting his efforts, expressing no interest in romance. Yet, just days ago, she had suddenly agreed to his advances. Considering the circumstances, it was evident that her motivations were tied to her and no one would believe otherwise. In this light, once Chu Youqing opens her meridians, their separation would be inevitable. As for her aunt, once she conceives, it is likely that she will become a mother and sever ties with Lu Xun, the mere bystander. So, perhaps it is best to let go. Isn't it wonderful to live quietly as a handsome bystander? If I truly cannot open my meridians, I could find a beloved partner to marry and lead a simple life. Then, dust returns to dust, and all will come to an end. Sigh. I was never meant to be the protagonist. Lu Xun rested his head on his hands, adopting a tranquil mindset. And yet, if not for this incident, how could he ever have the privilege of such intimate contact with the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng, the daughter of a true master? Ding! Detected that the host has formed a profound bond with another, meeting the conditions for system activation. Activating binding return system. This system aims to unify the masses, transforming the host into a supreme being of unparalleled prowess. The specific effect grants the host a multiplier return of cultivation when the bound individual cultivates, with the multiplier effect increasing with the number of bindings. Current bound individual, Murong Wan. Return multiplier, 10. Note, Murong Wan possesses the innate physique Linglong Treasure Body, with an activation progress of 15. The Linglong Treasure Body is one of the top 10 innate physiques, a supreme cultivation treasure that can open the Linglong Meridian, capable of absorbing various dark energies, allowing for rapid cultivation and minimal bottlenecks. Reminder, the host has binding rewards available for collection. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice echoed. What, a system? Lu Xun leapt from the bed, instantly alert. Could this humble existence finally have the chance to turn the tide?
The exquisite Linglong physique. Does Murong Wan possess such a miraculous constitution among the top 10 innate qualities? With an activation progress of merely 15%, it is evident that it remains dormant. No wonder she exhibits no remarkable traits, unable even to open her meridians. Soon, Lu Xun unraveled the intricacies of the system. Its function was straightforward: bind to a subject, and the subject's cultivation would be exponentially returned to Lu Xun. Currently, the one bound was none other than Murong Wan. To Lu Xun's astonishment, Murong Wan possessed the Linglong physique, albeit yet to be activated. Perhaps this was the reason she could not open her meridians. Otherwise, with the resources of the Murong family, even a mere pig could be forced to manifest a meridian. Now, at 25 years old, with only 15% activation, did she still have the potential to awaken her Linglong physique? A frown crossed Lu Xun's face. If Murong Wan could not activate her Linglong physique, the binding would be rendered futile. At that moment, Lu Xun noticed there were rewards yet to be claimed. He promptly chose to receive them. The host has gained a thread of innate essence. Due to its ephemeral nature upon separation, it must be infused into the host's body. The host may transmit it to Murong Wan through a kiss or similar means to aid in activating her innate constitution. Innate essence. A valuable asset that could indeed assist Murong Wan in awakening her Linglong physique. However, to bestow this essence upon her, a kiss was required. Following the fervor of the previous night, it was unlikely that Lu Xun would have any further interactions with Murong Wan in the immediate future. Where could he find an opportunity for a kiss? He had to devise a plan. What about the moon sleep stone? Turning his gaze, Lu Xun spotted a white stone resembling a crescent moon on the bedside table. This stone emanated a tranquil aura, likely possessing calming properties. A veritable boon for insomniacs, the moon sleep stone. The Murong family, as expected of a prestigious lineage, had such a valuable stone worth millions casually placed on the bedside. Lu Xun pondered. With the advent of the high martial era, the Tao of heaven on Blue Star awakened, initiating an elevation of the entire planet. Periodically, Blue Star would traverse through the dark universe, emerging in new locations, often arriving at places rich in rare treasures and abundant resources. Experts discovered that Blue Star was traversing an ancient celestial path leading deep into the cosmos. As for the ultimate destination of Blue Star, none could say. Some claimed it was the mythical realm of immortals, others spoke of the divine realm, while some suggested the center of the universe. Westerners believed that Earth would inevitably reach the paradise where God resides. The moon sleep stone, though not uncommon along the ancient celestial path, was difficult for the average person to acquire, with prices starting at millions on Blue Star. Rising from his bed, Lu Xun resolved to find a way to deliver the innate essence to Murong Wan. Aunt, I apologize. It was my first time administering the medicine, and I miscalculated the dosage, perhaps administering a bit too much, causing you distress. Just as he opened the door slightly, he overheard a conversation outside. It was indeed Chu Youqing who had administered the drug, and with such intensity. No wonder Lu Xun's head still throbbed. Yet, the one truly suffering was likely his aunt. Murong Wan. Serves her right. She had ensnared her own kin. Lu Xun couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. It's all right, Youqing, I'm fine. I hope to conceive, another voice chimed in. This must be Murong Wan's voice. Truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng. Her words flowed with a melodious quality. Her voice was gentle and warm, akin to the soft drizzle of a spring day caressing the newly blossomed petals, tender and delicate. Yet, within it lingered a palpable sense of frailty. The cause of her weakness was evident, naturally due to Lu Xun. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Xun couldn't help but recall the passionate entanglement of the previous night, his thoughts momentarily adrift. After a brief pause, he opened the door and stepped outside. At first glance, he beheld the stunningly ethereal visage beside Chu Youqing. Clearly, she had also sensed the commotion and turned her gaze towards him. Their eyes met. Oh. Murong Wan appeared as startled as a fawn, her face instantly flushed. She quickly turned away, unable to meet Lu Xun's gaze. At 25, was it truly so embarrassing? Lu Xun, I apologize. I was the one who administered the medication. If you must blame someone, let it be me, not my aunt. Chu Youqing said with an apologetic expression. Lu Xun, you should address me as uncle, he replied sternly. Uft. Chu Youqing couldn't contain herself, her laughter blooming like a flower. Meanwhile, Murong Wan's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. Student Lu, I am grateful for your assistance. This card contains 5 million. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation. Rising to her feet, she extended a diamond-encrusted black card toward him. This was a black diamond card. Regardless of the issuing bank, even with a zero balance, the card itself was valued at 1 million, not to mention the 5 million inside. Murong Wan's generosity was striking. Viewed from another perspective, such lavishness indicated her intentions. She did not wish for emotional entanglements with Lu Xun, merely seeking his help in conceiving a child. Clearly, she was preparing to leave a legacy through him. No need. I have not suffered any loss in this matter. Farewell. Lu Xun declined and turned to leave. A flicker of intrigue crossed Murong Wan's eyes. She had heard about Lu Xun's background from Chu Youqing. Student Lu, allow me to escort you out, she offered, not insisting. Together with Chu Youqing, she accompanied Lu Xun to the entrance of the villa. Lu Xun, my aunt has arranged for a driver to wait outside. He will take you home, Chu Youqing said, her demeanor akin to a child who had committed a misdeed, hesitant to leave alongside Lu Xun. All right, Lu Xun replied, stepping towards the exit. However, after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted. The two women glanced at him, observing his hesitation. After a few seconds, he turned back, his gaze earnest as he looked at Murong Wan. May I kiss you one last time? Lu Xun asked, his voice husky. This question caused Chu Youqing's eyes to widen in surprise and left Murong Wan momentarily stunned, a blush once more gracing her cheeks. As her gaze swept over Lu Xun's handsome features, landing upon his deep, melancholic eyes, her heart softened, and she responded with a reluctant yet affirmative hum. Then, she closed her eyes. Thank you. Lu Xun stepped forward, cradling Murong Wan's face, and pressed his lips against her luscious, cherry-like mouth. Murong Wan trembled at the touch. She believed that Lu Xun's farewell kiss was a gentle peck on the forehead, unaware that he had kissed her lips instead. Not only that, but the kiss lingered for a full minute. At last, Lu Xun transferred all of his innate essence into Murong Wan's body. Farewell, Miss Murong, he said as he stepped away and turned to leave. Murong Wan stood frozen in place. Auntie, what is the matter with you? Lu Xun, look at the mischief you have caused. Chu Youqing assumed that Murong Wan was in a state of shock from the kiss. What she did not realize was that within Murong Wan, a monumental transformation was taking place after receiving the innate essence. Her exquisite physique was on the verge of awakening. Lu Xun, are you returning to school? Yes, heading back to school. In a luxury car worth millions, Lu Xun traveled toward Rongcheng No. 1 High School. This institution was a martial arts academy, and at the age of 19, Lu Xun was merely a month away from graduation. At this pace, in just over an hour, Murong Wan would be able to activate her exquisite physique. Seated in the back of the luxury vehicle, Lu Xun monitored Murong Wan's progress through the system. approximately every minute. The activation progress of her exquisite physique would rise by 1%. Driver, please take me to the Martyrs Cemetery in the Northern District. Understood, Lu Sun. Halfway through the journey, Lu Sun unexpectedly altered the destination. The car changed its course toward the north. Lu Sun, we have arrived. Should I wait for you? No need to wait, driver. You may return. An hour later, they reached the Martyrs Cemetery. After undergoing a rather stringent inspection, Lu Sun stepped inside. The cemetery was vast, with gravestones stretching endlessly. Although the space had been expanded, it occupied little ground. After several minutes, Lu Sun arrived at a joint grave. Gazing at the black and white photograph on the tombstone, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The image depicted his parents, hand in hand, nestled together, their smiles radiant. These were his biological parents, who had perished during a great catastrophe. Lu Sun sat down before their gravestone, patiently waiting. Murong Wan's activation progress had reached 80. Time passed slowly. Lu Sun remained silent, having expressed all that needed to be said countless times before. How long has it been? It's been over an hour, Grandpa. You people from the Chu family are utterly unreliable. It took you this long to inform me. Quickly, tell me what has transpired. A booming voice echoed before Murong Wan's villa. Chu Youqing was on the verge of tears. Over an hour had passed, yet Murong Wan remained immobile. Chu Youqing attempted to push her, only to be rebuffed by an unseen force, nearly injuring herself. Given the prolonged silence, concerned for Murong Wan's well-being, she decided to notify Murong Wan's father, her grandfather, Rongcheng. He was a fourth-tier master. In this era of high martial arts, various paths like martial arts, celestial arts, and magic coexisted, each with distinct levels of mastery. To facilitate the classification of power, a unified numerical system was employed. For instance, the first level of martial arts is the meridian opening, which corresponds to the same level in celestial arts. The second level is the Qi realm, equivalent to the gathering Qi realm in celestial arts. The third realm is the realm of enlightenment, akin to the condensation of essence in the path of immortality. Prior to unblocking the meridians, there remain numerous tasks to undertake, such as body refinement, which is considered part of the meridian unblocking process. What? Borrowing a child? Utter nonsense. Where is that rascal? I shall not hesitate to twist off his head. Upon learning the truth, Rongcheng erupted in furious wrath, his vigorous blood energy causing the surrounding trees to tremble in fear. Achoo! In the cemetery, Lu Sun sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? Lu Sun pondered with a touch of vanity. Grandfather, this is not his fault, nor my aunt's. It was my suggestion to my aunt. Although Chu Youqing feared her grandfather, she nonetheless shouldered the responsibility. Murongcheng's gaze was as fierce as thunder, making Chu Youqing's heart race. Grandfather, you are unaware that my eldest cousin is colluding with the Wang family. Tiana, what brings you here? Chu Youqing's words were abruptly cut off by Murongcheng's booming voice. Eldest uncle, I happened to be passing by and heard that Sister Wanner was in trouble, so I came to check on her. A figure appeared at the entrance. Chu Youqing recognized him as her eldest cousin, Murong Tian, the son of Murongcheng's brother. Has he arrived so swiftly? Truly, a night owl never fails to keep watch. Chu Youqing silently snorted, pouting her lips and hiding behind her grandfather. She had no desire to greet him. Before long, a throng of people gathered in front of the villa. The Murong family was bustling with activity, with numerous siblings, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nieces of Murong Wan. Additionally, Murongcheng had 2 brothers and several sisters, making the family exceptionally large. Why have so many come? Return at once. Wanner is not in any serious trouble. Murongcheng, upon witnessing the sudden influx of people, shot a warning glance at Chu Youqing before bellowing at the multitude of descendants. This was a caution to prevent Chu Youqing from disclosing the matter of borrowing a child. Otherwise, should the information inadvertently spread, Murong Wan's reputation would be tarnished. How could the renowned beauty of Rongcheng, the daughter of Murongcheng, a master of the 4th realm, stoop to borrowing a child? Not only that, but she had also landed herself in trouble. The Murong family's dignity would be cast into the depths of the starry ancient road. In the sky, a streak of light approached swiftly. It was a celestial practitioner flying on a sword. And he has arrived. Murongcheng breathed a sigh of relief. The newcomer was Aunt He, who had opened a miraculous spiritual channel during her cultivation, known as the Universal Healing Channel. This medical channel endowed her with exceptional healing skills. allowing her to treat both martial and celestial practitioners. Thus, even though Rongcheng typically prohibited flying, Aunt He was not restricted. Oh, just as Aunt He prepared to place her hand on Murong Wan's wrist, she sensed a counterforce. Even with her prowess, she could not use her spiritual power to examine Murong Wan's body. This astonished her, for she was a practitioner of the third realm. While Murong Wan was merely an ordinary person, Aunt He did not relent. She formed a hand seal and brushed it across her eyes. She activated a special ability bestowed upon her by the universal healing channel, the Eye of Spiritual Insight. This allowed her to see through the body's meridians and accurately diagnose ailments. Upon witnessing this, Aunt He felt her eyes subjected to a fierce burn, akin to an ordinary person gazing directly at the sun. "Aunt He, what troubles you?" exclaimed Xiaowan. "What extraordinary fortune has befallen her?" Aunt He declared in astonishment, discerning a hint of the extraordinary. At 25, she had yet to open her meridians. What remarkable fate could she possibly encounter? Murong Wan was skeptical. Perhaps in response to his doubt, Murong Wan suddenly opened her eyes. A radiant glow began to emanate from her being, an invisible wave radiating outward. Aunt He sensed a remarkable occurrence, her breath gradually stifling. "Look at the sky." Someone pointed upward. The crowd followed suit, discovering that the heavens had been suffused with a resplendent rainbow glow. The radiant colors formed an otherworldly phenomenon. Murong Wan inhaled deeply. This celestial spectacle was rare, typically arising when a formidable being transcends to a higher realm. When an unparalleled genius opens their meridians, it may also invoke such wonders. For instance, there was once a prodigy who unveiled the blazing sky martial pulse, triggering a fiery crimson phenomenon. Another genius revealed the nine heavens thunder pulse, summoning divine lightning that danced like dragons. In this age teeming with exceptional talents, such a radiant display was not entirely unprecedented. However, the fact that these hues were multicolored suggested something extraordinary. "Grandfather, it's not merely a vast expanse. The entire Rong City is shrouded in this radiant glow." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Rong City, home to millions, spans several hundred miles. The magnitude of this celestial phenomenon was indeed staggering. "Look at Xiaowan." The captivated crowd lowered their gaze. They beheld Murong Wan enveloped in a glass-like halo, mystical patterns subtly manifesting beneath her skin. Her once draped tresses danced without wind, the tips shimmering like starlight, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading to earth. "Wow, what has happened to our little aunt?" the crowd exclaimed in awe. "The radiant glow has transformed into phoenixes," cried a child, clapping in delight. The vibrant colors in the sky morphed into graceful phoenixes dancing in the air, accompanied by celestial melodies that seemed to echo from the void, as if myriad divine maidens were singing in unison from the clouds. "The radiant glow has become phoenixes. Murong brother, you have given birth to an extraordinary daughter." Aunt He's gaze remained fixed on Murong Wan. "Are you suggesting that this celestial phenomenon was caused by water?" Murong Wan turned sharply to Aunt He, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "This radiance, it must be the result of Murong Wan." In the martyr's cemetery, Lu Sun also beheld the colorful glow in the sky, igniting a spark of anticipation within him. Murong Wan has activated the exquisite treasure body. The system's rewards should be forthcoming. He declared to his parents, "Just watch, soon I shall become remarkable. In a month, I will surely gain admission to Qing and Bei." Lu Sun proclaimed, referring to Qingshu Academy and Beta University, one focused on the celestial and the other on martial prowess. These are currently the two most prestigious cultivation academies in the country, the lifelong aspiration of countless students. With his parents having departed early from his life, Lu Sun holds but faint memories of them. He recalls a day when they inquired about which university he wished to attend, to which Lu Sun confidently replied Tsinghua or Peking University. His mother, with a tender affection, caressed his head and remarked, "My dear son, you truly have a bright future ahead." From that moment, Lu Sun resolved to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. However, as he matured, he became increasingly aware of the improbability of this ambition. Until now, Lu Sun has glimpsed a glimmer of hope, which is precisely why he has come here. He yearns for his parents' spirits to witness his transformation from the heavens above. The voice of the system resonates within his mind. Murong Wan has successfully activated the Linglong divine body, granting the host a tenfold return and bestowing the chaotic divine body. The first return from the system has arrived, transforming Murong Wan's Linglong divine body into the more formidable chaotic divine body. A wave of heat overwhelms him as the chaotic divine body manifests, instigating monumental changes within Lu Xun's being. His insides morph into a realm of chaos. As if the universe itself is unfurling, bloodlines surge forth like rivers of stars, and countless cells explode into the primordial nebulae of creation. One after another, universes leap forth from this chaos. Upon closer inspection, these are not mere universes, but individual cells, each akin to an independent cosmos. In awe, Lu Xun exclaims in exhilaration. "Incredible! Are you all right?" A classmate asks. "Do not disturb him. He comes here every year," remark the two patrolling guardians as they observe Lu Xun frozen in place, choosing to silently depart. Once they have left, mists rise from Lu Xun's head, coalescing into a shimmering pool. Chaos blue lotuses bloom in abundance, and above them, a great sun gradually ascends. This is the chaos blue lotus greeting the dawn. Yet, this extraordinary phenomenon, for reasons unknown, remains confined to Lu Xun's vicinity, causing little commotion. After more than an hour, Lu Xun opens his eyes. At that moment, his gaze embodies the vastness of the cosmos, filled with infinite galaxies. The anomaly vanishes in an instant. Lu Xun appears unchanged, still the ordinary, strikingly handsome youth he has always been. In truth, however, the transformation he has undergone is akin to a new dawn breaking upon the world. Why is there no phenomenon? Lu Xun muses, gazing skyward, puzzled. Murong Wan's Linglong divine body elicited a cosmic spectacle that enveloped the entire city. His chaotic divine body, being even more formidable, should have triggered a similar event. So why the silence? The chaotic divine body is one of the premier physiques among the heavens, capable of accommodating diverse powers and unlocking the chaotic veins. All things have their predetermined fate, and only the host can elude this. Thus, until sufficiently powerful, the host is forbidden from cultivating independently, lest the emergence of a phenomenon disrupt the stars and invite calamity. The heavenly secrets have been automatically shielded from the host. Lu Xun comprehends the reasoning. It appears the system has concealed the heavenly secrets, explaining the absence of a grand phenomenon. Nonetheless, the prohibition against independent cultivation raises questions. What then is the purpose of this chaotic divine body? Upon further reflection, Lu Xun finds solace in the situation. Having bound Murong Wan through the refund system, the arduous and financially taxing endeavor of cultivation could be entrusted to her. After all, her efforts would yield returns tenfold. Why not indulge in the joy of leisurely enhancing one's strength? However, a month remains. Can Murong Wan awaken her meridians in time? This thought soon filled Lu Xun with concern. With merely 31 days until the national examination, a prerequisite for admission into prestigious institutions like Qingbei is the awakening of 3 meridians. This is a non-negotiable criterion. Should one manage to awaken all meridians, regardless of other academic performances or current grade levels, direct admission to Qingbei is assured. If she could manifest a rare celestial meridian, such as the fiery sky or ice spirit veins, the admissions officers from both esteemed universities would likely compete fervently for her. Although one institution focuses on celestial pursuits and the other on martial prowess, both top academies relentlessly encroach upon each other's domains, making the annual examination a fierce battleground for prodigies. Given the exceptional capabilities of the Linglong physique and the affluent background of the Murong family, it seems plausible that she might succeed within this month. After pondering this, Lu Xun eased his worries. Fretting was futile. Since it was pointless to worry, he resolved to cast aside his concerns. Upon checking his phone, Lu Xun was inundated with discussions online regarding the celestial phenomena that had occurred hours earlier. The spectacle, triggered by the enchanting Murong Wan, had already spread the news of her extraordinary talent throughout Rongcheng. It seemed the heavens had been rather unjust, granting Murong Wan not just a door, but opening a window as well. Indeed, furnishing her with an entire suite of amenities. Remarkably, when the phenomenon first appeared, his pet dog had even knocked its head against the ground 3 times, now clamoring for a path to immortality. Could this be considered a work-related injury? Might he seek compensation from Murong Wan? What had transpired with Murong Wan remained a mystery. Was it not just moments ago that she was nearing 25 without having awakened her meridians? How had she suddenly transformed into a prodigious talent? If only he could marry Murong Wan, he would gladly reside in luxury, driving opulent cars and indulging in lavish feasts daily. In the myriad social platforms and chat groups, Murong Wan's name flooded the screens. Overnight, she had become the dazzling figure of the East. Yet, unbeknownst to many, an even more extraordinary genius had emerged quietly in the shadows. Perhaps this was for the best. Lu Xun tucked his phone away. Father, mother, I am departing. I shall return once the examinations conclude. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Xun turned to leave. He had heard that both the Qingshu Palace and Beidou Hall had dispatched elders to vie for Murong Wan's favor. These institutions rank among the top 5 global powers. Clearly, Murong Wan was destined for greatness. News on the internet is always the most timely. Before Lu Xun had even exited the martyrs' cemetery, fresh reports emerged. The Qingshu Palace and Beidou Hall were the formidable forces behind Qingshu Academy and Beidou University, both boasting official backing and countless strong figures. With the dawn of the high martial era, Eastern culture had surged forth, leading people to favor classical names for schools and powers. Murong Wan had indeed ascended to remarkable heights. Lu Xun, reflecting on the ravishing beauty of this exceptional woman, couldn't help but smile. He naturally harbors no jealousy towards Murong Wan. On the contrary, Lu Xun eagerly wishes for her to excel. Regardless of Murong Wan's prowess, he remains infinitely more formidable. Aunt, how did you suddenly transform into a genius? The Linglong physique sounds remarkably impressive. Meanwhile, within the expansive confines of the estate, Chu Youqing finally seized the opportunity to be alone with Murong Wan. Upon awakening her Linglong physique, it seemed to have redefined her beauty. Once renowned in Rome City for her captivating charm, Murong Wan now radiated an even more alluring brilliance. With her glass-like bones, jade-like skin, peach blossom eyes, and galaxy-like gaze, she entranced Chu Youqing. Murong Wan appeared somewhat dazed. Everything that transpired today felt utterly surreal to her. Mere hours ago, she was a 25-year-old talentless individual unable to open her meridians. Suddenly, the universe had reversed. She had become an unparalleled prodigy, shaking the very foundations of the East. Even formidable powers like the Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall dispatched elders to pay their respects, not to mention the myriad other factions. The threshold of the Murong family was on the verge of being crossed. Now, even without the worry of an unwanted pregnancy, she need not concern herself with that scoundrel from the Wang family. Deep within, Chu Youqing felt a sincere joy for Murong Wan. However, upon hearing the mention of pregnancy, Murong Wan's expression subtly shifted. Previously, she longed for such a state, but now, it was no longer feasible. Alas, I seem to have unwittingly caused trouble. Had I known you would awaken your Linglong physique today, I would not have summoned Lu Xun. Noticing Murong Wan's expression, Chu Youqing felt a tinge of regret. It's not your fault, Youqing. This is the Jia family's meridian opening pill. Please deliver it to him. Murong Wan handed a small vial to Chu Youqing. The Jia family's meridian opening pill? Such a rare commodity is hard to come by. Won't you need it yourself, Aunt? I have no need for it. Very well. Chu Youqing accepted the vial. Miss, everything is prepared. We may commence the body refinement. A young girl came to announce. All right, I shall be there shortly. Aunt, I wish to observe as well. Very well. Not long after, Murong Wan and Chu Youqing arrived at a room deep within the estate. At the center stood a bath crafted from mysterious spirit wood, filled with a concoction derived from various heavenly and earthly essences. Murong Wan intended to utilize these elixirs for her body refinement. The first realm of cultivation is the opening of the meridians. Body refinement is a component of this stage. It not only fortifies the physique, but also enhances the probability and efficacy of meridian opening. Such endeavors are costly. The average individual typically resorts to basic body refinement liquids, priced at 1,000 yuan each, requiring daily doses over several months to achieve the first stage of body refinement. For swifter and superior results, one would need to employ intermediate or advanced body refinement liquids, or treasures such as heavenly materials and earth treasures, or body refinement pills. This escalates the expense significantly. The finest Jia family body refinement pills, reputed to render the body as translucent as glass, allow for meridian opening with the utmost ease. Yet, this comes at a steep price, as one pill could lead to financial ruin, costing several 100,000 yuan. Many ordinary individuals, lacking the financial means for physical refinement, often bypass this crucial step or only manage to reach the third or fourth stage, resulting in suboptimal meridian opening and adversely affecting their subsequent development. Before awakening her exquisite physique, Murong Wan was unable to open her meridians and achieved only mediocre results in her physical training. However, now she has the opportunity to make amends. She shed her garments and consumed a Jia family body refinement pill, fully immersing herself in a bath. The exquisite physique began to manifest its power. The medicinal essence from the elixir was rapidly absorbed by her body, significantly enhancing her physical form. The speed and efficacy of her refinement far surpassed Murong Wan's expectations. Could it be him? Upon experiencing the wonders of her exquisite physique, Murong Wan couldn't help but ponder. She recalled the last kiss from Lu Sun, during which she distinctly felt a cool sensation entering her body from his lips. It was that essence that caused a profound transformation within her. Thus, her exquisite physique was awakened. Yet, she hesitated to attribute the awakening solely to Lu Sun. After all, he was merely an ordinary student. How could he possess such extraordinary abilities? Nevertheless, Murong Wan had Chu Youqing deliver an exceptionally expensive Jia family meridian opening pill to Lu Sun as a token of gratitude. She was uncertain whether Lu Sun was indeed the catalyst, but if he were, her gratitude would extend far beyond this gesture. The following day, at Rongcheng One high school, on the playground, there were 30 days remaining until the major examination. The upcoming month would be the most bustling of the year, showcasing various celestial phenomena and extraordinary talents. Just yesterday, Murong Wan from Rongcheng triggered an immense celestial event, capturing national attention. My request to you is simple. If each of you can open a meridian within this month, you will gain admission to a cultivation school. Otherwise, you may find yourselves relegated to ordinary universities or even facing failure, with diminishing chances of meridian opening. Starting today, each individual can receive between 1 to 100 units of dark energy daily, contingent upon the progress of their physical refinement and meridian opening, the principal elaborated. Where is Chu Youqing? Below, Lu Sun scanned the area, unable to spot her. Murong Wan has broken through to the 4th stage of body refinement. The host receives tenfold returns from Murong Wan's achievements, a voice echoed. A surge of warmth coursed through Lu Sun's body. Murong Wan's return was swift. How could she have only reached the 4th stage of body refinement? Lu Sun was perplexed, considering the financial resources of the Murong family. He had assumed she would have long since attained the 10th stage, only to discover she had just reached the 3rd. It appeared that prior to activating her exquisite physique, she faced considerable limitations. This, however, was fortuitous for Lu Sun, as his own 2nd stage of body refinement could benefit from this enhancement. Crack, crack. The tenfold return significantly improved Lu Sun's physique, his bones creaking as if they were growing. The surrounding students turned to investigate the commotion. Lu Sun, are you all right? It's perfectly fine if you can't pursue the school bell. Please don't lose hope. Beside him, his good friend Li Bufan mistook Lu Sun's silence for self-harm. Your father is training, Lu Sun replied irritably. At this moment, training? Have you perhaps consumed a body-refining pill? Oh, have you struck it rich with a wealthy woman? Don't forget to take your brother along. Li Bufan grinned. Inching closer. Get lost. Lu Sun kicked him away. This lad lived in a dilapidated old district, with parents who were both impoverished and obstinate. Reportedly so destitute they could barely afford a meal, yet unwilling to accept help from kind-hearted souls. It wasn't until Lu Sun accidentally saw his parents secretly driving a luxury car, clad in garments worth millions, that he realized the truth. Wasn't this merely a young master raised in poverty? No wonder, from such a poor household, he could produce a genius who had, a few months prior, reached the 10th level of body refinement and had now opened 4 meridians. Body refinement levels 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, Lu Sun had, in a remarkably short span, ascended to the 7th level thanks to a tenfold return on his efforts. It was an astonishing leap, a testament to his remarkable progress. Lu Sun's heart brimmed with joy as 2 suns hung high in the sky, casting a radiant glow that enveloped Rongcheng No. 1 High School in a dazzling golden light, illuminating the campus in brilliance. The students had long grown accustomed to the sight of the twin suns. Since the advent of the High Martial Era and the dimensional ascension of Blue Star, such spectacles had become commonplace for its inhabitants. Blue Star had lingered in this binary star system for several years, with no indication of when it might depart. The energy surged within, igniting a fervor that dared to bind the celestial dragon to the earthly realm. With clarity in all senses, a singular thought could shatter the heavens. The dual forces of yin and yang coursed through the extraordinary meridians, weaving a tapestry of indescribable marvels that will summon vitality through the channels, allowing for an unrestrained flow of energy. Within the training room, chatter filled the air. Numerous students, bearing the methods for opening meridians, harnessed the dark energy provided by the school for their endeavors. Dark energy was crucial for practitioners, existing in a free-floating form throughout the cosmos. In the month leading up to the annual examination, all martial schools distributed varying amounts of dark energy daily to students. Absorbing this energy significantly enhanced the likelihood of successfully opening meridians. Those affluent students with superior methods for opening meridians would similarly focus their efforts during this month to gain admission to better training institutions. Lu Xun did not stand out. He feigned diligence while comfortably reclining. With the system forbidding him from practicing, what else could he do? Quick, take a look at Douyin. A celestial phenomenon has appeared in Haiqing. Someone at Haiqing No. 3 High School has opened a celestial meridian. Wow, another genius has emerged. With so many talents in this world, why can't there be one more like me? A message online incited envy among the students. A mere celestial meridian was destined to be Li Bufon's prize. Fear not, my good brother. Once I open the celestial meridian, I shall surely procure a meridian opening pill for you, Li Bufon declared with ambition. Having opened 4 meridians, he had received a considerable amount of dark energy from the school. Lu Xun, please grant me your dark energy, for I am on the verge of opening my meridians. It would be prudent to request some from Li Bufon as well. Given your close relationship, he is unlikely to refuse. At that moment, Lu Xun received a message. He furrowed his brow, silencing his phone, choosing to pretend he had not seen it. Lu Xun, I saw you looking at your phone. Do not feign ignorance. Another message appeared on the screen. After a cursory glance, Lu Xun chose to disregard it. Lu Xun, do not be so ungrateful. Hand over your dark energy, and I may yet forgive you, granting you another chance to pursue me. I know you are after Chu Youqing. Don't be ridiculous. If I cannot win her over, how could you? The messages continued to flood in. Growing increasingly annoyed, Lu Xun opened his phone, navigated to the messages, and swiftly deleted them from the corner of the screen. Finally, peace was restored. Impressive, Lu Xun. After 3 years of adoration for Lu Mei, you delete her messages without a second thought. Clearly, the allure of the school beauty is formidable. Li Bufon inadvertently glimpsed the screen and gave Lu Xun a thumbs up. The sender of the messages was none other than Lu Mei. During Lu Xun's middle school entrance examination, he encountered a setback when his parents' inheritance was claimed by someone wielding an IOU, leaving him without even the family home. In that dark period, he felt despondent, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. A note from Lu Mei, however, offered him immense encouragement. The note bore a drawing of Lu Xun soaring through the skies, sword in hand, exuding valor. Below it was a delicate inscription, "Keep going." That note became a beacon of hope in his life, rekindling his faith in the world, revealing that there were those who cared for him. For 3 years, Lu Xun believed the note was a gift from Lu Mei, which is why he treated her with such kindness, earning himself the title of infatuated admirer. It was only recently that he stumbled upon the truth. The note had actually been delivered by Lu Mei at Chu Youqing's behest. Lu Mei, aware of Lu Xun's misunderstanding, chose to remain silent. The situation had become utterly unbearable. Furthermore, she had been simultaneously flirting with several other boys, a veritable standard of flirtation. Upon learning the truth, Lu Xun decisively cut ties with her and shifted his affections towards the school beauty, Chu Youqing. He had not anticipated success in his pursuit. He merely wished to express his gratitude and shield her from unwanted attention. To his surprise, Chu Youqing unexpectedly accepted his advances. Not long after exiting the training room, Lu Xun found himself confronted by an irate Lu Mei. Do not think I am oblivious to your tactics of feigned indifference. After 3 years of pursuing me without success, you wish to employ a different strategy? Lu Mei's demeanor suggested she had seen through his intentions. Lu Xun, disinterested, turned to leave. If you walk away now, I shall never grant you another opportunity, not even to bring me lunch. Observing Lu Xun's reaction, Lu Mei became anxious and delivered her ultimatum. It dawned on her that Lu Xun was serious. Over the past 3 years, he had provided her with numerous advantages and conveniences. Where else could she find such a devoted and handsome admirer? Not to mention, several of her friends and classmates were present. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Xun continued on his path. Lu Mei, unable to maintain her composure, rushed to intercept him. Lu Xun, Keep your dark energy for yourself. Just bring me a serving of braised chicken rice, and we can start anew. Are you really going to start being my devoted admirer again? Lu Xun chuckled. If you can open your meridians, I might just grant you the opportunity for a formal position. Lu Mei relaxed her conditions. The increasing number of onlookers made her anxious. If Lu Xun chose to leave, she would be left embarrassed. I have already opened my meridians, and you think I would even consider someone of your caliber? Lu Xun retorted sharply. What are you pretending for? You, a mere second-tier body refinement waste, truly believe I would care for you? Lu Mei's patience wore thin, and she unleashed a barrage of insults. Who do you think you are to insult Lu Xun? A clear, melodious voice suddenly interjected. Lu Mei turned to see it was Chu Youqing. Although she possessed some beauty, she paled in comparison to the pure charm of Chu Youqing, causing her to lose her composure. Chu Youqing, you arrived just in time. I was just berating this toad. Lu Mei faltered, her eyes wide with disbelief. For there stood Chu Youqing, effortlessly linking her arm with Lu Xun's. Lu Mei instinctively rubbed her eyes, thinking she must be mistaken. Apologies, he is my boyfriend. Not anyone's admirer, certainly not a toad. Chu Youqing tilted her head slightly, her gaze towards Lu Xun filled with affection, akin to autumn waters. I do not require his adoration. Love is a mutual journey, not a one-sided sacrifice. Her tone was gentle, yet struck Lu Mei's heart like a blade. Perhaps deliberately to provoke Lu Mei, her delicate hand subtly grasped Lu Xun's, intertwining their fingers tightly. This scene caused Lu Mei's heavily made-up face to flush redder than a pig's liver. Lu Xun, I have conveyed all the circumstances to you, and I even helped you vent your frustrations towards that woman, so please do not hold it against me any longer. On campus, Chu Youqing clung to Lu Xun, finally revealing the complete truth. The reason she sought him out to borrow from Murong Wan was due to another influential family, with a master of the fifth realm eyeing Murong Wan. This scoundrel was known for his manipulative ways with women, with many beautiful souls left ruined in his wake. In collusion with the Murong family, he devised a two-pronged approach. First, to present lavish gifts and seek a marriage proposal, leveraging the Murong family's influence to pressure them into marrying Murong Wan directly to him. Should she refuse, he had plans to sabotage any random matchmaking. In short, the scoundrel was determined to possess Murong Wan. Thus, Chu Youqing and Murong Wan devised this plan together. Your grandfather, a master of the fourth realm, cannot control the entire family? Lu Xun inquired. Years ago, my grandfather was injured on the ancient road of the starry sky and has yet to recover. My uncle's branch has developed rapidly over the years. Even my eldest uncle has reached the pinnacle of the third realm, making it increasingly difficult for my grandfather to maintain control. Chu Youqing sighed. I still have a few questions that perplex me. Speak. Your sudden acceptance of my pursuit. It cannot solely be for this matter, can it? Otherwise, how could you, a proud swan, ever find interest in a toad such as I? Lu Xun turned to look at Chu Youqing. Of course not, she replied, shaking her little head vigorously like a rattle drum. Then tell me, given my humble background and my lackluster demeanor, what do you see in me? Lu Xun did not let her off the hook. It's undoubtedly your beauty, Chu Youqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Lu Xun's strikingly handsome face, as if she yearned to leap forward and take a bite. All right, you've passed, Lu Xun said, satisfied with her answer. What about your aunt? What does she see in me? Lu Xun continued his questioning. I recommended you to her. Good things should not be shared with outsiders. That day when I asked you to take me home, it was so that my aunt could sneak a peek at you. After seeing you, she was quite impressed. So it's you. Chu Youqing's reasoning left Lu Xun astounded. The phrase good things should not be shared with outsiders could be applied in such a manner. How is your aunt doing? After a brief silence, Lu Xun inquired. She is doing splendidly. The elders from the Qingshu Palace and the Beidou Hall mentioned that she has awakened the Linglong physique, which will significantly accelerate her cultivation speed. Though my aunt is a bit older now and has yet to open her meridians, she cannot join the Qingshu Palace or the Beidou Hall. However, an elder from the Beidou Hall is willing to take her as a disciple, placing her in Beidou University for a few years. As long as she breaks through the fourth realm before turning 30, she will be able to join the Beidou Hall. Chu Youqing did not conceal her Aunt Murong Wan's situation from Lu Xun. Murong Wan was already 25 and still had the opportunity to attend Beidou University. Indeed, in this world, those stringent rules seem to only apply to the ordinary folk. By the way, my aunt asked me to bring this for you. It should help you open your meridians. Chu Youqing handed a small jade vial to Lu Xun. This is from Murong Wan. No, let her keep it for herself. Lu Sun declined to accept it. This contains the Jia family's meridian opening pill, which cannot be purchased even with wealth. Even those with poor aptitude have a significant chance of opening their meridians upon consuming it, and then you can enroll in a cultivation school, Chu Youqing insisted. It truly is a remarkable item. Consider it a gift. Why are you still angry with me? Chu Youqing assumed Lu Sun was deliberately trying to upset her. I'm not angry. I simply don't need it. Why must you be so obstinate? Fine, I must return. My mother has found a friend to help me open my meridians. Lu Sun, do you really not want the Jia family's meridian opening pill? I do not. Then I shall return it to my aunt. With a sigh, Chu Youqing departed from the school. Wow, Lu Sun, brother Sun, you are incredible. You really managed to win over the school beauty? Brother Sun, no, adoptive father, please teach me. Fan Fan wants to learn how to woo girls. During lunch, Li Bufan, having heard about the incident from somewhere, expressed his admiration for Lu Sun. Ha ha ha, Lu Sun, you won't believe it. I, Fan Gu, have opened my 5th meridian. The next day, Li Bufan, this little rascal, was exuberant. I've opened my meridian. Today I break free from the mundane. From now on my destiny is in my own hands. Wow, a spiritual meridian. Among the students of Rongcheng No. 1 High School, successes in opening meridians were occurring one after another. Some even managed to awaken spiritual meridians. The martial meridian was the easiest to open and the most common. The spiritual veins are relatively rare. She was an ordinary girl from class 16, initially unremarkable, yet upon awakening her spiritual vein, she instantly became the center of attention at school. Even the principal was moved to personally present her with an exceptionally generous reward. At noon, Lu Sun experienced yet another tenfold return on his investment. Indeed, the exquisite physique is remarkable, advancing one stage each day. The exquisite physique is truly formidable. For an average person, even with the finest resources, it takes 10 days to half a month, or even longer, to ascend from the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement to the next. Yet, Murong Wan had just reached the 4th stage yesterday, and today surged to the 5th stage. With this wave of returns, Lu Sun ascended 3 stages, reaching the 10th stage of body refinement. If this continues, will I be able to open my vein directly? Lu Sun pondered. The efficacy of opening the vein at the 10th stage of body refinement is unparalleled. Those with the means often choose to reach the 10th stage before opening their veins. Murong Wan had only just attained the 5th stage. If she continues to ascend and receives another tenfold return, it is uncertain what might transpire for Lu Sun. A day later, Murong Wan advanced to the 6th stage once again, and Lu Sun discovered the answer. He surged to the 12th stage of body refinement. This astonished him. Typically, the body refinement only reaches the 10th stage, so where did the 12th stage come from? The surprises were not yet over. 2 days later, on Friday morning, Murong Wan broke through to the 7th stage, while Lu Sun reached an unprecedented 14th stage of body refinement. As the weekend arrived, the lower grades had long since begun their holiday, leaving only the graduating students in class. This month primarily consisted of cultivation lessons. The teaching method was relatively free. After the teacher's explanation, students practiced various methods of opening their veins in the cultivation room, with the teacher providing guidance nearby. Lu Sun, don't think I haven't noticed. You've been slacking off this week. Are you giving up on yourself? Teacher Wu, that is not true. I've been working diligently. You're still making excuses. I haven't seen you utilize any dark energy. Have you given it to Lu Mei? No, absolutely not. Rest assured, even if I were to feed it to a dog, I wouldn't give it to that wretched girl. Your parents wouldn't want to see you like this. In the cultivation room, Teacher Wu shook his head and departed. Teacher Wu and Lu Sun's parents were old acquaintances. After Lu Sun transferred to Rongcheng No. 1 High School 2 years ago, he had received considerable care from Wu. He was among the few in this world still concerned for Lu Sun's well-being. Indeed, no minor actions of students could escape the watchful eyes of their teachers. Lu Sun's week of idleness did not elude Teacher Wu's notice. In a way, this was advantageous. He could now lounge without pretense, no longer needing to feign diligence for fear of disappointing Teacher Wu. Old Wu, he has given up on himself. Why bother caring for him? Let things unfold naturally. Let flowers bloom and trees grow as they will. After all, he was Xiaoying's child, and it pained him to see him like this. On the other hand, one teacher's admonition could not diminish Teacher Wu's concern for Lu Sun. Li Bufan, what happened to you? 5555, Lu Sun, my grandmother has passed away. Early the next morning, when Lu Sun saw Li Bufan, he noticed that his eyes were swollen from crying. My condolences, Lu Sun offered gently. No wonder he hadn't seen Li Bufan yesterday. The death of his grandmother was so sudden. Just the day before, he had left school early and spotted his grandmother, who had been paralyzed for over a decade, dancing in the park with the elderly. The moment she saw him, she ran away, and despite his attempts to catch up, he failed. Upon returning home, his father informed him of her passing. What he had witnessed was the spirit of his grandmother. She couldn't bear to part with him. 55, my dear grandmother. Her love for me was profound. Even in her final moments, she urged me to ensure that I would be accepted into Qingbei. Li Bufan lamented tearfully. As Lu Sun listened, his expression gradually morphed into one of contemplation. Li Bufan, your grandmother should not. He patted Li Bufan's shoulder, but halted mid-sentence. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, his parents had orchestrated this for 19 years. If the truth were revealed, it would surely cause chaos. Most likely, Li Bufan's grandmother was not his biological grandmother, but rather an actress hired by his parents, possibly even a formidable martial artist. Otherwise, how could Li Bufan, who had opened 5 meridians, fail to catch up with an elderly woman? Lu Sun, what do you think has happened to my grandmother? Li Bufan raised his tear-filled eyes. Nothing at all. Your filial piety will surely bring comfort to your grandmother's spirit, Lu Sun replied. Yes, I will strive to gain admission to Qingbei and live up to her expectations. Li Bufan wiped away his tears, took a capsule, and began to lift weights. The capsule contained a unit of dark energy, conveniently stored and inhaled. Murong Wan has broken through to the 8th level of body refinement, granting the host tenfold rewards from her progress. Murong Wan had ascended another level, now at the 16th level of body refinement. At this rate, I might become a super scion, Lu Sun thought, clenching his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. Murong Wan's body refinement came at great cost. According to Chu Youqing, Rongcheng had prepared an abundance of the highly expensive Jia family body refinement pills, each costing tens of millions. Consequently, the effects of Murong Wan's training were astonishing. The tenfold return to Lu Sun demonstrated the immense benefits he had gained. His current physique would be deemed extraordinary even in ancient times. Li Bufan, you finally got some time off. Aren't you going to take a stroll? No. I must focus on getting into Qingbei. On a Sunday afternoon, with half a day free, Lu Sun decided to take a walk. Here, take this. Teacher Wu, really? You don't have to. Just take it. Lu Sun heard, knowing that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should not give up. Just as he was about to leave the school premises, Teacher Wu suddenly appeared, forcefully handing Lu Sun a bag. Inside were numerous units of dark energy sealed within capsules. A considerable quantity, several hundred units. Dark energy is quite valuable. Though Teacher Wu was a martial artist, he had sustained injuries during the calamity and was not living in abundance. It was no simple task for him to part with so much dark energy. Lu Sun hesitated to accept, but Teacher Wu pushed it into his hands and departed. Watching Teacher Wu's slightly unsteady figure, Lu Sun felt a swell of emotion in his eyes. Wang Yang, he is Lu Sun. Lu Sun, you brat, stop right there. Just as he left the school, Lu Sun was surrounded by a group of people. You are the one who caused my girlfriend to cry? A student stepped in front of Lu Sun, his expression unfriendly. Wang Yang, don't speak recklessly. She isn't even your girlfriend yet. Lu Mei feigned shyness. She will be soon. Once I get into university, I will marry you, ensuring that even if you cannot cultivate, you can still live the life of a wealthy lady. Wang Yang boasted, thumping his chest in assurance. Rat, since I'm in a good mood today, kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend, and I will spare you. Otherwise, you will regret it by the end of the day. Wang Yang then turned to Lu Sun, his demeanor menacing. What if I refuse to kneel? Lu Sun's voice turned icy. That is not up to you. I have opened my meridians yesterday, and my strength has tripled. Today, you will kneel whether you like it or not. Wang Yang's arrogance was palpable. Beside him, Lu Mei held her head high, like a proud swan. The appearance of Chu Youqing a few days ago had humiliated her, leaving her unable to hold her head up among her friends. She had been seething for several days, unable to sleep, until yesterday, when her infatuated admirer, Wang Yang, miraculously opened a meridian. Even more to Lu Mei's delight, after opening a meridian, Wang Yang not only did not disdain her, but became even more attentive. Thus, Lu Mei cleverly made Wang Yang aware that she had cried due to Lu Sun's provocation. Wang Yang was heartbroken upon hearing this and decided to help her regain her dignity. No wonder. Wang Yang, shorter than Lu Sun, dared to stir trouble, evidently emboldened by his newly acquired strength. The order of opening the meridians begins with the Rin meridian. Once opened, one's blood and energy surge, multiplying strength by over 3 times. You want to force me to act, do you? Seeing Lu Xun remain unmoving, Wang Yang lunged forward, attempting to pin him down. Lu Xun did not submit easily. He retaliated with a punch aimed at Wang Yang. You overestimate yourself. Wang Yang had anticipated this, and with a sneer, transformed his palm into a fist to meet Lu Xun, intending to show him the terrifying power of a meridian opener. Crack! My hand, my hand. Wang Yang's expression contorted in agony as his finger bones were shattered by Lu Xun's punch. He staggered back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Wang Yang. Lu Mei could not believe her eyes. The meridian opening Wang Yang had been knocked down by Lu Xun with a single punch. How could this be possible? How could a worthless person like you, who hasn't opened a meridian, be this strong? I want to concede. Wang Yang, unwilling to admit defeat, struggled to rise and fight back. The difference between having opened a meridian and not was like night and day. There was no way he could lose to Lu Xun. Is opening a meridian truly that formidable? After sending him flying with a kick, Lu Xun pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of blows. I was wrong, Brother Sun Dad. Grandpa, I will never dare again. Please, stop hitting me, I'll kneel. Under Lu Xun's iron fists, the battered Wang Yang finally came to terms with reality, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. As for his few companions, they had long since fled in terror. Only then did Lu Xun spare Wang Yang and walk towards Lu Mei. Lu Xun, what do you intend to do? He came here of his own accord. It is none of my concern. Lu Mei was terrified, fearing that Lu Xun would turn violent against her. You all truly belong to the same ilk. I have no inclination to harm women, but do not compel me to make an exception. This is your final warning. Lu Xun coldly fixed his gaze on Lu Mei. After several seconds, he turned and departed. Lu Mei exhaled deeply, only then realizing that her back was already drenched in cold sweat. She suddenly found that Lu Xun had become rather unfamiliar. Was this still the Lu Xun who had doted on her for 3 years? Given my current strength, even those who have opened 5 or 6 meridians would not pose a challenge for me. If I were to open my meridians, it would be a different matter altogether. Wang Yang's provocations had given Lu Xun a profound understanding of his own abilities. Now, he found himself somewhat eager to open his meridians. Judging by Murong Wan's progress in body refining, it would happen soon. Lin Xiao, the news is indeed true. Chu Youqing has explicitly acknowledged that Lu Xun is her boyfriend. This Lu Xun is courting death. In the school, Lin Yan's face was contorted with rage. Coming from a prestigious family, Lin Yan had been provided with a customized meridian opening package and spent little time at school. After achieving commendable results, he planned to return and bask in the adoration of his peers. However, upon his arrival, he learned of Chu Youqing's confirmed relationship with Lu Xun, which infuriated him immensely. Yesterday, several locations experienced strange phenomena. I wonder if anyone at our school will open a miraculous meridian, triggering an extraordinary event. It is said that the 3rd young master of the Lin family in Class 1 has already opened 7 martial meridians. Should he succeed in opening 1 more, he would be on the verge of achieving a miraculous meridian. Wow, this year's top student from our school is undoubtedly him. Oh, isn't that the 3rd young master of the Lin family? Not far away, a group of students, engrossed in conversation, spotted their topic of discussion. The 3rd young master of the Lin family, Lin Yan. Lin Xiao, Lu Xun is over there. At that moment, one of his followers noticed Lu Xun in the distance. Upon hearing Lu Xun's name, Lin Yan altered his course and swiftly approached. Lu Xun, it's Lin Yan. I heard he has opened 7 meridians. Be cautious. He may cause you trouble. Several of Lu Xun's dormitory mates instinctively edged away from him as Lin Yan approached. Lin Yan had openly pursued Chu Youqing on multiple occasions. The current situation clearly indicated that he was here to confront Lu Xun. Lu Xun. Lin Yan strode up to Lu Xun, his gaze sharp as a knife, brimming with unmasked hostility. What business do you have with my brother? Li Bufan suddenly emerged, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Xun. Do you only know how to hide behind others? Lin Yan scoffed. Do you have something to say to me? Lu Xun pushed Li Bufan aside. Now you resemble a man. However, you are yet to open a single meridian, while I have already opened 7. The miraculous meridian is within my grasp. Lin Yan held his head high, exuding arrogance. And then, Lu Xun's expression remained unchanged. You are unworthy of Chu Youqing. Lin Yin retorted coldly. Oh, Lu Sun awaited further elaboration. You may not be aware, but Chu Youqing detected her hidden ancient spiritual root yesterday. Once activated, opening 9 spiritual meridians and achieving a miraculous meridian is a certainty, making her an unparalleled genius throughout the East. Yet you, a wretched creature devoid of parents, wealth, and power, what right do you possess to aspire to be her boyfriend? Lin Yin glared fiercely, his emotions fluctuating with his words. What? An ancient spiritual root? The school beauty is such a prodigy? Lin Yin's declaration left the surrounding students in a state of astonishment. Those endowed with an ancient spiritual root are not merely rare. They are a phenomenon found among hundreds of thousands. One could say they are naturally destined for the path of immortality. The revelation of her possessing an ancient spiritual root astonished Lu Sun, who also felt a surge of joy for Chu Youqing. Although the Chu family, to which Chu Youqing belongs, is not as prestigious as the Murong family, it is not far behind. Otherwise, how could one have the audacity to marry the daughter of Murong Wan? However, it was rather unusual that Chu Youqing had yet to manifest a lineage. To his surprise, she bore a hidden ancient spiritual root. Yet, it seemed this root had not been activated. If I could form a bond with her, would I not also acquire an ancient spiritual root when hers awakens? A sudden thought struck Lu Sun. The system seemingly did not state that one could only bind to a single individual. Host, this is feasible. But you must advance to the second realm before binding a second person. The system provided an answer within his mind. Lu Sun understood that he needed to break through to the second realm. Coming back to his senses, he found Lin Yin looking at him with disdain. As if to say, now you realize how worthless you are, don't you? Therefore, Lu Sun earnestly nodded and said, indeed. I too am curious as to why Youqing would agree to be the girlfriend of such a waste as myself. Perhaps next time we share a room, I could ask her, Lu Sun, you are courting death. This statement utterly infuriated Lin Yin. He summoned all his strength, ready to teach Lu Sun a lesson. Do you dare to lay a hand on my brother without consulting me first? Li Bufan once again positioned himself in front of Lu Sun, his fists cracking ominously. This is not your concern, Li Bufan. Do not seek unnecessary trouble. Brothers' affairs are my affairs. If you have the courage, come and try. The two stood at an impasse. Lin Xiao, a teacher is coming, a lackey whispered. Consider yourself fortunate, Lu Sun. You had better never leave the school, otherwise, I will make you understand how flowers wither. Lin Yin threw down a menacing remark before departing with his entourage. Thank you, Bufan. Lu Sun, you ought to be more considerate. Between us, there is no need for thanks. Best not to leave the school for a while. If you manage to open a lineage, he will not dare to act so recklessly against you. Indeed, Lu Sun and Li Bufan departed from there as well. The other students, realizing there was no further spectacle to witness, gradually dispersed. Haha, dear wife, Lu Sun has provoked Lin Yin. Troubles are bound to ensue. Not far away, Wang Yang and Lu Mei were also present. Wang Yang relished in the misfortune, while Lu Mei gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yin's retreating figure, pondering her own intentions. Murong Wan has broken through to the 9th stage of body refinement. The host gains tenfold from Murong Wan's body refinement achievements. That midday, as Murong Wan broke through another stage, Lu Sun barely ascended to the 18th stage of body refinement. What a thrill! The sensation of continuous strengthening is truly exhilarating. Ha! Lu Sun, I, Fanggu, have opened my Yang Wei vein. Inspired by his grandmother's dying wish, Li Bufan has become exceptionally diligent, successfully breaking through the Yang Wei meridian. Now, only 2 martial veins remain unawakened. Lu Sun finds it perplexing, given his parents' wealth and Li Bufan's own capabilities. If resources were merely amassed, he would have reached 8 meridians by now. Such a struggle seems unnecessary. Those with abundant means often harbor peculiar notions, and Lu Sun can empathize with this perspective. As the day drew to a close, Lu Sun noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere within the dormitory. His roommates had grown increasingly reticent in their conversations with him. He understood their trepidation towards Lin Yin. Most of the students residing in the dormitory came from less affluent backgrounds, lacking accommodation in Rongcheng. For them, a figure like Lin Yin, the scion of a wealthy family, loomed as an insurmountable behemoth. Their avoidance of Lu Sun was entirely understandable. Lu Sun's rapport with his roommates was neither particularly good nor bad, thus he paid little heed to their changing demeanor. 2 days later, Murong Wan finally attained the 10th stage of body refinement, while Lu Sun made a remarkable leap to the 20th stage. His prowess and body refinement was unparalleled, a feat unmatched by any before or to come. Murong Wan was on the cusp of awakening her meridians after reaching the 10th stage. Lu Xun felt a flicker of anticipation. He continued to indulge in his laid-back approach, deliberately steering clear of Teacher Wu to avoid revealing his lack of diligence. He would let Teacher Wu revel in his progress once the meridians were opened. A thrilling announcement stirred excitement among the students. A master of the fourth realm would be coming to guide them in meridian awakening the following morning. However, Lu Xun felt disenchanted. He could not cultivate, and the presence of a fourth realm master, or even a fifth or sixth realm expert, would provide him with no assistance. Lu Xun, did you expect my arrival? The next day, in the grand hall, Chu Youqing unexpectedly appeared before Lu Xun. Dressed in a skirt paired with a fresh white blouse, she exuded a sweet and refreshing aura. Junior sister, please take a seat. I will find another spot. Li Bufan graciously relinquished his place. Lin Xiao, look. Chu Youqing is here. A sharp-eyed junior pointed out her arrival. Lin Yan's demeanor soured as he noticed Chu Youqing sitting next to Lu Xun. He rose abruptly, intent on confronting Lu Xun. Lin Xiao, remain composed. The master will arrive shortly. His companions urged him to stay seated, albeit reluctantly, as he glared at Lu Xun and Chu Youqing's backs. I have delightful news to share with you, Chu Youqing said, a smile playing at her lips. What good news? Lu Xun had already begun to speculate. I have struggled for so long to awaken my meridians, but my mother's friend, an expert in this area, was at a loss. She then took me to a remarkable immortal cultivator for a thorough examination. Guess what? I possess an ancient spiritual root. Chu Youqing exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations. Lu Xun offered his heartfelt wishes. The admissions office at Qingbei stated that as long as I can activate my ancient spiritual root, even if I don't awaken a meridian before the major examination, I can still be directly admitted. Chu Youqing continued, her happiness radiating. Lu Xun fell silent for a few moments and said, Your aunt has now become an unparalleled genius. You need not worry about that scoundrel any longer. You have also become a prodigy, while I may very well be incapable of opening my meridians. Chu Youqing, we are Lu Xun. We must not continue this conversation. Chu Youqing swiftly covered Lu Xun's mouth. For goodness sake. Lin Xiao, remain calm. This action nearly made Lin Yan leap from his seat. I know what you wish to say, but I must inform you. It is out of the question. Chu Youqing glared with her big, watery eyes, her voice brimming with indignation. After a moment, she suddenly realized something, and her cheeks began to flush. If you promise not to utter those two words, I will let go, she stated. Lu Xun nodded in agreement, prompting Chu Youqing to hastily remove her hand. The lingering sensation in her palm made her heart race like a startled fawn. Why? Lu Xun asked, perplexed. He had always believed that Chu Youqing's acceptance of his pursuit was merely to assist her aunt. Now that her aunt's issue was resolved, and she herself had become a genius with an ancient spiritual root, what reason remained for her to stay with him? Lu Xun did not think that Chu Youqing was merely captivated by appearances. In a bygone era, perhaps that could be true, but in this age of martial prowess, mere beauty without substance was of little use. It was a mere distraction. There need not be so many reasons. In any case, do not think you can shake me off. As for opening your meridians, I shall assist you. I have purchased a considerable amount of dark energy with my private funds, and I also possess a bottle of Jia's meridian opening pill given by my aunt. I have devised a plan for you to open your meridians, and together we shall strive to open 3 before the grand examination. Chu Youqing confidently outlined her plans. Chu Youqing, I am rather lazy. Do not waste your time on me. You should focus on activating your ancient spiritual root, Lu Xun replied, feeling apprehensive at her enthusiasm. After all, he could not cultivate. Why not simply enjoy a comfortable life instead of exerting effort for futile pursuits? My ancient spiritual root does not require your concern. My parents will assist me. Your laziness is inconsequential. I shall supervise you. Chu Youqing was resolute in her determination to help Lu Xun. Alas, Murong Wan, you must hurry to open your meridians. Lu Xun lamented, feeling a headache coming on. Just then, a robust figure entered with a commanding presence, exuding an aura that felt as imposing as a mountain, causing a hush to fall over the room. Upon his arrival, the pressure of the master swept through the hall, sending a chill through the hearts of all the students. The entire auditorium fell silent. Lu Xun and Chu Youqing ceased their conversation. The essence of celestial and martial paths. The opening of meridians represented not only a challenge to physical limits, but also a refinement of willpower. On the podium, the master began his lecture. The students sat up straight, listening with utmost attentiveness. For the vast majority present, such close proximity to a master was a rare opportunity outside of this occasion. However, the more Lu Xun listened, the sleepier he became. It was not that the master was unskilled in his teachings. Rather, Lu Xun was unable to cultivate, and thus found the information futile. Gradually, he began to doze off. Lu Xun, do not sleep. Pay attention. Despite his desire to slumber, Lu Xun found himself unable to drift off. Chu Youqing stood by, supervising him, insisting that Lu Xun attend the lecture. Lu Xun, hurry, you must answer. Not only that, but she also eagerly raised her hand to respond, albeit lifting Lu Xun's hand instead. Lu Xun, I have arranged for you to use the gravity room. Here are the dark energies for you. And this Jia clan pulse opening pill, consume it quickly. Lu Xun, do not be lazy. I am keeping an eye on you. Lu Xun, why are you so indolent? After the master of the four realms concluded his lecture, Lu Xun was still compelled to remain active. Chu Youqing was wholeheartedly determined to assist him in opening his meridians, spending the entire afternoon by his side, which left Lu Xun feeling overwhelmed. How infuriating. Someone's mood was 1,000 times worse than Lu Xun's. Lin Yan. The closeness between Chu Youqing and Lu Xun drove him to the brink of fury. Chu Youqing. What use is it to stick to such an unambitious wastrel? He can even doze off during a lecture by the master of the four realms. No amount of Jia clan pulse-opening pills will awaken his meridians. He is nothing but pure iron waste. Lin Yan seethed with jealousy and rushed over to berate Lu Xun. He is my boyfriend. I am quite pleased with it. Lu Xun, let us go, ignore him. Chu Youqing took Lu Xun's hand and walked away. She had yet to open her meridians, nor had Lu Xun. She feared that a conflict between Lu Xun and Lin Yan might lead to repercussions for him. Lu Xun, if you have any courage, do not walk away. In the training room, what was all the commotion about? Teacher Wu had arrived. He would not tolerate Lin Yan's antics and skillfully blocked him from pursuing Lu Xun. Lu Xun cast a glance back at Lin Yan, entwining his fingers with Chu Youqing's delicate hand. Lu Xun, I will kill you. This gesture nearly sent Lin Yan into a fit of rage. Lu Xun, my mother has taken me to the capital to seek ways to awaken my ancient spiritual root. You must not be lazy. Train according to the plan I set for you, and aim to open 3 meridians before the grand examination so that we may attend Qingbei together. That evening, Lu Xun received a message from Chu Youqing, which brought him a sigh of relief. At last, he could continue his leisurely repose. Why hadn't she opened her meridians yet? Murong Wan had reached the 10th stage of body refinement, yet there was no sign of progress 2 days later. With just over half a month until the grand examination, it was impossible to claim there was no urgency. Murong Wan broke through to the 11th stage of body refinement. The host receives tenfold rewards from Murong Wan's body refinement achievements. The following morning, Lu Xun was taken aback by the unexpected return. Murong Wan had surged past the 10th stage of body refinement to reach the 11th stage. Impressive. Lu Xun could not help but applaud her. Truly a remarkable physique. Despite lacking a system, Murong Wan had managed to break through to the 11th stage of body refinement. In the afternoon, Lu Xun encountered Lin Yan once more. Lin Yan, accompanied by a large group of subordinates, approached with ill intent. What business do you have with my brother? Li Bufan, why do you seem to be everywhere? Do not underestimate the bond between us brothers, you fool. Li Bufan's words sent a chill down Lu Xun's spine. Lu Xun pushed past him and stood before Lin Yan. What is it? Lu Xun, as a man, let us engage in a duel. The loser steps back. How does that sound? Lin Yan glared intently at Lu Xun. Have you lost your mind? Chu Youqing is already Lu Xun's girlfriend. He must be insane to challenge you. Lu Xun, ignore this lunatic. Li Bufan urged Lu Xun to leave. Stop right there. Lin Yan obstructed their path. Lu Xun, are you even a man? Do you wish to fight? Lu Xun interrupted him. Stay calm, don't act recklessly. Wait until you open your meridians. Li Bufan quickly advised. How could Lu Xun, who had yet to open a meridian, contend with Lin Yan? Indeed, if you are a man, do not back down, Lin Yan taunted. Very well, I will indulge you. This is what it means to be a man. Come on, I'll let you strike first. Lin Yan laughed heartily. Without hesitation, Lu Xun surged forward to attack Lin Yan. I've been waiting for you. Lin Yan remained unfazed, confident in his 7 open meridians. He aimed to defeat Lu Xun with sheer strength, demonstrating the vast chasm between their abilities. As their fists collided, Lin Yin grinned maliciously, envisioning Lu Xun's fist shattering, sending him flying. Impossible. But in the next instant, an immense force radiated from Lu Xun's punch, causing Lin Yan's arm to go numb as he staggered backwards several steps. Had it not been for his body refinement at the 10th level, that blow would have shattered his bones. 7 meridians, is that all? You have lost. Lu Xun remarked indifferently. Wow, brother, how are you so strong? Li Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be? Lin Yin was incredulous. Despite having opened 7 meridians, he found himself at a disadvantage. He wanted to deny it, yet the persistent pain and numbness in his arm shattered any illusions. This was no dream, it was reality. Isn't that Lu Xun? How has he become so powerful? Could it be that he has already opened 8 meridians? Students around them also expressed their shock. Lin Yin had always been a prominent figure at school, widely recognized, while Lu Xun had been relatively unknown until he became Chu Youqing's boyfriend, garnering more recognition. Don't leave. I merely refrained from using martial techniques against you. Kaishan fist. With a sharp cry, Lin Yan's demeanor shifted drastically. He had actually mastered a martial technique. Although it was the simplest Kaishan fist, its execution significantly amplified his strength. His fist, the size of a sandbag, shattered the air as it hurtled towards Lu Xun, aiming to knock him down. Lu Xun met the challenge head-on, unwavering. Crack! The sound of Lin Yan's finger bones echoed sharply. In excruciating pain, he staggered back several steps, struggling to maintain his balance, almost collapsing to the ground. Young Master Lin. Several followers rushed to support him. Meanwhile, Lu Xun stood his ground, having not retreated an inch. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Yan's entire being felt numb. As the 3rd young master of the Lin family, having reached the 10th level of body refinement, he had opened 7 meridians in one go, capable of defeating 10 martial champions from the old era without difficulty. How could he not best Lu Xun now? Especially after mastering Kaishan Fist? This was beyond his ability to accept. Remarkable. Young Master Lin even resorted to martial techniques and still could not triumph over Lu Xun. The 8 meridians. Lu Xun must have opened the 8 meridians. The number of onlookers swelled, all astonished by Lu Xun's prowess. Lin San Xiao. Practice more and refrain from embarrassing yourself. Li Bufan, I shall end you. Li Bufan's mockery twisted Lin Yan's expression in frustration. Today, his dignity had indeed been cast aside. Having come specifically to provoke, he was met with Lu Xun's formidable strength. Was it not said that Lu Xun had merely reached the 2nd stage of body refinement, with an almost negligible chance of opening his meridians? Clearly, this was not the case. Only by having opened all martial meridians could one exhibit such power. Otherwise, why could he not best Lu Xun with his 7 meridians? Who provided this intelligence? Lin Yin resolved to teach that boy a lesson. What of the 8 meridians? Once I open them and achieve the Red Sun Meridian, I shall return to settle the score. Watching Lu Xun's departing figure, Lin Yin refused to concede defeat. The Red Sun Meridian is a remarkable celestial pathway. To open it, one must, at noon, draw the essence of the sun into the body with each meridian opened, refining the pathways for 24 hours. Once all 8 are opened, the power of the red sun can unify them, thereby recreating the Red Sun Meridian. This is a universal method, yet few can accomplish it. Lin Yan's family had long been preparing for this. Typically, upon reaching 16, when the skeletal structure is nearly established, one can begin body refinement. From the outset, Lin Yin employed secret techniques to draw the essence of the sun into his body, allowing him to adapt to the power of the red sun. This significantly increased his chances of successfully opening the Red Sun Meridian compared to others. Ah, Lu Xun, I wondered why you seemed so carefree lately. Turns out you have already opened the 8 meridians. You have caused me endless worry. Shouldn't you compensate me for my mental anguish? While you're here wasting time, I must strive harder. Farewell, Lu Xun. With Lu Xun's words, Li Bufan felt invigorated and rushed into the training room. The 2nd stage of body refinement is indeed impressive. Lu Xun clenched his fists. Lin Yin had opened 7 meridians and was already at the 10th stage of body refinement, yet Lu Xun, without having opened a single meridian, could easily defeat him due to his mastery of the 22nd stage. This was a testament to the terrifying potential of Lu Xun's body. I wonder if Murong Wan will continue to ascend. Lu Xun was curious. Lu Xun, I never expected you to have opened all 8 meridians. You concealed it from us so well. Look, that is Lu Xun. I hear he has opened the 8 meridians, and even Lin Yan is no match for him. Wow. How did he suddenly become so formidable? Before nightfall, news of Lu Sun's accomplishment spread throughout the campus. In an instant, he transformed from a mere second-stage body refinement practitioner with little hope of opening his meridians into a genius of Rongcheng No. 1 High School. Every student he encountered greeted him with beaming smiles, as if they were intimately acquainted with him. Even those roommates who had previously distanced themselves from Lu Sun now re-emerged with enthusiasm, eager to curry favor with him. The ancient saying holds true: when you are strong, all around you are kind. Lu Sun reflected silently. Even in this high martial era, some truths about the world remain unchanged. Sun, you have done remarkably well. Your parents' spirits must be rejoicing in the heavens. The following day, Teacher Wu took the time to commend Lu Sun, and upon hearing the news, he delighted in it for quite a while. Lu Sun, however, chose not to disclose to Teacher Wu that he had yet to open a meridian. Lu Sun, you are indeed the dark horse of our school this year. Later, let Director Xiang assess your progress. Once it is confirmed that you have opened all 8 meridians, we will arrange a single dormitory for you, along with the rewards you deserve. Principal, there are only a few days left. There is no need to change my dormitory. As for the rewards, let us wait until after the final examinations. Very well, we shall abide by your wishes. By the way, take some time to contemplate whether to enter Qingshu Academy or Beta University. A week before the final examinations, the admissions officers from Qingbei will come to pre-select students who have opened all meridians. Understood, Principal. The principal then briefed Lu Sun on several matters. In a week, Murong Wan, you must ensure that you open your meridians. After the principal departed, Lu Sun silently prayed. The reason Lu Sun declined to change dormitories or accept rewards was that he could not withstand the assessment. Whether he had opened his meridians would be revealed in an instant. If the Qingbei teachers arrived in a week and discovered that Lu Sun had not opened any meridians, it would indeed be quite amusing. Good morning, Sun. Sun, do you require dark energy? I have some left. Sun, could you share your experience in opening meridians? Lu Sun had become a well-known figure in the school. Wherever he went, he was greeted by acquaintances, and many approached him to seek advice on opening meridians. Yet, Lu Sun possessed no such experience. He could continue to remain indifferent, now at ease without the worry of disappointing Teacher Wu. My dear, it's Lu Sun. Let us head this way. As Lu Sun wandered about, Wang Yang and Lu Mei happened to spot him. Wang Yang immediately decided to take a detour. Knowing that even Lin Yan was no match for Lu Sun, the latter now appeared to Wang Yang as a formidable adversary. My dear, why are you heading that way? However, Lu Mei, upon seeing Lu Sun, did not shy away. Instead, she approached him. Lu Mei regarded Lu Sun with a complex expression. For the past 3 years, Lu Sun had brought her meals, along with countless other forms of assistance. Lu Mei had grown accustomed to this dynamic, treating Lu Sun as the most obedient of companions. Little did she know that Lu Sun had suddenly ceased this behavior. It would have been one thing if Lu Sun were struggling. But not only had he won the affections of the school belle, he had also astonishingly opened 8 meridians. This realization plunged Lu Mei into deep regret. Heaven help me. When she heard the news yesterday, her insides twisted with remorse. Thus, despite their previous conflicts, Lu Mei resolved to make another attempt. Today, she had deliberately dressed up, donning the white dress she wore when Lu Sun first met her, and she wandered about, intent on finding him. Now that she had located him, she would not let the opportunity slip away. She tossed her hair and gracefully approached Lu Sun, leaning slightly forward, presenting him with a heart-shaped box. This angle provides Lu Sun with an exceptional vantage point, revealing the faintly discernible ravines nestled between 2 colossal thunderheads. What to do? Lu Sun came to a halt. Lu Sun, this is the chocolate you gifted me on my birthday 3 years ago. I have consumed the chocolate, but I have preserved the box. Today is your birthday, and I have filled it with handmade chocolates for you. It must be said, Lu Mei's voice, when intertwined with emotion, is irresistible to even the purest-hearted young man. How else could she manage to maintain a pond full of fish? My birthday? I apologize, but I have always celebrated my lunar birthday. Furthermore, this box is not the one I gave you. If you're going to act, at least be meticulous and revise the production date on the box. Lu Sun's words caused Lu Mei's face to shift from pale to flushed. She had painstakingly concocted this idea and even enlisted a sycophant from the student council to ascertain Lu Sun's birth date. Who would have guessed that Lu Xun celebrated his birthday according to the lunar calendar? She felt exposed, her ruse unveiled. Lu Xun, have you forgotten the promise made 3 years ago? As Lu Xun turned to leave, Lu Mei stamped her foot in protest. Promise? Lu Xun pondered for a moment before finally recalling. 3 years prior, Lu Mei had asked if he would always treat her well. At that time, she was nurturing fish in the pond, creating an illusion of romance between them, and Lu Xun had mistakenly believed that the note was indeed her gift. Thus, he had assured her that as long as she did not disdain him, he would always be kind to her. I regret to inform you that promises have an expiration date. Once they lapse, they cannot be reclaimed. Without a backward glance, Lu Xun departed, leaving behind a single statement. You deceitful scoundrel. Lu Mei lamented tearfully. Wife, do not cry. You still have me. Get lost. Who is your wife? After such a long time, you finally reveal your true self. You are utterly useless. Just look at yourself, resembling Wu Dalong. Your mere presence repulses me. Stay away from me, Lu Xun. Do you truly believe I cannot live without you? Wang Yang stepped forward to console her, only to be met with a barrage of insults from Lu Mei, nearly reducing him to tears. Humph, I have plenty of admirers, Lu Xun. Just wait. Without you, I will thrive. Wiping away the non-existent tears, Lu Mei discarded the chocolates, trampling them underfoot in her fury before storming off. The following day, Murong Wan ascended to the 12th level of body forging. As anticipated, Lu Xun foresaw this outcome, prompting his own advancement to the 24th level of body forging. The higher one ascends in body forging, the greater the enhancement with each level, albeit with increased difficulty. Thus, even with a tenfold increase, after the 24th level, it would only facilitate Lu Xun's advancement by 1 or 2 levels. Only 6 days left, sister, hurry and break through. Lu Xun now hoped fervently that Murong Wan would not ascend any further. The 12th level of body forging was sufficient. The earlier stages of body forging primarily aimed to enhance physical constitution, making the opening of meridians easier and its effects more pronounced. Once meridians are opened, practitioners continue to reap the benefits of body forging throughout their training. For instance, a master of the 4 realms possesses a physical strength that far surpasses Lu Xun's 24th level of body forging. Wow! Someone at the second school has unlocked the extraordinary meridian. That afternoon, the skies above Rongcheng once again manifested a celestial phenomenon. At Rongcheng No. 2 High School, an individual had unlocked a rare vein of cosmic energy, triggering this spectacle. The extent of the phenomenon was modest, merely briefly appearing in the vicinity of the school. Although it paled in comparison to Murong Wan's celestial occurrence, it was still a marvel, sufficient to evoke envy from countless onlookers. Lu Xun, if you can unlock this extraordinary vein, do not hesitate to ask for anything you desire, the principal urged, unable to contain his excitement. Rongcheng No. 1 High School had consistently outperformed No. 2, but now that a student from No. 2 had unveiled a cosmic vein, it overshadowed No. 1's reputation. I shall do my utmost, Lu Xun replied, requesting nothing in return. To appease the principal, he assured him of his diligence. Content, the principal departed, blissfully unaware that Lu Xun had merely turned away to relax. Unlocking a cosmic vein is a trivial matter for me, Lin Xiao declared. We are counting on you to reclaim our pride at No. 1. That night, Lin Yin boasted in the campus group chat, attracting a multitude of admirers. He had successfully opened his 8th meridian, unifying all his energy channels, and was preparing to challenge the Qiyang meridian. The following day, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Yin arrived at school, determined to publicly attempt the opening of the Qiyang meridian. The Lin family had erected a high platform for him to sit upon, drawing a large crowd of spectators. Naturally, many students were preoccupied with their own training and could not afford to witness the spectacle. What a show-off! Li Bufan remarked before retreating to the training room, having one final meridian yet to open. As for Lu Xun, he also ventured to the playground to observe the commotion. Upon spotting Lu Xun, Lin Yan became even more invigorated. Butler Lu, provide me with the solar essence. At once, young master, replied a middle-aged man resembling a butler, handing over a small fragment of the solar essence. This was a substance formed from the concentrated essence of various stars. Here, solar referred not solely to our solar system's sun, but encompassed all celestial bodies. Since the dimensional ascension of Blue Star, it was now light years away from the solar system. Lin Yin consumed the solar essence, sitting cross-legged at the center of the high platform. Surrounding him, 8 concentrators directed beams of sunlight toward him from all directions. The intense concentration of light caused smoke to rise from Lin Yan's body. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been scorched by now. Yet, Lin Yan remained unharmed, utilizing the sunlight to assimilate the essence, aiming to successfully unlock the Qiyang meridian. Tomorrow, I shall return. On the first day, Lin Yan's attempt to open the meridian ended in failure. By midday, he decided to pause and try again the following day, as the Qiyang meridian was most easily unlocked at noon. Additionally, the current blue star, situated within this binary star system, possessed solar energy far surpassing that of other systems, greatly facilitating the unlocking of the Qiyang meridian and other martial pathways. The next day, Lin Yan persisted in his efforts. Cursed luck, he lamented, failing once more. Twice he had attempted, and the toll on his body was significant. Young Master Lin is truly resilient. Even after 2 failures, he refuses to give up. With wealth and such dedication, it is no wonder he is so formidable. The student's admiration filled Lin Yan with a sense of accomplishment. He took the rejuvenating elixir, purchased at a steep price, and consumed it to mend his bodily injuries. Tomorrow shall come again. I may fail countless times, but as long as I succeed once, I can truly become a genius. Lin Yan persevered through repeated defeats. Meanwhile, on the other side of Rong City, the Murong family's estate was bustling with activity. Almost the entire Murong clan had gathered, save for those from distant lands. This was because Murong Wan was set to open her meridians today. My younger sister is truly a prodigy. Within a mere half-month, she has ascended to the 12th level of body refinement. I wonder how many meridians she will be able to open at once. I believe she will undoubtedly connect all her martial meridians simultaneously. Perhaps even manifest a miraculous heavenly meridian. With such remarkable talent, my younger aunt will surely succeed. Many members of the Murong family gathered, their faces radiant with smiles. Possessing the exquisite physique of the Linglong body, Murong Wan's rise to prominence is inevitable. Consequently, the Murong clan will also bask in her glory and ascend to greater heights. Yet, amidst the joy, there is sorrow. For instance, among the faction of Murong Zhan's second brother, a sense of dread loomed. Brother Tian, what should we do? I returned the items, but Wang Yuanjie refused to accept them, insisting on demanding a person from us. He even threatened to reveal our plans to our uncle. Murong Tian's brother, Murong Chue, wore a troubled expression. Previously, they had colluded with the scoundrels of the Wang family, using Murong Wan in exchange for their support, seeking an opportunity to seize power and control the entire Murong clan. Who would have thought that Murong Wan would suddenly become an unparalleled genius, stirring the East? Their previous schemes have now become futile. Murong Tian instructed his brother to return the items they received from the scoundrels, but the scoundrel refused to comply, further threatening to expose them. What does Wang Yuanjie truly desire? He claims that even if he cannot marry Murong Wan, he should at least be allowed to toy with her for a few days. Brother Tian, he is a pervert. Every woman he has played with has been left in ruins. Let him wait for now. Rongcheng has been here for several years and should soon re-enter the ancient starry path. Perhaps then there will be an opportunity. A cold glimmer flickered in Murong Tian's eyes. No matter how extraordinary Murong Wan may be, what relation does she have to their faction? On the contrary, if Murong Wan rises, their faction will be forever overshadowed. If they could leverage Wang Yuanjie to ruin Murong Wan, it would actually benefit them. All right, Brother Tian. I will message him right away. You go speak to him in person to avoid leaking any secrets. Understood. Murong Chue departed. An unparalleled genius, humph. A genius that has not yet matured is but a shooting star, a fleeting brilliance. After a cold laugh, Murong Tian composed himself, donned a smile, and re-entered the estate. The event was commencing. Auntie, you are so beautiful. At this moment, within the estate, Murong Wan inhaled a vast amount of dark energy all at once. She adopted the simplest method to open her meridians, devouring the dark energy as if it were a whale consuming its prey, causing her aura to instantly become profound and mysterious. Merely a few minutes later, the air around Murong Wan trembled slightly, and an invisible wave emanated from within her, causing the surrounding air to ripple as if drawn by an unseen force. Within her, the first martial meridian was successfully opened. Good. Murong Zhan's voice rang out in applause. It's opened. How swift. My dear Anne is truly remarkable. The other members of the Murong family cheered exuberantly. Murong Wan successfully opened the first meridian, and the host received tenfold rewards from her achievement. At long last, the meridian was opened. In the first high school of Rongcheng, Lu Xun finally awaited the moment Murong Wan unlocked her meridian. As the surge of heat coursed through him, he quickly found a secluded grove to sit cross-legged. The heat surged like a tempest, transforming within him into a colossal river, tumultuous and unrestrained. Buzz! The perineum point was breached. What the? Lu Xun gritted his teeth. His brow furrowed. No one had warned him of the excruciating pain involved in opening a meridian. The heat was ferocious, emanating from the perineum point, rushing towards the Guanyuan, Qihai, and Shinkei points. Wherever it passed, it surged through effortlessly, breaching these points with ease. Buzz! The last point, the Changjiang, was finally opened. All the points aligned in a singular line, establishing the Ren meridian. However, after opening the Ren meridian, the surge of heat had consumed less than a tenth of its energy. Just when Lu Xun believed he could leverage this heat to breach all his meridians, it turned about, colliding back and forth within his Ren meridian. Astonishing. Immersed in his own consciousness, Lu Xun observed the transformation within. As the heat continued to expand, his Ren meridian widened, its intensity escalating. Throughout this process, a gentle warmth radiated throughout his body. The pain subsided, replaced by a soothing sensation, as if every cell in his body was immersed in warm water, an exquisite comfort. It was accomplished. At last, the surge of heat was entirely expended, marking the conclusion of the tenfold return. Thus, Lu Xun's first meridian was unveiled. Surely, the effects of my meridian opening are unparalleled. No one could rival this meridian of mine. This tenfold return was not merely quantitative, but qualitative. His meridian opening prowess surpassed Murong Wan's by a factor of 10. Compared to others, who knows how many times better it was. Naturally, a wider meridian is preferred. For the average person, a meridian resembles a narrow brook, capable of accommodating only a gentle flow, resulting in a mediocre cultivation speed. A genius, on the other hand, opens a meridian akin to a river, allowing for a greater influx of energy, naturally accelerating their cultivation. Lu Xun's meridian, however, was akin to a mighty river, not only turbulent and unyielding but also capable of embracing myriad streams, making his cultivation as effortless as a fish in water, advancing at an astonishing pace. Fortuitously, Lu Xun had reached the 24th stage of body refinement. Otherwise, even with a tenfold return, his meridian could not have achieved such breadth. My strength must have surged by at least tenfold. With the Ren meridian now open, his power surged over threefold, just like Wang Yang, who experienced a threefold increase. Presently, Lu Xun sensed that his strength might have amplified by 7 or even 10 times. This sensation imbued him with the illusion that he could shatter the blue star with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion born of the surge in strength. Murong Wan successfully opened the second meridian, and the host received tenfold rewards from her achievement. Here it comes again. Not long after, a second surge of heat entered Lu Xun's body. Truly remarkable. Murong Wan's exquisite physique is indeed formidable. Observing her, one realizes she dares to break through 8 meridians in one breath. Who, apart from an unparalleled genius, would dare to attempt such a feat? Yet, she boldly does. The second meridian is the governing vessel. The Ren and governing vessels are the two most crucial meridians. In the martial arts films and novels of a bygone era, protagonists who penetrate these vessels become invincible masters. In this advanced martial arts age, opening the Ren and governing vessels is merely the beginning of one's cultivation journey. As the warm current flows into her body, it surges through points such as Changqiang, Yaoyang, Mingmen, Ziyang, and Lingtai along the governing vessel. It then traverses through Fengfu, Baihui, Shangxing, and Shinting, ascending the spine until it culminates at the Yinjiao point within the oral cavity. Thus, the governing vessel is completely opened, mirroring her first attempt. The warm current has only consumed a slight amount of energy after unlocking the governing vessel. It begins to oscillate within, fortifying and expanding the vessel. Simultaneously, tendrils of warmth radiate outward, nourishing her entire being, even benefiting the 12 primary meridians. The heat is intense. Once the warm flow dissipates, Lu Xun feels a pervasive warmth throughout his body. Although the enhancement of strength from opening the governing vessel is not substantial, his vitality surges, and his spirit becomes extraordinarily invigorated. If a septuagenarian or octogenarian were to open their governing vessel, they could easily regain a youthful vigor of at least a decade. As Murong Wan opens the third meridian, the host gains tenfold benefits from her breakthrough. Such swiftness, just as Lu Xun has completed his work on the governing vessel. Murong Wan has already activated the third meridian. The third meridian is the Chong vessel, which, compared to the governing vessel, is the true vessel of qi and blood. The Chong vessel permeates the entire body and is referred to as the Sea of 12 Meridians or the Sea of Blood. Once opened, the blood energy surges explosively. Vitality becomes more robust, and one's lifespan may even be extended. The starting point of the Chong vessel is the Huyin point, connecting the Ren and governing vessels. It then travels through the Qichong, Henggu, and 11 other points, concluding at the Yumin point. After several minutes, Lu Xun's Chong vessel takes form, its strength and width rivaling that of the Ren and governing vessels. It should be arriving soon. Lu Xun patiently awaits. Indeed, it is not long before Murong Wan opens yet another meridian. This time, it is the Dai vessel. Ah, it's Lu Xun. Why is he emitting smoke? Is he attempting to breach the extraordinary meridian of heaven and earth? Do not disturb him. At this moment, a few students passing through the grove spot Lu Xun. They curiously approach but instinctively lower their voices. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xun is in the midst of a breakthrough. They presume he is trying to access the extraordinary meridian of heaven and earth. Soon, as the news spreads, more students flock to the grove. Damn, you almost scared me to death. A couple deeply engrossed in their romantic interlude in the depths of the grove hastily retreats. Silence. Anyone who disturbs Brother Sun I, Li Bufan, will be the first to confront them. Li Bufan arrives, dispersing the crowd of onlookers. Why are there so many people? After several minutes, Lu Xun's Chong vessel takes shape. Upon opening his eyes, he discovers he is the center of attention. Well, it is what it is. Murong Wan's pace in opening the meridians was exceedingly swift, leaving no time for a change of venue. Within mere minutes, she had successfully activated the Yin Xiao meridian, followed by the Yang Xiao, Yin Wei, and Yang Wei meridians. Except for the final Yang Wei meridian, the latter three were relatively easier to open. The challenge of the last meridian lay in the necessity to harmonize the 8 extraordinary meridians with the 12 primary channels, thereby establishing a cohesive network throughout the body. The 12 primary channels could generally be activated during the process of opening the meridians. However, should they prove resistant, additional effort would be required. For Lu Xun, this presented no difficulty. Each surge of heat, tenfold in intensity, not only widened and fortified the extraordinary meridians, but also facilitated the connection and enhancement of the 12 primary channels. As Lu Xun approached the final meridian, the heat surged powerfully into the 12 primary channels, completely linking his extraordinary meridians. Behold, Lu Xun radiated a luminous aura. How striking! As all the extraordinary meridians became fully interconnected, Lu Xun appeared as if reborn, emanating a radiant presence. Coupled with his handsome visage, he left many female onlookers mesmerized. Breaking news: Lu Xun and Lin Yan were engaged in a fierce competition, both striving to tap into the celestial meridians. It was rumored that both were enamored with the school beauty, Chu Youqing. However, she had chosen Lu Xun, and following Lin Yan's recent defeat to Lu Xun, he had come to the school to challenge the celestial meridians, only to find Lu Xun had already begun. How exciting it was at our school this year. One wondered who would emerge victorious. The news of Lu Xun's attempt to tap into the celestial meridians at Rongcheng No. 1 High School spread like wildfire, accompanied by tales of 2 prodigies vying for supremacy. This prompted students, previously engrossed in their training, to emerge and witness the spectacle. Lu Xun and Lin Yan were positioned not far apart. Lin Yan occupied the largest playground, while Lu Xun was in a small grove adjacent to it. As students flocked in, both the playground and the grove became utterly congested. Everyone, please make way for the principal. The principal arrived. After all, youth is often characterized by ambition and a desire for competition. Yet, perhaps this spirited rivalry was beneficial. If everyone were to adopt a complacent attitude, how would the world ever progress? Ah, the exuberance of youth, a precious treasure indeed. This year, our school was truly brimming with talent. The principal, along with numerous teachers, wore affectionate smiles as they watched the scene unfold. I must compete. Lu Xun realized he was in a rather awkward position. He yearned to exclaim his innocence. He had no intention of engaging in a rivalry with Lin Yan. As the destined protagonist endowed with extraordinary gifts, he could simply recline in comfort. For Chu Youqing was already his girlfriend. What need was there for jealousy? It was merely a coincidence that Murong Wan chose this day to open her meridians. However, such explanations could not be divulged to others. With her remarkable physique, she had already opened 8 meridians and was likely to strive for the last with vigor. After some contemplation, Lu Sun felt reassured. You think you can compete with me? Meanwhile, Lin Yin had also received the news. Upon discovering that Lu Sun was also attempting to unlock the celestial meridians, Lin Yin swallowed several units of solar essence in one breath. Young master, take it easy. Someone cautioned. Take it easy? Nonsense. Today, I either succeed or perish. Lin Yin resolved to give it his all. He could not allow Lu Sun to surpass him. In pursuit of opening the Qiang Meridian, his family had invested over 100 million in resources, acquiring numerous rare treasures for his endeavor. What did Lu Sun possess? Just the accumulation of his entire family across generations. There was no way Lin Yin, who hailed from a prominent lineage, would be outdone by someone who merely toiled in academia. Truly, my daughter Murong Wan is exceptional. To open 8 meridians in less than 2 hours, surely that record must rank in the top 10. On the other side, within the Murong family estate, Murong Zhan laughed heartily. Though the awakening of the meridians occurred internally, as a master of the 4th realm, he could easily discern that Murong Wan had indeed opened 8 meridians. Grandfather, Aunt hasn't come down yet. Is she preparing to unlock the celestial meridian? One of Murong Zhan's granddaughters inquired curiously. Indeed, the Linglong physique can manifest the Linglong meridian, which is no ordinary celestial meridian. It is one of the most formidable among them, Murong Zhan replied with pride. Celestial meridians are classified into various grades. The disparity among them is as vast as that between 1 meridian and 8. The specific quality can be discerned from the scale of the celestial phenomena they invoke. Wow! Soon we shall witness the celestial phenomenon. The Murong family members anticipated eagerly. To open 8 meridians and simultaneously unlock the celestial meridian, this must not be allowed to elevate her further. In the crowd's rear, Murong Tian's gaze flickered. He made no move. For Murong Zhan was present, and there was little he could do. The time was not yet ripe. He awaited the moment when the Blue Star would re-enter the ancient Star Road. At that juncture, the situation on Blue Star would boil over like water splashing into a hot oil pan. Only then would opportunities arise. As noon approached, one wondered if Lin Xiao would succeed today. Having wealth is advantageous. For ordinary individuals, a single failure in unlocking the celestial meridian can be devastating. Yet Lin Xiao seems to consume miraculous elixirs as if they cost nothing. What could be done? After all, the greatest dividing line in life is one's circumstances. At Rongcheng No. 1 High School, the crowd of onlookers swelled. The buildings surrounding the playground brimmed with heads peering from windows and rooftops. Noon was fast approaching. The twin suns hung high above, radiating an intense brilliance. The sunlight, concentrated by a device, rendered Lin Yan's skin a deep crimson. Were he of humble means, his garments would have long been incinerated. Yet, Lin Yan's clothes remained unscathed, evidently crafted from materials that could withstand extreme heat. Open for me. As the 2 suns reached their zenith, the power of the sun peaked. Lin Yan, harnessing the potency of the elixirs he had consumed, launched his final assault on the Qiang Meridian. Buzz! The Qiang Meridian was burst open in a single surge. Moments later, the sky above Rongcheng No. 1 High School erupted in flames, a sea of crimson clouds swirling, and amid the conflagration and red haze, a 3rd sun materialized. Wow, a phenomenon! The flames, crimson clouds, and the sun. This is the manifestation of the Qiang Meridian's awakening. Lin Xiaochong has opened the miraculous vein of heaven and earth. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire Rongcheng No. 1 High School. Students who had gathered in the small grove, upon receiving the news, hurried towards the playground, leaving only a handful still among the trees. Lu Sun, our Lin Xiao has succeeded. What about your miraculous vein of heaven and earth? Clearly, Lin Xiao's skills surpass yours. Shut your mouth. Do you wish to be taught a lesson? Lin Yan's cohorts mocked, only to be silenced by Li Bufon's commanding shout. Lu Sun glanced up at the sky. Is this what you call an anomaly? He scoffed. The scope of this phenomenon was far too limited, lacking the grandeur of the celestial event triggered by the genius from No. 2 High School just days prior. Oh, you dare to belittle Lin Xiao's phenomenon? Why don't you try opening a miraculous vein of your own and surpass Lin Xiao? That's right, Lu Sun. Surely you're not just all talk. Lin Yan's 2 lackeys sneered, their faces contorted with mockery as they envisioned Lu Sun's imminent disgrace. No sooner had they spoken than a second, more formidable celestial phenomenon erupted above Lin Yan's initial anomaly. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened, winds whipped violently, and amidst the rolling clouds, torrents of tempestuous winds surged forth like roaring dragons, soaring through the heavens and earth. What on earth? He truly did it? Lin Yan's followers were taken aback, their derisive expressions frozen in shock. This new phenomenon eclipsed Lin Yan's in both breadth and might. How can this be? On the platform, Lin Yan sprang to his feet, his expression one of disbelief. He had just opened the Qiyang vein, summoning a celestial anomaly at the peak of his enthusiasm, only to have Lu Xun conjure a more expansive and powerful phenomenon in an instant, rendering his own achievements pale by comparison. The Nine Heavens Dragon Dance. The fury of the winds. This must be the infinite wind vein. What a grand display. Is it Lu Xun? A school official beside the principal's side gazed eagerly towards Lu Xun. The students surged once more, moving from the playground to the small grove. However, it was not Lu Xun who had caused the anomaly. It was Wang Tingyun from Qingyun Academy, reputedly the opener of the infinite wind vein. This revelation spread rapidly through the crowd. Qingyun Academy? That is a prestigious institution established by several prominent families. The news brought disappointment to the school officials. Unlike the public schools of Rongcheng No. 1 and No. 2 High, Qingyun Academy is a private establishment that practices elite education, accessible only to a select few. It is less a school and more an independent institution run by affluent families, dedicated to cultivating their progeny. For an ordinary person, admission is not necessarily a boon, unless one possesses an innate talent for servitude. Wang Tingyun, it's him? Then all is well. The Wang family boasts a Grand Master of the Five Realms, so producing such a genius is hardly surprising. This news calmed Lin Yan's nerves. Given that Wang Tingyun hailed from a family with such illustrious credentials, it was only natural for him to be superior. As long as Lu Xun, his rival from humble beginnings, did not eclipse him, he would be satisfied. Wang Tingyun, an anomaly covering much of Rongcheng. Indeed, the Wang family has birthed a prodigy, yet he pales in comparison to my Wanner. Meanwhile, on another side, Murong Wan also witnessed the celestial phenomenon, but he only caught a glimpse of the initial display. The anomaly caused by Lin Yan was too subtle to be perceived by Murong Wan. At that moment, an invisible wave emanated from around Murong Wan. Soon after, a magnificent display of vibrant, multicolored clouds appeared in the sky, so grand and vivid that it instantly overshadowed the earthly phenomenon triggered by Wang Tingyun. The seven-colored clouds spread across the heavens like flowers scattered by celestial maidens, seemingly painting the entire world in hues of brilliance. Even from 100 miles away from Rong City, one could gaze upward and behold the spectacle. It was a success. Wow, my little ant has opened the celestial meridian. The members of the Murong family erupted in jubilant cheers. My goodness, a triad of phenomena. How exhilarating. Today is indeed quite lively. The first was said to originate from a student of Rong City No. 1 High School, the second from Qingyun Academy. But who could the third be? At that moment, the threefold spectacle above Rong City must have captivated countless observers. Another phenomenon had emerged. Could it be Lu Xun? It seemed unlikely, as it bore semblance to the anomaly previously invoked by Murong Wan. At Rong City No. 1 High School, the faculty and students buzzed with excitement. It has to be Murong Wan. It cannot possibly be him. On the platform, Lin Yan repeatedly reassured himself. Murong Wan has activated the Linglong Meridian, and the host receives a tenfold reward from her achievement. The host will unlock the celestial meridian, unable to fully conceal the phenomenon, thus releasing part of it. In a nearby grove, Lu Xun had just witnessed the celestial phenomenon initiated by Murong Wan when the system's tenfold return manifested as expected. A surge of energy, more colossal than before, coursed through his body, traversing his meridians several times before surging towards an intangible void. Buzz. Within Lu Xun's being, a celestial meridian rapidly began to take shape. The reason it is termed a celestial meridian is that it serves as a conduit between heaven and earth and the self. Therefore, even the system finds it challenging to forcibly conceal the earthly phenomenon. Oh, Li Bufan, closest to Lu Xun, sensed the anomaly. When the celestial meridian opens, the connection between body and cosmos generates an invisible wave. Lu Xun, have you opened the celestial meridian? Li Bufan exclaimed in delight. In the next moment, yet another phenomenon unfolded in the sky. Above the vibrant clouds, a thick mist enveloped the scene, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, from which azure lotuses sprang forth, each one blooming in competition. A fourth phenomenon. Someone else has opened the celestial meridian. Lu Sun, it's Lu Sun. What? This earthly phenomenon is caused by Lu Sun? Impossible. The students' astonished cries left Lin Yan in disbelief. The overlapping fourfold celestial phenomena transformed the heavens into a dazzling display. However, due to the brilliance of the anomaly instigated by Murong Wan, Lu Sun's phenomenon became somewhat obscured. Yet, to the discerning eye, it was evident that Lu Sun's anomaly far surpassed that of Lin Yan. How could Lin Yan accept such a reality? What kind of earthly phenomenon was the chaotic azure lotus? This was an unprecedented spectacle. Indeed, Lu Sun was truly a prodigy. The principal rejoiced. Some phenomena can be articulated, while others remain elusive. The extraordinary occurrences triggered by Lu Sun are beyond anything they have ever heard of, though perhaps not as expansive as Murong Wan's. The breathtaking sight of the azure lotus blooming amidst chaos is so captivating that it eclipses the manifestations caused by Murong Wan. The principal perceives that Lu Sun has undoubtedly awakened an entirely novel and remarkable vein of celestial energy. This year, the first high school has given rise to two such wondrous veins, far surpassing the second high school in prominence. What? Is it truly him? Indeed, young master. It is Lu Sun. Alas, young master, young master. On the high platform, Lin Yan, who had been reluctant to believe it, succumbed to the undeniable news. And the turmoil of emotions combined with the internal injuries sustained from an earlier forceful attempt at channeling energy caused him to spit blood in anger. Extra, extra. Lin Yan has been so infuriated by Lu Sun that he has spat blood. Is that for real? Absolutely. Many witnessed it firsthand. Lin Yan's celestial phenomena pale in comparison to Lu Sun's. Haha. Wasn't Lin Yan once quite arrogant? Why is he not boasting now? Soon, the tale of Lin Yan's blood-spitting incident spread throughout the campus, becoming a topic of gossip among the students. How infuriating! Overwhelmed with shame, Lin Yan dared not show his face at school, fearing ridicule from his peers. Meanwhile, Lu Sun was granted a single accommodation. The room was spacious and grand, complete with a small lounge. This treatment was a stark contrast to his previous 8-person dormitory. Everything within the dormitory was impeccably arranged, with even the bed linens being brand new. Brother Sun, sensational news. Lin Yan was so enraged by you that he spat blood. Li Bufan rushed over, eager to share the tidings. Spit blood, you say? Yes, several witnesses confirm it. He must have sustained some injuries during his energy channeling, and your provocation caused him to lose control. These privileged young masters, bolstered by resources, are more fragile than a mere sausage. They can erupt at the slightest pressure. How will they cultivate martial arts in the future? Li Bufan expressed his disdain for Lin Yan. In his view, to spit blood over such a trivial matter is laughable. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, would he not expel his very organs? Li Bufan's remarks served as a reminder to Lu Sun. In terms of psychological resilience and fortitude, Li Bufan is undoubtedly formidable, standing apart from other affluent heirs. Thus, it makes sense that his parents chose to raise him in modesty. At the very least, Li Bufan possesses a remarkable temperament, unfazed by minor setbacks. Whether in martial cultivation or transcendental pursuits, one's mental state is of paramount importance. There exists a notion that one must first cultivate the heart before one can truly advance, and it is not without merit. Today, for distinct phenomena manifested, Brother Sun, your manifestation is the highest and most resplendent. Below it is Murong Wan's, followed by Wang Tingyun from Qingyun Academy, and finally Lin Yan at the bottom. It is indeed you, Brother Sun, who has overshadowed Murong Wan. Li Bufan gave a thumbs up. His final comment, rich with ambiguity, inadvertently captured the essence of the truth. What is the origin of Wang Tingyun? Lu Sun's interest peaked regarding this matter. He had heard of Qingyun Academy, a place that, for ordinary students, exists like a celestial palace. The daily allowance of the students therein is sufficient for an ordinary student's expenses for an entire month or even a semester. It is unclear, but it is said to originate from a family boasting a grandmaster of the fifth realm, whose manifestation of anomalies is considerably more formidable than Lin Yan's. Li Bufan remarked, a grandmaster of the fifth realm. Lu Sun sensed that this Wang Tingyun likely hails from the same disreputable family. In the entirety of Rong City, there should be no other family with a grandmaster of the fifth realm bearing the surname Wang. Why would such a family produce a scoundrel? Lu Sun pondered. Isn't it said that poverty breeds cunning while wealth nurtures virtue? This family is exceedingly affluent. Could it be that their conscience has also flowed away with their riches? Or perhaps this adage is merely a relic of a bygone era, employed by the wealthy to cleanse their image. Fourfold anomalies? Indeed, Wanner. Today there have been 4 such manifestations. However, do not fret, for the scope of the anomalies you have caused is the most significant. No one surpasses your prodigiousness. Meanwhile, at the Murong residence, Murong Wan also learned of the fourfold anomalies. Sister, look, this is the fourfold anomaly. One of her sisters shared a video. The footage captured the simultaneous occurrence of the 4 anomalies in Rong City. The foremost anomaly displayed a verdant lotus blossoming amidst chaos, while below it, colorful rays transformed into dragons and phoenixes. Further down, the wind danced like dragons, and at the bottom, crimson flames painted the sky with a scarlet sun. Who caused this verdant lotus? Murong Wan inquired. The blossoming lotus, though limited in range, is the highest of these anomalies. After its emergence, the other anomalies were subtly subdued. I heard it was a student named Lu Sun from Rong City No. 1 High School, her sister replied. Lu Sun? Murong Wan was taken aback. Yes, he is a soon-to-graduate student from a martial arts academy. Her sister's words confirmed Murong Wan's thoughts. This Lu Sun is indeed the same individual. Is he truly that remarkable? The image of Lu Sun's sunny, handsome face and his strong physique floated through her mind, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Sister, what is wrong with your face? Oh, it's nothing, Murong Wan dismissed, shooing the thoughts away. Her feelings for Lu Sun were not particularly profound. However, a woman's memory of her first man is invariably the most indelible. Perhaps this is fortuitous. He should be able to gain admission to Qingbei. Murong Wan collected her scattered thoughts. Presently, her sole desire is to grow stronger and make up for the time wasted in the past few years. What should I name this extraordinary vein of heaven and earth? The chaos vein? After Li Bufan departed, Lu Sun finally had the time to attentively sense the changes within his body. Undoubtedly, the extraordinary vein within him is far superior to Murong Wan's Linglong vein. The reason the manifestations of heaven and earth do not extend as far as Murong Wan's is due to the system's constraints, which have only allowed a modicum to be released. Even so, the place where Lu Sun's anomalies manifested subdued the other 3 anomalies. Even under limitation, it is still so domineering. Were it not for the system's restrictions, the extent and impact of the anomalies he could produce are unimaginable. The meridians, as wide as a broad avenue, surprisingly cannot be cultivated independently. System, are you jesting with me? Soon, Lu Sun realized that such broad meridians seemed of little use to him, as he was unable to cultivate on his own. Although the host cannot cultivate independently, he can replenish his energy. The wider the meridians, the faster the replenishment. Furthermore, once the host's strength becomes formidable enough, the restrictions can be lifted, the system explained, offering Lu Sun some solace. Indeed, in future battles, should he suffer significant energy depletion, his recovery speed would far surpass that of others, potentially by tenfold. As for cultivation, Lu Sun found himself indifferent, preferring instead to remain comfortably at ease. Following the recent meridian opening incident, Lu Sun became a highly sought-after figure at Rongcheng No. 1 High School. A student who had opened several spiritual meridians found his brilliance overshadowed. Lu Sun received a plethora of calls, primarily from enrollment officers of various cultivation schools, promising him an array of resources in hopes of persuading him to apply to their institutions. They were destined for disappointment. From the very beginning, Lu Sun's aspirations were set on Qingbei University. Whether to attend Qingshu Academy or Beida University remained a decision yet to be made. The following day, the admissions officers from Qingbei arrived early at Rongcheng No. 1 High School, despite it being Saturday. In their eagerness to secure a genius, they sacrificed their weekend rest. Is it possible to issue 2 acceptance letters in such a manner? Indeed, Lu Sun, only students who have opened the extraordinary meridians are afforded such privileges. When the school year commences, you may choose either institution. Upon learning that Lu Sun had yet to make a decision, they resolved to issue him acceptance letters for both schools, allowing him to present either one at Qingbei. Such an arrangement was indeed a privilege exclusive to those who had opened extraordinary meridians. Lu Sun agreed to this proposal. Wow, Lu Sun, you are truly impressive. This is wonderful. Now we can attend Qingbei together. What about you? There's a bit of a complication. My mother found a fifth-tier immortal cultivator who indicated that in order to activate my ancient spiritual root, I would need innate spiritual energy, which can only be found along the ancient starry path. My mother is currently seeking to purchase some. That day, Chu Youqing sent him a message. Lu Xun typically refrained from contacting her, as her mother was quite strict, and she feared being discovered. Don't worry about me. As long as I activate my ancient spiritual root before I turn 25, I can join Qingshu Academy at any time. You have a martial meridian, so Beta University would be ideal for you. Of course, if you prefer Qingshu Academy, I would be equally delighted. Chu Youqing sought to alleviate Lu Xun's concerns. After exchanging a few more words, their conversation came to a close. Innate spiritual energy? Lu Xun recalled that after binding with Murong Wan, the system had rewarded him with innate essence, helping Murong Wan activate her exquisite body. If he could bind with Chu Youqing, perhaps the system would reward him with innate spiritual energy. He decided to postpone this consideration until he reached the second realm. The system required him to attain that level before he could bind a second individual. There was no need to rush. Lu Xun, please give me a definitive answer. Is it Qingshu Academy or Beta University? I have yet to decide. All right then, I shall choose first. I will pursue martial arts and attend Beta University. On Monday, Li Bufan made the choice to attend Beta University. At long last, he did not disappoint his grandmother's spirit. As he unlocked the final martial vein on the last day, securing his qualification for direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. This year, Rongcheng One high school performed admirably. A week prior to the major examination, Tsinghua and Peking University had already admitted 8 students. Among them, apart from Lu Xun, Li Bufan, and Lin Yan, there were 5 more. Of these 5, 3 had awakened spiritual veins, while 2, like Li Bufan, had opened 8 martial veins. The requirements for spiritual veins are somewhat lower. As long as one can open 5 or more spiritual veins before the major examination, direct admission is granted. Among these 5, 4 hailed from affluent families, while only 1 was a diligent student with decent cultivation aptitude. In the era of high martial arts, one's ascendance depends not only on personal effort and talent, which are merely part of the equation, but significantly on resources, background, and wealth. Not to mention, merely overcoming the body tempering stage can confound countless ordinary individuals, unless one's talent is so formidable that it can transcend all limitations. Even in the absence of wealth and resources, one may still rise against all odds. A few days later, the major examination commenced. For Lu Xun, having been admitted early, the examination held little significance. Sun Gu, this year's exam questions are truly challenging. Li Bufan set off to participate in the examination. Those who were admitted early were still allowed to take the exam to gauge their scores. The results of the examination were comprehensive, with the unlocking of veins accounting for half of the score, while the other half comprised various theoretical knowledge, comprehension, and insight into cultivation. Lu Xun chose not to attend. He lacked the diligence of Li Bufan and knew he would not meet the cultural course standards. Why subject myself to discomfort? He continued to live leisurely each day, as he always had. Sun Gu, the results are out. Haha, my strength remains formidable. I can rely on myself to gain admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. A week later, when the results were announced, Li Bufan was overjoyed. His scores were sufficient for admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. With only over 200 individuals achieving this feat, the announcement of the results revealed more data. This year, across all provinces in the East, a total of 285 individuals unlocked the wondrous veins of heaven and earth. Out of millions of examinees, merely over 200 managed to do so, a remarkably low ratio. This is also why the government has implemented a mandatory policy of random marriage at the age of 25. Several catastrophic events have led to a significant population decline worldwide. Although the situation in the East is relatively better, the population has still diminished by nearly half, amounting to hundreds of millions. Should the population of the East recover to the peak levels of the old era, with over 10 million examinees each year, the number of prodigies would correspondingly surge. Of course, there are also examinees like Li Bufan, who simply have yet to unlock their extraordinary veins. Once they enter university, they might very well succeed in doing so. Is there truly a contest for the first and second places? After the major examination, a topic surged to the forefront of online discussions among all the geniuses who unlocked the wondrous veins of heaven and earth this year. Who is regarded as the foremost prodigy? Such discussions arise annually. In previous years, the contention surrounding the title of the top prodigy was not particularly contentious. This year is remarkable, for in addition to Murong Wan, another student has awakened an extraordinary constitution. This prodigy from the capital is named Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe first awakened the stellar sacred body, subsequently unlocking the extraordinary meridian of heaven and earth, the stellar martial meridian. The stellar sacred body is also one of the 10 innate constitutions. Its extraordinary aspect lies in the ability to absorb celestial power for cultivation through the stellar martial meridian. With each internal star ignited, one's combat prowess doubles. Should he manage to form a celestial map within, crafting a stellar battle body, his combat strength would soar to an astonishing degree. In comparison to Murong Wan's Linglong Treasure Body, which emphasizes rapid cultivation, the stellar sacred body is more combat-oriented and can unleash formidable power. Furthermore, Murong Wan is 25 years old, while Lu Xinghe is merely 20. Having repeated a year to awaken the stellar sacred body, this has led many to regard Lu Xinghe as the unequivocal genius of the year. However, some argue that cultivation is paramount and that an excessive pursuit of combat power is misguided. Overall, support for Lu Xinghe seems to prevail, primarily due to his youth. Online, various versions of genius rankings have emerged, revealing that on one list, Lu Xun discovered his name astonishingly placed third. On another, there are those who firmly believe Lu Xun deserves the top spot. How can you only consider the scope of the celestial phenomena? That was the emergence of the chaos green lotus. Such an impressive manifestation. How could you overlook it? Lamented the creator of the rankings. On other lists, Lu Xun's ranking is relatively lower. After all, the system has veiled his celestial secrets, with only a few extraordinary phenomena escaping into the open. Although his manifestations are dominant, their reach is limited. It seems there are still discerning individuals. However, the popularity of these two rankings is not particularly high, with few people taking notice. This is perhaps for the best, as Lu Xun prefers to remain inconspicuous. Otherwise, how could he continue to enjoy a life of leisure? This year, Rongcheng One High School has achieved remarkable results, with 28 students gaining admission to Qingbei. Our Lu Xun and Lin Yan have both unlocked extraordinary meridians, becoming nationally recognized geniuses. Especially Lu Xun, whose name has even been placed first on the online genius rankings. 2 days later, at the graduation ceremony, the principal, beaming with pride, lavished praise upon Lu Xun. This year, Rongcheng #1 High School has birthed 2 extraordinary meridians, achieving its best results in history, much to the principal's delight. What a wild ranking! Lin Yan scoffed. He had also seen the ranking that placed Lu Xun first, which bore a significant resemblance to authoritative rankings. Save for Lu Xun's exceptional position, in all other online rankings, Lin Yan found himself languishing beyond the 100th place. As for Lu Xun, his performance in other rankings was not poor, often within the top 20 or even top 10. This certainly did not sit well with Lin Yan. Upon graduation, as the ceremony concluded, all the students erupted in jubilant cheers, filling the campus with an atmosphere of celebration. The 3-year journey at the Martial Arts Academy has reached its conclusion, heralding a new chapter in their lives. Regardless of whether this new life brings fortune or adversity, the prospect of change itself is often worthy of anticipation. Lu Xun, you have excelled beyond measure, far surpassing your parents' achievements from their own time. If they were aware of your accomplishments, their joy would be immeasurable. Teacher Wu approached Lu Xun, his eyes glistening with tears as he spoke. The school has bestowed upon me generous rewards. You need not return the dark energy I granted you. Keep it for yourself. My meridians are damaged, and I shall never advance further in this lifetime. Lu Xun prepared to return the dark energy he had received from Teacher Wu, but the teacher declined his offer. Focus on your cultivation and grow swiftly. Indeed, Lu Xun nodded earnestly. After the graduation ceremony, a farewell party ensued. The students lingered, forming clusters and sharing moments together. Years later, they would come to realize that today marked the final gathering for many among them. For numerous individuals, this parting would signify a lifetime without a second encounter, even if they resided in the same city. Lu Mei, how is she entwined with Lin Yan? At that moment, Li Bufan noticed Lu Mei walking hand in hand with Lin Yan. Despite the gossip surrounding Lin Yan's humiliating defeat at Lu Xun's hands last week, few dared to mock him. Conversely, many girls envied Lu Mei, wishing to take her place beside Lin Yan. Lu Mei reveled in this attention. Upon spotting Li Bufan and Lu Xun, she held her head high, resembling a proud swan adorned with a thick layer of makeup. Is Lu Sun's discarded goods being picked up? The Lin family's third young master is certainly tarnishing the image of the wealthy elite, Li Bufan remarked, his words dripping with malice, deliberately aimed at Lu Mei. Indeed, he intended to provoke. For the past 3 years, he had harbored disdain for Lu Mei. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mei's expression soured, and she cautiously glanced at Lin Yin, fearful that he might overhear. Unfortunately, he did. To her surprise, Lin Yin did not shy away. Instead, he approached directly. Lu Sun, it's no wonder you lack discernment. You have fawned over her for 3 years only to abandon her at a crucial moment. You likely remain oblivious to the fact that Lu Mei has been diagnosed with a natural allure. If one were to cultivate with her, the rewards would be exponential. Lin Yin boasted triumphantly. Lu Mei had nurtured many fish, yet she remained a mere fish in another's pond. She had long aspired to align herself with the affluent Lin Yin, though he had shown little interest in her. After being defeated by Lu Sun and humiliated, Lin Yin realized that regaining his reputation would take time, prompting him to reconsider Lu Mei. After all, if Lu Mei could captivate Lu Sun for 3 years, she might possess exceptional qualities. Unexpectedly, this newfound appreciation bore fruit, Lu Mei's innate charm. This revelation diminished his affections for Chu Youqing, as Lu Mei offered him the promise of swift growth, something Chu Yuqing's mere beauty could not provide. Lu Mei shyly nestled against Lin Yin, her gaze towards Lu Sun brimming with satisfaction, as if to say, how does it feel now? Regretting your choices? A naturally enchanting figure, Lu Mei, with such a remarkable physique, chose to attach herself to a seemingly unremarkable individual? I have heard whispers that a gifted beauty was wed to a young scion from a family of formidable 6 realms practitioners, and within a few short years, she ascended to the 3rd realm. If you harbor doubts, feel free to investigate for yourself how sought after such innate allure is in the realm of celestial cultivation. Li Bufan's eyes twinkled as he launched into a barrage of words. Who are you calling unremarkable? At least I have opened the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. What do you possess? Lin Yin retorted, incensed. I have a brother who can make you spit blood, Lu Sun. Li Bufan promptly invoked Lu Sun's name. You seek death. Come on, let Lu Sun beat you until you bleed. If you're brave, don't hide behind him. I will hide, Lin Yin shot back. Amidst their verbal sparring, Lin Yin remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Mei had subtly loosened her grip on his arm. Minutes later, after the farce concluded and Lin Yin delivered a parting threat to Li Bufan, he departed with Lu Mei. He felt reluctant to provoke Lu Sun, but was not intimidated by Li Bufan. Lu Sun, these two are truly a mismatched pair. They'll be parting ways by the day's end, Li Bufan remarked. Parting so soon? Did you not notice Lu Mei's expression? She is clearly ready to seek a new partner. You've inadvertently shown her a path. What path? I still have more to say. That innate beauty hails from a prominent family, while Lu Mei, lacking power, influence, or connections, would likely end up as a mere plaything in a larger household. At this juncture, Li Bufan suddenly turned to Lu Sun. You don't still harbor feelings for her, do you? Harbor feelings? Lu Sun averted his gaze. Ever since he discovered that the note was sent by Chu Youqing, Lu Mei had become a stranger to him. Who would cling to someone who deliberately exploited a misunderstanding and treated them like a devoted servant for 3 years? After the examination concluded, Lu Sun continued to reside in the dormitory arranged by the school, as he had no other place in Rong City. Finally, the long-awaited day had arrived. That afternoon, the admission letters arrived, 2 in total, one from Qingshu Academy and another from Beida University. Lu Sun, my parents have decided to take me to Beijing to stay with a relative. How long do you plan to prepare for your departure? Li Bufan messaged in the evening. He was heading to Beijing? Were his parents intent on maintaining this charade? After exchanging a few words, Lu Sun sensed that Li Bufan's parents seemed determined to continue raising him in poverty. The poor lad, with a family fortune in the billions, was still forced to endure the arduous path of cultivation like any ordinary person. Had he been raised in the same manner as Lin Yin, Li Bufan would likely have already opened the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. Lu Sun, recently, the Shadow Clan has emerged, assassinating geniuses who have opened the extraordinary veins in several cities. Qingbei has opened early reporting. If you wish to go, head to the Rong City Marshal House, and they will arrange for your escort. Understood, Principal. Indeed, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside lately and remain within the confines of the school. When Lu Sun decided to make an early journey to the capital, The principal approached him with significant news. The Shadow Clan has resurfaced. Have the Shadow Clan emerged once more? They are an alien race hailing from the ancient Star Road. Over a decade ago, when Blue Star encountered a node of the ancient Star Road, it was assaulted by the Shadow Clan. The formidable warriors of Blue Star fought valiantly and repelled the invaders. However, many members of the Shadow Clan managed to infiltrate Blue Star and have since concealed themselves. Periodically, these individuals would attempt to assassinate prodigies or pivotal figures. Fortunately, after years of purging, their numbers have dwindled, and they have remained largely dormant in recent years. Unexpectedly, they have reappeared now. Should I hasten my journey to the capital? With Qingbei allowing early registration, Lu Xun has begun to contemplate his trip. Coincidentally, Chu Youqing is also in the capital. He resolved to visit his parents tomorrow to share the joyous news of his acceptance and bid farewell before departing for the capital. As night fell, a sudden notification from the system arrived. The return of martial skills was a possibility. This time, the return was not a cultivation reward, but rather a martial technique. Lu Xun recalled that Murong Wan had been cultivating her meridians for half a month without any signs of progress. It turned out she had been practicing martial skills. Martial skills, also referred to as combat techniques, are methods of fighting and killing. With the arrival of a tenfold return, a deluge of information flooded Lu Xun's mind, accompanied by waves of warmth. Remarkably, upon digesting this influx, Lu Xun exclaimed in astonishment. The martial skill that Murong Wan was practicing, known as Qianzongbu, is a technique characterized by its swiftness and agility, imbued with an element of deception. It is a foundational martial skill that, upon maturation, can be combined with other techniques to enhance its efficacy. For instance, when fused with thunder techniques, it transforms into Lei Ying Qianzongbu, allowing the practitioner to leave behind thunderous afterimages, momentarily manifesting as 12 lightning clones capable of brief physical attacks and instantaneous movement between them. Murong Wan, having recently opened her meridians, has already attained the first level of Qianzongbu, indicating that her exquisite physique not only accelerates cultivation speed, but also enables rapid mastery of martial skills. Following the tenfold return, a remarkable transformation occurred. The technique evolved from Qianzongbu into Wanzongbu. How astonishingly swift. Is that my afterimage? Half an hour later, in the solitary training chamber, Lu Xun began to experiment. He was uncertain of the prowess of Qianzongbu, but Wanzongbu was simply extraordinary. Upon its execution, his form became exceedingly rapid, resembling an elusive phantom. When Lu Xun exerted himself to the fullest, he could even leave trails of afterimages. This being his first acquisition of a martial skill, he found himself enthralled, tirelessly practicing until he was utterly exhausted before returning to rest. Father, Mother, I have received my acceptance letter from Qingbei. Which institution do you think I should attend? Qingshu Academy or Beta University? Indeed, this is your future daughter-in-law. She possesses a whimsical spirit and is preparing to attend the Qingshu Academy. If you are pleased with her, I shall remain at the academy to protect her from being whisked away. The following day, at the Martyrs' Cemetery, Lu Xun spoke softly in front of his parents' gravestones. He was set to depart for the capital and had come to bid farewell, while also sharing the joyful news of his acceptance into Qingbei with them. Additionally, Lu Xun presented a photograph of Chu Youqing to his parents. She is beautiful, considerate, and nurturing. They would undoubtedly be satisfied. As for the matter of Murong Wan, Lu Xun chose to withhold that information from his parents, fearing they might think their son too frivolous and worry for him in another realm. Suddenly, Lu Xun sensed a presence and looked up in a particular direction. After opening his meridians, his senses had sharpened significantly. Not far behind a gravestone, a cream-colored kitten peeked out, curiously observing Lu Xun. Noticing it was merely a cat, Lu Xun continued conversing with his parents. He spoke for the entire morning. Dad, Mom, I am leaving now, but I will return every holiday. As noon approached, Lu Xun rose reluctantly to depart. Why are you still here? Upon turning, Lu Xun discovered the kitten sitting nearby, gazing at him with its big, sparkling eyes. How adorable. He approached the kitten, reaching out to stroke its head. The kitten tensed momentarily but did not resist or evade, allowing Lu Xun's hand to rest gently on its small head. This must be a ragdoll. It's so charming. After petting its head, Lu Xun couldn't help but pinch its cheek. The ragdoll was quite obedient, playfully responding to Lu Xun's affection. So clean, it must belong to someone. What a pity. Farewell, little kitten. After indulging in some playful interaction, Lu Sun prepared to leave. Why do you still follow me? As Lu Sun neared the exit of the martyrs' cemetery, the little cat continued to trail behind him. With each step Lu Sun took, it mirrored his movements, stopping whenever he paused, gazing up at him with its adorable eyes. It seemed no one else was around. Could it be a lost or abandoned cat? After some contemplation, Lu Sun turned and picked up the kitten, heading towards the exit. Classmate, today no one brought a cat inside. It must be a stray. If you intend to adopt it, it's best to register and conduct a health check to ensure it's not a creature from the starry ancient road. I will. Thank you. After inquiring about the situation at the management office, Lu Sun left with the kitten cradled in his arms. Little one, you shall stay with me from now on. He had decided to adopt the cat. Driver, to Rongcheng No. 1 High School. All right. At the entrance of the martyrs' cemetery, Lu Sun entered a rideshare vehicle. Driver, why is this route incorrect? Having traveled only a short distance, Lu Sun sensed something amiss. Young man, there was an accident on Beiqing Avenue, and the road is closed, so we must take a detour. An accident? What kind of incident could cause the closure of an 8-lane avenue? It is said that members of the Shadow Clan have infiltrated the city, specifically targeting those gifted individuals who have unlocked the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. The accident on North City Avenue is a result of this. The driver, fearing that Lu Sun might not believe him, hastily explained, the Shadow Clan has indeed come to Rong City. Do not fear, young brother. These Shadow Clan members only eliminate those who have opened the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. We passed right under their noses, and they did not even cast us a glance. Concerned for Lu Sun's well-being, the driver attempted to reassure him. Lu Sun opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from revealing that he too had unlocked the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. Alas, in this world, it is quite challenging for an ordinary person to thrive. You appear to be a student, young brother. You must hurry to unlock your veins. If you cannot, you may end up like me, over 50 with 4 children at home, contemplating having another just to secure a pension. Once the driver began to share his life's hardships, he could not be silenced. With one hand cradling a kitten, Lu Sun scrolled through videos on his phone. Soon, he came across footage of the accident on North City Avenue. The scene was engulfed in smoke and chaos, with wrecked vehicles strewn about. Such a grand spectacle. Were these Shadow Clan members not assassins? Why create such a tumult? No wonder it was a transport vehicle for energy blocks. After glancing through the comments, Lu Sun pieced together the situation. The target of this assassination was Wang Tingyun of the Wang family. However, as Wang Tingyun was always surrounded by skilled protectors, the attackers cleverly utilized a vehicle carrying energy blocks, detonating it to create chaos before striking at Wang Tingyun. Unfortunately, they still failed to eliminate him. Murong Wan was a master of the 4 realms, and as long as Murong Wan remained at home, she should be safe. Lu Sun set his phone down, instinctively worrying for Murong Wan. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, causing the taxi to sway violently. Damn! The driver struggled to steady the vehicle and managed to bring it to a halt. We have a flat tire. Please bear with me, young brother, while I change it. He unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Crap, both tires are ruined. Who the hell left blades on the road? After assessing the situation, the driver turned to Lu Sun. I apologize, young brother. You'll likely need to call for another ride. I will refund your fare. No need for that, master. You have your own difficulties. Just keep the fare. You are truly kind-hearted, the driver replied. Lu Sun, having declined the refund, summoned another vehicle while cradling the kitten and exited the car. Meow. As soon as he stepped out, the kitten in his arms suddenly stood upright, its fur bristling. Lu Sun's brow furrowed intensely as a wave of life-threatening danger surged within him. He instinctively turned his head to the side. Whoosh! A sharp crossbow bolt whizzed past, almost grazing his face. Though it did not strike Lu Sun, he could feel the sting of the wind against his skin, illustrating the bolt's formidable power. Had it struck him, even at the 24th stage of body refinement, his head would have been pierced through. Master, I have unlocked the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. Please help me call the police. After narrowly avoiding the lethal arrow, Lu Sun uttered this urgent request and bolted away, clutching the kitten tightly. The driver was left in a state of bewilderment. The young man seated in his vehicle turned out to be an extraordinary talent endowed with remarkable abilities. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily crouched down and reached for his phone to call for help. Swiftly, the first crossbow bolt was followed by the second, third, and fourth, all striking with alarming precision. The terrain around him was exceedingly open, devoid of any obstacles, evidently chosen as an ideal ambush site by his assailants. Utilizing the art of evasive steps, he adeptly maneuvered to avoid the deadly projectiles. His form shifted continuously, each movement allowing him to narrowly evade the incoming bolts. He persisted in his serpentine retreat, striving to escape the reach of his attackers. A bolt struck the ground beside him, shattering a stone the size of a tofu block into fragments. The assailants wielded formidable martial crossbows, and he understood the grave threat they posed. After deftly evading several bolts, he took refuge behind a large rock. Was this truly the first realm? The attacker, armed with a martial crossbow, was incredulous, given his strength and the element of surprise. Even an ordinary practitioner of the second realm would find it difficult to survive an assault. Yet, here he was, failing against an opponent of the first realm. Noticing the absence of signal, he suspected that this individual might not belong to the Shadow Clan. Behind the rock, he glanced at his phone and discerned something amiss. The Shadow Clan typically did not disrupt mobile signals in such a manner. Furthermore, as innate assassins, they would have preferred a silent approach, eliminating him with a single strike rather than resorting to crossbows. The assault resumed with fervor, bolts incessantly striking the rock, each penetrating deeply. If this continued, the stone would eventually be pierced, and his escape would need to be imminent. The attacker's prowess was formidable, and the rock could not provide enduring protection. Additionally, he sensed that the assailant was closing in rapidly, as the intervals between the bolts grew shorter and their force intensified. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing a significant breakthrough. Murong Wan has transcended to the second realm. You have received tenfold her gains. A wave of warmth surged within him. Had she truly achieved it? A smile of joy crept across his face. Just yesterday, Murong Wan had successfully honed her martial skills, and today, she had reached the second realm. The timing of her breakthrough was impeccable, arriving just when it was most needed. At that moment, a continuous flow of warmth surged into his body. This energy coursed through his meridians, forming a grand cycle. During this process, true energy began to manifest. While other practitioners required the stabilization of their meridians and the absorption of dark energy for a complete cycle to convert it into true energy, he experienced a simplified process. Driven by the tenfold return of warmth, the speed at which true energy was generated within him was astonishing. This energy surged through his meridians, racing towards his dantian. Buzz! The dantian was breached, and true energy surged forth, swiftly forming a vast sea of qi. Thus, Lu Xun officially stepped into the second realm of martial arts, attaining the first layer of the qi sea. Yet, this was just the beginning. A considerable flow of heat continued to transform into true energy, pouring into the qi sea until it could contain no more. At that point, the qi sea began to compress the true energy, enhancing its quality until further compression was no longer feasible. With a hum, the qi sea expanded further, and Lu Xun ascended to the second layer of the qi sea. Merely half a month after opening his meridians, he had established his qi sea and entered the second realm, all while taking 2 days to learn a martial skill along the way. Was this the renowned Linglong body? In the Murong family estate, Murong Tian's pupils constricted, and the teacup in his hand hovered in midair, clearly astonished by this revelation. Half a month ago, Murong Wan successfully opened her meridians. Typically, after opening their meridians, martial artists would spend a month to several months consolidating their channels before commencing their cultivation. While it is not difficult to cultivate true energy post-meridian opening, advancing to the second realm necessitates a substantial amount of true energy to establish the qi sea in one go. This process is time-consuming and influenced by various factors. Take Murong Tian, for instance. With ample resources, he took a full 8 months to establish his qi sea. For ordinary martial artists, the time could extend to 1 or 2 years, or even longer, even if one solely relied on dark energy for cultivation. The amount required to establish the qi sea would be a substantial fortune for an average individual. Yet, Murong Wan accomplished this in just 15 days. During this period, due to the sudden emergence of the Shadow Clan, Murong Wan personally guided her to learn a martial technique for self-defense in 2 days. Although she only mastered the first tier, learning it in such a short time was astonishing. Thus, the actual time Murong Wan spent establishing her qi sea was merely 13 days. 13 days. Even if Murong Wan disregarded resource consumption in her training. This figure was indeed remarkable. Were the Shadow Clan not targeting geniuses? Why would they neglect such an extraordinary talent? Murong Tian now fervently hoped that the Shadow Clan would suddenly appear and eliminate Murong Wan. Otherwise, their lineage might truly face an uncertain future. Meanwhile, Lu Xun's tenfold return finally concluded. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging true energy within him, and murmured to himself, had my Qi not been inherently larger than others by several folds, this wave of return should have propelled me to the 5th layer or beyond. Meow? The sudden meow of the kitten in his arms pulled his thoughts back to reality. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot towards him from the side. Like a nimble rabbit, Lu Xun swiftly evaded the projectile. His gaze, akin to stars, locked onto the assailant, a masked martial artist clad in fitted attire, who was now less than 20 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of arrows rained down upon him. It was time to fight. Lu Xun tossed the kitten aside and vanished from his original position, no longer fleeing but instead charging toward the masked warrior. This was not recklessness. It was a calculated decision based on ample confidence. After breaking through the 3rd layer of the Qi, as the masked warrior unleashed his full strength, Lu Xun sensed the faint essence of his power. The masked warrior was also at the 2nd realm, certainly not having reached the 3rd realm. Otherwise, Lu Xun would not have survived to this moment. In this realm, who fears whom? Though Lu Xun had merely reached the 3rd layer of the Qi, his body refinement was at a remarkable 24th level, granting him unparalleled advantages within the Qi realm. Moreover, his Qi was larger, allowing him to escape even against a peak opponent of the Qi realm. Dodging several crossbow bolts with agility, Lu Xun clenched his fists and charged forward with ferocity. The masked warrior discarded his crossbow and drew his battle blade, slashing towards Lu Xun, who unexpectedly feigned an attack, utilizing the Wanzhong step to appear beside him, unleashing a fist the size of a sandbag towards the masked warrior. The masked warrior reacted swiftly, redirecting his blade to counter, intending to cleave Lu Xun in two. However, in the next instant, Lu Xun's figure shattered into fragments, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. How could this be? The masked warrior's eyes widened, bloodshot with disbelief. Lu Xun's punch was overwhelmingly formidable. The masked warrior swung his blade in an attempt to fend off Lu Xun, but after suffering a severe blow to the head, his combat effectiveness diminished significantly. Lu Xun deftly evaded and closed the distance with the Wanzhong step. Boom! The masked warrior was struck again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With such meager skills, how dare you attempt to kill me? Within a minute, Lu Xun had him pinned to the ground, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Lu Xun tore away the cloth covering the masked warrior's face, revealing a stranger's visage. Indeed, he was not of the Shadow Clan. Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, his voice turning dangerously sharp. Humans truly relish in their propensity for self-destruction. Speak. I bear you no grudge. Why did you seek to take my life? Answer me. The final 3 words rang like thunder, causing the wounded masked man to tremble. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, he stammered in defense. I intended to kill a student of the 1st realm who bears a slight resemblance to you. Coincidentally, he was at the heroic martyrs cemetery today, and I mistook you for him. Oh. Lu Xun crouched down, gripping the man's collar. The student you intended to kill, is his name Lu Xun? Yes. Precisely Lu Xun. Well, how unfortunate. Lu Xun grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. I am Lu Xun. What? The masked warrior's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief, his voice cracking. That is impossible. Lu Xun only opened his meridians half a month ago. You possess at least the strength of the 5th layer of the Qi now. This cannot be. He was unwilling to accept this reality. Not only he, but anyone else would likely struggle to believe it. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The crucial question is why you sought to kill me, since you could mistake me for someone else. It indicates we are unfamiliar with each other and have no past grievances. Thus, someone must have instigated you. Speak. Who sent you? Answer me. Lu Xun began with a calm narration, but the last 3 words escalated in intensity, echoing like thunder on flat ground. The masked warrior trembled in fear, thoroughly unsettled by Lu Xun's manner of speaking. Perhaps it was the dread of another encounter with Lu Xun, coupled with the realization that his life lay in Lu Xun's hands, that compelled the masked warrior to divulge everything. Lu Xun's gaze turned icy. Are you toying with me? No, the masked warrior stammered. In order to earn dark energy, I occasionally moonlight as an assassin. This particular assignment was acquired on the dark web, and the payment was exceedingly high, 5,000 units of dark energy. You activated the celestial anomaly. Ordinarily, people would fear being traced and would shy away from such tasks. But I was in dire need of money, so I accepted it. The masked warrior rushed to explain, his words tumbling forth in a frantic cadence. I have disclosed everything I can. I've also provided you with the card and password for the dark energy. In any case, you have not incurred any loss. So could you please let me go? His voice quivered with desperation as he pleaded for his life, revealing all that he knew. He was indeed an assassin from the dark web, having no knowledge of the employer's identity. 5,000 units of dark energy. Lu Xun lightly tapped the hilt of his blade. Am I truly worth so much? The price of dark energy was not fixed. When the blue star had just departed from the ancient celestial pathway, dark energy had been plentiful and relatively inexpensive. After some time, as the energy was consumed, its value surged significantly. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that while it was easy to exchange dark energy for money, converting money back into dark energy, especially in substantial amounts, was a challenge. 5,000 units was not an excessive sum. It was worth at least 5 million now. This implied that someone was willing to pay 5 million for his life. Who could that individual be? There were few who bore a grudge against Lu Xun. Wang Yang, Lu Mei, Lin Yan. He could count them on one hand. Wang Yang and Lu Mei were immediately ruled out, as they could not muster such a sum of dark energy. Was it Lin Yan? Could this man be so malicious as to resort to hiring a hitman after suffering romantic misfortunes? Suddenly, a face flashed through Lu Xun's mind. 3 years prior, the individual who had seized all his family assets with a mere promissory note. Meow? The sound of a cat interrupted his thoughts. Lu Xun's eyelids twitched violently, and instinctively, he lowered his head. A battle blade sliced through his hair, severing several strands. Activating the shadow step, Lu Xun retreated several meters, only to discern the assailant, a shadowy figure coalescing into form. It was a member of the Shadow Clan. The reason they were called the Shadow Clan was their ability to momentarily transform into shadows to launch surprise attacks, rendering their targets defenseless. The Shadow Clan assassin, having missed his initial strike, did not relent. Armed with a Shadow Clan battle blade, he boldly initiated a pursuit. How dare you underestimate me? Lu Xun seethed with anger. Having faced 2 assassination attempts in quick succession, both of which had nearly cost him his life, he was far from placid. With the blade acquired from the masked warrior in hand, he charged forward. The sound of blades clashing reverberated painfully in the air. Upon their first exchange, the Shadow Clan assassin realized something was amiss. Lu Xun's strength was far beyond that of a novice. Indeed, he was not merely an ordinary practitioner of the second realm. Lu Xun's true energy was both robust and domineering, his power truly formidable, while the myriad shadow steps rendered him elusive like a wraith. The members of the Shadow Clan found themselves in a particularly passive position. How infuriating! They deeply regretted their decision. Had they known Lu Xun would prove so difficult to deal with, they would not have been so arrogant as to send a lone assassin against him. This was not entirely their fault. Who could have anticipated that, merely half a month after opening his meridians, the seemingly unremarkable Lu Xun would grow to such strength? Retreat. The Shadow Clan members decided they would no longer continue the fight. Attempting to flee, Lu Xun resolved to end this swiftly, disregarding any cost, and suddenly unleashed the deadly move of myriad shadow steps, the myriad shadow mirage. It was this very technique that had previously granted him overwhelming advantage. Seeking death, a Shadow Clan member slashed his blade towards Lu Xun. I am right here. Lu Xun's cold voice echoed beside him. The Shadow Clan member faltered, his body struck by Lu Xun's warblade. This fellow, aside from his ability to transform into a shadow, was inferior to the dark web assassins in every other aspect. In a critical moment, the Shadow Clan member's form became faint as he attempted to transform into a shadow to escape. Suddenly, a cream-colored kitten leaped up and bit his calf. The Shadow Clan member yelped in pain, his body unexpectedly solidifying once more. Lu Xun's warblade descended, cleaving the Shadow Clan member in two. Incredible! The dark web assassin nearby stood in stunned silence. As a practitioner of the second realm, he had encountered many formidable opponents. But the thought that Lu Xun had only been cultivating for half a month since opening his meridians made the world seem utterly surreal. Why don't you take this opportunity to escape? After searching the Shadow Clan member, Lu Xun approached him. Do you truly believe I can escape? The dark web assassin replied with a bitter smile. Although identities on the dark web were shrouded in secrecy, he added, if you spare me and keep this failure under wraps, I can assist you in extracting information about my employer. Accessing the dark web within the country is no easy feat. Should you require similar assistance in the future, I can help. If another contract to eliminate you arises, I will promptly inform you. He yearned for his life, striving to persuade Lu Xun as best as he could. You are violating the assassin's code, Lu Xun remarked. The first rule is that life is paramount. Additionally, your potential is astonishing. I believe this is the wisest choice. The dark web assassin's eyes reflected sincerity. How can I trust your words? Lu Xun pondered for a moment before asking. The dark web assassin gritted his teeth. I am Luo Dashi, residing at number 183. Saijiao Lane, South District. If you do not believe me, you may search online. I have a decent reputation in Saijiao Lane. The signal jammer lies in the bushes over there. The dark web assassin feared having his true identity discovered. Many assassins would rather die than expose themselves after a failure, as it could endanger their families. After locating and deactivating the signal jammer, Lu Xun indeed took out his phone to search. I did not realize you were a good person. Why choose the path of an assassin? Lu Xun inquired a few minutes later. The dark web assassin had aided numerous individuals, providing support to several disabled persons whose lives had been disrupted due to injuries from opening their meridians. Without being an assassin, where would I find the means to do such things? You are a prodigy admired by all, and you cannot fathom the hardships faced by ordinary martial artists. Indeed, I had thought you were performing good deeds merely to alleviate your guilt. Lu Xun's words sent a shiver through Luo Dasheng, whose expression gradually transformed into a complex one, leaving him in silence. You may leave, Lu Xun said, handing him the knife. Thank you. I shall inform you of any progress. The dark web assassin rose from the ground, accepted the knife, and bowed slightly before departing. Are you all right, uncle? Little brother, I am fine. Just a bit of a headache. What about you? The driver was not dead. He had been rendered unconscious by a stone thrown by the dark web assassin. Lu Xun did not slay the assassin out of mercy or fear of taking a life, nor because the assassin harbored a semblance of goodness. Rather, he wished to utilize the individual to trace the employer and gain insight into the dark web's movements. Should someone place a bounty on his life in the future, he would be forewarned and prepared, rather than caught off guard as he had been today. Had it not been for Murong Wan's timely breakthrough to the second realm, coupled with the presence of a dark web assassin and a shadow clan member, Lu Xun would have found himself in a precarious situation. The fact that the driver survived was also a contributing factor. This dark web assassin was, at the very least, not a mindless killer. There remained a flicker of guilt within him. Captain Ning, how much truth do you think there is in what he said? What, do you suspect he is lying? I can't shake the feeling that this Shadow Clan member should not be of the first realm. It seems Shadow Clan members rarely employ warrior crossbows, does it not? Half an hour later, a multitude of warriors arrived in the area where the fierce battle had recently transpired. They were from the Martial Arts Bureau, an official institution with considerable authority and various responsibilities, including both external warfare and internal security. Shaoli, do you know why you have yet to be promoted to vice captain? Captain Ning inquired of the recently speaking Shaoli. Is it because my cultivation level is insufficient? Shaoli responded, puzzled. Sometimes, one must remain oblivious when the situation calls for it. Huh, ponder that well, Captain Ning said, patting Shaoli's shoulder as he approached Lu Xun. Classmate Lu, we will take over from here. The situation is largely resolved. Shall I arrange for a vehicle to take you home? Yes, thank you, Uncle Ning. No need for such formality. Should you require assistance in Rongcheng in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Captain Ning, a formidable warrior of the Third Realm, maintained a beaming smile and a humble demeanor in Lu Xun's presence. Lu Xun, I have heard about the attack by the Shadow Clan members. Indeed, Uncle Wu. Tell me honestly, were you truly only attacked by the Shadow Clan? Upon returning to school, Lu Xun encountered Teacher Wu, who was anxiously awaiting him at the school gate. Why do you ask that, Teacher Wu? Lu Xun inquired, bewildered. How did Teacher Wu know that Lu Xun had deceived the Martial Arts Bureau by not disclosing the dark web assassin? I have a friend in the Martial Arts Bureau. He informed me of the incident and mentioned that there appeared to be some peculiarities at the scene, suggesting that there might be more than one assassin. I see. Lu Xun replied. Indeed, there were more than just Shadow Clan members. He led Teacher Wu to a secluded spot and recounted the situation in broad strokes. I knew it would come to this. Alas, it is my fault for not warning you sooner, Teacher Wu lamented. His mind was currently overwhelmed with worries, leaving him little time to ponder how Lu Xun could retaliate against that second-tier assassin. It was time to present this letter to you. He produced a letter and handed it to Lu Sun. Upon receiving it, Lu Sun noticed that the letter was meticulously sealed, the envelope crafted from a peculiar material, presumably Xianing paper. Ordinary paper could easily be penetrated by powerful warriors or immortal cultivators, revealing the contents within. However, Xianing paper was different. It was exceedingly difficult to see through unless one had reached the 5th realm. Master Wu, what is this letter? Lu Sun inquired without haste to open it. This is a letter from your parents. I do not know its specific contents. They entrusted it to me before their demise, instructing me to give it to you only after you reach the 3rd realm. If you fail to attain the 3rd realm, it shall remain with me forever, Master Wu explained. Understanding dawned on him, and Lu Sun quietly began to unwrap the letter. Master Wu averted his gaze, displaying no intent to pry. 2 minutes later, Lu Sun finished reading the letter. Master Wu, may I borrow a flame? Here you go. The letter ignited, transforming into ash. Master Wu observed the proceedings in silence. Lu Sun's actions were clearly dictated by the letter's instructions. Master Wu, what is the current situation with Li Sheng? Lu Sun asked. Li Sheng was the individual who had, 3 years prior, taken all of Lu Sun's family assets through a mere promissory note. Upon hearing Li Sheng's name, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Master Wu's eyes. He should be on the verge of breaking through to the true intent realm. The true intent realm, marking the 4th tier of martial mastery. Chu Youqing's grandfather, Murong Wan, the father of Murong Wan, was indeed a master of the 4th realm. Xiao Sun, regardless of whether he is responsible for this incident. Do not dwell on revenge for now. Focus on your cultivation at Qingbei. Your growth will undoubtedly surpass his by far. In time, you shall settle the score. Master Wu urged with a sigh, harboring a desire to eliminate Li Sheng himself. Yet, given his current state of damaged meridians and declining strength, what could he do? I understand, Master Wu. Lu Sun stepped on the remnants of the burnt letter, reducing it to ash. Master Wu departed. Meow. A cat leaped into his arms, nuzzling against Lu Sun. You are quite remarkable, little one. Lu Sun looked down at it, gently scratching its chin, while a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. During the ambush, this small creature had issued 2 warnings and may have even disrupted the Shadow clan member's ability to merge with shadows. The bite marks on the calf of that individual seemed too coincidental to dismiss. Was it truly just an ordinary cat? Now, Lu Sun harbored suspicions that this feline might be a creature from the ancient starry paths. Though he doubted internally, he maintained a gentle demeanor, continuing to stroke it. Even if it were indeed a being from the ancient starry paths, since it relied on him so much, he decided to observe it for a while longer. Meow, meow. Meow. The cat rolled in his palm, exposing its soft belly. Xiaobai, hold still, it's bath time. In the bathroom, Lu Sun held down the struggling cat with one hand while wielding the shower head in the other, forcibly giving it a wash. Yes, he had decided to name the cat Xiaobai. After the bath, Lu Sun settled onto his bed, retrieving dark energy to prepare for restoration. Lu Sun was prohibited from cultivating by the system, yet restoration was possible. After today's 2 battles, which took a considerable toll, Lu Sun wished to test his recovery speed. Indeed, his meridians healed remarkably swiftly. An hour later, Lu Sun opened his eyes, satisfied as he loosened his muscles and bones. His recovery speed was astonishingly rapid. Despite the substantial consumption of true energy in his sea of qi, he had restored it within half an hour. If only he could cultivate on his own, for the process was tiresome. Sitting motionless for half an hour, endlessly circulating his energy, bored Lu Sun immensely. The thought of remaining still for a day or two, or secluding himself for a year or two, would surely drive anyone to madness. It was far more comfortable to lie back. Lazily, Lu Sun reclined, one hand petting his ragdoll cat, while the other scrolled through videos on his phone, delightfully squinting his eyes in contentment. As twilight deepened, his fingers gradually slipped, and the phone fell with a thud onto the bed. The plush cat nestled against him, curling into a ball, its tail gently resting on his wrist. Together, they drifted into the realm of dreams. Time passed slowly until midnight arrived, bringing with it 3 moons in the sky. One was the original moon of Blue Star, while the other 2, crimson in hue, belonged to this twin star system. They were drawn closer to Blue Star due to its emergence, resulting in a series of gravitational changes. Had this occurred during the initial arrival of the High Martial Era, it would have led to catastrophic consequences for many. Now, however, it posed little significant impact on Blue Star. Suddenly, The ragdoll cat in Lu Xun's arms opened its eyes. In the darkness, its pupils glimmered with an eerie light. Anyone who met its gaze would feel they were looking into the eyes of a human rather than a cat. Then, as if a thought struck, the cat's eyes flared with fury. How outrageous! How dare they make the princess take a bath with him? And to give her such a mundane name. You are the one called Little White. Your entire family is Little White. I shall slay you. The indignant cat raised its paw, ready to strike, only to be abruptly seized by a large hand. You are indeed peculiar, Lu Xun remarked, having awakened unbeknownst to him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak. Are you an anomaly from the ancient paths of the starry skies? The ragdoll cat froze, then furiously bristled. You are the anomaly. Your whole family is an anomaly. The cute yet fierce voice of a young girl resonated distinctly in the night. Can you even speak? Does that not confirm your status as an anomaly? Lu Xun pressed, pinning the cat down. What a fuss over nothing. The cat lifted its dainty chin, its whiskers trembling slightly. In a universe teeming with countless races, does speaking necessarily equate to being an anomaly? Remember, my name is Astrovarovnica Celestial Moonlight, Star Ocean Aurora Ibechalafina Barbara. As it spoke, the sweet, honeyed tone combined with its serious expression created a delightful contrast that was hard to resist. However, the absurdly long name made Lu Xun's temples throb. You are a princess? He had grasped the crux of the matter. A cat, a charming cream-colored ragdoll, claimed to be a princess. Was the world losing its sanity? Certainly. This princess is the heir of the esteemed Astra star, which stands approximately 12 nodes ahead of you along the ancient celestial road. Should you assist this princess in catching up, once I ascend to my rightful place as the sovereign of Astra star, I may bestow upon you the title of Grand General. The ragdoll cat proudly proclaimed with an air of authority. Grand General? Lu Xun scoffed. You paint a picture too far-fetched. I might as well send money to Yingzheng. Foolish human, such a splendid opportunity lies before you, yet you fail to appreciate it. And do not touch my ears. The ragdoll cat exclaimed joyfully, only to be playfully patted by Lu Xun. It was simply too adorable. This serious demeanor paired with its charming gestures. On a more serious note, Lu Xun retracted his smile. How did you come to be this way? Is it not due to the treachery of your kind? The cat replied. Did humans transform you into this? Indeed. A wicked witch took advantage of my vulnerability and cast a spell to turn me into a cat. I had taught her so much and regarded her as my most loyal servant. A witch? Lu Xun pondered, realizing that the cat was referring to a sorceress from the West. There are many types of magicians, and some women who practice dark magic are often labeled as witches. Since you are the esteemed princess of Astra Star, how did you end up in this impoverished place? It is Astra Star. The ragdoll cat corrected indignantly. This princess merely overslept, and by the time I awoke, Astra Star had already departed. Overslept? What a ludicrous excuse, Lu Xun thought, not quite believing it. Meow, meow, meow. The ragdoll cat emitted a series of meows. Upon noticing Lu Xun's skepticism, it resigned after a few more attempts. After a while, the sparkle in its eyes faded, becoming less animated and more feline, as if it had truly transformed into a cat. Then, it leapt into Lu Xun's arms, affectionately nuzzling him before curling up comfortably. What is happening? Lu Xun gently caressed the ragdoll cat. At that moment, it was remarkably docile, allowing Lu Xun to pet it without protest, appearing rather content. Lu Xun was left utterly perplexed. Sleep. He decided to continue resting and observe. Until the next morning, the ragdoll cat exhibited no peculiarities. Upon waking, it still jumped onto Lu Xun's lap to cuddle. Little White, where is the princess within you? Meow, Lu Xun confirmed, discovering that the ragdoll cat remained just that, a ragdoll cat, not the princess of some distant Astra star. Could it be that last night was merely an illusion? Would the princess only awaken after nightfall? Watching the ragdoll cat joyfully consume its breakfast, Lu Xun pondered. Let us go? I shall take you to the capital to see the world. He prepared to set off for the capital when suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chu Youqing. Lu Xun, are you all right? She inquired with genuine concern. Did she know about the attack? Fearing for her worries, Lu Xun had refrained from informing her of yesterday's events. I am fine, he replied. That is a relief. Chu Youqing let out a sigh of relief and continued. Yesterday, members of the Shadow clan infiltrated my grandfather's estate with the intent to assassinate my aunt. Thankfully, my grandfather discovered their plan, but he was injured while trying to protect her. Members of the Shadow clan infiltrated the Murong family estate? When did this happen? Lu Xun inquired. It was shortly after Wang Tingyun was attacked. I suspect they created such a ruckus deliberately to divert attention and make a move against my aunt. Chu Youqing elaborated on some details. It coincides with the timing of my own attack, Lu Sun calculated. Chu Youqing's suspicions were well-founded. The primary target of the Shadow Clan's operation was likely Murong Wan. Of course, Wang Tingyun and Lu Sun were also on their list. Wang Tingyun was protected by skilled fighters, so the Shadow Clan sought to create chaos to facilitate their actions while simultaneously drawing the attention of powerful figures from Rongcheng. The elite members of the Shadow Clan took the opportunity to focus their assault on Murong Wan. Due to Lu Sun's lack of power, influence, and background, coupled with his recent awakening of the Meridian, he was targeted by a second-tier member of the Shadow Clan. Originally, this arrangement was flawless, if successful. They could eliminate 3 prodigies at once. Yet, all 3 assaults failed. Despite this, the attackers focusing on Murong Wan managed to injure the master, Murong Wan. It seems there are indeed formidable individuals within the Shadow Clan. My grandfather's injuries are now more severe, and I can only hope that that scoundrel Murong Tian does not take advantage of the situation. Chu Youqing expressed her concern. Where is your grandfather injured? Lu Sun asked curiously. A master with a robust life force should be able to withstand ordinary injuries, even internal injuries, as long as they do not affect the meridians or dantian, are not too grave. It's poison. He was primarily poisoned. The Shadow Clan applied a special toxin to their weapons, and we have no antidote, Chu Youqing explained. Poison? Lu Sun suddenly recalled that after he had slain a member of the Shadow Clan, he had searched the body and found a small vial containing some pills. Could it be an antidote? He had not discarded the vial, but had instead tossed it in a corner upon returning. He rummaged through his belongings and quickly found it. I will take it over and see if it works, he thought, after sniffing it and placing it away. What about you? He shifted his concern back to Chu Youqing. After breaking through to the second realm, I can bind a second target. It just so happens that I can bind you, helping you activate your ancient spiritual root. However, there's a complication. There's a family that possesses innate spiritual energy, but their conditions are unacceptable to me, Chu Youqing mumbled. What conditions? Lu Sun asked. They want me to marry into their family, to wed their son in exchange for the innate spiritual energy, Chu Youqing said, fuming. Marry into their family? They are trying to steal my bride. Lu Sun exclaimed angrily. Chu Youqing, do not agree to them. Wait for me. I have a way to help you activate your ancient spiritual root. Really? Chu Youqing was somewhat skeptical. It was not without reason. Her ancient spiritual root was deeply hidden, and her mother had sought assistance from numerous individuals in the capital, only to find them helpless. Only innate spiritual energy could awaken it. Trust me, Lu Sun assured her. Rest assured, I am already in a relationship, and I would never consent to such a proposal. Even if my mother were to agree, I would still refuse. I shall await your arrival in the capital. Who do you think you are, daring to intrude upon the Murong family estate? Outside the estate, Lu Sun found himself obstructed by security personnel. This estate was vast, with villa after villa, home to many members of the Murong family, save for Murong Wan. She had been unable to open her meridians, thus becoming a burden to the family. To avoid lectures from the elders, she chose to purchase a villa on the outskirts. I have urgent matters to discuss with Murong Wan. Please inform her that Lu Sun is here, he implored, refusing to give up. There are many seeking our young lady's attention. If she were to meet with everyone, she would be utterly overwhelmed. Now, please leave, the guards insisted, repeatedly shooing him away. Lu Sun had not anticipated that his visit to deliver medicine would lead to his inability to enter their estate. Very well, he sighed, preparing to depart. Just then, a car approached, and within the back seat sat Murong Wan, her brow furrowed with worry. For the past few days, she had been tirelessly seeking a remedy for Murong Zhan's poison. The toxins from the Shadow Clan were particularly troublesome, although Murong Zhan could temporarily suppress them. He could not endure the effects for long. Moreover, he was unable to engage in any physical confrontation. Even a single altercation would exacerbate the poison's potency. Murong Wan was diligently searching for a solution. Some families possessed remedies that could alleviate the symptoms, particularly the Wang family, who had a drug capable of suppressing the toxins for a significant duration. However, they had seized the opportunity to make demands, insisting that Murong Wan marry into their family. She had firmly declined. As she neared the estate, the sound of a horn jolted her from her thoughts. Glancing up, she realized she had arrived. After a long day of fruitless searching, she noticed a familiar figure near the entrance. Lowering the window, she was taken aback to see Lu Sun. What was he doing here? Since that fateful night, although the memories occasionally surfaced in her mind, causing a blush to rise to her cheeks, she was wholly devoted to her training and had no intention of rekindling any connection with him. Murong Wan, Lu Sun called out, and upon recognizing her, he commanded the driver to stop. Understood, Mississippi. As Murong Wan stepped out of the vehicle, Lu Sun approached, captivated by her exquisite visage, which involuntarily rekindled memories of that enchanting night. His heart fluttered. The eyes, they say, are the windows to the soul. And Lu Sun's changing expression did not escape Murong Wan's notice. She seemed to sense his thoughts, her demeanor becoming slightly awkward. Are you unharmed after the attempted assassination by the Shadow Clan yesterday? She inquired first. I am fine. In fact, I even managed to eliminate one of their members. I found this on him. It might prove useful for your father, Lu Sun replied, presenting a small vial. His words took Murong Wan by surprise. How had he managed to kill a member of the Shadow Clan, known for their tenacity? Little did she know, Lu Sun's remarkable achievement was entirely attributed to her diligent training. Thank you. I will take this back to my father for examination, she said gratefully, accepting the vial. Regardless of the efficacy of the medicine contained within the small vial, the mere fact that Lu Sun came is a gesture of considerable value. Soon, however, a wave of puzzlement washed over her. How did Lu Sun come to know of her father's injury? Upon reflecting on the relationship between Lu Sun and Chu Youqing, Murong Wan suddenly understood. Furthermore, the news of Murong Zhan's injury had spread rapidly over the past few days, and she had heard whispers of someone deliberately disseminating the information. There were those who would relish the prospect of Murong Zhan's demise. Well, I shall take my leave, Lu Sun stated, preparing to depart after delivering the medicine. Will you not come in for a moment? If this vial proves effective, my father will surely extend his gratitude, Murong Wan invited. No, I must head to the capital. I heard from Chu Youqing that you will also be going to the capital. We shall meet again there, Lu Sun declined. Wait a moment. Just as Lu Sun was about to leave, Murong Wan called out to him. Yulot, come here. Did you intentionally make things difficult for Lu Sun just now? Her voice turned icy as she addressed a few security personnel. The guards' expressions changed, and they hurried over. Brother Lu, we apologize. We failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive our ignorance, they repeatedly pleaded. You dare to obstruct the guest of the young lady? Just take your wages and leave. You are a nuisance. A steward-like figure appeared. My dear brother, the servants are simply ignorant of the rules. Please do not hold it against them. He bowed apologetically to Lu Sun. This fellow. Only now showing himself, Murong Wan thought. She had clearly seen him peering from a distance earlier. The Murong family is indeed shrouded in profound depths. After leaving the Murong residence, Lu Sun pondered. No wonder Murong Wan chose to reside separately. Let us hope this medicine proves beneficial for Murong Zhan. Murong Wan has yet to mature. The Murong family must not descend into chaos. If disorder were to ensue and Murong Wan were to be affected, Lu Sun would suffer greatly. With that, he departed for the capital. Upon arriving at Wu Mansion, Lu Sun was informed, Classmate Lu Sun, you have arrived rather late. You shall stay at the hotel for the night, and tomorrow we will arrange for someone to escort you along with other students to the capital. Very well, thank you. He replied. No need for thanks. Geniuses always receive special treatment. For instance, despite Lu Sun's late arrival, Wu Mansion had arranged for him to stay at a hotel specifically designated for official receptions, always guarded by powerful individuals. Strange. The following morning, Lu Sun awoke in a state of confusion. Meow? Xiao Bai had also awakened. What puzzled him was that Xiao Bai had shown no unusual behavior the previous night. There had been no sudden speech or transformation into that so-called princess. Could it be that the princess's consciousness only emerged every few days? Not an exotic species. Several hours later, at the security checkpoint of Rongcheng Airport, Xiao Bai passed the inspection. It was not an exotic creature from the starry realm. Such beings possess unique energies that are easily detectable. Even if they managed to enter the city, they would be suppressed by the city's magical formations, posing little threat within its confines. Outside the city, however, they could be quite dangerous. Excuse me, are you Lu Sun? I am. And you are? I am Song Yuan from No. 2 High School. The celestial phenomenon on the 28th was caused by me. Did you not encounter an assassination attempt by the Shadow Clan? No. As soon as the news of the Shadow Clan emerged, I concealed myself. Upon the silver-white flying vessel, Lu Sun encountered other students heading to the capital. The vessel was a modern marvel, resembling a boat without wings, yet capable of soaring through the skies. Some of the top-tier vessels could even venture beyond the atmosphere, navigating the vastness of space. A considerable number of students occupied this flying craft, all preparing to report to Qingbei early. "Wow, is that a dragon bone?" one exclaimed. "Look above, it must be a space fortress, so magnificent." Another chimed in. "Quick, look, there's a tree amidst the clouds. That's the cloud cotton tree planted by the Weaver Girl Palace. The cotton produced from it is woven into the legendary cloud brocade garments, each costing millions." Along the journey, the students witnessed numerous wonders. Suddenly, a bird the size of a sparrow flew towards them, only to swell larger than the vessel in an instant, its beak gaping wide as it aimed to swallow the craft whole. The swiftly moving vessel veered away just in time. Immediately, a figure leapt out to engage in battle with the giant bird. "It's an otherworldly creature. How large could it be? What realm is it from?" This spectacle left the students utterly astonished. On Blue Star, many such celestial beings lurked in hiding, occasionally revealing themselves. Today, the students fortuitously encountered one. Thankfully, there were powerful companions aboard the vessel, and the creature was swiftly dealt with. 2 hours later, they arrived in the capital. Indeed, it is the capital, the students marveled, gazing at the multitude of floating islands above. The skyline of the capital was breathtaking. Hundreds of floating islands resembled inverted mountains, with waterfalls cascading from their edges, evaporating into a kaleidoscope of colors mid-air. These islands formed an exceptionally three-dimensional defense system for the city. "Lu Sun, over here." At the reception area, Chu Youqing, who had been waiting, waved excitedly upon seeing him. "Lu Sun, you're incredible. My aunt said after your grandfather took the medicine you provided, the toxins have been cleared. She is very grateful to you." Upon their meeting, Chu Youqing couldn't contain her joy in sharing this good news. That bottle was truly an antidote? Lu Sun pondered, perplexed about how an antidote could be with that second realm Shadow Clan member. But then he thought, it mattered little, as long as the antidote worked. "Grandfather said he wants to express his gratitude to you. Lu Sun, the next time you return to Rongcheng, don't forget to visit him and let him treat you generously. He is quite wealthy." Chu Yuqing's smile was radiant, her tone playful. A fourth realm master indeed possesses considerable wealth. Not to mention, the dark energy expended to attain the fourth realm is measured in cubic units. 1 unit of dark energy is essentially defined as 1 cubic centimeter of conventional density. A cubic meter of dark energy equates to millions of such units. Thus, one can appreciate the vast fortune of a fourth realm master, especially one of long-standing prestige. In truth, dark energy cannot be simply converted into currency. The amount of dark energy consumed by some top-tier powerhouses, if quantified in monetary terms, could purchase most countries on Blue Star. The two continued their conversation as they exited the airport. "Why don't you ask me what my method is?" Lu Sun suddenly inquired. Having been with Lu Sun for half a day, Chu Youqing had yet to inquire about the method Lu Sun mentioned for activating her ancient spiritual roots. "You will certainly tell me, won't you?" Chu Youqing blinked her sparkling eyes, her tone buoyant. Lu Sun understood her apprehension. She likely feared that his earlier words were merely meant to console her. Thus, she had refrained from broaching the subject upon their meeting. "This method is rather unique," Lu Sun stated earnestly, gazing at her. Chu Youqing's expression brightened with anticipation. "You are indeed here, Youqing." A gentle voice interjected suddenly. Chu Youqing turned to see her mother approaching, and her heart sank. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Mom." Lu Sun turned at the sound, spotting a woman in her early 30s gracefully making her way towards them. Her features bore a resemblance to Murong Wan, yet she exuded a more mature charm, emanating an alluring presence. Based on Chu Youqing's address, it was clear she was Chu Youqing's mother, Murong Wan's sister, named Murong Yen. No wonder her eyes mirrored those of Murong Wan. Yet, she appeared far too youthful. She looked to be only in her 30s, and describing her as still in her prime seemed premature. She radiated vitality, her actual age surely exceeding 40. In the era of high martial arts, many means existed to maintain one's physical condition, allowing her to preserve the appearance of a 30-year-old. Some powerful beings, especially those who practiced immortality, remained as youthful as adolescents even at over 100 years old. "You must be Lu Sun," Murong Yen stated, her gaze fixed directly on him, ignoring her daughter. "Hello, Auntie. I am Lu Sun," he replied, feeling as though he were meeting his partner's parents, and thus somewhat reserved. To be precise, it felt as though he had been caught in the act by a parent. Despite his nervousness, Lu Sun was not frightened. After all, he was 19. Already attending university, what was wrong with dating? There's a CAF over there. Shall we discuss this there? Murong Wan suggested. Discuss? Mom, I'm just here to pick up Lu Sun. What are you doing? Chu Youqing pouted, visibly displeased. Youqing, I merely wish to have a conversation with Lu Sun. Murong Wan replied gently, her demeanor not that of someone seeking trouble. Very well, Auntie, Lu Sun acquiesced. Youqing, please wait over there. Mom, listen to me. In the CAF, Chu Youqing reluctantly seated herself at a distance. What would you like to drink? Latte, please. 2 lattes, thank you. After ordering, Murong Wan removed her chic jacket, revealing her graceful figure. Although her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Murong Wan's, the unique charm and elegance she possessed were unmatched. Lu Sun sat upright, focusing his gaze elsewhere to avoid inappropriate glances. After all, she was Chu Youqing's mother, his potential future mother-in-law. Do you know why Youqing is fond of you? Murong Wan inquired, directly addressing Lu Sun's relationship with her daughter. Auntie, to be honest, I am not quite sure myself, Lu Sun admitted. He always felt that Chu Youqing's agreement had come rather unexpectedly. Originally, it was presumed that she was assisting her aunt. However, after aiding her aunt, she still regarded herself as Lu Sun's girlfriend and treated him well. 5 years ago, you were likely still in junior high school, when Blue Star encountered a catastrophic event upon entering a node of the ancient starry path. That calamity surely left a profound impression on you. Murong Wan recounted the events with eloquence. Lu Sun's expression turned grave. The memory of that disaster from 5 years ago remained vivid for him, as it was the very incident that claimed his parents' lives. The catastrophe struck unexpectedly. Many powerful figures from Blue Star were lost in the cosmos and could not return in time to offer assistance. The protective barrier of Rome City shattered, allowing various foreign entities to wreak havoc, resulting in countless casualties. Rongcheng nearly perished in that disaster, but fortunately, a kind-hearted couple, already injured themselves, sacrificed their lives to save her, preserving her existence. Murong Wan gently sipped her coffee, a memory she had long cherished. Were that couple my parents? With her words leading to this conclusion, Lu Sun could hardly feign ignorance. The couple who rescued Chu Youqing were most likely his own parents. Indeed, Murong Wan nodded subtly. It was clear, his parents had saved Chu Youqing. This revelation elucidated why Chu Youqing suddenly agreed to be his girlfriend and why she had not departed from his side after assisting her aunt. It was highly probable that Chu Youqing had discovered Lu Sun's identity, realizing he was the son of the couple who had rescued her. We only learned of this recently. Otherwise, my father and I would have personally come to express our gratitude long ago. Murong Wan spoke softly, a hint of remorse in her tone, but then smiled brightly. Fortunately, it is not too late. She elegantly retrieved a card from her purse and delicately slid it across the table towards Lu Sun. Auntie, what is this? Lu Sun inquired, puzzled. You saved Rongcheng, and this is a small token of our appreciation. The card contains 20,000 units of dark energy, and I have written the password on the back. Please, do accept it. Murong Wan's voice was gentle. 20,000 units of dark energy. This was indeed a substantial sum. However, at such a moment, Murong Wan presenting dark energy as a form of gratitude for his parents' past salvation of Chu Youqing was not lost on him. The intention was evident. Murong Wan sought to settle the debt with money, hoping to prevent Chu Youqing from continuing her relationship with Lu Sun. How naive, he thought. Why do wealthy individuals often resort to monetary solutions? Do they truly believe that wealth can resolve all issues? Annie, my parents made their own choices back then. They saved more than just Chu Youqing. There is no need for such gratitude. Lu Sun's demeanor remained calm as he pushed the card back with his slender fingers. We can only offer this much dark energy. We also possess a villa in Rong City, which we could transfer to you if you wish. Murong Wan's brows knitted slightly as she pushed the card back towards him once more. Does she think I find the amount insufficient? Auntie, you misunderstand. I genuinely do not need it. Lu Sun shook his head with a faint smile, resolutely returning the card. Lu Sun felt a sudden sting in his heart as Murong Wan's eyes turned red, her voice choked with emotion. Auntie begs you, please leave Xiaoqing alone. She has willingly forsaken her innate spiritual roots, adamantly refusing the marriage proposal from the He family for your sake. If you agree, we would be willing to exhaust our family resources to compensate you. Seeing that Lu Sun remained unmoved, Murong Wan finally shed her facade, revealing a desperate plea. It was evident that this visit was driven by this very matter. The nature of Lu Xun's relationship with Chu Youqing must have been inadvertently revealed during a quarrel between mother and daughter. Otherwise, how could she possibly know? Auntie, isn't it merely about innate spiritual energy? Why the urgency? Lu Xun questioned, perplexed. Once the blue star enters the ancient star road again, even if the Chu family cannot obtain it themselves, acquiring it would be far more feasible. They need not resort to such coercive measures, insisting that Youqing marry to obtain it. You are unaware of the gravity of the situation. A powerful being at the sixth realm has stated that once Youqing surpasses 18, the chances of her activating her innate spiritual roots diminish significantly. Murong Wan's face was etched with concern. Youqing will turn 19 in a month. This is her final opportunity. Understanding dawned upon Lu Xun. He had only recently turned 19 himself, and Chu Youqing was merely a few months younger. With no signs of Blue Star entering the ancient star road in the upcoming month, it was no wonder Murong Wan was so anxious. Perhaps the family in the capital, possessing innate spiritual energy, was leveraging this fact to extort a marriage alliance. Lu Xun, for Youqing's future, I implore you. If you are willing to leave Youqing, I promise I can accede to any of your requests, Murong Wan pleaded earnestly. As he gazed at the strikingly delicate Murong Wan, certain inappropriate thoughts flickered through Lu Xun's mind, almost prompting him to blurt out, Auntie, you truly would concede to anything? What was he thinking? He quickly restrained his thoughts. Chu Youqing was his girlfriend. He was not that kind of person. Auntie, like you, I too wish for Youqing's well-being. Rest assured, I know what must be done, Lu Xun replied earnestly. Lu Xun, I cannot thank you enough. Murong Wan sighed in relief, hastily offering a card once more. Please accept this card in front of Youqing. I will tell her that you left her for monetary gain, so she can let go of her feelings. I can only apologize for the inconvenience. Consider this dark energy as our compensation. Before she could finish her sentence, a clear and bright voice rang out. Mom, what are you doing? Chu Youqing, having witnessed the scene from afar, could no longer contain herself and rushed over like a gust of wind. Youqing, do you understand? My life is my own to govern. Even if I never activate my innate spiritual roots, I will not marry anyone with the surname he. Lu Xun, let us go. Chu Youqing interrupted her mother, genuinely angry, pulling Lu Xun to leave. Lu Xun remained steadfast, unaffected. He had already reached the third layer of his energy reservoir, while Chu Youqing had yet to open her meridians, rendering her unable to budge him. Lu Xun. Chu Youqing gazed at him, puzzled. Chu Youqing, your mother speaks the truth. The most crucial matter for you at this moment is to activate your innate spiritual roots, Lu Xun stated, his voice deep as a tranquil lake. His gaze fixed on the redness at the corners of her eyes. Chu Youqing seemed to grasp something, the sparkle in her eyes gradually fading. So, what is your choice, Lu Xun? My choice. Lu Xun gazed deeply into Chu Youqing's eyes. In the next moment, amidst Murong Wan's incredulous gaze, Lu Xun cupped her face and passionately kissed her luscious cherry lips. Ah, Murong Wan gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The waiter, trembling while holding a cup of coffee, dropped it, shattering it into pieces. Cheers erupted around them. Chu Youqing stood frozen, her eyes wide open, her mind blank. She had never anticipated Lu Xun would suddenly kiss her, leaving her utterly dazed. Lu Xun, unabashed, continued to kiss her without any intention of stopping. Binding conditions met. Bound to Chu Youqing. Current return multiplier, 20. Note. Chu Youqing possesses an extraordinary spiritual root. Activation progress 9. The spiritual root is an innate one, capable of opening at least 9 spiritual veins connected to the wonders of the universe. Reminder. The host has binding rewards to claim. After a full minute, Lu Xun received a prompt from the system. Indeed, the purpose of his kiss was to bind Chu Youqing. Initially, when binding Murong Wan, it occurred after they shared the most intimate connection, leading to an automatic binding by the system. Apart from this intimate union, there exists another binding method. When the target's affection for Lu Xun reaches 100, a prolonged kiss can also facilitate the binding. Chu Youqing's affection for Lu Xun had already surpassed 100. Thus, his kiss naturally bound her. Lu Xun immediately claimed the binding reward. The host has acquired a strand of innate spiritual energy, which can assist Chu Youqing in awakening her extraordinary spiritual root. Lu Xun was correct. Upon binding Chu Youqing, the system indeed rewarded him with innate spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he transferred the energy to Chu Youqing through their kiss. Chu Youqing's mind rebooted, her face flushing crimson up to her neck. She forgot to struggle, lost in the fervent kiss. After another minute, Lu Sun finally transmitted all the innate spiritual energy to her and pulled away from Chu Youqing. Lu Sun, what are you doing? Murong Wan snapped back to reality, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger. Lu Sun had audaciously kissed her daughter in front of her. Lu Sun licked his lips and met Murong Yan's furious gaze. Auntie, this is my answer. You. Murong Yan's delicate hands trembled with rage. Youqing, what's wrong? At that moment, she noticed something was amiss with Chu Youqing. The girl stood there, blushing deeply, motionless, as if in a trance. Murong Wan hurried over to check on her. Lu Sun, look at what you've done. Upon seeing this, Murong Wan grew even more concerned. Chu Youqing was completely unresponsive, as if her system had crashed. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to call for help, Chu Youqing finally came to her senses. Youqing, are you all right? The girl suddenly radiated a pearlescent glow, her hair floating as if caught by an unseen wind. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. Mom, I feel my extraordinary spiritual root awakening. Wow, a phenomenon of nature. Calmly, for this is the capital teeming with prodigies. Should there come a day devoid of extraordinary phenomena, it would be rather unusual. Near the airport of the capital, the heavens suddenly shifted in hue. Petals cascaded from the sky like rain, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering floral blessings, a sight of unparalleled splendor. Amidst this floral deluge, 9 ethereal cranes soared from the clouds, their melodious calls resonating like celestial music. Mother, look! Exclaimed a child on a newly arrived airship, witnessing this marvel with uncontainable excitement. The celestial blossoms touched the essence of immortality, and as one crane called out, the mysterious barrier shattered. Could this signify the awakening of a heavenly spiritual root? Above the clouds, a formidable presence cast its gaze downward. The capital had already stirred many souls. Streams of light surged from all corners towards the source of this phenomenon. Despite the congregation of talents in the capital, such an anomaly remained worthy of investigation. Within a CAF, Chu Youqing radiated a luminous, ethereal glow, her skin gleaming like jade, and her hair danced in the breeze, each strand seemingly adorned with starlight. Murong Wan clasped her hands tightly, tears of ecstatic joy glimmering in her eyes. In recent days, for the sake of her daughter's ancient spiritual root, Murong Wan had been utterly exhausted. She had traversed the capital with Chu Youqing, beseeching everyone in her path, desperately seeking innate spiritual energy. After much effort, she discovered that the He family possessed such energy, only to be met with their opportunistic coercion. Their disagreements over this matter had nearly severed their bond. Unexpectedly, today marked a turning point. Chu Youqing's ancient spiritual root had suddenly awakened. It appeared to be of considerable caliber, for its awakening had incited such a grand cosmic spectacle, startling much of the capital. In a brief span, numerous powerful figures had gathered around the CAF. Enveloped in overwhelming joy, Murong Wan failed to notice that Lu Sun had mysteriously vanished from his original spot. She had harbored doubts regarding whether Chu Youqing's awakening was connected to Lu Sun, yet instinctively dismissed the possibility. The existence of innate spiritual energy was exceedingly rare, and the He family had acquired it purely by chance. From the perspective of the average individual, how could a mere freshman without background or power possess such? At that moment, Lu Sun was concealed within the restroom. Chu Youqing successfully activated the supreme heavenly spiritual root. The host receives a 20-fold return, attaining the chaotic spiritual root. The chaotic spiritual root is a top-tier spiritual root of the myriad realms, capable of accommodating various attributes of spiritual power, disregarding attribute constraints, and simulating any spiritual root effect. All things are governed by destiny, yet the host is the singular exception. Thus, until sufficiently powerful, the host is forbidden from self-cultivation. Otherwise, any manifestations will disturb the stars and invite calamity. The system has automatically obscured heavenly secrets for the host. Accompanied by the system's notification, Lu Sun welcomed his newfound rewards. A vast, unfathomable power surged within him, and a brilliant celestial light erupted from deep within his dantian. This celestial radiance gradually coalesced into a crystalline and translucent spiritual root, taking root within his dantian. Despite the system shielding heavenly secrets, Lu Sun's spirit shone through, embodying an innate harmony, as if a celestial being had descended. Yet another development had occurred. Lu Xun glanced at the system notification, feeling somewhat bemused. Upon the activation of Chu Youqing's ancient spiritual root, Lu Xun once again reaped a 20-fold return, acquiring an even more formidable chaotic spiritual root. However, he remained prohibited from cultivating by the system. Thus, he resolved to entirely recline in leisure. Lu Xun shrugged. In martial arts, there was Murong Wan, and in the realm of immortality, there was Chu Youqing. His chaotic divine body could accommodate diverse powers. With a person lying at home, their cultivation would naturally flourish. After the extraordinary phenomena subsided, Lu Xun retrieved Xiaobai from his pocket, cradling her as he stepped outside. He had not anticipated her remarkable prowess in independently awakening the ancient spiritual root, judging by the manifestations. This root was no ordinary one and could likely meet the standards of a heavenly spiritual root. Indeed, how fortunate it would be if such a prodigy were born into our family. At that moment, in the CAF, Chu Youqing had become the unequivocal center of attention. The original patrons had been cleared out, replaced by esteemed cultivators from the capital. Madam Chu, should the Chu family consent to an alliance with the He family, we are prepared to enhance the previously promised terms tenfold. A middle-aged man with a square countenance proclaimed fervently. Moreover, my family will devote all our resources to assist the Chu family in establishing a firm foothold in the capital. As for the innate spiritual energy, should your niece require it, our family's treasury is at her disposal, enabling her to open more spiritual veins. The man's words stirred a degree of intrigue in Murong Wan. He hailed from the He family, a lineage endowed with innate spiritual energy, even more powerful than the Murong family or the Wang family of Rongcheng. Following the awakening of Chu Youqing's ancient spiritual root, the He family had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon and rushed over post-haste. Upon discovering that Chu Youqing had awakened the ancient spiritual root on her own, the He family promptly sought to enhance their offer for a union with the Chu family. Murong Wan harbored secrets she did not reveal to Lu Xun or Chu Youqing. In truth, she desired a marriage alliance with the He family. On one hand, she believed it would greatly benefit Chu Youqing's growth. The He family was a far more formidable entity than the Murong family or the Wang family of Rongcheng. Marrying into such a clan would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages. Cultivation is not solely dependent on talent. Without ample resources, even the most extraordinary spiritual veins may not lead to success. Moreover, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and many gifted individuals have met untimely ends. The He family's strength could provide protection for Chu Youqing. In contrast, what did Lu Xun possess? From Murong Yan's maternal perspective, Lu Xun truly had nothing. Merely a young boy with a bit of talent, yet still just a pig coming to devour her family's cabbage. What mother does not wish for her daughter to lead a prosperous life? On the other hand, the He family could assist the Chu family in establishing themselves in the capital. Though the Chu family was a prominent clan in Rongcheng, they were but a small fish in the vast ocean of the capital. Her husband, and thus Chu Youqing's father's faction, had lost power within the family. At this juncture, if they could transition to the capital and secure their place, it would be akin to a rebirth for Chu Youqing's father's lineage. In the future, they could return to Rongcheng, brimming with pride, and showcase their prowess before the other members of the Chu family. Mother, if you wish to marry, do so yourself. I still have my studies to attend to. Chu Youqing's delicate face bore a frostiness as she resolutely refused. She had been unwilling from the very beginning. Now that the ancient spiritual root has been awakened, it is even less likely that she would consent. Chu's niece has misunderstood. We do not intend for her to marry at this moment, merely to become engaged. Once she has completed her studies and returned, the marriage can be arranged without delay. The middle-aged man quickly clarified. That will not suffice. I already have a boyfriend. At this point, Chu Youqing began to scan the surroundings for Lu Xun. A boyfriend? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze slicing through the air toward the suddenly appearing youth. The attention of all the practitioners in the CAF turned to Lu Xun. The hand Lu Xun had placed around Chu Youqing's waist remained unwithdrawn, the starry brilliance emanating from the girl flowing along his fingertips. To the observers, Lu Xun appeared to be an ordinary person with no cultivation. The chaotic divine body is extraordinarily peculiar. Unless one surpasses Lu Xun by several major realms, it is difficult to perceive his true strength. Madam Chu, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Even if your daughter wishes to decline this union, she ought to find a more suitable shield. Please forgive me, Master He. The child is simply foolish. I believe we should let this matter rest. Murong Wan sighed. Though she desired an alliance with the He family, Chu Youqing was too stubborn, and Lu Sun's parents had extended kindness to her family, so she was not prepared to press further. Madam Chu, have you not considered? My He family also possesses an ancient spiritual root-bearer named He Huan. 4 years ago, he unlocked 9 veins, and in just 4 years, he has reached the peak of the 3rd realm, a mere step away from the 4th. If your niece were to marry him, any future sons born with spiritual roots could carry the Chu surname. The He family head quickly added to his proposition. Is that true? This question made Murong Yan's eyes light up. Indeed, the He family had assured. Originally inclined to give up, Murong Yan felt her heart stir once more. Madame Chu surely understood the significant probability of offspring possessing spiritual roots from the union of 2 such individuals. The He family head continued his persuasion. Murong Yan clasped her hands together, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. Mom, regardless, I will not marry, Chu Youqing declared once again. She was acutely aware of her mother's deep-seated concerns. After giving birth to her, there had been no second child. For a large family, having more children is always preferable. Chu Youqing's father had fallen from grace within the Chu family, and being their only child, especially a daughter, was undoubtedly significant. A grandson bearing the Chu surname, particularly one with an ancient spiritual root, was immensely important to her parents. Thus, Chu Youqing sensed that Murong Yan might indeed be swayed. Youqing, you are still young. You do not comprehend that gratitude and love are not the same. Indeed, Murong Yan began to persuade Chu Youqing. Mother, do not speak of love. Your suggestion of marriage to the He family is a profound insult to the very essence of love. With this incisive remark, Chu Youqing rendered her mother speechless. Dear niece, with your remarkable talents, should you join the He family, you would undoubtedly receive immense adoration. We would dedicate our entire family's resources to support your cultivation. Promised the head of the He family. That cannot be. No matter how esteemed the He family is, they pale in comparison to Lu Sun. I refuse to marry. Chu Youqing retorted defiantly. Head of the He family, allow me some time to deliberate, murmured Murong Yan, her voice tinged with hesitation. She harbored many secrets from Chu Youqing. For years, her inability to bear children had made her life in the Chu family exceedingly arduous. Yet, the inability to conceive was not entirely her fault. Oh, dear Madam Chu, there is one matter I neglected to mention. A few years ago, our He family acquired a copy of the celestial level cultivation technique, the Heavenly Union Heart Method. If your niece were to cultivate it alongside He Huan, given his prowess, she could break through to the 4th realm in no more than 2 years. The head of the He family continued to raise the stakes. The Heavenly Union Heart Method? A ripple of excitement coursed through the onlookers. What kind of technique is that? It's a top-tier dual cultivation method that, years ago, incited fierce battles among powerful clans over a monument in the ancient Starry Road. Who would have thought the He family would obtain a copy? Top tier? No wonder they are so eager to ally with the Chu family, whispered the cultivators, their murmurs reaching the ears of those present. The head of the He family, feeling confident of his victory, awaited Murong Yan's response with composure. Murong Yan was indeed swayed. She had heard of the Heavenly Union Heart Method, a dual cultivation technique unlike any other, genuinely beneficial for both parties involved. He Huan was nearing the 4th realm. If he were to dual cultivate with Chu Youqing and willingly share his cultivation with her, the benefits for Chu Youqing would be unimaginable. The head of the He family's claim of a 2-year breakthrough to the 4th realm was not mere exaggeration. Murong Yan was thoroughly moved. As a mother, her foremost desire was for her daughter to thrive. Mother, how can you say this? If it were not for Lu Sun, my ancient spirit root would never have awakened. Observing that Murong Yan was on the verge of yielding, Chu Youqing interjected hastily. Just moments ago, when Lu Sun kissed her, she felt a mysterious force enter her being. She surmised that the innate spiritual energy was likely bestowed upon her by Lu Sun, although she was uncertain of how Lu Sun possessed such energy. His extraordinary conduct over recent times had led Chu Youqing to unreservedly trust him. Youqing, is this truly the case? This question caused the previously swayed Murong Yan to hesitate. Ultimately, she was not a person to forget her gratitude. Dear niece, are you jesting? While there is a chance for natural awakening of the ancient spirit root, you are already 18 and have yet to awaken. Without innate spiritual energy, an awakening is impossible. As for innate spiritual energy, in the current East, apart from our He family, there is likely no one else who possesses it. Even if there were, you would have no access to it. How could a mere country boy acquire such a thing? The head of the He family sneered. If he did not speak soon, Murong Wan would change her mind. His words were indeed effective. Murong Wan felt that Lu Xun was unlikely to possess innate spiritual energy. She had investigated Lu Xun's background thoroughly. Even if he were to stumble upon extraordinary luck, it was improbable he could acquire such a gift. Turning to Lu Xun, she implored, Lu Xun, you have my gratitude for your parents' kindness towards Youqing. Once our circumstances improve, I shall grant you 100,000 units of dark energy in one go. Will you leave Youqing for us? The Chu family was not as affluent as the Murong family, and her husband, having fallen from grace, was unable to provide substantial dark energy. Dear brother, if you are willing to part ways with my niece, our He family can offer you 1,000,000 units of dark energy. The head of the He family, having discerned the situation, played his trump card. 1,000,000 units of dark energy. This was equivalent to an entire cubic unit of dark energy, worth at least 10 billion. The He family was indeed willing to invest heavily to win over Chu Youqing. Do not worry, Lu Xun reassured, patting his girlfriend's hand as his gaze swept over Murong Wan and the head of the He family. Dear brother, all it takes is a nod from you, and the 1,000,000 units of dark energy will be promptly transferred to your account, the He family had promised. Lu Xun's voice, deep and tranquil, was as unyielding as ancient ice. I regret to inform you that even if you were to offer 1,000,000, 10 million, or even 1,000,000,000 units, as long as Youqing does not forsake me, I, Lu Xun, will never take a step away from her. His words were resolute, echoing with conviction. Lu Xun's declaration moved Chu Youqing deeply. She grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, I will never leave Lu Xun, absolutely not. Youqing, you have utterly disappointed me. Murong Wan's face was fraught with disappointment. In her eyes, her daughter had been completely brainwashed by this young man and was beyond redemption. Youqing, so your wings have grown strong, have they? I shall no longer concern myself with you. You must take care of yourself. In a fit of rage, Murong Wan turned and stormed out of the CAF, heading straight to the airport, evidently returning to Rong City. Well, it seems I have managed to anger my mother-in-law back home, Lu Xun mused, reflecting that his first encounter with her had been quite satisfactory. If he were to rate it out of 100, he would grant himself a score of 98.5, not out of fear of pride, but because he had his reservations. Let us go, Lu Xun said softly, naturally taking Chu Youqing's hand. Chu Youqing nodded vigorously, her fingertips gently intertwining with his palm. The CAF fell into a serene silence once more. The cultivators who had come to investigate and the members of the He family had dispersed, leaving only faint remnants of energy fluctuations. Among them were leaders from the Qingshu Academy and the Beta University, who, upon learning of Chu Youqing's situation, had left behind a gilded token, signifying that she could report directly to either institution. After all, Chu Youqing had missed the major examination and had just awakened her ancient spiritual roots. My father has also given up on me. How can they be so harsh? At that moment, after receiving a phone call, Chu Youqing stomped her foot in frustration. Her father had likely learned of the situation and called to scold her, resulting in a quarrel between them. Youqing, no preaching. She spun around abruptly, her hair trailing behind her in a defiant arc. I have long been capable of independence. Her eyes flickered, clearly betraying a fear that Lu Xun might blame himself. Lu Xun chuckled softly, raising his hand to gently caress the top of her head. I was merely inquiring, is it not rather unwise to offend your future mother-in-law? Not at all. She was so headstrong in her youth. And now she wishes to dictate my life? I refuse to comply. Chu Youqing retorted with a pout. Your mother, such a gentle soul, was also willful in her youth? Lu Xun's curiosity piqued. Indeed, back then, the Chu family had yet to rise, and my father was not particularly accomplished. My grandfather forbade her from marrying my father. Yet she was determined to do so. Chu Youqing spoke with sparkling eyes, recounting her parents' past. Her enthusiasm for sharing their story was infectious. It seemed that within everyone lay a hidden penchant for gossip. How intriguing, Lu Xun mused. Your father, Chu Youqing, was once the epitome of a reckless youth. In those days, when the Chu family was impoverished, he managed to win over Murong Wan with nothing but his charming looks and sweet words. Naturally, Murong Wan opposed their union, leading to quite the familial discord, with Murong Wan nearly being cast out. Desperate times called for desperate measures, Chu Youqing continued. My father resorted to a clever stratagem to sway Murong Wan. He revealed my mother's 3-month pregnancy, Faced with such circumstances, Murong Wan had no choice but to acquiesce to their marriage. Lu Xun found the tale utterly delightful. The woman who now appeared so gentle and mature had once been quite rebellious. No wonder Chu Youqing had inherited such traits. A mother sets the precedent. Thus, one cannot fault the daughter for following suit. Moreover, Chu Youqing's father had been quite the reckless youth himself. Lu Xun, however, was 100 times more capable. He was the chosen one, a host of a system. "Hey, Xiaobai, come here for a hug," Chu Youqing exclaimed, longing to embrace the small creature. Xiaobai, nestled comfortably in Lu Xun's arms, showed no desire to move. As Chu Youqing reached out, the little paws waved adorably. "Ah, he has suspended my secondary card," she said suddenly, glancing at her phone screen. Her father had indeed halted her secondary card. "Well, I have now fully embarked on the same path as my mother once did." When Murong Wan insisted on being with Chu Youqing, Murong Wan also suspended her secondary card. Many wealthy young women, tricked by reckless youths, often fall in line after a few days without access to their funds. "Fear not, I shall support you," Lu Xun declared, producing a card and offering it to Chu Youqing. He was no ordinary reckless youth. He was a wealthy one. Having opened the celestial veins and gained admission to prestigious universities, he had received substantial rewards from Rongcheng No. 1 High School. Lu Xun did not require personal cultivation. He could allocate all future resources to Chu Youqing, ensuring she would be nurtured in beauty and grace. "Lu Xun, I cannot accept your money," she protested. "Take it. You wouldn't want your parents to be embarrassed, would you? My strength is rapidly increasing, and future resources will be plentiful," Lu Xun insisted, firmly placing the card in her hand. "Very well, but let it be known this is only a loan," she acquiesced, though her heart resolved to train diligently, determined to show her parents that her choice of Lu Xun was indeed the right one. As they conversed, the two individuals exited the CAF, preparing to hail a taxi to Qingshu Academy, where they would first assist Chu Youqing with her enrollment. Suddenly, accompanied by the jarring sound of screeching brakes, a sleek sports car executed a stylish drift, halting right before them. Lu Xun, holding Chu Youqing's hand, intended to move to another location to await their ride. However, they were interrupted. From the sports car emerged a young man clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns. He strode purposefully towards Lu Xun, and with each step he took, a fiery red lotus blossomed beneath his feet. "I am He Xiao, 18 years old and at the peak of body refinement. I opened the red lotus meridian at 19, and now, at 20, I possess a cultivation level of 4 layers in the Qi Si." A flicker of red flame ignited at his fingertips, within which a dragon's silhouette coiled, questioning the merit of the individual standing beside Chu Youqing. "He Xiao, a member of the He family. This fellow has come seeking trouble. At just 20 years old, with a cultivation level of 4 layers in the Qi Si?" Lu Xun scrutinized He Xiao. Indeed, such prowess at 20 is impressive, compared to that dark web assassin, who, even at over 30, barely reached 6 or 7 layers in the Qi Si. Yet, amidst the numerous talents in the capital and at Qingbei, this did not stand out significantly. "How come the He family's people are so persistent?" Chu Youqing interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Xun, wary of the danger posed by He Xiao's cultivation level. "Lu, are you only capable of hiding behind women? Ultimately, you are just a rustic bumpkin from the countryside, relying solely on flowery words to deceive naive young girls." He Xiao scoffed disdainfully. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Xun inquired nonchalantly. "Quite simple. A true man would engage in a duel with me, allowing me to teach you a lesson and show you just how vast the heavens are and how profound the earth can be," He Xiao declared with arrogance. "Very well. Let us proceed," Lu Xun replied, stepping aside. "You have brought this upon yourself," He Xiao retorted, launching his attack without hesitation. He summoned the red lotus, aiming to knock Lu Xun down with a single strike. Humph! Lu Xun's gaze sharpened as he swiftly moved. With the technique of Wanzhong's step, Lu Xun's figure bizarrely split into 3. Boom! He Xiao's attack shattered one of Lu Xun's illusions. Yet, the anticipated sound of blood spattering did not occur. In the next moment, a tremendous force struck his chest. Even with his qi providing protection, He Xiao was sent reeling, his qi si churning violently, his organs misaligned. Puffed! With a sound of blood being coughed up, He Xiao's body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. "How can you be so formidable, Lu Xun?" Chu Youqing exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Truly a waste. With such meager strength, you dare to cause trouble, Lu Xun coldly remarked, before ushering Chu Youqing into the just-arrived ride-sharing vehicle. Puffed, just as he Xiao managed to sit up from the ground. He was once again incensed to the point of spitting blood. At Qingshu Academy, a taxi came to a steady halt at the entrance. Wow! Chu Youqing exclaimed as she pushed open the car door and gazed upward in awe. Before her stood a magnificent archway made of white Han marble. Rising 100 meters away, its surface gleaming like snow and radiating a faint, ethereal light in the morning sun. At the center of the archway, the 4 gilded characters spelling Qingshu Academy danced elegantly, each stroke seemingly imbued with the profound truths of heaven and earth, instilling a sense of tranquility in those who beheld it. The school gate appears to be a magical artifact, truly befitting a prestigious institution. Lu Xun disembarked from the vehicle, and by now, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky. Following the tumult at the airport, the two had made their way directly here to facilitate Chu Youqing's enrollment. The scene was bustling with numerous individuals. Due to disruptions caused by the Shadow Clan, Qingbei University had opened its doors for early registration, rendering the entrance of Qingshu Academy particularly lively in recent days. The number of martial cultivators vastly outnumbered that of celestial cultivators. However, the enrollment at Qingshu Academy was not far behind that of Beta University. This place was a gathering of prodigious talents from across the nation. Chu Youqing was somewhat unique. Having been brought to the capital by her mother in search of innate spiritual energy, she had not participated in the grand examination nor received early admission. Fortunately, the admissions officer at Qingshu Academy had previously assured her that activating her ancient spiritual root before the examination would allow for direct enrollment. Although the grand examination had passed, her innate spiritual root ensured that her admission remained largely unproblematic. While in the CAF, the elder she encountered was likely a senior official of Qingshu Academy. The token he provided enabled Chu Youqing to report directly for enrollment. Chu Youqing, you have finally arrived. This way, please. Indeed, upon presenting her token and stating her name, a dedicated instructor promptly attended to her. Lu Xun accompanied her throughout the process. In less than an hour, Chu Youqing's enrollment procedures were entirely completed, a remarkable efficiency. It is worth noting that this was a special admission. Truly, as the foremost academy for celestial cultivators, the number of prodigies here was astonishing. Look at Senior Ranjia, already at the 4th realm in her 3rd year. How impressive. Just take a glance at those ahead of her. They are even more formidable. Last year's rookie champion, Luo Ping, was indeed exceptional, having ascended to the 3rd realm within a year. In the campus, a leaderboard was surrounded by throngs of students, creating a bustling atmosphere. Lu Xun and Chu Youqing joined the crowd to witness the excitement, confirming the congregation of geniuses. Lu Xun could not help but acknowledge the sheer number of prodigies at Qingshu Academy. This was a stage designated for the truly gifted. In other places, reaching the 3rd realm would signify a master, while the 4th realm would denote a significant figure. Yet at Qingbei, such achievements were merely standard for prodigies. Of course, not everyone possessed such extraordinary talents. Those who appeared on these leaderboards were the CR de la CR, the most exceptional of the exceptional. Lu Xun, there are indeed so many geniuses here, Chu Youqing remarked in awe. Her grandfather had only broken into the 4th realm upon nearing 50, while here, individuals as young as 22 or 23 had already attained the same level. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Trust me, these leaderboards will ultimately be ours to conquer, Lu Xun asserted confidently. Indeed, Chu Youqing nodded emphatically. Mother, I thought you had returned to Rongcheng. What brings you back? While enjoying their exploration of Qingshu Academy, Chu Youqing suddenly spotted her mother. I have come to help you set up your dormitory. Murong Wan's expression remained stoic as she carried a considerable load. Hadn't she mentioned returning to Rongcheng? This thought was one Lu Xun refrained from voicing. He stepped forward to assist her with the belongings. Murong Wan did not refuse his help, yet remained silent. Still worried about your daughter, fearing I might lead her astray? Lu Xun pondered. Murong Wan had previously expressed her displeasure and intention to return to Rongcheng. Chu Youqing's father had even suspended her secondary card, seemingly intent on severing their father-daughter relationship. Yet, not long after, Murong Wan unexpectedly returned to the school. Lu Xun sensed that she might be recalling her own past, fearing that he would replicate Chu Youqing's father's actions and inadvertently lead to an unwanted pregnancy. Annie, what do you take me for? I assure you, I am far more capable than your husband, Lu Xun mused internally, while maintaining a polished exterior. The students at Qingshu Academy enjoyed commendable privileges. Chu Youqing resided in a single room with a specialized array for protection. Youqing, I must take my leave now. All right, I will accompany you to Beta University tomorrow. After assisting her in carrying her belongings downstairs, Lu Xun bid farewell to Chu Youqing. As night descended, Lu Xun found accommodations at a nearby hotel. Contemplating his decision on which school to attend after assessing the situation at Beta University the following day. Strangely, that night, Xiaobai exhibited no unusual behavior. The so-called princess did not make an appearance. Lu Xun resolved to observe further. The next morning, at the entrance of Beta University, Chu Youqing awaited his arrival. Where's your mother? Let us not discuss her. It only brings me frustration. By the way, my advisor replied to my application yesterday. She will be at the school the day after tomorrow, and I must focus on my training then. We can explore the campus over the next couple of days. It seemed that Chu Youqing had once again quarreled with her mother. Lu Xun wondered if her suspended card had been reactivated, presenting their admission letters. The duo entered the vibrant campus. Despite the holiday, few students had departed. As two of the most distinguished cultivation schools in Huaxia, Qingbei left Lu Xun with one overwhelming impression: the intense competition. The students here were wholly dedicated to their training, many choosing to cultivate even during festivals. They were practically zealots of cultivation. The resources available to the students were unparalleled by those at other institutions, each receiving a substantial allocation of dark energy monthly. The school also conducted various assessments, where better performance yielded greater resources. Furthermore, annual competitions, such as the Rookie King contest for freshmen, offered lucrative rewards for those who excelled. Additionally, Qingbei provided special consideration for students with extraordinary talents. Upon entering the school, each student was required to select a suitable mentor. Once chosen, the mentor would tailor a training plan based on the student's needs and assign a teaching assistant to oversee their progress. This presented a dilemma for Lu Xun, who wished to take a more laid-back approach. This mentor seems promising. After spending the morning at Beta University, Lu Xun finally learned from upperclassmen about an ideal mentor for him, one Fei Taie, a formidable instructor with impressive fifth-stage prowess. However, the key aspect was that Fei Taie was remarkably laid-back. Several years ago, a student who had chosen him barely saw him throughout the year. Fei Taie remained indifferent to his students' progress in cultivation. After 2 consecutive unsatisfactory assessments, one student could no longer endure the situation and applied to change mentors. To others, Fei Taie was hardly a desirable choice, yet in Lu Xun's eyes, he was nothing short of an ideal mentor. Here is your student card. The enrollment subsidy in dark energy has been allocated. You may collect it at the logistics office, the official said. Thank you, Lu Xun replied, having completed his enrollment at Beta University. Upon discovering the treasure that was mentor Fei Taie, Lu Xun ultimately decided on Beta University. Initially, he had been inclined towards this institution. Qingshu Academy was a realm of celestial cultivation, where the divine consciousness of cultivators was formidable. Lu Xun feared being covertly observed by powerful figures while he lay idle, with the risk of his rapid advancement in cultivation potentially exposing the secrets of his system. Qingshu Academy was merely a stone's throw from Beta University, so Lu Xun and Chu Youqing were not truly in a long-distance relationship. A prestigious school like Beta University was exceptional. The monthly distribution of dark energy was the pinnacle for countless ordinary individuals. Holding his student card, Lu Xun was overwhelmed with emotion. The resources available to Beta University students were categorized into 5 tiers. Students with access to the unique meridians of heaven and earth enjoyed the highest tier. Upon enrollment, Lu Xun received a grant of 1,000 units of dark energy. Once the semester commenced, there would be assessments of cultivation levels. The same tier of resources would yield greater monthly dark energy allocations for those of higher cultivation ranks. Subsequently, performance in assessments would dictate future resource allocation. Even with unique meridians, if one failed to meet the standards for 3 consecutive assessments, their resources would be downgraded. After completing his registration, Lu Xun proceeded to select a mentor. He quickly drafted a resume and submitted it to Fei Taie. The selection of a mentor was a reciprocal process, and now he awaited a response. Lu Xun, a senior, just mentioned that this mentor isn't very responsible. Aren't you going to apply to a few more? Chu Youqing remarked, her brows furrowed with concern upon noticing Lu Xun's choice. Nonsense, they simply lack discernment. I have a friend who knows Mentor Fei. He is truly remarkable and very dedicated to his students. Lu Sun asserted, unabashedly praising Fei Taiye. Chu Youqing, though skeptical, relented. All right then, I'll accompany you to set up your dormitory. Students at Qingbei enjoyed commendable accommodations, each having a single room. Those with access to unique meridians had even more enhanced living conditions, typically featuring a one-bedroom apartment with a small cultivation room. Wow, brother. You've got quite an impressive girlfriend, some students remarked, envious of Lu Sun, who was aided by Chu Youqing. Once all tasks were completed, noon arrived, and Lu Sun noticed that Fei Taiye had yet to respond. Let us wait. After they shared a meal, the two strolled around the campus. Li Bufan, if you're a man, don't be cowardly. Step into the arena with me. Who is afraid? Just wait until I unlock the unique meridians. I'll show you no mercy. Familiar voices of a quarrel echoed from a distance, where Li Bufan and Lin Yin were confronting each other with palpable tension. Lu Sun. Li Bufan's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Sun, and with a playful air, he exclaimed, "You finally arrived. This brat can't even keep an eye on Lu Mei and comes to trouble me instead. It's utterly laughable. Li Bufan, you're courting death." Lin Yin's face turned ashen with rage. "Come on," Li Bufan taunted, leaning in with a smirk, "if you have the guts. Strike me here and see if the school punishes you. Damn it, just you wait." Lin Yin ground his teeth, leaving in a huff. What other options did he have? The strict regulations of Qingbei forbade fighting on campus. Lin Yin was powerless against Li Bufan if he refrained from escalating the confrontation. Besides, with Chu Youqing present, any continuation of the quarrel would only bring him disgrace. Back at Rongcheng No. 1 High School, Lin Yin had a few lackeys to back him up in verbal skirmishes. Now, at Beta University, the students were all exceptional talents. The reputation of the Lin family's third young master hardly warranted anyone to follow him. What happened with Lu Mei? After Lin Yin departed, Lu Sun inquired, not out of concern but sheer curiosity. As soon as Lu Mei arrived in the capital, she latched onto a new wealthy suitor. Casting Lin Yin aside, now he had no recourse but to blame me, Li Bufan chuckled, reveling in the misfortune of others. Just as I suspected, Lu Sun mused. Li Bufan had indeed predicted their breakup accurately. The Lin family had some standing in Rongcheng, but in the capital, they were hardly significant. Women like Lu Mei were bound to seek better prospects. Lu Sun, I won't intrude on your romantic escapades any longer. I must go cultivate. I need to strive to unlock the earthly wonders vein. Without it, one cannot truly be considered a genius here, Li Bufan declared before departing. Lu Sun and Chu Youqing continued their exploration of the campus. Though many students roamed about, most were freshmen, the upperclassmen were primarily engaged in their cultivation and rarely sauntered around. Lu Sun, it's Wang Tingyun, Chu Youqing remarked as she spotted him from a distance. Lu Sun turned his gaze to see a man with piercing eyes, stormy and intense. He possessed the Wuji wind vein, a form of wind attribute martial lineage. Members of the Wang family are not to be underestimated. You must be cautious around them, Chu Youqing advised. Brother Sun, you two have come to Beta University? I thought you would attend Qingshu Academy, Wang Tingyun remarked as Lu Sun encountered several other students from Rongcheng No. 1 High School. You are Lu Sun? At that moment, a radiant figure descended gracefully before him. Lu Sun looked up to see a woman whose beauty was enchanting, her complexion flawless. Clad in simple yet elegant attire that set her apart. She appeared to be around 24 or 25, seemingly of similar age to Murong Wan. However, her manner of arrival suggested her actual age was likely much greater than Murong Wan's. The ability to fly itself was a testament to one's prowess. Especially here at Beta University, those capable of flight were certainly extraordinary. Teacher, I am Lu Sun, he stated, sensing that she might be a faculty member of Beta University. I am Fu Shui, and from today onward, I shall be your mentor, the woman in simple attire replied with an air of calm. Lu Sun was taken aback. Fu Shui, wow, it's her. Have you heard of her? Certainly, she is an elder of the Beidu Hall, a formidable figure in the realm of transcendence, and it is said that she stands merely a step away from the celestial phenomenon realm. To everyone's astonishment, she has taken the initiative to accept disciples. Gasps of surprise echoed around. A student happened to recognize Fu Shui, a being of the sixth realm. Remarkable. A sixth realm powerhouse is willingly coming forth to be a mentor. Could it be that she perceives something extraordinary? Lu Sun, you must accept her offer. Upon hearing the discussions among the students, Chu Youqing tugged at his sleeve. Teacher Fu, I apologize, but I have already pledged my allegiance to Teacher Fei. There was no way Lu Sun would acquiesce. Observing Fu Shui's fervor, he feared that should he become her student, his training schedule would be packed to the brim. Perhaps even with an assistant monitoring him around the clock, leaving no room for any laziness. How could he possibly enjoy a carefree existence? Teacher Fei? You mean Teacher Fei Taie? Fu Shui raised an eyebrow. Has he accepted you? I just submitted my application a few hours ago. Teacher Fei must be busy. Then it is of no consequence. Fu Shui interjected. I will inform him that you are now my student. Report to the Qinya building tomorrow morning, and I shall devise a training plan for you. With that, she turned to leave. Teacher Fu, wait. Lu Sun called out urgently. Is there something else? Fu Shui glanced back. I believe Teacher Fei is quite good. I have already decided to follow him. Lu Sun remained resolute. That does not matter. This matter is settled. Fu Shui afforded him no room for negotiation. Teacher, please reconsider. I am rather lazy. A touch of laziness is acceptable. I will assign an assistant to supervise your training. Perhaps you might consider others, like Wang Tingyun or Lu Xinghe. They are far more accomplished than I. We shall discuss them later. I have come expressly for you. Enough of this. Despite Lu Sun's struggles, Fu Shui remained unwavering in her determination to become his mentor. Must you be so persistent? Sister, kind, beautiful, gentle, generous, and virtuous elder sister, I implore you to relent. And what of Teacher Fei? Even at this hour, why has he not responded? Who dares to steal my student? A languid voice suddenly interrupted. Lu Sun turned towards the sound and beheld a disheveled old man, unkempt and seemingly out of place, who had appeared nearby. Lu Sun, right? I had a bit too much to drink last night and only just saw your application. I agree to be your mentor. Elder Fu, you may take your leave. The old man explained to Lu Sun before turning to Fu Shui. Drinking? Lu Sun observed the small gourd-shaped wine flask hanging at the old man's waist, a fragrant aroma wafting from it, pleasing to the senses. This is the esteemed Teacher Fei Taie, a grandmaster of the fifth realm? How utterly unconventional his appearance is. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps unconventional is precisely what he desires in a mentor. Are you truly set on choosing Fei Taie? He is a man wounded by love, his resolve shattered, drowning his days in oblivion. Such a disheartened mentor will offer you no guidance. Fu Shui's voice suddenly whispered in Lu Sun's ear, soft and intimate, as if she were confiding in him. Using the method of secret transmission, only Lu Sun could hear it. Hurt by love, has his path of heart already crumbled? Fu Shui's words immediately enlightened Lu Sun, clarifying why Fei Taie appeared in such a disheveled state. How marvelous! This only solidified Lu Sun's resolve further. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he would still choose Fei Taie. Teacher Fei. Lu Sun hastened towards him, fervently grasping the old man's hand, exclaiming, At long last, I have awaited your arrival. Ah, my good student. Fei Taie's face lit up with joy as he patted Lu Sun's shoulder. From now on, your teacher will protect you. Who would dare to bully you with my name backing you? Fu Shui was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that. Having disclosed the stakes to Lu Sun, he would still opt for Fei Taie. Alas, observing the old man and the young man, who seemed to have a bond akin to that of long-lost friends, Fu Shui shook her head and quietly vanished from sight. Lu Sun, that Teacher Fei gives me an unreliable impression, Fu Shui remarked. Teacher Fu is so formidable and even came specifically for you. Why would you reject her? Half an hour later, Chu Youqing, perplexed, inquired. In her perspective, Fu Shui was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Sun, a powerful being of the sixth realm. Most of Chu Youqing's mentors were not even at that level, merely fifth realm cultivators. Generally, sixth realm experts devote their time to cultivation, and few would take the leisure to become mentors. Not to mention, Fu Shui was merely a step away from the seventh realm, a formidable force indeed. It was astonishing that Lu Sun had turned down such a strong candidate. If he had chosen a more conventional mentor, it might have been acceptable. But Lu Sun had chosen Fei Taie. One could tell at a glance that he seemed untrustworthy. That beard must have gone untrimmed for years. How could a dignified fifth realm grandmaster carry around a wine gourd? You see, Youqing, you don't understand. Teacher Fei embodies the essence of depth and concealment. Think about it. In old films and television shows, those like him often turn out to be incredibly powerful, don't they? Indeed, that seems to be the case. Then that is settled. Just watch, my cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. As for you, Youqing, you must strive diligently. Do not let me outpace you too much. Chu Youqing was successfully persuaded by Lu Sun. The next day, Chu Youqing diligently set out to train. Her mentor had arrived early to seek her out. Li Bufan was also engrossed in his cultivation. Lu Sun, on the other hand, found himself with nothing to do. Wherever I lie, it's still lying down, isn't it, Xiaobai? Lu Sun teased Xiaobai. The previous night, Xiaobai had shown no signs of abnormalities. That princess had not made an appearance. Lu Sun, since you chose the old man, he cannot remain entirely indifferent. Here is a card imbued with some dark energy. Consider it a token of our meeting. In the afternoon, Fei Taiye summoned Lu Sun and handed him a card. Upon inspection, Lu Sun discovered it was a specialized energy card, akin to a supermarket gift card, only it recorded the quantity of dark energy. Thank you, teacher. By the way, I also have a local level technique here. It should be somewhat beneficial for you. Practice diligently and do not let Elder Fu see you make a fool of yourself. After tossing a technique book to Lu Sun, Fei Taiye swayed unsteadily as he departed. It appeared he had indulged in alcohol again last night. Truly a laid-back approach to life. Lu Sun believed his choice to be exceedingly wise. Had he selected a different mentor, that individual would likely have tailored an appropriate cultivation plan based on the student's circumstances. Yet what of Fei Taiye? He simply tossed a card imbued with dark energy and a manual before departing, leaving everything else unattended. So much. When Lu Sun checked the card on the machine, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, for it contained a staggering 10,000 units of dark energy. He had not anticipated such generosity from Fei Taiye. Content. Lu Sun tucked the card away, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his astute choice. Now, even if Chu Youqing's family continued to cut off her resources, Lu Sun could lavish his little girlfriend with abundance. A few days later, Lu Sun stumbled upon the news that Fu Shui had become Lu Xing his mentor. This revelation sparked considerable discussion across the campus network. Even at Qingbei, it was rare for a sixth realm powerhouse to assume the role of mentor, let alone Fu Shui, who was on the verge of the seventh realm and was undeniably a stunning beauty. Was she destined to become a mentor? Lu Sun found this perplexing. Rumor had it that Elder Fu Shui had initially chosen Lu Sun, but upon his refusal in favor of Fei Taiye, she had no choice but to switch to Lu Xing. Lu Sun. Which Lu Sun? Allegedly, he was a graduate of Rongcheng one high school and had opened a celestial vein, though the resulting phenomenon was rather limited. Why would Fu Shui select such an obscure student? Had Lu Sun lost his senses in choosing Fei Taiye as a mentor? He would surely regret it during the assessment. I just looked up Fei Taiye, and he is anything but indifferent. He is practically the embodiment of the Buddha. Lu Sun discovered that the news of his choice to forsake Fu Shui for Fei Taiye had already spread throughout the campus network. Numerous freshmen were engrossed in discussions about the matter. Many were initially curious as to why Fu Shui had approached Lu Sun. However, once the details of Fei Taiye's demeanor emerged, students unanimously concluded that Lu Sun must have been out of his mind. How else could he have made such a foolish decision? In the cultivation room, Lin Yan, who had been diligently practicing for most of the day, found joy in this news. He had chosen a mentor with a solar vein, a fifth realm grandmaster who was quite diligent in teaching Lin Yan a method to slightly expand his solar vein. Lin Yan felt as though he had discovered a treasure and had been immersed in intense training. He was now akin to a protagonist in an inspirational film, studying hard with the intention of one day confronting Lu Sun to reclaim his dignity. Yet, here was Lu Sun, opting for Fei Taiye, a choice that seemed to undermine his own potential and destroy his own foundation. Did Lu Sun believe that possessing a celestial vein alone guaranteed success, rendering a superior mentor unnecessary? In other cultivation academies, having a celestial vein is indeed remarkable. Even without a stellar mentor, other students would find it challenging to compete. But what was this place? This was Beidou University, where everyone possessed celestial veins, making the role of a mentor exceedingly significant. Without further ado, the path of cultivation is indeed a formidable endeavor. In the absence of supervision and guidance, some students, tempted by laziness, may find themselves surpassed by their peers. Humans are inherently prone to inertia. Lu Sun, are you all right? Li Bufan, having received some news, rushed over in a flurry. What could possibly be wrong with me? I am perfectly fine. Lu Sun attempted to touch his forehead, dismissing any concerns. If you were truly fine, why would you forsake a blooming flower in favor of a lump of cow dung? The entire school is eagerly awaiting your misfortune. What blooming flower and cow dung? It is none other than Fu Shui, a formidable figure of the sixth realm, once the most beautiful woman in the capital. She approached you, and you had the audacity to reject her. Li Bufan lamented deeply for his dear friend. What if she is a sixth realm powerhouse? You do not understand, Bufan. Fei Tai is the true treasure of a mentor. He even bestowed upon me a ground-level technique and personally taught me the ways of cultivation. Look, I have now entered the Qi Si realm. Lu Xun cultivated his vital energy, causing the air around him to tremble. Hiss! Li Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. Far larger than those of a cow. Impressive, brother Sun. You are truly remarkable. Li Bufan was envious to the core. He had yet to unlock the heavenly and earthly veins, while Lu Xun had already reached the Qi Si realm. It seems these fellows are blind to greatness. Brother Sun, I have made my decision. Once I unlock the heavenly and earthly veins, I too shall seek Fei Tai. Li Bufan exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes gleaming with determination. You have no chance. Teacher Fei explicitly stated that he only accepts me as a student. Lu Xun dashed his aspirations. The treasures of Fei Tai are exclusively for Lu Xun. If Li Bufan were to be chosen by Fei Tai, he would only have tears to shed. Very well, I shall return to my cultivation. I am certain I can unlock the heavenly and earthly veins, and then I shall pursue Fu Shui. A beauty of such caliber, you do not want her? Li Bufan, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, dashed away in a flash. That lad, he might find himself disappointed. When it comes to selecting mentors, Fu Shui is simply not an option. After Li Bufan departed, Lu Xun resumed his leisurely repose. He discovered that reclining in different places offered distinct experiences. Relaxing at Rongcheng No. 1 High School could not compare to the comfort found at the prestigious Beta University. The dining facilities at Beta University could outshine Rongcheng No. 1 by tenfold. The campus was expansive and beautiful, making Lu Xun's strolls all the more pleasant. Moreover, witnessing others toiling away in rigorous training while his own cultivation progressed effortlessly was a source of genuine delight. It is through comparison that value is truly appreciated. Murong Wan had seemingly arrived in the capital at some point. In recent days, however, she had been silent. Murong Wan had been taken as a disciple by an elder of the Beta Hall and would be nurtured at Beta University. She would inevitably arrive sooner or later. The delay could be attributed to the fact that Murong Zhan's injuries had yet to fully heal. As for Chu Youqing, she too had not sent any messages to Lu Xun in recent days, likely engrossed in closed-door cultivation in hopes of opening her meridians. Chu Youqing has broken through to the 10th stage of body refinement. The host gains a 20-fold reward from her achievements. Indeed, the rewards have arrived. Chu Youqing has reached the 10th stage of body refinement, having advanced from the 9th stage with a significant breakthrough. After binding the second individual, the system's return multiplier increased from tenfold to an impressive 20-fold. This enhancement propelled Lu Xun's body forging realm to ascend 4 levels, reaching the 28th stage of body refinement. Lu Xun, I have attained the 10th stage of body forging. I plan to open my meridians tomorrow. Shall we stroll around Qingbei Street tonight? Chu Youqing messaged him. Sure. Lu Xun agreed. Qingbei Street, situated between Qingshu Academy and Beta University, is the favored locale for students from different schools to leisurely walk together. Why is your mother following us? Lu Xun inquired. Just ignore her, Chu Youqing replied. Lu Xun noticed that a shadow had emerged, trailing them. Murong Wan. The mother and daughter had recently been at an impasse. The conditions offered by the He family were exceedingly generous, particularly the heavenly level martial arts, which inclined Murong Wan towards a union with the He family. However, she did not impose this choice upon Chu Youqing. Murong Wan had established a presence on Qingbei Street, renting an apartment, seemingly preparing for an extended period of accompanying her daughter. In truth, she aimed to prevent Chu Youqing from retracing her own path, where one day she might return home with an unexpected pregnancy. Chu Youqing's secondary card had also been suspended. After enrolling in Qingshu Academy, she received a subsidy of 1,000 dark energy. Although this amount seemed substantial for an ordinary person, it proved insufficient for genuine cultivation, particularly for prodigies with rapid advancement. 10,000 dark energy. Lu Xun, is Teacher Fei truly so generous, providing you with such a sum at once? Indeed. I have always said that Teacher Fei is a treasure of a mentor. Do you believe it now? Yes, indeed, you've struck gold this time. Here, take it. It's too much. Just accept it. Once you open your meridians, your demand for dark energy will escalate. If your cultivation does not progress, it would imply that your choice of me was a mistake. You wouldn't want to be mocked by your parents, would you? All right, but this is merely a loan. Once I am financially stable, I shall repay you. Lu Sun handed over the card containing 10,000 dark energy to Chu Youqing. Not far away, Murong Wan observed Lu Sun's gesture, her beautiful eyes flaring with anger. This was compounded by the fact that after handing over the card, Lu Sun naturally took hold of Chu Youqing's small hand. It felt akin to witnessing one's cherished cabbage being devoured by a pig. With Lu Sun's arm around Chu Youqing's waist, they leaned closely together, engaging in conversation as they strolled leisurely down the street, leaving Murong Wan, the beautiful matron, simmering with resentment. "Miss, you resemble my first love. May I add you as a friend? Get lost. Spare me. I was wrong. I shall never do it again." A young man seeking to avoid detours became the target of Murong Wan's wrath, reduced to kneeling in supplication under the pressure of her third-stage martial prowess. "Is your mother always this temperamental?" he asked. "She looks too young. Whenever we go out together, people often mistake her for my sister." Back in Rome City, she received many advances while shopping. Lu Sun and Chu Youqing observed this scene. Murong Wan indeed appeared youthful, despite being in her 40s. Her life experiences endowed her with a maturity and charm that youth seldom possesses. Coupled with her noble background, she exuded an elegant demeanor, with both beauty and figure of the highest caliber. Such attributes rendered her a formidable presence, akin to a nuclear weapon, against the younger generation. Under the watchful gaze of Murong Wan, who harbored murderous intent, the two lingered on the road throughout the night. "Lu Sun, let us meet again next weekend." At 8 in the evening, Chu Youqing bid farewell to Lu Sun and returned to Qingshu Academy. After escorting her to the school gate, Lu Sun cast a glance at Murong Wan, who was lurking not far away, before leisurely making his way back to Beta University. "Xiaobai, it has been a week. Where is the princess within you?" In the dead of night, Lu Sun roused Xiaobai, flipping her over and over to examine her. As a week passed, that mysterious princess seemed to have vanished entirely, diminishing Lu Sun's amusement. "Meow," Xiaobai affectionately nuzzled against Lu Sun. "Very well, this shall suffice. Youqing, let us begin." "All right, teacher." The next morning, Chu Youqing arrived early at the training room, ready to open her spiritual meridians. The composition of dark energy is intricate. After filtering it through your spiritual root, store it in your dantian. Once you feel a warmth in your lower abdomen and a slight swelling in your dantian, you may then attempt to break through the first spiritual meridian. Chu Youqing's mentor remained present, offering guidance throughout the process. Possessing a spiritual root allows for direct cultivation. However, the term ancient is added because the techniques that utilize the spiritual root for cultivation are generally incomplete. Furthermore, absorbing dark energy through the spiritual root is inefficient and slow. The components within dark energy vary, and different cultivators absorb different elements. Martial cultivators can harness a greater variety of dark energy components compared to celestial cultivators. It is akin to fuel for vehicles. Martial cultivators can use 92, 95, and 98 octane, while celestial cultivators are limited to 98, consuming only the finest. Consequently, the demand for dark energy by celestial cultivators is significantly greater than that of martial cultivators. The advantage of opening spiritual meridians is that it increases the amount of dark energy a celestial cultivator can absorb, thus accelerating their cultivation speed. It is akin to equipping a spiritual root with a turbocharger and an expansion vessel. Therefore, having an ancient spiritual root necessitates the opening of meridians. Spiritual meridians differ from martial meridians. They are not part of the 8 extraordinary vessels, but are instead formed through the circulation of dark energy within the body. The resulting spiritual meridians are unique to each individual. The benefit of possessing an ancient spiritual root is that the likelihood of successfully opening spiritual meridians is 100%, and one can open multiple meridians. The more meridians one has, the faster the cultivation progresses. Chu Youqing inhaled dark energy and, utilizing her ancient spiritual root, absorbed all the components of dark energy available to her. "Teacher, my lower abdomen is warming up." Within mere minutes, Chu Youqing felt a warmth in her abdomen. So soon? Her mentor, Qin Ruolin, expressed surprise. Having an ancient spiritual root herself, Qin Ruolin had taken over 40 minutes to absorb enough spiritual energy to open her first meridian. "Now, use the breathing technique I taught you to control the spiritual energy within your body and identify the pathway that expands the quickest." "Understood." Chu Youqing complied. "Teacher, I have found it." Before long, she achieved results. "Good. Mobilize all spiritual energy and exert your utmost effort to break through. Qin Ruolin's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising by several octaves. Chu Youqing is truly a prodigy born for the pursuit of immortality. Her speed is astonishing. Upon hearing this, Chu Youqing summoned all her spiritual energy and surged forward. With a resonant hum, the first spiritual meridian was effortlessly opened. Has it begun? Lu Sun of Beta University sat up abruptly. Chu Youqing had risen far earlier than he. The return of 20-fold spiritual energy coursed through him, significantly more potent than before. As this energy entered his dantian, it abruptly surged in a singular direction. With a hum, Lu Sun opened his first spiritual meridian. After opening the meridian, much like when he opened his martial meridian, the energy collided repeatedly, expanding the spiritual meridian wider. Soon, however, this meridian could no longer be widened. Thus, the energy forcefully opened the second meridian, followed by the third and the fourth. What a difference! Lu Sun discerned the distinction. During the opening of martial meridians, the energy would oscillate within a single meridian until completely depleted. However, spiritual meridians seem to possess a width limitation. Once unable to expand further, the energy would initiate the opening of a new meridian. Indeed, martial meridians utilized the body's intrinsic extraordinary channels, while spiritual meridians were created from nothing, inherently confined in width. Lu Sun pondered. Although the system forbade him from cultivation, he still pursued the foundational theoretical knowledge. Occasionally, he would clock in for classes at various schools. Even without actual cultivation, he needed to maintain appearances. Otherwise, it would be evident to others that he was operating under a handicap, which would only invite trouble. Did one truly believe this world was idyllic, harmonious, and filled with sunshine, where everyone cherished and respected one another? If the system were to be revealed, not only would outsiders covet him, but even fellow humans would stop at nothing to acquire him, attempting various methods to sever his ties with the system or confine him for research. 5. After the energy within Lu Sun opened 5 spiritual meridians, it finally became exhausted. With this single feat, he surpassed nearly half of the immortal practitioners. Many would spend their entire lives without ever opening 5 spiritual meridians. Should the immortal practitioners discover this, one could only imagine the envy that would ensue. Chu Youqing has opened the second spiritual meridian, and the host receives a 20-fold return. Shortly after, a second wave of return flooded in. Chu Youqing has opened the third spiritual meridian, and the host receives a 20-fold return. Not long after, Chu Youqing opened her third spiritual meridian. Her speed was not much slower than Murong Wan's when she opened her martial meridians. However, it must be noted that spiritual meridians are inherently more challenging to open, and the pace of opening them is considerably slower than that of martial meridians. Chu Youqing's ability to maintain such speed sufficiently attests to her innate talent in the path of immortality. To declare her a natural-born immortal practitioner would be no exaggeration. Youqing, do not rush. Steady yourself to avoid injury. Yes, teacher, I am confident, replied Qin Ruolin from Qingshu Academy, her concern for Chu Youqing evident. Chu Youqing's speed in opening her spiritual meridians was astonishingly rapid, one after another. This pace left Qin Ruolin both dazzled and somewhat alarmed. The process of opening meridians is inherently fraught with risks. Every year, numerous individuals sustain injuries during this process, with some becoming unable to care for themselves. The dangers associated with spiritual meridians are significantly greater than those of martial meridians. While martial meridians have a path of retreat, spiritual meridians arise from nothing, lacking a foundation, making them more susceptible to injury. Qin Ruolin was concerned that if Chu Youqing were to misstep, she could injure herself, leading to complications. Heeding her advice, Chu Youqing moderated her speed slightly, yet it remained brisk. Her ancient spiritual root absorbed dark energy at an extraordinary rate, continuously converting it into spiritual energy, making it impossible for her to slow down significantly. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th meridians were opened in succession. Even with her controlled pace, after several hours, she had successfully opened 9 spiritual meridians in one breath. Youqing, the critical moment has arrived. Do not dwell on opening the extraordinary meridians just yet. 9 meridians are far from the limit. These 9 constitute major meridians. If you can open 9 additional minor meridians, they will connect to form a spiritual wheel. And then you may pursue the extraordinary meridians, advised Qin Ruolin. Understood, teacher. She accepted a spiritual wheel pill from her mentor. which would assist her in opening the minor meridians. With renewed determination, Chu Youqing swallowed the pill and resumed her efforts. As the hum of energy resonated, yet another meridian was opened, this one a minor meridian. The difficulty of opening a minor meridian is, in fact, greater than that of a major one. And a moment's inattention could lead to injury due to the risk of excessive force. It is akin to capillaries, which can only accommodate a limited amount of blood. Attempting to forcefully inundate them could easily rupture the vessels. Thus, Chu Youqing slowed her pace, managing to open one meridian approximately every half hour. Still not done? In the meantime, Lu Xun sat patiently at Beta University, awaiting the results. Nearby, Xiaobai lay curiously observing him, hesitant to approach due to the periodic fluctuations of energy radiating from Lu Xun. From morning to noon, and into the afternoon, Chu Youqing dedicated an entire day to the task of opening meridians. Teacher, I believe I have reached my limit. Chu Youqing realized she could no longer open new meridians. How many have you opened? Qin Rulan inquired. 36. Very well. Connect them to form the spiritual wheel. Understood. Chu Youqing mobilized her spiritual energy, linking the open meridians to form a spiritual wheel. Wow, such an impressive number of meridians. On the other side, Lu Xun was taken aback after assessing the count of his own spiritual meridians, which totaled 180. The sheer number was astonishing, and even he was startled by it. Not only did he possess a multitude of meridians, but as the last one was opened, the residual heat coalesced these meridians into an enormous spiritual wheel, connecting all of Lu Xun's meridians. Its existence allows the spiritual meridians to coalesce into a unified whole, thus accelerating the cultivation process. If I were to engage in cultivation, what a remarkable transformation it would be. As Lu Xun pondered the immense spiritual wheel within him, he couldn't help but speculate. With such a grand spiritual wheel, would he not ascend to the fourth realm by the age of 20, the fifth by 30, and soar to the sixth by 40? Generally speaking, whether in martial or celestial cultivation, breaking through to the sixth realm typically requires decades, if not centuries, unless one encounters extraordinary circumstances. Of course, there are those fortunate exceptions. For instance, scattered throughout the ancient starry paths are the tombstones of civilizations long past, remnants of planets that failed to ascend. These tombstones often harbor legacies or fortuitous encounters, yet they also pose grave dangers. Should fortune favor one, unearthing cultivation relics or martial essence from these tombstones could propel them to unimaginable heights. Each encounter with a civilization's tombstone births a few fortunate souls. However, there are those who caution that seizing what is not rightfully yours inevitably invites peril. Take, for example, a celestial cultivator who, after discovering a tombstone, experienced a meteoric rise from the third to the sixth realm within mere years. Ultimately, it was revealed that this cultivator had been either possessed or had their soul merged with another, leading to episodes of madness and a regression in their cultivation, ultimately culminating in their tragic downfall. The host is prohibited from self-cultivation. Otherwise, every time Blue Star enters the ancient starry paths, the host will face certain death. It seems the system, anticipating Lu Xun's potential folly, promptly issued a warning. Well, I would never be so foolish. Lu Xun merely spoke in jest. Embracing a life of leisure is far more comfortable. Time becomes one's own, allowing for the freedom to pursue any desire or to refrain from action altogether. Only a fool would seek to cultivate. Surely, that must be behind me now. Lu Xun sensed that Chu Youqing's meridian opening was drawing to a close. Next, she would prepare to open the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. The task of opening meridians is inherently challenging, and achieving the extraordinary is a feat of even greater magnitude. You can do it, Youqing. Lu Xun held unwavering faith in his girlfriend. Youqing, how are you feeling? If you're tired, we can always continue tomorrow. No, master, I feel now is the perfect moment to proceed. Very well, take this Jia family extraordinary meridian pill. It should aid you. Master, this is far too precious. It is of no consequence to me. At Qingshu Academy, Chu Youqing felt a wave of gratitude. Qin Rulan had already bestowed upon her two exceedingly rare pills. In the East, the Jia family's elixirs are renowned for their efficacy, particularly the body refinement pills, meridian opening pills, and extraordinary meridian pills, which are highly sought after and often unattainable for those with wealth alone. For Qin Rulan, a fifth-realm celestial cultivator, procuring such treasures was not particularly difficult. Yet as a mentor, the depth of this friendship was profoundly significant. After consuming the extraordinary meridian pill, Chu Youqing closed her eyes and began the arduous process of unlocking the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. There are numerous types of extraordinary meridians, categorized by attributes. Each attribute possesses several variations. For instance, among the fire attribute extraordinary meridians, one finds the Qiyang meridian, the Honglian meridian, the Finchen martial meridian, and the Qishao meridian. Among others, the Qiyang and Honglian meridians, for instance, embody both martial and spiritual qualities. The extraordinary abilities of celestial cultivation to open unique veins of the world depend on numerous factors. If one possesses a spiritual root, the type of vein that can be opened is contingent upon the attributes of that root. For instance, a fire spiritual root predominantly yields fire-attributed celestial veins, while a water spiritual root produces water-attributed veins. In the absence of a spiritual root, there exists a slim possibility of manifesting celestial veins if one can open 9 spiritual meridians, introducing an element of randomness. Chu Youqing possesses an exceptional heavenly spiritual root, characterized by its unique attribute of being attribute-less. This implies that theoretically, she has the potential to open any type of celestial vein. However, the specific type that can be manifested remains uncertain. An attribute-less designation does not equate to a true absence of attributes. It is possible that latent attributes are present, which current detection methods struggle to identify. Chu Youqing aspires to unlock a fire-attributed celestial vein, as the resources required for cultivation in this domain are relatively accessible and possess formidable combat prowess. Although her father has halted her secondary card, her mother, Murong Wan, has diligently prepared the necessary solar essence and fire-attributed energy stones for opening the veins. As parents, their desire to protect Chu Youqing from being deceived is one matter. Yet they remain deeply concerned for their daughter's future. During her previous attempts to open her meridians, she utilized a considerable amount of solar essence to refine her spiritual veins, thus enhancing the likelihood of unlocking a fire-attributed celestial vein. Unlike Lin Yan, who had sought the direct sunlight during his attempt to open the Qiyang vein, she found it unnecessary. The cultivation chamber had already concentrated the surrounding sunlight, creating an optimal environment for Chu Youqing's endeavor. The Qingshu Academy, being one of the nation's premier institutions, is not to be underestimated. Its facilities, both hardware and software, far surpass those of other cultivation schools. At this moment, Chu Youqing is enveloped in radiant light, her skin taking on a rosy hue. With her eyes tightly shut, she is fully engaged in absorbing the solar essence and fire crystals. The fire crystals, sourced from the ancient starry pathways, contain a form of dark energy, distinct from the ordinary energy blocks used for daily sustenance. Consequently, their price is exorbitant, with a small piece the size of a palm costing several 100,000 to millions. Moreover, such items are difficult to procure even with wealth, as they can only be exchanged for dark energy. "Auntie, that's enough. I can't eat any more," she interjected. "Little Lu, have you included my daughter?" "Yes, I have, but she hasn't passed yet." Meanwhile, Lu Sun, having waited for an extended period without witnessing Chu Youqing opening her celestial vein, speculated that she might not attempt it today. Feeling a bit hungry, he ventured to the dining hall. The cafeteria at Qing Bei is a rarity, where the staff not only serve generous portions, but also take care to ensure diners leave satisfied. This particular aunt always fills Lu Sun's plate to the brim and insists on introducing her daughter to him. "Xiaobai, come, eat up," Lu Sun said, offering a bowl of specially prepared food to Xiaobai. The reason he consistently chooses to get his meals from the aunt who is eager to introduce her daughter is that she quietly serves a bowl for Xiaobai as well. The two, one person and one cat, happily indulged in their meal. "Young master, that Lu Sun is merely a rustic fool, having stumbled upon a stroke of fortune which allowed him to unlock the extraordinary veins of the world. With your prowess, it would be but a trivial matter to extinguish Lu Sun." In the midst of enjoying a meal, Lu Sun suddenly heard his name. He raised an eyebrow and spotted two familiar faces, Lin Yan and He Xiao. It was Lin Yan who was speaking, while He Xiao was inquiring about his information. "This Lu Sun is nothing but a scoundrel. I've never liked him. I shall find a way to lure him out of school so that young master he can teach him a proper lesson." Just as Lin Yan reveled in his scheming, a shoe came flying through the air, striking him squarely on the back of his head. Enraged, he turned around only to find Lu Sun standing there. "Lu Sun, was it you?" "Indeed, It was I who threw it, Lu Xun interrupted, hurling another shoe directly at Lin Yan's face. If one is to strike, one must aim for the face. Lin Yan saw the shoe coming and attempted to evade it. Logic told him he could escape. Yet, the shoe approached too swiftly, and he could not avoid it, resulting in a bruised visage, a clear shoe imprint adorning his face. Lu Xun, how dare you throw shoes at me? Lin Yan trembled with fury, the imprint on his face stinging fiercely, while the curious gazes of surrounding students filled him with humiliation and rage. Lu Xun. He Xiao too had spotted Lu Xun. The scene from a few days prior outside the CAF was still fresh in his memory. On that occasion, Lu Xun had struck him with such force that he had coughed up blood and sustained internal injuries. Days had passed, and aided by medicine, he had nearly recovered. This fellow sought vengeance and had thus approached Lin Yan, a fellow student from the same school, to gather information on Lu Xun's background. Little did he know, Lu Xun had overheard their conversation. What? Is it permissible for you to conspire against me in the shadows while I cannot teach you a lesson face to face? Lu Xun rose barefoot, and his clever little dog retrieved the thrown slipper, which he absent-mindedly ruffled. Lin, those who plot treachery from behind often face retribution. You. In a fit of rage, Lin Yan was about to challenge Lu Xun to a duel, but upon reflection, he realized he might not be able to defeat him. Lin Yan's expression shifted dramatically, finally gritting his teeth and declaring, Lu Xun, do not think I am powerless against you. Senior He, please ensure justice is served and teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Enough. He Xiao interrupted Lin Yan coldly. Lu Xun, you wield quite the influence. But I must remind you of the third rule of the school. Fighting in public areas is strictly prohibited. Senior He Xiao's words took Lin Yan by surprise. He had hoped for He Xiao to reprimand Lu Xun, yet here was He Xiao, a second-year student with a cultivation level of the 4th tier, using school rules to restrain Lu Xun. This bewildered Lin Yan. What? Do you wish to stand up for him? Lu Xun raised an eyebrow, turning his focus onto He Xiao. I am a freshman, you are a sophomore. Let it not be said that I am bullying you. Very well. Let us meet on the arena. Lu Xun, you are seeking your own demise. Senior, quickly agreed to his challenge. Lin Yan exclaimed, overjoyed. It was He Xiao, who had awakened the red lotus vein at 18 and achieved the 4th tier of cultivation. What was Lu Xun's background that he dared challenge He Xiao as a mere freshman? Who bestowed upon him such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? An increasing number of students have begun to take notice of this confrontation. Upon hearing Lu Xun's words, more students cast astonished glances his way. A freshman boldly approaches a second-year student to challenge him. The students were baffled by Lu Xun's audacity. If he were a freshman endowed with extraordinary talents, it might be somewhat justifiable to challenge an upperclassman who had yet to unlock their potential. Yet, He Xiao also possessed remarkable abilities and was no novice in cultivation. Was this audacious freshman emboldened by sheer arrogance or the reckless bravery of youth to dare challenge him? Was Lu Xun truly the one who had chosen Fei Taie? Indeed, it was he. The realization dawned upon those who recognized him, and it made sense. Having chosen Fei Taie, one could hardly be surprised by such eccentric behavior. Alas, he was bound to face repercussions for his actions. Upon recognizing Lu Xun, many students in the cafeteria suddenly grasped the situation. What a pity. Such a handsome face engaged in such foolish antics. A senior with a sense of pity for the handsome, yet reckless freshman lamented his choices. As Lin Yan envisioned Lu Xun being pummeled by He Xiao in the arena, he noticed that He Xiao remained unresponsive. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yan discovered that He Xiao's expression was tumultuous, fluctuating between anger and restraint, as if he were grappling with an internal struggle. This left Lin Yan perplexed. For one with the formidable 4th level of Qi Si, suppressing a newcomer who had only recently unlocked their potential should have been trivial. Why then was he hesitating? What? Are you afraid? Lu Xun stepped forward, his gaze brimming with provocation. Lu Xun, I have no intention of bullying you, He Xiao attempted to assert. But Lu Xun swiftly interrupted him. Do not say that. I wish for you to bully me. Come, let me be your target. Lu Xun, do not go too far. He Xiao's eyes blazed with fury. He indeed harbored a desire for vengeance, seeking to reclaim his honor. After reflecting on the battle from a few days prior, he concluded that Lu Xun had defeated him through superior agility. He Xiao resolved to diligently practice his own skills to overcome his shortcomings. However, his injuries had yet to fully heal, and his agility still lagged far behind Lu Xun's. Thus, when faced with Lu Xun's challenge, He Xiao found himself reluctant to engage. What is happening? Why does He Xiao seem unwilling to accept Lu Xun's challenge? The scene left the onlooking students bewildered. Lin Yan's mind was a flurry of questions. Was there a mix-up in the script? Shouldn't He Xiao be the one accepting the challenge and decisively defeating Lu Xun? Why was it that Lu Xun was pressing forward while He Xiao appeared to retreat, even uttering words of intimidation? Something was amiss, very amiss. You are in your second year. I am but a freshman. Have I bullied you? Lu Xun smiled. You. He Xiao fumed. What is wrong with me? A formidable second-year senior, at the 4th level of Qi Si, surely you are not afraid of a mere freshman? Here, Lu Xun shifted his tone. But a few days ago, you were the one who bled at my hands, a defeated adversary. Could it be that I have shattered your confidence? The crowd gasped at Lu Xun's proclamation. What? He Xiao had been made to bleed by Lu Xun just days prior? This was inconceivable. The students could scarcely believe it. Senior Lin Yan stared at He Xiao, his eyes filled with disbelief. Instinctively, he found it hard to accept the truth. However, He Xiao's demeanor in the face of Lu Xun's challenge revealed to Lin Yan the likelihood that Lu Xun's claims were indeed valid. Damn it! He Xiao was consumed with indignation. Lu Xun had refrained from disclosing the confrontation that had taken place outside the CF days prior, instead choosing to corner him until he felt utterly humiliated before suddenly exposing the truth. At that moment, a crowd of students had gathered around them, seemingly intent on making him lose face. You merely rely on your agility to launch sneak attacks, Lu Xun. Just wait until I recover. We shall spar again. He Xiao's face visibly flushed with anger, compelling him to utter fierce words to salvage his dignity. Very well, I shall await your return, Lu Xun replied calmly. Let us go. He Xiao could no longer endure the humiliation of the day. He had lost face completely. The way He Xiao had crumbled revealed the truth. He was indeed not as formidable as he claimed. How could someone at the 4th level of the Qi Si be unable to best Lu Xun? It seemed utterly useless. Was it not said that his agility allowed for stealthy assaults? Lu Xun had just graduated from the martial arts academy, yet he managed to succeed in a sneak attack. Either Lu Xun was exceptionally skilled, or He Xiao was woefully inadequate. The murmurs of the students reached He Xiao's ears. Lu Xun, I shall seek retribution for this insult. He Xiao was livid, his anger boiling as he hastily exited the cafeteria. Senior, wait for me. As He Xiao departed, Lin Yan glanced at Lu Xun, who wore a bemused smile, and felt he could no longer remain. Sporting a face marred by shoe prints, he hurriedly followed after He Xiao. Look at that fellow. Did he just fall on his shoe soles? Several students erupted in laughter upon seeing the marks on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan was distraught, vigorously rubbing his face. But the imprints were deeply embedded and could not be easily erased. He had no choice but to cover his face and sprint through the campus, abandoning the pursuit of He Xiao, as he desperately sought to return to his dormitory and erase the evidence. In his haste, he accidentally collided with a charming girl. Goodness! Is this the new form of performance art by the national boys? To boldly charge at a girl with shoe prints on their face? Lin Yan soon discovered that a photo of him had been uploaded to the campus network, earning him the moniker Shoe Boy. Lu Xun, I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Lin Yan was utterly distraught. Xiaobai, have you had your fill? Meow. In the cafeteria of Beta University, a person and a cat finished their meal. Junior, may I have your contact? Our senior's sword manual requires a training partner. Not discussing it, thank you. Lu Xun departed the cafeteria with Xiaobai in his arms. Junior Lu Xun, would you be interested in joining our Ancient Road Expedition Corps? Just as he exited, another student hurried after him. Ancient Road Expedition Corps. It's a club. We have over a dozen members who have ventured into the nodes of the starry ancient road. If you ever have the opportunity to step into the cosmos, we can band together. Oh, I will consider it. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me at any time with your thoughts. This student was an officer of the club. In the realm of cultivation schools, numerous clubs existed. And compared to those in ordinary schools, these clubs held greater significance. For instance, should the opportunity arise to enter the nodes of the starry ancient road, members of the club could find solace in each other's company. Lu Xun had yet to formulate any thoughts on the matter. With his current level of strength, even if Blue Star were to re-enter the celestial ancient path, he would stand no chance of stepping onto the nodes of the ancient route. As dusk approached, it was noteworthy that despite Blue Star's departure from the solar system, the day-night cycle remained quite similar to what it was during their time in the solar system. Cradling Little White, Lu Xun decided to take a stroll before retiring for the night. Have you heard? That Lu Xun really has some skills. He actually made a senior from the second year, who is at the fourth layer of Qi Si, spit blood. Is that true? Isn't Lu Sun just a recent graduate? They say it was a sneak attack that did the trick. That's more plausible, but even so, pulling off a sneak attack like that is quite impressive. I can't fathom why he chose Fei Taiye. A few students approached, conversing about Lu Sun. How quickly the news had spread. Lu Sun took out his phone and discovered that indeed, posts had begun circulating on the campus forum. This was the peak time for new students to be active, which explained the swift dissemination of information. These students were freshmen, while most students beyond their second year were engrossed in their cultivation, resulting in significantly fewer who were aware of the incident. Wow, Lu Sun, you're amazing. You can even make someone at the fourth layer of Qi Si spit blood. Teach me your ways. Have you awakened your celestial extraordinary pulse? Not yet. This stubborn celestial extraordinary pulse refuses to awaken. I'm just out shopping with a senior for inspiration. Didn't you say before that seniors don't date? Oh, that was my youthful ignorance. Lu Sun, you have no idea how alluring that senior is. Her delicate hands are so soft. Li Buffon's message left Lu Sun astounded. He wondered which senior possessed such remarkable prowess to have captured this fellow. Meow, little white in his arms meowed softly. Suddenly, the previously dim sky transformed into an extraordinary brilliance. Lu Sun looked up to see the horizon ablaze, with crimson clouds billowing and radiant lights surging. In that searing, fiery sky, multiple suns ascended from the inferno like deities awakening, casting the entire capital city in a crimson glow. With each emergence of a sun, a deafening cry of a phoenix resounded, as golden-hued phoenixes soared from the blazing flames, spiraling around the newly birthed suns in an intricate dance. Wow, it's a celestial phenomenon. How astonishing. This phenomenon is remarkable. Gasps echoed across the campus. In a city like the capital, where talents gathered and powerhouses were numerous, celestial phenomena were not uncommon. While they did not occur daily, they generally appeared every few days, and on occasion, multiple phenomena would manifest in a single day. However, most celestial phenomena were relatively contained and lacked overwhelming grandeur. This particular phenomenon was indeed striking, primarily due to the suns. Typically, in celestial occurrences, such as when Lin Yen awakened the red sun pulse, only one sun would rise. Yet this time, it seemed as though suns were rising without restraint, one after another. The more suns that appeared in such phenomena, the more extraordinary the event became, and the more prodigious the genius responsible for it. 1 sun, 2 suns, 3 suns. 4 suns, 5 suns. Students craned their necks at a 90-degree angle, counting the number of suns that ascended. 6 suns, 7 suns, 8 suns, and now 9 suns. As the 9th sun ascended from the crimson flames, the entire capital seemed engulfed in a cataclysmic heat. The sky transformed from a canvas of red clouds into a boiling sea of fire, with the 9 resplendent suns suspended in the heavens, each radiating an oppressive force that was nearly suffocating. The 9 suns represented the 9 luminaries' spiritual veins. The red flames scorched the sky, and the phoenix danced with golden feathers, a sight not witnessed for ages. In the sky, several streaks of light halted, gazing in awe at the 9 suns above. Yet, this spectacle was far from over. Boom! The 10th sun, astonishingly, began to rise before the astonished eyes of the crowd. 10 suns. A voice trembled, reflecting profound unrest. But this was not the finale. The 11th and 12th suns followed in quick succession, the sacred veins of the 12 luminaries. In the capital, more individuals could no longer remain still, rushing toward the epicenter of this celestial phenomenon. The 9 luminaries' spiritual vein was not merely a name. The extraordinary veins of the world, such as the crimson sun vein and the red lotus vein, possessed their own hierarchies. If one could cultivate them to perfection, they might indeed invoke the 9 luminaries. The mere presence of the 9 luminaries was already formidable. Now, the emergence of 12 suns heralded the legendary 12 luminaries' sacred veins. Since the blue star ventured onto the ancient path of the stars, the manifestation of the 12 luminaries' sacred veins had only occurred once. Chu Youqing activated the burning sky phoenix vein. The host gained a 20-fold harvest from Chu Youqing's vein activation. The host will unlock the extraordinary veins of the world, unable to fully conceal the phenomenon, thus releasing a portion of it. As the suns ascended one after another, Lu Sun also welcomed his own fortune. What? 13 suns. Thus, a 13th sun emerged in the sky. No, 13 was not the limit. There were 14, 15, 16, until 17 and 18 sons, 18 sons in total. Crash. In the office of the principal of Qingshu Academy, the elder principal's teacup shattered upon the floor. 18 sons. How could this be possible? 18 sons, gasp. How could there be 18 sons? The source of the disturbance was traced back to Qingbei. The ascension of the 18 sons was truly astonishing, illuminating the capital brighter than daylight, igniting a fervor among its inhabitants. Countless powerful beings were stirred into action, streaks of light soaring skyward toward Qingbei. 18 sons. No, this was a dual phenomenon. In the heavens, a strong figure cast his gaze downward. This individual immediately discerned that this was a dual phenomenon. It implied that this extraordinary event was instigated by two individuals rather than one. However, the proximity of the dual phenomena made it difficult to distinguish between them. Nevertheless, the occurrence of 18 sons from a dual phenomenon was indeed remarkable. The powerful figure suddenly murmured in surprise. For after the manifestation of the 18 sons, a new change emerged. Clang, clang. The sound of a phoenix resonated, and a multicolored phoenix soared into the sky, bearing upon its back a golden sun. What kind of vein is this? The powerful figure above donned a contemplative expression. Let us call it the undying divine phoenix vein. Splendid. Now I have a second life. In the vicinity of Beta University, a secluded area near Qingshu Academy, the whispers of Lu Sun resonated softly. Chu Youqing had activated the burning sky phoenix vein, also known as the phoenix vein. After a 20-fold return, Lu Sun aptly named it the undying divine phoenix vein. The remarkable aspect of the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth is their ability to bestow a unique power upon their possessor. The undying divine phoenix vein granted Lu Sun the exceptional ability of nirvana, akin to bestowing him a second life. How did they merge? At that moment, Lu Sun discovered that the recently activated undying divine phoenix vein, under the surge of the 20-fold return, had astonishingly fused with the previously existing extraordinary vein of heaven and earth. To be precise, they connected and gradually transformed into a singular vein. It is noteworthy that the earlier activated extraordinary vein was a martial vein, while this time it was a spiritual vein. Is it truly possible for martial veins and spiritual veins to amalgamate? The extraordinary veins of heaven and earth are born from the essence of the universe, ideally merging into one. Otherwise, they may attract the ire of heaven and earth. Given that the host possesses a chaotic divine body, the first extraordinary vein embodies chaotic attributes. Thus, the merger will not cause conflict, nor will it affect the functions of the two extraordinary veins. On the contrary, it will yield even greater marvels. The system's notification alleviated Lu Sun's concerns. So, it seems he was fortunate to have bound to Murong Wan first. Lu Sun felt relief. Murong Wan's exquisite treasure body and exquisite vein inherently allowed for the compatibility of various energies. It is crucial to note that we are discussing energy. For instance, Murong Wan can cultivate lightning techniques, fire techniques, ice techniques, and so forth. The entirety of martial paths is open to her, unlike the Qiyang vein, which is only optimally effective for fire techniques, rendering other techniques less effective. However, this must be within martial arts. Murong Wan cannot embark on the path of immortality. The exquisite treasure body, returning tenfold to Lu Sun, transformed into the chaotic divine body, which underwent an upgrade. From accommodating various energies, it evolved to accommodate various powers. This allowed Lu Sun to traverse the paths of martial arts, immortality, or other avenues. Had he not bound to Murong Wan first and lacked the chaotic divine body, it would have posed considerable difficulties due to potential power compatibility issues. Initially, this may not seem problematic, but should he grow stronger without resolving this issue, it could prove fatal. The notion of dual cultivation of martial and immortal paths sounds splendid, yet its execution is exceedingly challenging. Some practitioners of immortality who engage in martial arts are essentially refining their bodies, belonging to the realm of body cultivators within the immortal path, which is not synonymous with martial arts. True dual cultivation of martial and immortal paths involves simultaneously activating both martial veins and spiritual veins. In the past on Blue Star, there were those who attempted this. A prodigious genius, after successfully opening a martial vein, forcefully activated a spiritual vein. The ultimate outcome was that this genius suffered severe injuries due to power imbalance upon reaching the fourth realm, rendering further advancement nearly impossible. The chaotic divine body and chaotic divine vein perfectly resolve this dilemma. This represents a dual phenomenon. Qingshu Academy possesses one, and Beta University has another. Esteemed guests, the skies of Qingbei are forbidden. Please refrain from approaching. At this moment, the arriving cultivators in the sky finally made a discovery. This time, the phenomenon was indeed dual. Streams of light swiftly approached. However, within the realms of the Qingshu Academy and Beta University, there were practitioners ascending into the skies, preventing those who approached from entering. This barrier left many practitioners unable to draw near, relegating them to distant observation. It was evident that the prospects were bleak for those from Qingbei. Others from different cultivation schools or factions, who initially intended to explore opportunities for recruitment, swiftly recognized the futility of their endeavors upon seeing the two individuals within Qingbei. Look at his head. At that moment, several students noticed Lu Sun, exclaiming in astonishment. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested above Lu Sun, resonating with the celestial manifestations, signifying that the heavenly signs bore witness to Lu Sun's contributions. It seemed he was indeed Lu Sun. What? The one who chose Fei Taiye as his mentor? They pondered. Perplexed, hasn't he already activated the celestial meridian? Why is he invoking another phenomenon? Silence. Just then, a young man clad in blue descended from the skies, blocking the students. It was he. This young man had visited the CAF and encountered Lu Sun before. Principal Ning, hasn't Lu Sun already activated the celestial meridian? How is he conjuring yet another celestial phenomenon? A student familiar with the blue-clad man whispered. If my conjecture is correct, he has likely unlocked the celestial meridian within the spiritual meridian. The blue-clad man responded solemnly. What? The spiritual meridian? Gasp. He has activated the martial meridian and can still awaken the spiritual meridian? Indeed, whether it be the martial or spiritual meridian, he has unlocked the celestial meridian for both. What manner of prodigy is he? Principal Ning's words left the students astounded. Even in a place like Qingbei, which was teeming with talent, possessing a celestial meridian was a rarity among students. These students themselves lacked any celestial meridians. Now, Lu Sun had not only opened the celestial meridian in martial arts, but also in the immortal path. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, even in a haven for prodigies like Qingbei, leaving these gifted students in utter disbelief. Lu Sun has activated the spiritual meridian and also the celestial meridian? Is this for real? Is he truly so extraordinary? If this is genuine, he must be the most monstrous genius of our cohort this year. Soon, the news spread through these students, causing a considerable commotion among the student body at Beta University. An influx of students began to converge upon the area, creating a veritable throng. The campus network and student groups were abuzz with activity. The situation became clear. The 12 solar phenomena were likely triggered by a student of Qingshu Academy, while the 6 solar phenomena and the phoenix overshadowing the sun were summoned by Lu Sun. The celestial meridian Lu Sun had activated must be quite remarkable, albeit its scope was not as extensive as that of Qingshu Academy. Some had inquired and received the latest updates. Even if the extent was modest, Lu Sun's activation of 2 celestial meridians could certainly be deemed astonishing. Indeed, I do not possess even 1 celestial meridian, and he possesses 2. I simply cannot fathom why such a genius would choose Fei Tai. The students were astounded and engaged in fervent discussions. Damn it, how could he? This revelation left Lin Yan in a daze. After being humiliated by Lu Sun recently, Lin Yan had been diligently studying and training, yearning for the day he could confront Lu Sun and redeem himself. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Sun unexpectedly unlocked a rare celestial vein, specifically one associated with the path of immortality. Can such a miraculous phenomenon occur without cost? It seems implausible. In a training room, He Xiao found himself taken aback by this revelation. Engrossed in honing his agility, he suddenly lost all motivation to continue. A genius? Perhaps a madman would be more fitting. At that moment, an unsettling voice emerged from a student group. Senior Su Feng. What does Senior Su have to say? He Xiao, invigorated by the news, hurried to seek his insights. As a third-year student, Su Feng's strength and knowledge far surpassed his own. The dual celestial vein of both immortality and martial arts suggests an ambitious path of dual cultivation. While the notion of such dual practice is impressive, ever since the Blue Star embarked on the ancient cosmic path, has anyone ever truly succeeded? Senior Su inquired. It seems true. No one has reported a successful endeavor. Some practitioners of immortal cultivation possess exceptionally robust physiques, capable of standing toe-to-toe with martial cultivators, yet their magical prowess is equally formidable. However, that pertains to the dual cultivation of the body and spirit, which differs from the dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts. Others in the group began to chime in. Senior Su, are there inherent risks in pursuing dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts? He Xiao, apprehensive that the conversation might veer off course, hastily posed the question. Indeed, these are two entirely distinct systems of power. The path of immortality emphasizes the primordial spirit, relying on it as the foundation and harnessing spiritual energy. Conversely, martial arts prioritize willpower, anchoring on the physical body and utilizing true qi. The greatest challenge in pursuing dual cultivation lies in reconciling the conflict of powers. The first 5 realms may pose no significant issues, but upon breaking through the 5th realm, failure to resolve this conflict could cost one their life. A celestial vein embodies the essence of creation. For one to unlock 2 simultaneously, does that not defy the natural order? When he faces heavenly tribulation, the severity of his trials will be magnified tenfold. An individual's energy is finite, and the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Reaching the pinnacle in one discipline is already an arduous task. To divide one's focus is akin to inviting peril. Such insatiable ambition could lead to ruin. Senior Su elaborated on the myriad risks associated with dual cultivation. Tenfold tribulation. By that reckoning, he truly is a madman, exclaimed one. No, I still believe he is a genuine genius. Sometimes, the line between genius and madness blurs. Su Feng's words sparked fervent debate among the group members. Some believed Lu Sun was indeed a true prodigy, while others deemed him reckless, risking his very life. Now I can breathe easier, he Xiao thought, his heart finally settling. The discourse within the group quickly spread, igniting intense discussions among the freshmen at Beta University. Unbeknownst to Lu Sun, he had become the center of this fervent debate. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He neither considered himself a genius nor a madman, merely an unremarkable host of a system. Presently, Lu Sun was preoccupied with his own troubles. The cause was none other than the strikingly beautiful Fu Shui, who had once again arrived. Teacher Fu, he thought, feeling the weight of her gaze, as intense and scrutinizing as if she were appraising a rare treasure. Lu Sun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Lu Sun, the celestial meridian you just opened is a spiritual meridian? Inquired Fu Shui. Indeed, Master, Lu Sun replied. To have opened both martial and spiritual meridians, alongside the celestial extraordinary meridian, is a rare gift in this world. However, do you comprehend the peril inherent in such an endeavor? Fu Shui pressed further. Master, I feel it is manageable, Lu Sun responded once more. I possess a technique that may assist you in addressing this issue. The school authorities are present. From this day forth, I shall be your mentor, and I will take responsibility for your progress, Fu Shui declared, her tone firm and undeniable. She has arrived, Lu Sun thought, feeling his head swell with anxiety. Do you not already have a student with a stellar sacred body? Why do you fixate on yourself? Dear beautiful sister, you deserve far better, came the languid voice of Elder Fei Tae. Just in time to save the day, Lu Sun praised as he acknowledged Fei. Teacher, you have arrived. How do you judge my progress in opening the meridians? Lu Sun hurried over. Quite impressive indeed. You are certainly a worthy student of mine. Fei Tai beamed with joy. After bestowing compliments upon Lu Sun, he produced a card and presented it to him. This card contains 100,000 units of dark energy. As a reward for your successful meridian opening, henceforth, I shall grant you an additional 20,000 units each month. I may not have much, but I possess an abundance of dark energy. 100,000 units of dark energy, exclaimed the surrounding students, their eyes nearly popping out in envy. Not only the students, but even the teachers felt envious. Ordinary lecturers at Qingbei were generally practitioners of the 3rd realm, and a sum of 100,000 units of dark energy was a considerable fortune for them. Thank you, teacher. Lu Sun eagerly accepted the card. Another advantage of choosing Fei Tae emerged. Fei Tae's heart had shattered, rendering him unable to advance further in his cultivation. He merely sought to get by. This circumstance allowed him to accumulate dark energy, in contrast to other 5th realm masters who might acquire dark energy more easily, yet bore significant cultivation costs. My dear disciple, I must also strive to improve. I am determined to cultivate you into a remarkable talent. lest others mock our master-disciple relationship. Fei Tai's next words, however, felt somewhat off. Teacher, why have you also come? Go in exchange for some pills or the like to consolidate your strength. Return to the training room in CUNY building in 3 days. I shall personally supervise your cultivation, Fei Tai continued. Alas, he has resolved to pursue progress, Lu Xun thought. Yes, master, he replied, feeling the weight of expectation. As a circle of teachers stood nearby, Lu Xun felt compelled to conceal his unease, swallowing his discontent. Very well, he concluded internally. Observing this scene, Fu Shui realized her chances had slipped away once more. She shook her head and quietly departed. Wow. Lu Xun has once again rebuffed Fu Shui, steadfastly choosing Fei Tai, who has generously granted him 100,000 units of dark energy. I can't believe it, 100,000 units. Is it too late for me to choose Fei Tai now? Wake up. You don't even possess a celestial extraordinary meridian. How could you choose? The news of Lu Xun's second rejection of Fu Shui swiftly spread throughout the school. This time, due to Fei Tai's excessively generous demeanor, many students found themselves envious of Lu Xun. Look, there is Lu Xun. Is that really Lu Xun? He is quite handsome. Within the campus, Lu Xun had become a figure of renown, with an increasing number of individuals recognizing him. Brother Sun, dear father, benevolent guardian, please grant me a portion of your celestial meridian. Li Bufan rushed over, eager to seek guidance from Lu Xun. He had recently become obsessed with opening a celestial meridian, to the point of distraction. 3 swift days passed. During this time, Chu Youqing sent Lu Xun a message with good news, yet the two did not meet. When the 3rd day arrived, Lu Xun begrudgingly made his way to the Qinya building early in the morning. This building housed numerous training rooms. Fei Tai was already waiting for Lu Xun in one of the training rooms. Lu Xun noticed that today, Fei Tai had donned a new outfit and even tidied his beard, presenting himself with an air of reformation. A sense of foreboding settled over Lu Xun. Master, what delightful brew do you have in that gourd? It smells so fragrant. Lu Xun seized the moment, anticipating Fei Tai's response. Oh, this is Immortal's Intoxication, a superior spirit brew that I personally crafted, and it cannot be purchased with mere money. Fei Tai beamed with pride. So it is your own creation. No wonder it is so intoxicating. May I have a taste, master? Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with desire. Certainly. Fei Tai tossed the gourd to him. Upon uncorking it, a rich aroma filled the training room. Delicious. Lu Xun poured himself a cup and swiftly downed a second. Master, what is the secret ingredient in your brew? It is simply exquisite. Here's to you, master. Lu Xun raised his cup. And another toast to you, master. Thus, in the training room, Lu Xun and Fei Tai exchanged cups, reveling in their merry drinking. Lu Xun, remember to adhere to the training schedule. As they continued, Fei Tai's head drooped, and he fell asleep, not forgetting to remind Lu Xun to train before dozing off. Indeed, my chaotic divine body is truly remarkable. I remain sober even after countless cups. Lu Xun felt no trace of inebriation. After a moment of contemplation, he fetched a thin blanket and covered Fei Tai, then clapped his hands and departed. Training seemed an impossible endeavor. In this lifetime, it appeared he would never train. Lu Xun, when I awoke yesterday, you were nowhere to be found. What were you doing? Master, I was practicing martial skills. Would you like me to demonstrate? The next day, Fei Tai returned. Lu Xun felt overwhelmed. After finally selecting a laid-back mentor, it seemed this mentor had been inspired to strive for improvement. Who could he turn to for counsel? Fortunately, Lu Xun managed to distract him with his 10,000 shadows step. Master, do you still have any of that immortal's intoxication? Lu Xun resumed his quest for more wine. Unsurprisingly, Fei Tai once again became thoroughly intoxicated. Lu Xun, this training room shows no record of use. Have you been slacking off? Absolutely not, master. You need not scrutinize me so closely. My progress is swift. Just look, my 10,000 shadows step has improved. Indeed, mere agility is insufficient. This is the Ta sword technique that I have devised based on an unnamed sword manual, comprising only the first 5 forms. I entrust it to you for further development. Fei Tai handed a sword manual to Lu Xun. Thus concluded their interaction. Lu Xun felt utterly overwhelmed. For the next 2 days, despite his attempts to intoxicate Fei Tai daily, the latter would arrive punctually each morning. Regret gnawed at Lu Xun's heart. Other mentors merely assigned assistants for supervision, yet Fei Tai took it upon himself to oversee personally, visiting daily. Fortunately, Lu Xun had concealed a few resources to manage the situation. Nonetheless, this approach was not sustainable. Master, the wine you brew is exquisite. Your wife must be the happiest person in the world, Lu Xun mused, seeking an alternative strategy, as the previous one proved futile. As fate would have it. Upon uttering these words, Fei Ta's demeanor shifted dramatically. He grasped the wine gourd, gulping down its contents. Come, drink, Fei Ta insisted. Pouring a drink for Lu Xun. Have I spoken amiss? Lu Xun pondered. The following day, Fei Ta did not appear. On the third day, he was still absent. Was the impact of his words truly so profound? My apologies, master. May you continue in your despondency, Lu Xun offered, though relief washed over him internally. At last, he could relax once more. In the ensuing days, Fei Ta remained absent, much to Lu Xun's delight. The Ta sword technique could be presented to Murong Wan. Perhaps he would assess her need for dark energy. Lu Xun possessed a wealth of valuable resources. Upon examining the Ta sword technique gifted by Fei Ta, he discovered its profound complexity, far surpassing the earth-level technique previously given, which was rather trivial for scholars of Qingbei. The hierarchy of martial arts techniques is as follows: celestial, earth, profound, and yellow, with celestial being the most exalted and earth ranking second. In the outer world, earth-level techniques are indeed precious, yet not everyone is capable of practicing them. If one's martial or spiritual veins lack sufficient strength, attempting to cultivate a technique of excessive rank may yield counterproductive results. Initially, Lu Xun intended to allocate all 100,000 units of dark energy to Chu Youqing, who was currently experiencing a disruption in her card access, as a means to compel her compliance. However, upon reflection, Lu Xun decided to share a portion of the dark energy with Murong Wan. Given the recent instability in the Murong family and the significant depletion of dark energy due to Murong Zhan's injuries, making it likely that Murong Wan might require assistance. Half of the holiday had elapsed, yet Murong Wan had not yet arrived in the capital, suggesting she would only come once the term commenced. Lu Xun continued his leisurely existence, while Chu Youqing periodically sent him messages regarding her progress. She was diligently cultivating, striving to reach the second realm before the start of the term, so that following the assessment of her cultivation, she could receive a greater share of dark energy. As for elixirs, spiritual items, or other resources, they could be exchanged for dark energy, which served both as a means of personal cultivation and as currency among practitioners. As for Xiaobai, there had been no unusual occurrences. Lu Xun remained unperturbed, enjoying his tranquil days, occasionally attending theoretical classes or visiting the training room to maintain appearances. Haha, Lu Xun, your brother Fan has opened a miraculous vein of heaven and earth. A week later, following a celestial phenomenon, Li Bufan joyfully informed Lu Xun of his fortune. He had finally unlocked a miraculous vein known as the Xianhuang Martial Vein, a formidable earth-type vein characterized by its robust defense and strength. Lin Yan, come forth. Brother allows you to strike first. This is your own doing. With great enthusiasm, Li Bufan approached Lin Yan for a challenge at the arena, a venue for competitions between schools. When Li Bufan activated the Xianhuang Martial Vein, the extent of the celestial phenomenon was even greater than that of Lin Yan's. Over the past few days, Lin Yan had expanded the Qiyang vein slightly, coupled with its heavy offensive nature, granting him ample confidence in overcoming Li Bufan. Amidst the watchful eyes of numerous students, the two engaged in a spirited exchange on the arena, with Lu Xun also observing the spectacle. This battle proved intriguing, with Li Bufan adopting a purely defensive strategy, while Lin Yan relentlessly attacked. After Lin Yan grew exhausted, Li Bufan finally launched a decisive strike, sending Lin Yan tumbling off the arena. Do you yield? Yield? To whom? What else can you do besides hide like a turtle? You couldn't even breach my defense, yet here you are barking. Following their duel, the two engaged in a war of words. Lin Yan felt disgruntled. Although he couldn't defeat Lu Xun, to be bested by Li Bufan was another matter entirely. Isn't that the shoe guy? A girl recognized Lin Yan just as he was feeling frustrated. Haha, so you are the shoe guy. Are you trying to make me laugh to inherit my slippers? Li Bufan mocked loudly. I will kill you. Lin Yan exploded with fury. Brother Lu, we have a breakthrough. The day after Li Bufan unlocked the miraculous vein, Lu Xun received an unexpected message. It was from an underground assassin named Luo Dashing. What does it say? The one who seeks to kill you is in Rongcheng and seems to have a past with you. He knows you frequent the martyrs' cemetery. Recently, He has raised the bounty to 30,000 dark energy. You must be cautious. This price could attract the attention of a third-tier cultivator. 30,000 dark energy. That is no trivial sum. Indeed, a third-tier cultivator might be tempted, especially those who have toiled to reach that level. Li Sheng. Luo Daxing's words confirmed Lu Sun's suspicions. The one who sought his demise was unmistakably Li Sheng, the very individual who had taken all his family's fortune. Upon learning of Lu Sun's miraculous vein, Li Sheng feared Lu Sun's rise and sought to eliminate him before he could seek retribution. Chu Youqing has broken through to the second tier. You have received 20-fold returns from her achievement. 2 days later, Chu Youqing successfully ascended to the second tier, granting Lu Sun a substantial reward. The second tier of the immortal path involves gathering energy, absorbing dark energy through spiritual veins, and transforming it into gaseous spiritual power. Once sufficient spiritual power accumulates, one can establish a spiritual mansion in their dantian and thus break through to the second tier. This stage bears some resemblance to martial arts, albeit with different energetic properties. As the spiritual power continued to surge, a vast spiritual mansion was established within Lu Sun's dantian, with energy flowing ceaselessly into it. Unlike martial arts, spiritual energy is not compressed and upgraded through the spirit palace. Rather, the spirit palace merely serves as a reservoir for spiritual energy. To purify this energy, the cultivator must undertake the refinement themselves. At this juncture, possessing a spiritual wheel simplifies the process significantly. As spiritual energy circulates within the wheel, it can be compressed via minor spiritual veins, becoming increasingly refined until it transforms into mist, semi-liquid form, liquid, and ultimately coalesces into a pill, paving the way to the fifth realm of the mystic pill. The initial 5 realms of cultivation primarily revolve around the manipulation of spiritual energy. For Lu Sun, this process is remarkably straightforward, requiring no effort on his part. The surging energy resolves everything autonomously. Within him, spiritual energy accumulates continuously, and when it surpasses the capacity of the spirit palace, its density begins to rise. His strength ascends from the first layer of qi gathering to the second, third, fourth, and fifth layers, eventually reaching the 6th layer before coming to a halt. The 20-fold return indeed proves to be exceptionally potent. Murong Wan's breakthrough merely elevated Lu Sun to the 3rd layer of the qi sea, while Chu Youqing's breakthrough propelled him to the 6th layer of qi gathering. It is noteworthy that, whether in martial arts or celestial paths, Lu Sun surpasses his peers within the same realm. This also implies that each ascension demands greater effort on his part. Furthermore, advancing to a higher layer inherently requires considerable strength. Thus, reaching the 6th layer of qi gathering underscores the remarkable efficacy of the 20-fold return. This single leap is equivalent to the arduous cultivation endured by some extraordinary talents over half a year or ordinary talents over a year or two, and even typical celestial cultivators over several years. Lu Sun, I have broken through to the 2nd realm. Chu Youqing exuberantly video called him. Congratulations, Lu Sun conveyed his well wishes. Shall we meet tonight at Qingbei Street? Chu Youqing expressed her longing for Lu Sun. Over the past half-month, she had immersed herself in relentless cultivation. All right. Just in time, I intend to give you the dark energy. As dusk cloaked the city, the lights of the capital flickered to life, with neon hues flowing like liquid color between the buildings. Beneath the glow of 3 moons, the headlights on the long street traced golden arcs. As the entire city gradually awakened in the night, shimmering with a captivating and prosperous aura, Lu Sun, at the entrance of Beta University, Chu Youqing joyfully rushed over, instinctively linking her arm with his. It's Lu Sun. Wow, his girlfriend is stunning. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by some students familiar with Lu Sun. What? Lu Sun has a girlfriend now? Calm down. What is wrong with having a girlfriend? Without one, you must compete with a multitude of others. With a girlfriend, you only need to compete with her. A girl earnestly educated her friend. She is so beautiful. Can I even compete? Her friend lacked confidence. Do you understand positional competition? You don't need to compare beauty. Then what should I compare? Charm, of course. Get lost. The duo of friends playfully engaged in a light-hearted scuffle. Meanwhile, Lu Sun and Chu Youqing strolled hand in hand into Qingbei Street. With the school term approaching, the recent days had seen a surge of couples meandering about. The entirety of Qingbei Street was predominantly filled with pairs of students. If a solitary soul wishes to join, one must possess a formidable appetite. Otherwise, one might find oneself overwhelmed by the abundance of dog food. Is your mother still here? Pay her no heed. Murong Wan remains present, overseeing her quaint establishment, which specializes in trinkets sourced from the ancient paths of the starry skies. Among her offerings are moonlight stone bracelets, star sand necklaces, celestial heart knots, and dewdrop earrings. Additionally, there are star fragment glass bottles, delicate vials that contain stardust, which morphs in color with temperature changes, emanating a soft blue glow when held in one's palm, reminiscent of capturing a sliver of the Milky Way. Though these charming items hail from the ancient celestial routes, their prices are quite reasonable, making them affordable for students of Qingbei. They also serve as perfect gifts between couples. Moreover, Murong Wan, with her undeniable charm, has seen her business flourish. However, her primary focus remains on Chu Youqing. As soon as Lu Sun and Chu Youqing arrived, Murong Wan abandoned her shop to follow them like a shadow. When it comes to her mother, Chu Youqing remains resolute in her indifference. In fact, to provoke Murong Wan, she affectionately nestled close to Lu Sun, their fingers entwined. This sight made Murong Wan seethe, her ample bosom heaving with indignation. Lu Sun, I heard you have also opened your spiritual veins. Are you seeking to cultivate both immortal and martial arts? Indeed, but they say that pursuing both is perilous. Fear not, I shall be fine. You should focus on your own cultivation. I believe in you. Chu Youqing had also learned of Lu Sun's endeavors. She harbored an inexplicable confidence in him. Wow, is this all for me? Teacher Fei provided this. He has given far too much, and I cannot utilize it all. Given your substantial consumption during cultivation, take it. All right, I shall repay you in the future. Lu Sun bestowed upon her 80,000 units of dark energy. After noting this in her small notebook, Chu Youqing accepted the card. Observing her record of the dark energy amount, Lu Sun thought to himself, this girl is quite astute. It is commendable that she is not one to only take without giving. If he forbade her from doing so, she would feel unsettled. As they meandered, Lu Sun spotted Li Bufan in the distance. Li Bufan was happily crossing the street with a beautiful senior, indulging in acts of chivalry such as purchasing drinks and gifts, and even kneeling to tie her shoelaces. What a sycophant, Lu Sun scoffed. Even after 3 years of kindness towards Lu Mei, due to her deliberate concealment, he had never stooped to such flattery. Nonetheless, despite his obsequiousness, it seemed that Li Bufan was making considerable progress with the senior. As they continued strolling, they even hailed a taxi together, presumably for a destination unknown. At least he did not bring shame to his adoptive father. Lu Sun and Chu Youqing wandered late into the evening, sharing a late-night snack before parting ways. Murong Wan, having kept a vigilant watch throughout the night, was left simmering with frustration. No, this ire would linger until tomorrow, perhaps even the day after. After escorting Chu Youqing back to school, Lu Sun turned to see Murong Wan, a few meters away, glaring at him with indignation. Such a beautiful woman, when angered, possessed an alluring grace all her own. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Sun approached her, intending to convey that there was no need for such a scrutinizing gaze. He would not forcibly take Chu Youqing to a hotel. However, Murong Wan was not in the mood for conversation and merely huffed at Lu Sun before retreating to her shop. Very well, let us return. Lu Sun thought as he cradled Xiaobai and made his way back to Beta University. With the new semester fast approaching, he wondered why Murong Wan had yet to arrive and why there was no news of her. Just as he was pondering this, that evening, a windfall came his way. Murong Wan has broken through to the second layer of Qi Si. You have received a 20-fold reward from her achievement. How swift it was. It had only been a little over a month since Murong Wan's last breakthrough to the first level of Qi Si. Considering the recent tumult surrounding the Murong family, her focus had been significantly diverted. Remarkably, Lu Sun's martial arts prowess was also surging. He ascended from the 3rd layer of Qi Si all the way to the 8th layer in a single bound, stopping only there. Although it seemed less impressive than the gains he had acquired from Chu Youqing, it was important to note that the higher one climbed, the more arduous the journey became. With the semester yet to commence, he had already attained the 8th layer of Qi Si. Surely, during the assessment of his cultivation, he would not be regarded as a monster? Lu Sun clicked his tongue. To possess the 8th layer in martial arts and the 6th layer in immortal arts, if such news were to circulate, it would undoubtedly instill fear in many. No, he could not reveal everything. He must remain discreet. Displaying only the 3rd layer of Qi Si and the 1st layer of immortal arts should suffice. He contemplated the approaching formalities of the semester which would entail a cultivation assessment. Following the evaluation, the school would allocate dark energy each month based on one's cultivation level, categorized into tiers. There was a significant disparity between the first and second tiers, even for those with identical levels of cultivation. It was crucial to strike a balance. He could not completely conceal his abilities, but needed to reveal them gradually and judiciously. It had been over 2 months since he first opened his meridians. Maintaining a steady level of the third layer in martial arts and the first layer in immortal arts seemed prudent. His strength was still insufficient. He must remain low-key and avoid drawing attention. Revealing his true cultivation at this stage would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny. Not to mention the risks of exposing the system. Should a more formidable mentor insist on instructing him, it could prove perilous. Thus, Lu Xun stroked Xiaobai's head. Having devised a plan, meow, Xiaobai nuzzled against Lu Xun, its inner princess seemingly absent, leaving him uncertain of when she might resurface. 2 days later, in the morning, Murong Wan awaited at the entrance of the Qingshu Academy. A few minutes later, Chu Youqing emerged. "Youqing, I'll take a cab myself," she stated, directly boarding a ride-sharing vehicle. Murong Wan's expression froze, and after Chu Youqing departed, she sighed and drove towards the airport. Today marked Murong Wan's arrival in the capital, and as her sister, it was only natural for her to go and greet her little aunt. 2 hours later, at the airport's arrival area, Chu Youqing joyfully leapt into Murong Wan's embrace. Given their minimal age difference, their relationship had always been quite close. Murong Wan was dressed exquisitely today, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Upon the arrival of Chu Youqing and Murong Wan, the 3 stunning beauties stood together, vying for attention and instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. "Wanner, after such a long flight, you must be exhausted?" "I'm all right, sister. The semester officially begins tomorrow. Why not stay at my place tonight? It's rare for us sisters to have time alone together to converse." "Yes, that sounds good." Once Chu Youqing and Murong Wan exchanged pleasantries, Murong Wan stepped forward to invite Murong Wan to stay with her. Despite the considerable age difference between the sisters, their bond was not as intimate as that shared between Chu Youqing and Murong Wan. Nevertheless, Murong Wan accepted the invitation. "Murong Wan has arrived?" Lu Xun received a message from Chu Youqing. Murong Wan had come to the capital. In the 2 months since she opened her meridians, she had made significant progress, breaking through to the second realm and reaching the second level of her Qi Si. This was achieved despite certain constraints within the Murong family. Now that she was in the capital, fully focused on her cultivation, her strength would likely grow rapidly. It wouldn't be long before Lu Xun's martial prowess surged once again. "Auntie, farewell. I will accompany you to school tomorrow." Meanwhile, Chu Youqing bid farewell to Murong Wan. Murong Wan found it curious that Chu Youqing chose not to stay with Murong Wan. Unbeknownst to her, the mother and daughter were experiencing a slight rift due to Lu Xun. Murong Wan, embracing her role as the elder sister, spent the afternoon with Murong Wan, gathering daily necessities to be delivered to the school the following day. "I will be residing in the capital for the long term. If you ever feel bored at school, feel free to visit. It's been years since we sisters have spoken like this." Indeed, Murong Wan, with a nostalgic glimmer in her eyes, took her sister's hand, and the two began to reminisce. She shared numerous anecdotes, from her childhood when she adored carrying Murong Wan, to when Murong Wan grew older and became her shadow, and how after the birth of Chu Youqing, a young Murong Wan was utterly enamored with her, pushing her around every day. As the conversation flowed, it unearthed cherished memories for Murong Wan as well. Childhood moments are invariably beautiful, a time when the world was less complicated and sisterly affection was purer. Alas, childhood cannot be reclaimed. It is precisely because it is unattainable that those memories become so special and invaluable. Thus, the sisters conversed late into the night, with Murong Wan predominantly speaking while Murong Wan listened intently. "Sister, it seems that Youqing has had a falling out with you?" After sharing heartfelt words for so long, their relationship deepened, prompting Murong Wan to finally inquire about the matter. Indeed, Murong Wan had been waiting for this question. As soon as it was posed, she eagerly delved into the subject of Lu Xun. Upon mentioning his name, Murong Wan's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of complexity. After all, he was her first love and, if fate allowed, would be her last. Following the opening of her Linglong meridian, Murong Wan resolved to devote herself entirely to cultivation, setting aside matters of the heart. Even as she matured, she vowed never to remarry. "Wanner, you are well aware of the significance of social standing in our current society. Lu Xun, Being an orphan, lacks familial support. By associating with him, Youqing is only jeopardizing her own future, Murong Wan sighed. However, sister, hasn't Lu Sun opened the heavenly vein? Murong Wan inquired. Not only has he opened the heavenly vein, but half a month ago, he also unlocked the spiritual vein and a second heavenly vein, Murong Wan revealed. What? Murong Wan was taken aback by her sister's words. Having remained in Rongcheng, she was unaware of this development. It seems he intends to cultivate both celestial and martial paths. If he didn't pursue this dual cultivation, he might still have a promising future. Yet, by choosing this path, he is effectively sabotaging his own prospects. The cultivation speed for dual paths is exceedingly slow. Since the advent of the new era, no one has succeeded. Murong Wan held no optimism for Lu Sun's future. Murong Wan fell silent, surprised by Lu Sun's choice of dual cultivation. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge, not to mention the slower cultivation speed, which lagged significantly behind others. Wanner, do you think that with his current state, Youqing is making a grave mistake by being with him? Murong Wan asked her sister. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Wan replied, Sister, it is quite natural for young people to fall in love. I believe Lu Sun is not as inadequate as you portray him to be. Perhaps we should respect Youqing's choice and observe for a while. What do you think? Murong Wan was taken aback. Her sister seemed to be defending Lu Sun. Sister, you do not understand the generous conditions offered by the He family, heavenly grade techniques, and an abundance of resources. If Youqing marries into that family, it won't be long before she surpasses even our father. In comparison, what does Lu Sun have to offer? Murong Wan attempted to persuade her sister. Sister, I believe it is better to respect Youqing's decision. Murong Wan maintained her stance. I am not forcing her. I just cannot shake the feeling that being with Lu Sun will lead to her ruin. He gives me an unreliable impression. Would you assist me in discerning Lu Sun's true character, so that Youqing may be disillusioned? Murong Wan implored, grasping Murong Wan's hands with earnestness. Assist? I am uncertain of your intentions, sister, Murong Wan replied, puzzled by Murong Wan's request. However, seeing her sister so earnestly pleading, she felt compelled to agree. All right, sister. Tell me how I can assist. If it is within my power, I shall certainly help. Murong Wan beamed at her sister's agreement. The method is quite simple. We shall employ the allure of beauty. Allure of beauty? Murong Wan echoed, intrigued. Yes, you shall help me to entice Lu Sun. Once he falls for your charms and is swayed, Youqing will be able to see his true nature and ultimately sever ties with him. Murong Wan outlined her plan. Sister, you are so beautiful, the most stunning maiden in Rongcheng. I can hardly compare to you. You are the dream of countless men in this city. If you were to make a move, Lu Sun would undoubtedly be captivated. Murong Wan continued, her excitement growing as she envisioned Lu Sun succumbing to Murong Wan's allure. In that moment, she imagined her daughter would become utterly disillusioned with Lu Sun, thus complying with her plans. Unbeknownst to her, Murong Wan's expression was one of shock and complexity. Don't worry, Wanner. It's not as if I intend for you to engage with him in any way. I merely wish to unveil Lu Sun's true nature. Murong Wan reassured her sister, interpreting Wanner's concerns as mere sibling anxiety. Sister, you must consider that Youqing is your daughter. Is such a course of action truly appropriate? Murong Wan inquired. In her eyes, Lu Sun was not as dreadful as portrayed. Although there existed a disparity between him and Chu Youqing, if Lu Sun could mature, this issue would be resolved. Why is Murong Wan so determined to sever their bond? Even resorting to the use of beauty as a weapon? The irony lies in the fact that she is the one being used in this ploy. She has already shared the most intimate moments with Lu Sun. I am considering her future. There will be no favorable outcome for her if she remains with Lu Sun. Murong Wan asserted firmly. Murong Wan set down her phone and shook her head. No, sister, you are thinking of the Chu family's future. How did you come to know? Murong Wan's expression changed, and she hastily defended herself. There are indeed factors to consider, but I genuinely wish for Youqing's well-being. With a sigh, Murong Wan responded, Sister, I have respected you since childhood, yet in this matter, you are in the wrong. I cannot assist you with this. I feel rather fatigued and shall take my leave to rest. After standing, she walked toward another bedroom. Just before reaching the door, Murong Wan turned back, gazing softly at her sister. I shall not divulge tonight's events to Youqing. Sister, I advise you to exercise patience. Youqing's spiritual roots have awakened, and she has manifested the 12 solar veins. Her future potential is boundless. If you can wait a few more years until she matures, all issues will be effortlessly resolved. Upon entering her room, Murong Wan's refusal to assist left Murong Yin feeling despondent as she sank into a chair in the living room. She sat there for a long time, her expression shifting as if grappling with inner turmoil. In recent days, she had indeed exerted considerable effort. For instance, beautiful girls frequently surrounded Lu Sun, openly displaying their affections, a strategy orchestrated by Murong Yin herself. As long as she was willing to invest, she could find girls willing to help her, even at elite institutions like Qingbei. Murong Yin aimed to test Lu Sun. Should he falter, the problem would be resolved, and her daughter would be spared from a potential scoundrel. However, Lu Sun remained impervious, showing little interest in the beautiful girls, leading Murong Yin to conclude that they simply did not possess the allure or uniqueness that Chu Youqing did. When her sister Murong Wan arrived, she hoped for her cooperation, only to be met with resistance. The exceptionally talented girls at Beta University were beyond her reach. Beyond this strategy, she could conceive of no other means to separate Chu Youqing from Lu Sun. Surely, she could not resort to having Lu Sun harmed. Such an act was beyond her moral compass. Regardless of her ambitions for the Chu family's future, she could not betray the kindness Lu Sun's parents had extended to them. Gradually, however, a resolute expression settled upon her face as she contemplated her next steps. Meanwhile, in the stillness of the night, Lu Sun lay soundly asleep on his wide, soft bed, while Xiaobai curled up on his chest, resembling a creamy white snowball, lost in sweet slumber. The evening breeze fluttered the curtains, allowing the soft crimson moonlight to grace the room. Suddenly, Xiaobai opened her eyes. They remained her eyes. Yet anyone who dared to meet her gaze at that moment would feel as if they were staring into the depths of a human soul rather than those of a cat. How infuriating! How could a mere mortal compel this princess to fetch his shoes? What right does such a lowly creature have to share a bed with me? Oh, the indignity of having to accompany him even to the restroom. Cursed humans, I shall have your heads. After a brief moment of shock, Xiaobai, now radiating an aura of wrath, lunged at Lu Sun with her sharp claws glinting ominously. Just as she was about to strike, a powerful hand appeared, lifting her effortlessly. Indeed, it has been a month. Lu Sun sat up in bed, reflecting on the absence of that so-called princess in recent days. He speculated that her appearances followed a pattern, perhaps a week, half a month, or a month. As it turned out, it was precisely 1 month since their last encounter. Release me, foolish human. Xiaobai, now reverted to her princess form, struggled against his grasp. Lu Sun gently set her down. Princess Barbara, we meet again. Might I request a less fierce demeanor upon our next encounter? He greeted her amicably, recalling only the name Barbara from her lengthy title. This name, familiar from several games and films of a bygone era, resonated with him. Yet, the Barbara she referred to may not carry the same connotations as those from Blue Star. You insufferable human. From now on, you shall not accompany this princess while bathing or sleeping, nor shall you insist on my presence during your restroom visits. Most importantly, you shall never again command me to fetch your slippers, Barbara declared, raising her paw to emphasize her 3 prohibitions. That seems rather unrelated to me. Have you considered that these actions were indeed your own doing? Lu Sun shrugged. How dare you? Barbara huffed, recalling that it was indeed she who had insisted on such arrangements. Even during bath time, it was she who had entered the bathroom after seeing Lu Sun wash, seeking his assistance. In truth, her consciousness had succumbed to slumber while her body acted on instinct, indicating a peculiar closeness to Lu Sun. Curse this sleeping spell, Barbara lamented, feeling a headache brewing. Very well, my time is limited, so I shall refrain from dwelling on these trivial matters. Instead, I shall impart a spell to you as a reward for your service to this princess over these days. If you can master it, I shall bestow upon you greater benefits next month. In the face of pressing matters, Barbara resolved to overlook these minor grievances. A spell? Yes, a magic incantation. This is the ultimate weapon of us Australians. Only royalty possesses such formidable spells. Had I not been reduced to this state, you would never have the opportunity to learn them. So precious, perhaps I shall forego the learning, Lu Sun replied, lacking enthusiasm. After all, the system forbade him from practicing. This incantation can immobilize someone for a brief period. The duration depends on the disparity in strength between you and your target. Even a fleeting moment can be life-saving in critical times. Are you truly uninterested in learning? Barbara, surprisingly, began to persuade him otherwise. I do not relish the arduous pursuit of learning, Lu Sun declared, shaking his head. Foolish humans, this is not cultivation, It merely involves memorizing a phrase. Barbara, exasperated by his lack of ambition, retorted, "Very well, you may teach." At this, Lu Xun finally exhibited a flicker of interest. A single phrase can render one immobile? This bears some resemblance to the binding technique of the great sage equal to heaven. No, perhaps it is inferior. He requires merely a word, while you demand an entire sentence. Yet, since it is not cultivation, a bit of study could do no harm. The more skills one possesses, the better. Listen closely, for I shall recite the incantation. Wait, Lu Xun interrupted, retrieving his phone to record. Go ahead. The spell cannot be captured in recordings. This is futile, Barbara scoffed. Domi Karabi Bibi Niba. She then uttered a long string of syllables that resonated with an air of enchantment. Did you remember it? She inquired after finishing. Lu Xun replayed the recording, only to find silence. Repeat it, he urged, realizing he had not retained it. Domi Karabi Bibi Niba. Barbara recited it once more. And now? Still not working. How foolish. Barbara sighed, repeating the spell several more times. Domi Karabi Bibi Niba. At last, Lu Xun managed to pronounce it correctly. But why is there no effect? He questioned. You are not of royal blood. Simply reciting it is insufficient. This is the diagram of magical energy I have drawn for you. When casting a spell, you must channel magical energy to produce sound. Do you understand? As she spoke, her claws had unknowingly sketched several intricate diagrams on the wall. Magical energy? Where would I acquire such a thing? Lu Xun protested, for he possessed none. Magic is a power exclusive to Western sorcerers. How could I have overlooked that? This complicates matters. In times of danger, you could use my blood, Barbara began, only to have her voice revert to a meow. Meow? After a few more meows, she resigned herself. Once again, the sparkle in her eyes rapidly faded, and the vivacity of her expression vanished. She transformed back into a genuine feline, becoming Lu Xun's little white cat. Meow? The little white cat leapt into Lu Xun's embrace, nuzzling against him. You came here of your own accord. Lu Xun lifted the little white cat and scrutinized the diagrams that Barbara had drawn. He recalled the incantation, but the complexity of the diagrams was beyond his comprehension, given his lack of magical veins and energy. After a moment's thought, he decided to take photos of the intricate drawings. What did her final statement mean about utilizing her blood to cast spells? Lu Xun pondered while gently stroking the little white cat. Since the cat was Barbara's transformation, perhaps her blood might indeed prove beneficial. He resolved to consider this in the event of real danger. The little white cat was so endearing, he was reluctant to use its blood for experimentation. If he encountered an insurmountable threat, he could always revisit the idea then. The following day marked the official enrollment day at Beta University. Although most students arrived early for registration, a portion still chose to come now. Additionally, senior students who returned home during the holiday are also back today. The regulations at Qingbei are quite stringent. While the holidays were manageable, once classes commence, students are required to check in daily. What a stunning beauty. My father did not speak in vain. Qingbei indeed boasts a plethora of enchanting women. A striking figure captured the attention of many students, none other than Murong Wan. Early in the morning, Murong Wan declined her sister Murong Yan's offer to accompany her to school, opting to enter alone. On this day, she donned an exquisite white dress. Sunlight dancing through her hair, illuminating her skin to a translucent, snow-like quality. Her graceful demeanor imbued with a serene elegance. Her simple attire accentuated her ethereal charm, leaving onlookers breathless. All students passing by instinctively slowed their pace, captivated by her breathtaking beauty, regardless of gender. In her previous days, she possessed no particular cultivation, yet could outshine countless women in Rongcheng, earning her the title of the city's most beautiful woman. Indeed, not a mere empty reputation. Are you a freshman this year? Let me show you to registration. A senior swiftly approached her. Murong Wan, youthful and vibrant, was mistaken for a newcomer. No need. Thank you, she replied calmly. You have so many belongings, it will be inconvenient to head upstairs later. Let me assist you. Behind Murong Wan trailed a rather laden smart cart. This is an automatic follow cart, she explained. Indeed, Junior, you have quite a lot. And the dormitory elevator is not spacious. It would be troublesome. Allow us to help, more seniors chimed in. No, thank you, Murong Wan said, a hint of impatience creeping into her voice. Junior sister, you finally made it. One senior was about to say more when a familiar voice interrupted. Murong Wan turned to see Lu Xun. After a gentle smile directed at her, he addressed the gathered seniors. I am here. So there is no need to trouble the seniors. Are you her brother? The seniors inquired, enthusiasm unabated. However, they did not recognize Lu Sun. Not by blood, you understand. Lu Sun winked. Oh, I see. My apologies, the seniors acknowledged, finally leaving Murong Wan be. Lu Sun, thank you for the medicine you sent. My father's condition has improved. But I lacked your contact information and couldn't thank you in person, Murong Wan said after walking in silence for a while. There is no need for such formality. I never expected the medicine to be so effective. By the way, let us exchange contact information, Lu Sun suggested. He did not have Murong Wan's details and thought it prudent to obtain them for convenience. All right. After a brief silence, Murong Wan took out her phone. Please scan me. Sure. They exchanged contacts. Your father should be recovering well now, right? Yes, he is mostly fine. Only some old injuries remain troublesome. With your father's wealth, couldn't he procure healing elixirs? His old injury had affected his dantian, and the elixir capable of completely healing it was far beyond what his father could afford. Afterward, Lu Sun and Murong Wan walked and chatted. Murong Wan's words piqued Lu Sun's curiosity. Was there truly an elixir unattainable even by a fourth realm master? However, upon reflection, it made sense. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more precious the materials required. For instance, the elixir for opening the meridians was already exceedingly expensive, and that was merely for the first realm. An elixir capable of thoroughly healing the dantian of a fourth realm master would undoubtedly be extremely rare, and the alchemists capable of concocting such a potion were likely few and far between. Ah, what a beauty! So stunning. Throughout their journey, the rate at which people turned to glance at Murong Wan was astonishing. Even though there were many beautiful women at Qingbei, few matched the level of allure that Murong Wan possessed. Numerous boys were eager to approach her, especially some of the older students. At this moment, Lu Sun's role as her protector became evident. Without him, Murong Wan would have undoubtedly faced countless attempts at conversation along the way. Murong Wan was clearly aware of this and felt quite grateful to Lu Sun. Auntie, why are you here so early? At that moment, Chu Youqing arrived. Murong Wan had risen early, and by the time Chu Youqing arrived, Murong Wan had already set off. Chu Youqing had hurried to catch up. Lu Sun, you're here too. Yes, I happened to see your aunt and helped her fend off some unwanted attention. Upon seeing Lu Sun, Chu Youqing did not dwell on it. She linked arms with Murong Wan and chattered away. The two were of similar ages and shared many topics of conversation. As they stood side by side, one resembled a blooming cherry blossom, delicate and enchanting, while the other shone like a resplendent rose, vibrant and striking, akin to two lotus flowers blossoming together, each exuding a captivating beauty uniquely their own. Wow, Auntie, you have so much stuff, thanks to Lu Sun. Youqing, I must be off now. This afternoon, I plan to go out for a meal with your aunt. Want you join us? No, I have other matters to attend to. All right then. An hour later, finally, all of Murong Wan's belongings were moved into the dormitory. Lu Sun then took his leave. He realized that his girlfriend seemed somewhat oblivious. Had Chu Youqing already forgotten about that night so quickly? Shouldn't her correct course of action have been to prevent Lu Sun from having too much contact with Murong Wan, thus averting any further emotional developments between them? Indeed, it was Chu Youqing herself who had facilitated that fateful night between Lu Sun and Murong Wan. His girlfriend truly seemed to lack foresight. Regrettably, Lu Sun had not found an opportunity to share the dark energy and martial techniques with Murong Wan. Given their current relationship, it was not the right time to offer gifts. He would have to wait for a more suitable occasion. Lu Sun, someone is looking for you. Just as he exited the dormitory building, Lu Sun received a call from the student affairs office. Who is looking for me? He inquired. It's me, Lu Sun. A familiar voice rang out. Auntie. Lu Sun turned around. The person searching for him was none other than Murong Yen. Today, Murong Yen donned an exquisite moon-white qipao, the slit design subtly accentuating her elongated legs. The delicate silver embroidery at the neckline wove its way down to her waist, both highlighting her alluring curves and exuding an air of unapproachable elegance. This attire, imbued with grace yet laced with seduction, rendered her exceptionally enchanting. Passers-by, particularly students, could not help but steal glances in her direction. Lu Sun, I have just learned that you have awakened your spiritual veins. I did not anticipate your extraordinary talent. Murong Yen remarked as she approached, her voice imbued with praise directed towards Lu Sun. Thank you. Auntie, it was merely a stroke of luck, Lu Sun replied. Unaware of Murong Yan's ulterior motives, adopting a humble demeanor. To unlock the dual celestial spiritual veins is no mere coincidence. You are indeed a genuine prodigy. Murong Wan expressed with admiration glimmering in her eyes. Her sudden shift in attitude perplexed Lu Xun. "Auntie, are you seeking me out for Yongqing?" he queried directly after a brief moment of contemplation. Murong Wan sighed softly. Her expression softened with affection. "Yes, it is still about this matter. However, I have come to realize that with Yongqing's innate talent, she will undoubtedly reach the 3rd or 4th realm by the time she graduates from university. With her and you, my son-in-law, our Chu family is destined to rise. There is no need for me to rush." Her words elicited a delighted expression from Lu Xun. "Does this mean you approve of my relationship with Yongqing?" he asked, a hint of joy in his tone. "Yes, I will no longer stand in your way. I have some matters to attend to at home, and I shall return to Rongcheng tomorrow. I would like to ask you to keep an eye on the shop on Qingbei Street. The store manager will oversee operations. You merely need to check the accounts every few days," Murong Wan instructed, nodding. "Monitoring the shop? That is not too burdensome," Lu Xun mused, considering he had ample time since he did not require cultivation. "Auntie, I can manage that," he affirmed. "I will not have you work for nothing. I shall give you 20% of the shop's monthly earnings," she offered. "Auntie, that is unnecessary," he protested. "Let us settle it as such. Now, come with me to the shop. I will brief you on the details," she replied. "Oh, all right. I will inform Yongqing," Lu Xun said. "Not yet. She is out shopping with her aunt. I will call her tonight to surprise her," Murong Wan assured him. "Very well." As their conversation continued, Lu Xun followed Murong Wan. Departing from the school, "Lu Xun, you must be exhausted. Here, have a glass of water," Murong Wan offered as she handed him a cup on the 3rd floor of the shop. "Thank you, Auntie," Lu Xun replied, drenched in sweat as he eagerly drank. The shop was quite spacious, spanning over 200 square meters and divided into 2 levels. The 3rd floor served as a storage area, while the 4th was Murong Yan's residence. Indeed, she had acquired the entire building, naming it Xingyue Tower. Upon arriving, Lu Xun realized there was much to be done. Murong Wan intended to thoroughly inventory the stock before her departure. However, a few employees had called in sick that day, leaving them short-handed. Seeing this, Lu Xun seized the opportunity to volunteer for the inventory task. This endeavor proved to be quite taxing, as he had not anticipated the store's bustling business and the substantial amount of stock to be counted. During the inventory process, the influx of students on the 1st and 2nd floors necessitated additional staff. Thus, only Lu Xun and Murong Wan remained to complete the task. Lu Xun could not bear to see Murong Wan overexert herself. Consequently, he single-handedly finished the inventory of the vast store. Had it not been for his mastery at the 2nd level of cultivation, he would have succumbed to exhaustion. "Little Lu, you've worked hard. Allow me to wipe away your sweat," Murong Wan said tenderly, using a silk handkerchief to gently dab his brow. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Perhaps the scent was too enchanting, as Lu Xun instinctively inhaled deeply several times. At such close proximity, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her alluring curves, causing his heart to race inexplicably. He quickly averted his eyes. After all, she was the mother of Chu Youqing, and he could not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Yet, Murong Wan was too near, provoking a cascade of fleeting notions. "Auntie, I can manage myself." Lu Xun retreated a step, asserting his independence. "Very well, here you go." Murong Wan handed the handkerchief back to him. He exhaled in relief, accepting it and wiping the sweat from his face. "You are drenched in sweat. Why not head upstairs for a shower? The bathroom has a drying machine. By the time you finish, your clothes will be dry," Murong Wan suggested. "That sounds reasonable." Lu Xun considered that Murong Wan was also expecting to see her daughter, and it was essential to maintain his image. Thus, under Murong Wan's guidance, he ascended to the 4th floor to bathe. "What is happening to me?" During his shower, Lu Xun sensed something amiss. Certain images kept surfacing in his mind, and an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. Although puzzled, he dismissed the thoughts. After all, he was at an age filled with vigor and, given his rapid advancement in cultivation, he was excessively energetic. Impulses are a fundamental human trait. "Little Lu, come, sit. Let us converse," Murong Wan invited with a smile, as Lu Xun emerged from the bathroom half an hour later. "Auntie, hasn't Youqing returned yet? She will be here soon." Lu Xun took a seat across from Murong Wan. "Youqing has always resembled me, headstrong, independent, and opinionated." Murong Wan spoke languidly, reminiscing about her daughter. From Lu Xun's perspective, Murong Yan's exquisite figure was on full display. Though she was over 40, time had left no marks upon her visage. Instead, it had bestowed upon her an increasingly captivating allure. Lu Xun found it increasingly difficult to avert his gaze from her form. Even areas he would typically ignore were now under his scrutiny. His eyes grew red, and his body heated. Within him, an unnamed fire seemed to ignite, unbeknownst to him. His gaze fixated on Murong Yan's lips, which resembled blazing flames, as a deep yearning surged within him. Unperturbed, Murong Yan shifted her posture, revealing a glimpse of her flawless thigh through the slit of her qipao. Lu Xun's eyes widened in astonishment. Meow, a sudden voice broke the silence, startling him back to reality. Something is amiss. Lu Xun jolted awake. His current state is rather unsettling, reminiscent of the time he was drugged by Chu Youqing. I have been poisoned. In an instant, Lu Xun realized the truth. Who could have done this? His mind raced back through the meals he had consumed today. Breakfast and lunch were both taken in the cafeteria, making it improbable that he had been drugged there. He had spent the entire afternoon with Murong Yan and had yet to eat anything. Ah, the water. The glass of water that Murong Yan had offered him. Could she be the one? Lu Xun abruptly turned his gaze toward her. What is the matter, Xiao Sun? Murong Yan's crimson lips curled into a knowing smile as she reached out her delicate hand to check Lu Xun's forehead. As someone who had experienced this before, she was acutely aware of the power that skin-to-skin contact held in such a state, a power that could lead Lu Xun to completely lose control. I am fine, Andy. Lu Xun recoiled swiftly. He understood all too well. It was in a similar setting at Murong Wan's villa that he had lost control. Auntie, I have something to attend to. I must leave for a moment. He turned to exit. Although it was highly likely that Murong Yan had drugged him, what if she hadn't? Thus, Lu Xun opted not to confront her directly, choosing instead to leave. Murong Yan moved swiftly, positioning herself in front of him. Xiao Lu. Andy feels quite dizzy. She pressed her hand to her head and leaned toward Lu Xun. He quickly sidestepped, but Murong Yan swayed, blocking his path to escape. Indeed, she was a third-tier martial artist, far stronger than Lu Xun. This situation was untenable. Lu Xun felt his self-control slipping away. He had to break free, otherwise, should he act inappropriately, it would spell disaster. Given that Murong Yan dared to drug him, she surely had contingencies in place, likely surveillance in the room. However, with her superior strength and deliberate obstruction of the doors and windows, Lu Xun found himself trapped. Meow? At that moment, Xiao Bai suddenly let out a cry. Lu Xun glanced down to see a drop of crimson blood on Xiao Bai's paw. Blood. He recalled Princess Barbara's words and hastily captured the droplet from Xiao Bai's claw, popping it into his mouth. This action puzzled Murong Yan, yet she failed to perceive it as a threat and did not intervene. In the next instant, Lu Xun spoke a low incantation, and to his astonishment, the swaying Murong Yan became rooted in place, utterly immobile. Lu Xun, what have you done to me? Murong Yan panicked as she realized her inability to move. It truly worked. Xiao Bai, you are magnificent. After praising Xiao Bai, Lu Xun produced his phone and moved closer to her. Under Murong Yan's anxious gaze, he glared fiercely at her. Auntie, you were the one who drugged me, weren't you? What are you talking about? Murong Yan feigned ignorance. You cannot move. If I lose control, who knows what I might do to you? Lu Xun threatened. Yes, I did it. Please, don't touch me. Panic washed over Murong Yan's delicate face. She possessed the cultivation of the third realm, granting her the audacity to administer a drug, relying on Lu Xun to lose control and act upon her, after which she could subdue him and present the evidence to Chu Youqing. At that moment, she would not suffer any losses. However, now rendered immobile, the situation had escalated significantly. It was indeed her doing. Auntie, I misjudged you. You are a wicked woman. Lu Xun expressed, his disappointment palpable. He respected her as an elder, yet she resorted to such underhanded tactics to thwart his relationship with Chu Youqing. Without demonstrating her true power, she truly believed herself to be invulnerable. This statement caused Murong Yan to feel a twinge of shame. Lu Xun, she began, but was cut short by a sudden scream as Lu Xun's eyes turned crimson and he lunged toward her. Ah! Murong Yan, startled, tightly shut her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering like the wings of a frightened butterfly. Her bosom rose and fell rapidly, the thin fabric of her clothing accentuating her alluring curves. As seconds passed, the expected contact remained elusive. Cautiously, Murong Yan opened her eyes, only to meet Lu Xun's face, mere inches away. His breath was hot, his nose nearly brushing against her skin, and his usually cold eyes were now ablaze with crimson, veins on his forehead throbbing in visible restraint. Witnessing Lu Xun in such a state sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Lu Xun was a cultivator, and ordinary drugs had little effect on him. The poison Murong Wan had administered was not common. It was potent enough to ensnare even those of the third realm, and even fourth realm masters could be at risk. She believed wholeheartedly that Lu Xun would be unable to resist its effects. Yet, to her astonishment, he managed to halt his advance. Not only did he regain control, but he also employed some unknown means to bind her. Although her strength surpassed his, in her current immobilized state, if Lu Xun lost control, she would have no choice but to submit to his will. The thought filled her with dread. Lu Xun, please listen to me. Murong Wan's voice trembled, imbued with a note of weakness. I will not prevent your relationship with Youqing, nor will I stop you from leaving. Can you resolve this on your own at school? And he was wrong. Murong Wan sought to appeal to his emotions, hoping to restore his sanity. However, before she could finish her plea, Lu Xun inched closer, his scorching breath fanning her cheek, causing her entire body to tremble as she cried out and shut her eyes once more. Bound by the curse, Murong Wan could not move, yet she could speak and blink. Any physical action was beyond her capability, her strength entirely sapped. With Lu Xun's proximity, the distance between them had become perilously close. His lips nearly brushed against her luscious cherry lips, his heated breath enveloping her delicate skin. Murong Wan could even detect the mingling scent of the drug on him, burning fiercely as if consuming the last remnants of his sanity. Ah! Another scream escaped her lips. Murong Wan's breath nearly hitched, her chest heaving violently, causing her garment to quiver, as Lu Xun's fingertips unknowingly found their way to her waist. The searing heat radiating through the thin fabric threatened to scorch her. Lu Xun, please, be more aware, she implored, her voice soft and tinged with desperation. Yet before she could finish her plea, Lu Xun's forehead pressed against hers, their noses barely touching, their breaths entwined in an intoxicating dance. Ah! Murong Wan screamed once more, having emitted more cries today than she ever had in her life. Just as she believed her fate was sealed, Lu Xun abruptly halted. His voice, gravelly and strained, seemed to suppress some inner turmoil. Auntie, did you administer too potent a dose? Murong Wan's ears flushed crimson, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She had never anticipated that a fleeting whim of hers would lead to such an embarrassing predicament. Hearing Lu Xun speak, she exhaled in relief. At least he could still articulate words, not wholly lost to madness. I'm merely, she stammered, attempting to clarify, but Lu Xun's fingers suddenly grazed her cheek, the gentle caress igniting a tremor throughout her body. What exactly? He murmured with a low chuckle, a hint of danger lacing his tone. Are you merely curious to witness my unraveling? Or perhaps, Auntie, you are secretly yearning for something? That's utter nonsense. Murong Wan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, yet found herself immobilized, unable to push him away as he tantalizingly teased her at such close quarters. Her fingertips instinctively clenched, but her body remained rigid, incapable of movement. Lu Xun's gaze deepened, a turbulent undercurrent of desire swirling within his eyes. Yet, he restrained himself, allowing his fingertip to glide slowly along her jawline, finally halting at her lips. Having taken the drug, one must bear the consequences, do you not think? Lu Xun's voice was low, laced with a beguiling undertone. Murong Wan's heart nearly ceased to beat. She tightly shut her eyes, unwilling to look at him, yet her senses heightened in that moment. She could distinctly perceive his every breath, every heartbeat, even the slight tremor of his fingertips. Lu Xun, please don't act recklessly. Her voice cracked, now tinged with a sob. Suddenly, Lu Xun's movement stilled. He inhaled deeply, stepping back abruptly, pressing his hand forcefully against his temple, seemingly striving to regain his composure. He was not genuinely out of control. Rather, he intended to frighten and teach Murong Wan a lesson. However, should there be any genuine physical intimacy, Lu Xun was certain he would lose himself entirely. Thus, he had to exercise restraint. Auntie, Lu Xun's voice remained husky, though his gaze sharpened with a hint of clarity. Do you realize how perilous your current state is? Murong Wan froze, slowly opening her eyes to meet his complex and profound gaze. Only then did she become aware that her clothing had become somewhat disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glimmering with a thin sheen of moisture, making her appear as if she were inviting him. Her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, filled with a mix of shame and indignation. What have you done to me? Release me at once. Lu Xun suddenly broke into a smile, one that bore a hint of helplessness and an emotion she could not comprehend. Release you? And then what? Allow you to continue plotting against me? Murong Wan was momentarily rendered speechless, only to be overtaken by a surge of indignation. What do you truly desire? Lu Xun fell silent for a moment before raising his hand, his fingertips gliding softly across her lips, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Under the influence of the drug, these playful gestures and words, which were foreign to him, surged forth with reckless abandon, like wild stallions unleashed. In truth, this was merely the result of Lu Xun's tremendous restraint. What do I desire? Lu Xun murmured softly, suddenly leaning in to whisper in her ear, Annie, should you dare to drug me again, I shall not be so easily forgiving. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried an undeniable threat. As he spoke, Lu Xun pulled out his phone and played a video. The footage revealed Murong Wan confessing to drugging him, followed by her panicked screams as he closed in on her. She had indeed wished for such a video, but her intention was to capture Lu Xun's disheveled state under the drug's influence, evidence of his ulterior motives against her. Now, however, the video vividly documented the very moments she dreaded facing, her own admission of drugging him, her retreat under his pressure, and the humiliating, uncontrolled cries that accompanied her downfall. Every detail left her feeling utterly humiliated. Auntie, I bid you farewell. Lu Xun's slender fingers swiped across the screen before he tucked his phone into his pocket. As he turned, the hem of his garment stirred a gentle breeze. He paused at the door, his throat tightening, yet he refrained from uttering another word and swiftly departed. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might commit an irreparable act. Long after Lu Xun had left, Murong Wan finally felt capable of movement. She collapsed weakly onto the floor. The coldness beneath her provided a slight clarity, though it did little to dispel the burning heat on her face. Today, she had utterly lost face in front of Lu Xun. Although she had not been stripped of her purity, the shame etched in her tear-streaked eyes. The disarray of her hair and her trembling fingertips rendered her devoid of dignity in his presence. She buried her face deep in her palms, muffled sobs escaping through her fingers. What sort of drug is this, so potent? On the street, Lu Xun ran with desperate urgency. He had his own boundaries. Even knowing that Murong Wan was the source of the drug, she was still Chu Youqing's mother, and in a moment of clarity, he could not bring himself to truly overpower her. At that moment, Lu Xun simply wished to return to his dormitory swiftly and resolve the effects of the drug himself. He felt he could not endure much longer. This state was unsustainable until he reached his dorm. The distance to the school was still considerable, and along the way, he encountered numerous vibrant young female university students. He realized he could not hold out until he reached his dormitory. Just then, he spotted a hotel and dashed inside. He resolved to rent a room there to take care of the situation. Please give me a room, one with good soundproofing, quickly. Certainly. The receptionist, startled by Lu Xun's reddened eyes, hurriedly prepared a room for him. Lu Xun. Suddenly, a voice called out, and it was Murong Wan. As Lu Xun turned his head, he beheld the exquisite visage of Murong Wan. What troubles you, Lu Xun? She inquired, her brow furrowed. At that moment, Lu Xun appeared somewhat alarming. His eyes a terrifying shade of red, ablaze with an insatiable fire, one that Murong Wan had witnessed before. It was the flame of desire. Upon seeing her, the fire within Lu Xun surged like it had been doused with gasoline, igniting with fervor. His breathing grew coarse, reminiscent of a wild beast's panting, and his entire face flushed crimson, extending down to his neck. Indeed, it was Lu Xun's unsettling demeanor that prompted Murong Wan to follow him. At this juncture, Lu Xun teetered on the brink of an emotional eruption. The sight of Murong Wan, combined with the effects of the drug, unleashed a torrent of memories from that fateful night, nearly overwhelming his self-control. Are you all right, Lu Xun? Murong Wan asked, noticing his intense gaze fixed upon her. She reached out to check his forehead, her soft, delicate hand resting against his skin. This simple gesture ignited the volcano within Lu Xun. In an instant, he seized her small hand with great force. Murong Wan gasped, though fortunately, Lu Xun did not completely succumb to his instincts and restrain her in that moment. Come with me. I need your assistance, he urged, pulling her along. His strength far surpassed hers, and in her daze, she was swiftly drawn into the elevator. Lu Xun, release me. What is happening? Murong Wan exclaimed, her voice laced with panic as she found herself unable to break free from his grip. Lu Xun remained silent, grappling with his inner turmoil. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a couple locked in a passionate embrace. Murong Wan paused, taken aback by the scene. This hotel, situated on Qingbei Street, was frequented by university couples seeking a romantic escape. The implications of Lu Xun's intentions for bringing her here were all too clear. Ignoring the couple, Lu Xun continued to pull Murong Wan along, unwilling to pause or speak, as he clung to the last vestiges of his reason. Soon, they reached a room. Once inside, he locked the door and turned to her. Your sister has drugged me, and it's far more potent than what Youqing administered last time. What? Murong Wan gasped in shock. She would do such a thing? Despite her astonishment, she did not doubt Lu Xun's words. Just yesterday, her sister had approached her, requesting her cooperation in a scheme to ensnare Lu Xun, intending to drive Chu Youqing away from him. She had come to Qingbei Street after spending considerable time talking with Chu Youqing while shopping, hoping to persuade her sister to cease meddling in Lu Xun's affairs. Now, she found herself face to face with Lu Xun, whose eyes were ablaze with an uncontrollable desire. I'm sorry, I can no longer restrain myself, he confessed, his gaze drawing nearer to her. She had yet to comprehend the situation when Lu Xun deftly pushed her onto the bed, their lips mere inches apart. In the midst of a startled gasp, Murong Wan relinquished her struggle. Had it not been for that fateful night 2 months prior, she would have never allowed Lu Xun to have his way, nor would she have been drawn to him in such a manner. Such is the nature of women. After the first encounter, the subsequent ones become significantly less daunting. Moreover, their intimacy that night had transcended mere singularity. It is also worth noting that Lu Xun did not seek her out without cause. Aware of her sister's intentions and the drug her sister had administered, Murong Wan found herself at a crossroads. Thus, she chose to close her eyes, clutching the hem of her garment, surrendering to Lu Xun's advances. Eventually, even that hem slipped from her grasp. What she had anticipated to be a fleeting moment transformed into a realization that matters were far more complex. It was akin to navigating a small boat amidst tumultuous waves. When confronted with fierce tides, one cannot help but cling tightly to the vessel, her hands trembling with anxiety, leaving imprints upon the hull. That night, Qingbei Street was alive with excitement. The tide was rising, the tide was rising. As midnight approached, a new revelation kept countless souls awake. Tides were surging. Hundreds of miles away from the capital, the ocean roared with waves reaching tens to hundreds of meters high. Beneath the depths, the tides grew increasingly formidable. In the Pacific, a 100-meter-long orca leapt from a towering wave, creating a graceful arc in the sky before crashing back into the sea. The tide had risen. At long last, after a prolonged period of restraint, my blade thirsted for battle. I wonder how many spiritual stars I might encounter at this juncture. Regardless of the number, should they be foes, I shall strike with fervor. Ha! This is precisely as I wished. After years of sharpening my blade, I awaited this moment. I shall ensure a cataclysmic reckoning, staining the azure depths with blood. High above, several figures stood suspended in the air, their garments billowing in the ominous wind. They gazed down upon the churning waves, their eyes blazing with a chilling intent to kill. The tide had risen. This news spread across Blue Star with unprecedented swiftness. This was a momentous event. For each instance of rising tide signified that Blue Star was on the brink of entering the ancient Star Road. The timing of this transition varied from a few months to a year, but it would not exceed a year. Blue Star was vast, necessitating ample time to accelerate through the cosmos, leveraging the gravitational arc of nearby stars for a slingshot effect before plunging into the dark cosmos. All of this was a spontaneous act of Blue Star. Once Blue Star emerged from the dark cosmos, it would inevitably encounter a pivotal point along the ancient Star Road, heralding a fierce conflict. The most recent points involved more than one celestial body. When several planets ascended dimensions concurrently, the likelihood of peaceful coexistence was exceedingly slim. At long last, the tide had risen. In Rongcheng, Murong Tian smiled at the images on the television screen. The tide was rising. Within a year, Blue Star would enter the ancient Star Road. Their opportunity was on the horizon. Uncle, the Murong family has remained stagnant under your stewardship for many years. You have aged, and it is time to make way for the younger generation. Murong Tian gazed towards the direction of the Murong Wan villa, his ambition unmistakably reflected in his eyes. The tide has arrived. In the sky, from within a cloud formation, Fei Tae rose with a wine gourd in hand, gazing at the starry expanse. The glimmer of nostalgia shone in his eyes. Yet, this reminiscence transformed into anguish, then despair. Better to drunkenly embrace the galaxy, to drink away the sorrows of eternity. Fei Taie mumbled, reclining back into the cloud, resuming his celestial intoxication. This night felt exceptionally prolonged. As the entire blue star remained restless through the night due to the tide, within the confines of a hotel room, the ebb and flow mirrored the sleeplessness. The following day, not until the afternoon did Lu Sun awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he realized Murong Wan had long departed. She has left? The wild fervor of the previous night flooded Lu Sun's mind. After the madness, he succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the moment Murong Wan took her leave. She wouldn't blame me, would she? Lu Sun found himself plagued by concern. Although if blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Murong Yanran. Ultimately, he had nearly compelled Murong Wan to join him. Now, even when Murong Yan informed Lu Sun that Chu Youqing was not her biological daughter, he found it hard to believe. The bond between this mother and daughter was indubitably inherited. They had rebelled together, both showing a penchant for deceit. Truly, they were cut from the same mold. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, it's time to check out. Would you like to extend your stay? A voice called from outside the door. No, thank you. I will check out immediately. Despite his wealth, Lu Sun had no intention of spending frivolously. He hurriedly arose, checked out, and departed. Why are there so few people around? Upon returning to school, Lu Sun found the campus eerily deserted. Where had everyone gone? The tide appeared last night. No wonder. Checking his phone, Lu Sun realized the truth. This tide was not the ordinary kind. It referred to the immense tidal waves caused by Blue Star's acceleration through the cosmos. Such tides could unleash towering waves exceeding 1,000 meters. A previous catastrophe was triggered by such a tide. However, the current tide posed little threat to the land. The arrival of the tide signified that within a year, Blue Star would enter the ancient road of the cosmos. At that time, Blue Star would face a significant transformation. He pondered how much his strength might grow within the year and whether he would qualify to enter the ancient road of the cosmos. He found himself filled with anticipation. Presently, his martial arts mastery stood at the 8th level of the second realm, while his celestial cultivation reached the 6th level of the second realm. To leave Blue Star and explore the ancient road of the cosmos, one must traverse the Rainbow Bridge. It was unrealistic to fly on one's own. Even cultivators above the 6th realm found it impossible. The nodes of the ancient road of the cosmos, though referred to as points, were vast enough to be measured in light years. To step onto the Rainbow Bridge, one must possess at least the cultivation of the 3rd realm. Additionally, there were restrictions on the number of permits available. For prominent families like the Murong clan, the entire lineage could not possess more than 3 permits. The internal strife among families often revolved around the contention for these very permits. Whoever can command the family shall possess the authority to allocate its resources. To ensure the prosperity of the family, access to the ancient pathways of the starry skies is imperative. Some families have experienced fortuitous encounters at the nodes of these celestial routes, propelling them to great heights. For students of Qingbei, securing a place is relatively easier. Yet attaining the 3rd realm of cultivation remains fundamental. Lu Sun, the tide is rising. Blue Star is about to enter the ancient pathways of the starry skies. It is time for me to strive with all my might. My teacher has promised that if I can break through to the 3rd realm before Blue Star enters the ancient pathways, I will receive one of her allocations. At this moment, Lu Sun noticed a message from Chu Youqing. The message had been sent the previous night, a time when he had no opportunity to read it. As he replied to Chu Youqing, Lu Sun felt a pang of guilt akin to that of an illicit affair. However, reflecting on the situation, he realized that the blame lay solely with her mother, which eased his conscience. After sending his response, Lu Sun prepared to head to the testing center to complete his cultivation assessment. Miss Murong. At the entrance of the testing center, Lu Sun spotted Murong Wan. She halted, her expression impassive, yet her gaze seemed reluctant to meet his, betraying her inner turmoil. Thank you. Had it not been for you yesterday, I would have been in dire straits, Lu Sun expressed earnestly. A delicate blush gradually spread across Murong Wan's stunning visage. It was quite unexpected for Lu Sun to extend such gratitude. How should she respond? Should she say no need to thank me? Since the event has transpired, I promise to treat you well in the future, Lu Sun assured. Even as Murong Wan remained silent, her cheeks still tinged with color, and she seemed inclined to depart. Wait, Lu Sun called out. This card contains some dark energy, and the Taya sword technique is quite powerful. It should be beneficial for you. He intercepted her, extending the card and the sword technique. Murong Wan was reluctant to accept, yet seeing Lu Xun's resolute demeanor, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, she accepted the Taya sword technique and departed with purpose, leaving the card containing dark energy behind. Very well, at least this reflects a certain attitude. It seems she is not too upset. This year, there are indeed many prodigies. Indeed, the school year has just commenced. And already dozens of students have reached the first layer of Qi Si. Isn't there also a pair at the second layer? At the testing center, several teachers engaged in conversation. As dusk approached, the students had completed their cultivation assessments, leaving the area relatively empty. 2 at the second layer of Qi Si. 1 is Murong Wan. Who might the other be? Lu Xun overheard as he entered, silently moving forward to prepare for his own test. Remarkable, indeed. To achieve the 4th layer of Qi Si and the 1st layer of both martial and celestial cultivation so swiftly is perplexing. Let us not forget, he possesses dual celestial veins. Historically, those who opted for dual cultivation in both martial and celestial arts have rarely manifested such dual veins. It has been ages since such a prodigy has emerged. One wonders why he chooses to pursue both. Should he focus on a single path, he could reach the 6th realm in no time, and even surpassing that would be effortless. As Lu Xun turned to leave, astonished exclamations arose from the teachers within the testing center. For his cultivation results revealed he had attained the 4th layer of martial Dao and the 1st layer of celestial Dao. As the new academic year officially commences, Lu Xun has already exhibited extraordinary prowess. Unbeknownst to others, he has deliberately concealed his true capabilities to avoid attracting undue attention. Otherwise, the astonishment would be beyond measure. It appears that everyone is diligently striving for improvement. As night falls, the campus of Beta University remains remarkably tranquil. As in previous times, many individuals venture out to engage in activities after a day of cultivation. However, it seems that currently, they are all engrossed in relentless training. The emergence of the tide brings a sense of urgency to all. Once Blue Star enters the astral ancient path, it signifies endless opportunities, but also harbors significant peril, particularly for those prodigies yet to mature. On the astral ancient path, other ascending spiritual stars often seize the opportunity to dispatch individuals to eliminate the geniuses of Blue Star. Similarly, the alien races hidden within Blue Star may take advantage of the situation to instigate chaos. Their familiarity with Blue Star poses a considerable threat. Each time Blue Star enters the nodes of the astral ancient path, numerous geniuses meet their demise. Where is the concentration of talent? Naturally, it is at Qingbei. Thus, it is understandable why the students of Beta University are engrossed in their training. Lu Xun has suddenly become the most leisurely individual in all of Qingbei. After enjoying a hearty meal at the cafeteria, he returned to the dormitory with Xiaobai. While others were immersed in their cultivation, he leisurely strolled around, which was rather conspicuous. The recent assessment of his abilities would undoubtedly draw the attention of more faculty and school leaders. It is better to maintain a low profile. Regardless of where one lies down, the dormitory is spacious enough for him to relax comfortably. After a refreshing shower, Lu Xun dried Xiaobai's fur and comfortably reclined on his bed. Xiaobai, resembling a fluffy snowball, continued to nestle in Lu Xun's embrace. With one hand gently stroking Xiaobai, Lu Xun perused his phone with the other. Fellow students, Blue Star is on the brink of entering the astral ancient path, which will pose a severe test for Qingbei students. Almost every time, Qingbei has been a focal point for alien races, so please refrain from being lax this year. Diligently pursue your studies and training. From now on, each student will receive double the resources each month, and additionally, a new rookie leaderboard will be introduced this year. The top 3 on the rookie leaderboard each month will receive generous rewards. The next day, a school notification appeared on the campus network. A rookie leaderboard? Lu Xun noticed that this leaderboard is ranked according to cultivation level and is exclusively for freshmen. Previously, Qingbei would only select the strongest rookie king at the end of the freshman year, but now they have introduced a rookie leaderboard. Surely, I must be at the top. Lu Xun felt confident that he deserved the first place on the rookie leaderboard. A day swiftly passed. Early the next morning, a new stone tablet was erected in the center of Beidou Square. Names began to materialize on the tablet, with Lu Xun's name prominently displayed at the top. Simultaneously, The official website of Beta University and the campus network refreshed the rookie leaderboard on schedule. What the heck? Lu Sun has reached the 4th layer of Qi Si. What on earth is the 1st layer of Qi gathering? Goodness, has he broken through to the 2nd realm in both martial arts and immortal path? Is he even human? He must have secretly made a deal with the heavenly Tao behind the scenes. The 4th layer of Qi Si, the 4th layer of Qi Si, the 4th layer of Qi Si. As the news spread, students across the campus were left utterly astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The emergence of the rankings had sent shockwaves throughout the school, with the name Lu Sun standing out ominously. His achievements were nothing short of terrifying, a 4th-level martial arts C and a 1st-level celestial energy gathering. Both martial and celestial realms had been entered, all at the tender age of 19, as a freshman. Those who beheld this revelation could not help but think of 3 words: beyond humanity. Quickly, look at the newcomer rankings. It's explosive news. What? You'll understand once you see it. It's bound to be eye-popping. As some students processed the shock, they hurriedly informed their friends. Initially, not many were focused on the newcomer rankings, as most were preoccupied with their training. However, through word of mouth among the students, news of Lu Sun and his 4th-level martial arts C quickly spread among the freshmen, even catching the attention of some sophomores and juniors. A collective gasp filled the campus as incredulity echoed in every corner. This was impossible. In the training room, Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the news. He had been eagerly monitoring the newcomer rankings, hoping to see his own position. Yet, upon a mere glance, he was left in a daze. Lu Sun had actually claimed the top spot. Not only that, but he had also reached the 4th level of the martial arts C. Coupled with his 1st-level celestial energy gathering, it was overwhelming for Lin Yan to accept. If this had been any other student, perhaps it would have been easy to concoct a narrative of privilege, coming from a wealthy family, perhaps, with a solid foundation laid from a young age. However, Lin Yan had shared the same school with Lu Sun for 3 years. Although he had not paid much attention to Lu Sun before, he knew for certain that Lu Sun was not of noble lineage. This left Lin Yan utterly perplexed. How had Lu Sun advanced so swiftly? After this holiday, Lin Yan had yet to reach the 2nd realm. Although he had spent considerable time expanding his Red Lotus Meridian, this excuse felt feeble when compared to Lu Sun's achievements. The disparity was vast. Like the chasm between heaven and earth, Lin Yan saw no hope of catching up, not even a sliver. Why must there be a Lu Sun when there is a Lin Yan? He lamented, feeling as though his future had dimmed entirely. His resolve was crumbling. Minutes stretched into an eternity before Lin Yan regained his composure. He decided to call He Xiao. In times of misfortune, the best solace does not come from friends, but rather from witnessing others share in the downfall. Lin Yan and He Xiao had their share of conflicts. During the cafeteria incident, He Xiao's reputation had suffered immensely. A dignified sophomore had been reduced to fleeing the arena, ultimately exposed for having been beaten by Lu Sun until he bled. In the days that followed, He Xiao had been diligently honing his skills, seeking to reclaim his honor. Lin Yan now wished to inform He Xiao of Lu Sun's astonishing achievements, hoping to transmit his own despair in the process. It would surely provide him a measure of comfort. At the very least, Lin Yan and Lu Sun are peers, both fresh entrants of the same age. He Xiao, on the other hand, is a year older than Lu Sun, having embarked on the path of cultivation a full year prior. Consequently, Lu Sun's starting point equates to the conclusion of your year. Your sentiments must be exceedingly delightful, wouldn't they? What? This is inconceivable. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yan's conjecture was not amiss. Upon making the call, he was met with an unrelenting series of denials. He Xiao found it hard to accept, both in belief and willingness. How could this be? After perusing the newcomer rankings, he was reluctantly compelled to acknowledge the truth. How could the official newcomer rankings released by Beta University be fabricated? The pallor on He Xiao's face shifted to one of grave disquiet. In recent days, he had been diligently honing a technique known as the serpent step. Before the confrontation with Lu Sun at the CAF, He Xiao had already elevated his serpent step to the 2nd tier. He had intended to advance it to the 3rd tier before challenging Lu Sun to reclaim his honor. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Sun had managed to catch up to him. They were both at the 4th level of Qi Si. This was a bitter pill to swallow for He Xiao, who had taken a year to reach this level, while Lu Sun had done so in just over a month. Remarkably, in that span, Lu Sun had also advanced his celestial cultivation to the 1st level of the 2nd realm. Such progress rendered He Xiao's own efforts seem woefully inadequate. Thus, he found himself devoid of motivation to continue his training, sitting there as if bereft of his very soul. No matter how extraordinary one might be, choosing the path of dual cultivation in both celestial and martial arts is a perilous journey, one that ultimately leads to a dead end, merely differing in the timing of demise. At last, He Xiao discovered a stable point to anchor his resolve: Lu Xun's dual cultivation. A cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. "You are but a fleeting meteor, dazzling for a moment. I shall tread steadily, and my future achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours." His conviction began to solidify. The essence of one's path, while seemingly intricate, boils down to belief, confidence, and the heart to pursue strength. At times, individuals require a measure of solace. Just as Lin Yan's calm managed to convey an emotional connection to He Xiao, he too found a comforting point to persuade himself. Otherwise, he feared he would meet his end. Nevertheless, deep within, a profound sense of despair lingered. Lu Xun's pace was astonishingly swift, so rapid that He Xiao recognized he could never catch up, only hoping for Lu Xun's downfall. "I must hasten to elevate my serpent step to the 3rd tier and settle accounts with him. Otherwise, there will be no further opportunities." He Xiao finally pinpointed his objective. He aimed to confront Lu Xun, as this was his last chance, given their equal cultivation levels. Otherwise, with Lu Xun's current trajectory of growth, he would have no opportunity to reclaim his honor in the future. "Wow, Brother Sun, you are simply remarkable. You've risen to the top, leaving Murong Wan beneath you once more." Early in the morning, Lu Xun received a call from Li Bufan. This fellow had an uncanny ability to articulate ambiguous yet precise phrases. "Ha ha ha, my good disciple, you have not disappointed me. Here are the dark energies. Cultivate them diligently." Fei Taiye swayed as he approached Lu Xun, once again handing him a card infused with dark energy. It seemed that Fei Taiye was aware of the situation. Fortunately, this time he did not undergo a change of heart. After presenting the card to Lu Xun, he departed without another word. What a splendid mentor he was, Lu Xun mused. Such a commendable teacher was indeed a rarity, as hard to find as a lantern in the dark. Chu Youqing had not messaged Lu Xun, likely immersed in her own cultivation, oblivious to the unfolding events. As for Murong Wan, she too was most probably engaged in her training. In a certain cultivation chamber, a man with striking brows and starry eyes murmured to himself. He was Lu Xinghe, ranked 3rd on the newcomer leaderboard. "No wonder Teacher Fu chose you initially," Lu Xun thought. Lu Xinghe seemed to grasp the essence of the matter, then set his phone aside, basking in the starlight, before resuming his seated meditation. Although Lu Xun's cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi Si surprised him, it did not intimidate him. As the possessor of the Star River sacred body, he held unwavering confidence in himself. He sat cross-legged, his heart directed towards the heavens, inhaling and exhaling the starry brilliance. The star body required the power of the stars for cultivation, which necessitated Lu Xinghe's nocturnal training and diurnal slumber, rendering him a rare sight for others. As night fell, Lu Xun discovered that the campus online forum was abuzz with discussions surrounding him. The most popular post was titled "I Said It First. Lu Xun is the true first talent." To his astonishment, the author of the post was the one who had placed him at the top of the talent rankings. Of course, many others believed that Lu Xun's dual cultivation in both immortality and martial arts would lead to his downfall. What do you know? This is what true genius looks like. Just because no one has succeeded yet does not mean the path is unviable. What if Lu Xun succeeds? Regardless of the opinions, it was undeniable that he was this year's foremost talent. It remained to be seen how long he could shine brightly. What of meteors? Have you ever been as radiant as one in your lifetime? One individual proposed a wager, daring others to bet on Lu Xun's rise to prominence, with the stipulation that the loser would call the winner father. This person was fervently engaging in debates, seemingly transformed into a devoted admirer of Lu Xun. Meanwhile, at the Xingyue Tower on Qingbei Street, Murong Yin hung up the phone after a conversation with her father, Murong Zhan, letting out a deep sigh. Murong Zhan had somehow learned of the matter and called to reprimand her. Murong Yin suspected her younger sister, Murong Wan, had informed their father. Murong Zhan had an explosive temper, and he spared no words when chastising his daughter, even recounting the time Murong Yin had stubbornly insisted on marrying Huang Mao, forcing Chu Youqing into a corner. He berated Murong Yin, questioning her authority to meddle in Chu Youqing's affairs, claiming that Lu Xun, her grandson-in-law, was 100 times more outstanding than her husband, Chu Youqing. He declared his acceptance of Lu Sun as his grandson-in-law, threatening that if Murong Wan dared to coerce Chu Youqing into marrying into the He family, he would be the first to storm into the capital. This scolding left Murong Wan feeling utterly humiliated. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. Moments later, her husband, Chu Youqing, also called. Upon hearing this, Murong Wan realized that Murong Zhan had also called to berate Chu Youqing, labeling him as a worthless man desperate to sell his daughter for a chance at redemption. The large man was nearly brought to tears by the scolding. This left Murong Wan in a state of distress. She dared not reveal to Chu Youqing that she had attempted to drug Lu Sun, nor could she confess that the attempt had failed, resulting in Lu Sun's terrified screams. If only Lu Sun were not so adept in both martial and celestial arts. After hanging up the phone, Murong Wan let out a deep sigh, having endured so much and interacted with Lu Sun on several occasions. Even she could not help but acknowledge that Lu Sun was, in fact, quite remarkable, though his origins were lamentably humble. Originally, Lu Sun's unique talents could have compensated for his background to some extent, allowing her to almost persuade herself. Yet, he had chosen the arduous path of mastering both celestial and martial arts. Is it true that Lu Sun is that formidable? She overheard fellow students discussing, and her curiosity was piqued. As a practitioner of the third realm, her hearing was exceptionally keen, and she began to eavesdrop. What she heard sent waves of astonishment through her heart. These students were indeed discussing Lu Sun's ascent to the top of the newcomer rankings with his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi Si and the 1st level of Qi gathering. Is what you're saying true? Murong Wan could no longer remain seated and hurried downstairs. Sister, it's absolutely true. Here, look. A student, excited by the presence of such a beautiful older sister, quickly opened the campus network. Murong Wan leaned in to take a look, her eyes widening in disbelief, her fair face marred by shock. She stood frozen in place, stunned by the revelation. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her composure and returned upstairs, sitting motionless on the sofa until dawn. The following morning, she gathered her belongings and departed, her destination unmistakably Beta University. Lu Sun, someone is looking for you at the student office, came the call the next morning. Lu Sun furrowed his brow. If it were someone ordinary seeking him, the student office would not have notified him so formally. As he approached the office, his steps hesitated slightly. The enchanting Murong Wan stood not far off, evidently waiting for him. Annie, what brings you here? Lu Sun inquired, his tone devoid of warmth as he approached, a hint of detachment evident in his gaze. Given her previous actions, Lu Sun's demeanor was remarkably composed. Lu Sun, I'm truly sorry, Murong Wan said, biting her lip, her eyes filled with genuine remorse. Lu Sun remained silent, merely regarding her quietly. An apology? If apologies were effective, what need would there be for law enforcement? I will be returning to Rongcheng today. Here is the key to Xingyue Tower. It shall now belong to Yuqing. Please keep an eye on things, and the profits can be split evenly between you and Yuqing. Murong Wan said, extending a key towards him. Lu Sun did not take it. I will no longer interfere in your matters with Yuqing, Murong Wan sighed. But be cautious of the He family. I have explicitly refused their advances, but I fear they may retaliate against you. Lu Sun observed her sincere expression, devoid of pretense. After careful consideration, he finally accepted the key. Auntie, I can keep an eye on Xingyue Tower for Yuqing, and as for the profits, I shall take not a single cent. Thank you. Murong Wan finally revealed a hint of a relieved smile. I truly apologize for that day. Farewell. Goodbye. Lu Sun did not accompany her out. Lu Sun, why has my mother suddenly changed her attitude? Not only does she no longer oppose us, but she also rejected the He family's proposal and transferred Xingyue Tower to me. A few hours later, Chu Youqing called. I am not certain. Lu Sun did not disclose the events of that day to her. The incident was known only to Murong Wan, him, and his sister, Murong Wan. Murong Wan was the instigator, yet the true victim was her sister, Murong Wan. Lu Sun, in contrast, had not suffered any real loss. Wow. I just realized you've reached the top of the newcomer rankings. It must be that my mother recognized your potential after discovering this matter. Lu Sun, you are remarkable. Chu Youqing had made a new discovery and felt proud of her boyfriend. Lu Sun remained puzzled as to why Murong Wan had suddenly altered her demeanor. Could it be that she had experienced a moral awakening after that day, or was it influenced by the newcomer rankings? Regardless, it was a good thing that her mother no longer opposed him. Focus on your cultivation. I will keep an eye on Xingyue Tower for you. After an extended phone conversation, they both retired for the night. The next day, Lu Xun made a special trip to Xingyue Tower and found that Murong Wan had indeed vacated. On the 4th floor, her personal belongings had been nearly entirely cleared out, leaving only furniture and appliances. Lu Xun need not worry about the shop, as the staff Murong Wan hired were quite reliable. The business at Xingyue Tower was thriving, with monthly sales exceeding 1 million. This was Qingbei Street. Even students at Qingbei, receiving the lowest tier of resources, could accumulate hundreds of units of dark energy each month. In the realm of ordinary people, this equated to a monthly salary of 100,000. Of course, very few students exchanged dark energy for money unless they were in dire straits. "Boss, someone is looking for you." Just as Lu Xun was about to leave, the store manager called out to him. "Who?" "A pill alchemist, claiming to seek a partnership." "A pill alchemist?" Lu Xun descended the stairs and, aside from the students selecting items in the store, saw no sign of the alchemist. "Are you the boss?" A spirited girl with twin ponytails suddenly appeared before him. "That's me." Lu Xun assessed her. She looked quite young. Could she really be the alchemist seeking him? "My name is Bai Ling, a second-tier pill alchemist. I have a business proposal that guarantees profit. I wonder if the boss is interested in collaborating?" The girl in twin ponytails inquired. "Second-tier pill alchemist?" Lu Xun was somewhat familiar with the rankings of alchemists, though not extensively. A second-tier alchemist could concoct pills suitable for practitioners at the 1st and 2nd realms. Typically, alchemists were cultivators of the immortal path, as martial cultivators found it challenging to refine pills due to their aggressive qi, which often led to failure in the delicate art of alchemy. "Please, do tell." Lu Xun was intrigued to hear more. "The location of your shop is quite appealing. How about sharing it with me? I could sell elixirs here and offer you a 30% profit. What do you think?" Bai Ling extended 3 fingers. "Share half of the shop for her to sell elixirs?" Lu Xun pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know what this shop used to do?" Bai Ling shook her head. Lu Xun explained, "This shop previously sold elixirs." "What?" Bai Ling was taken aback. "It was called Baodan Pavilion, and the owner employed 2 alchemists, one of the 2nd rank and the other of the 3rd rank. Despite this, the shop failed within less than a year." Lu Xun was quite knowledgeable about this establishment, as Li Bufan had once purchased elixirs here. In Li Bufan's words, those elixirs were merely average and lacked efficacy. The current martial, celestial, and magical arts in Blue Star have developed reasonably well, yet there remains a dearth of formidable alchemists. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, several catastrophic events have significantly damaged the natural environment, making it challenging to procure high-grade alchemical materials, which can only be sought in the ancient starry path. Secondly, alchemists are still navigating through the learning process. While there are numerous legacies along the ancient starry path, a suitable inheritance for alchemy has yet to be discovered. "Boss, why is that?" Bai Ling inquired, perplexed. "Why? As an alchemist, don't you understand the reason?" Lu Xun suspected she was feigning ignorance. Bai Ling shook her head. "I don't know. Come, step outside." Lu Xun moved to the entrance. Once Bai Ling joined him, he pointed to the bustling shop across the street and asked, "What do you see there?" "Jia's elixirs," she answered, looking puzzled. "Can't the owner see that?" Bai Ling appeared to question Lu Xun's eyesight. Lu Xun was at a loss for words. Was this girl truly naive? Having recognized Jia's elixirs, did she not comprehend the reason for the downfall of Baodan Pavilion? Lu Xun retorted. Bai Ling shook her head, her expression innocent and unblemished. "They sell their products, we sell ours. What is the connection?" Lu Xun sighed. Had she emerged from the mountains? She was unaware that due to the existence of Jia's elixirs, almost no other elixir shop could survive on Qingbei Street. Among all the establishments there, Jia's elixirs was the most profitable, eclipsing even the earnings of Murong Wan's Xingyue Tower. Furthermore, Jia's profits stemmed largely from dark energy, which served as the hard currency in the realm of cultivators. "Do you believe your elixirs could surpass those of the Jia group?" Lu Xun was disinclined to engage in further debate. Bai Ling nodded confidently. "Yes, I can concoct 1st and 2nd rank elixirs that surpass theirs." Lu Xun double-checked, noting her earnestness. As she spoke, her gaze was clear, as if stating an undeniable fact. "Boss, if you don't believe me, I have a vial of gathering qi elixir you can examine. All my elixirs bear golden patterns." The young girl produced a small jade vial and handed it to Lu Xun. "Golden patterns? What are those?" Lu Xun was genuinely perplexed. Even among alchemists of the same rank, there exists a hierarchy, much like the classifications of techniques, which are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The most inferior among alchemists is the yellow tier, whose elixirs, regardless of their grade, lack any mystical patterns. Above the yellow tier, the Xin tier bears white patterns. The earth tier's silver patterns, and the heaven tier boasts golden patterns. The rank merely signifies the level of elixirs an alchemist can produce. The true quality of the elixirs is determined by the alchemist's tier. I, however, am a second-tier heaven-tier alchemist. Bai Ling lifted her chin proudly, her face radiating confidence. A second-tier heaven-tier alchemist? Lu Sun checked his phone, and to his surprise, Bai Ling spoke the truth. The classification of alchemists indeed follows this system. The first, second, and third tiers merely indicate the level of elixirs one can concoct. Yet, the quality of those elixirs hinges upon the alchemist's tier. The two second and third tier alchemists previously hired by the Treasure Pavilion produced elixirs devoid of any patterns, marking them as the lowest rank of yellow tier alchemists. What use is a third tier elixir from such an alchemist? With a skeptical expression, Lu Sun questioned, with such prowess, you cannot even afford to rent a shop? If an alchemist of this caliber were to approach a conglomerate like the Jia Group, they would surely be in high demand. Your shop is ideally situated. Directly opposite the Jia medicinal store, I wish to challenge them, Bai Ling asserted. Her gaze was unwavering, her eyes radiating sincerity, instilling in Lu Sun an instinctive belief in her words. However, to merely challenge the Jia medicinal store, Bai Ling certainly possessed an audacious spirit. They are a vast conglomerate with numerous alchemists at their disposal. You think you can compete with them? Bai Ling offered a bottle of gathering qi elixir as a gift, urging Lu Sun to verify its efficacy. Upon receiving the jade vial and opening it, a rich aroma wafted forth, invigorating his senses. How delightful! The other students in the shop were equally enraptured by the fragrance. Lu Sun observed the elixirs closely, and, indeed, each bore exquisite golden patterns. These patterns were not mere embellishments. They possessed an almost profound, ethereal quality that seemed to convey the essence of the universe itself. This elixir is extraordinary. It might very well be a second-tier heaven-tier elixir. What do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? Bai Ling gazed at Lu Sun with eager anticipation. This shop does not belong to me. I must consult the owner before proceeding. Please return tomorrow, Lu Sun replied, feeling somewhat tempted. If Bai Ling truly possessed such remarkable skills, this venture could yield substantial profits. Selling trinkets pales in comparison to the lucrative realm of elixirs. The Jia Group's profits from their establishment on Qingbei Street far surpass those of Xingyue Tower, which, despite appearances, yields little after deducting expenses. The exorbitant rent diminishes any significant earnings. Murong Wan's primary aim in managing this shop was to keep an eye on Chu Youqing rather than to profit. Now that the shop was entrusted to Chu Youqing, Lu Sun, having nothing pressing to attend to, thought it prudent to explore this opportunity. What if it truly becomes a profitable venture? It could provide Chu Youqing with an additional source of income. Cultivation, however, is an expensive endeavor. With her father having lost his standing in the family, it is only a matter of time before her household can no longer supply the resources she requires for her training. Once the resources dwindle, her pace of cultivation will inevitably slow. Many individuals experience stagnation not due to lack of talent, but purely as a result of insufficient resources. Very well. I shall visit you tomorrow. What time shall we meet? Let us say 10 o'clock. All right, see you tomorrow. The young girl departed, and Lu Sun carefully stored away the bottle of qi gathering pills before sending a message to Chu Youqing. Her phone was equipped with an intelligent assistant that only alerts her for matters of significant importance, as Lu Sun did not wish to disturb her cultivation. Lu Sun, do as you see fit. There is no need to consult me. The profits from the shop will be split evenly between us. As for the dark energy you owe me, if you deduct the cost of the pills from my share, I will come to collect them immediately. At noon, Chu Youqing returned Lu Sun's call. Wow, this golden patterned pill is a celestial grade elixir. At the school gate, when Chu Youqing laid eyes on the qi gathering pill presented by Bai Ling, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She certainly possessed discerning taste. Celestial grade elixirs, even of the lowest tier, are quite expensive. Lu Sun, Bai Ling's background must be extraordinary to so casually gift such a valuable elixir. There are 12 of them. While astonished, Chu Youqing began to speculate about Bai Ling's identity. Lu Sun nodded. Indeed, I too sense there is more to her than meets the eye. She certainly does not seem ordinary. Though Lu Sun's experiences were limited, he could discern that the young girl adorned herself in exceptionally fine garments. Her demeanor was brisk and decisive, effortlessly bestowing 12 celestial-grade pills. Such generosity is not characteristic of the average person. You ought to be cautious. One must always be wary of others. I will take one of these pills to test its efficacy and report back to you. No, take them all. Will you not use any for your own cultivation? I do not require them. She has already gifted me a full bottle. What? Through clever persuasion, Lu Xun managed to give an entire bottle of qi-gathering pills to Chu Youqing. These pills are favored by cultivators of the second realm, as they enhance the speed of energy gathering and the refinement of dark energy without any adverse effects. In contrast, some pills that directly boost cultivation levels should be consumed with caution, as excessive use can lead to the accumulation of pill toxins, adversely affecting future development. The cultivation attained through the use of pills cannot compare to that achieved through one's own efforts. Qi-gathering pills, being supportive in nature, represent the finest choice for cultivation assistance. Lu Xun, the effects are remarkable, at least a threefold increase in cultivation speed, with each pill's effect lasting about a month. I wonder if there will be any diminishing returns later on. By nightfall, Chu Youqing provided feedback. Threefold. This result is indeed impressive. The qi-gathering pills from the Jiao family, which are currently the best on the market, only yield about double the effect. Other inferior brands typically enhance cultivation speed by a mere fraction and may even harbor side effects. In addition to efficacy, duration is also a crucial factor. Otherwise, even if a pill's effects are extraordinary, its fleeting nature would render it nearly worthless given its high price. Then let us split them evenly. Lu Xun came to a decision. Boss, how are you? Have you made up your mind? The following morning at 10 o'clock, Bai Ling arrived punctually at the shop. Well, that's acceptable, but we need to discuss some details. No problem. After a thorough discussion, they reached a final agreement. The first floor of the shop would be divided, granting half to Bai Ling, while she would also take half of the third floor for alchemical purposes. She expressed interest in the fourth floor. But Lu Xun did not agree to that just yet. Bai Ling would not pay rent, but she would share 40% of the profits with Lu Xun, a figure he proposed, which Bai Ling readily accepted. This aspect led Lu Xun to increasingly suspect that Bai Ling's background was anything but ordinary. It seemed she was not driven by profit, but rather by a desire to prove herself. Such remarkable efficiency. 3 days later, when Lu Xun returned to Xingyue building, he was astonished to find it transformed. Bai Ling had already renovated her portion. The third floor was similarly revamped, and Bai Ling had even set up a small bed in a cozy room, suggesting she intended to sleep there. The speed of renovations in this era was typically swift, but this was astonishingly rapid. On the fourth day, Bai Ling's apothecary officially opened its doors. She named her establishment Lingdan Pavilion, which was quite fitting. Wow, heavenly-grade elixirs. How expensive. Despite their price, these were heavenly-grade potions. Upon its opening, Lingdan Pavilion attracted a throng of students from Qingbei, causing the interior to overflow with eager patrons, nearly trampling the threshold. As a result, all heavenly-grade elixirs were snatched up within the first hour of business. Once the potions were sold out, Bai Ling instructed someone to close the doors and hung up a sign inviting students to return the following day. What? It's already gone. If I had known, I wouldn't have hesitated about spending money. The students who missed out were disheartened. Boss, see? I wasn't lying to you. Inside the shop, Bai Ling clapped her hands, brimming with pride. Impressive, Lu Xun remarked, giving her a thumbs up. All right, I must return to alchemy. If you're interested, feel free to come and learn. But I won't take responsibility for teaching. Bai Ling vanished into the third floor, where she had fashioned an alchemical chamber. Lu Xun, with Lingdan Pavilion thriving so well, why not let her take over the entire shop? Not yet. Xingyue Building's business has also improved recently. Very well. On that weekend, Chu Youqing made a special visit. Taken aback by the overwhelming crowd, the line for Lingdan Pavilion stretched nearly out to Qingbei Street. The neighboring Jia's apothecary was feeling the impact, as many students who initially intended to purchase potions from there opted to wait for Bai Ling's creations instead. To secure Bai Ling's potions, some students even queued overnight. Bai Ling's offerings extended beyond mere gathering qi and solidifying truth elixirs. She also crafted rare potions that could enhance one's qi and meridians, truly enticing. Unfortunately, her daily production was limited, leaving most unable to procure them. Lu Xun, if she is so talented, why does she choose to come here to refine and sell her elixirs? Chu Youqing pondered, perplexed. This question, Lu Xun could not answer. The young girl had an extraordinary background, exuding an air of mystery. Who could fathom why she had come here to sell elixirs? Perhaps she was a scion from a prestigious family, seeking a diversion from the monotony of home. Regardless, it posed no detriment to Lu Xun. The flourishing business of the Lingdan Pavilion meant that his daily earnings amounted to several days' worth of income from Xingyue Tower. Furthermore, this profit was derived from dark energy. Lu Xun could also take advantage of his proximity to acquire the Tianjin Ningzhen Dan from Bailing from Murong Wan. The Ningzhen Dan, akin to the Juqi Dan, was a second-tier elixir, albeit specifically tailored for martial artists. Fearing that Murong Wan might refuse it, Lu Xun instructed Chu Youqing to present it to her, which could enhance Murong Wan's cultivation speed. Previously, Murong Wan had been utilizing elixirs to assist her practice, relying on those produced by the Jia family, which were notably less effective than those refined by Ling brother Lu. You must exercise caution. A new assassination contract has emerged on the dark web targeting you, with the price set at a staggering 1 million units of dark energy. This sum is alarmingly high and may attract the attention of Fourth Realm cultivators. 2 weeks later, Lu Xun unexpectedly received a message from Luo Dashing. On the dark web, a new contract had been issued for his assassination. The previous contract had also seen a price increase, rising from 30,000 to 50,000 units of dark energy. The reason for this escalation was likely due to the lack of takers. Although dark energy was plentiful, Lu Xun had remained within Beta University, only venturing occasionally to Qingbei Street. For an ordinary Third Realm cultivator, taking action on Qingbei Street was perilous. Even if they succeeded in killing Lu Xun, they might pay the ultimate price themselves. As for Fourth Realm cultivators, 50,000 units of dark energy were hardly worth the risk. They wouldn't even give it a second glance. However, now that the new contract offered a price of 1 million units of dark energy, it was exceedingly tempting. This was a volume equivalent to 1 cubic meter of dark energy, valued at a starting price of 1 billion. Fourth Realm cultivators might indeed be swayed. Who could be behind this? Lu Xun's mind raced, swiftly honing in on a suspect. The He family. After much contemplation, he felt certain that only the He family could be responsible. The individual who had previously seized all his assets with a mere IOU could not possibly muster such a vast amount of dark energy, but the He family could. Was it not the He family that had originally offered 1 million units of dark energy to drive Lu Xun away from Chu Youqing? Following Murong Yan's unequivocal rejection, the He family appeared to have acted out of wounded pride, directly tossing that million units of dark energy into the dark web to hire an assassin to eliminate Lu Xun. He needed to reduce his outings from the university. Although Lu Xun had deduced the situation, he currently lacked a viable plan. The He family was affluent and could easily dispense 1 million units of dark energy. With his present strength, he was unable to contend with them. The only recourse was to limit his time outside the university. Even if a Fourth Realm cultivator accepted the contract, they would hesitate to act within Beta University. Qingbei Street was relatively safe. But should a Fourth Realm cultivator take the contract, there was a possibility they might take the risk, particularly those with exceptional evasion skills. With this thought in mind, Lu Xun made his way toward the school. Hixia. Just as he arrived at the school entrance, he spotted Hixia. Upon seeing Lu Xun, Hixia was filled with joy. After a prolonged period of arduous training, he had finally elevated his serpent step to the 3rd tier. He had been waiting here for Lu Xun, eager to challenge him. Just as Hixia was about to speak, he noticed a fleeting shadow, and Lu Xun had already closed the distance. Red Lotus Burning Heart Palm. Hixia sensed an imminent threat. Instead of evading, he resolved to confront Lu Xun head-on. His Red Lotus meridians had allowed him to cultivate genuine Red Lotus Qi, resulting in an exceptionally fierce attack. The last time, Lu Xun had avoided his strike, delivering a heavy blow in return. This led Hixia to believe that, despite being at the same level in the Qi Sea, Lu Xun would not dare to face him directly. Boom. The two forces collided. Puff. The sound of blood spattering echoed again. Just moments ago, Hixia had been brimming with confidence, but under Lu Xun's strike, he was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Impossible. Hixia was bewildered. He had diligently practiced his movements to compel Lu Xun into a direct confrontation. Now, confronted with Lu Xun's unwavering stance, he found himself unable to withstand the blow. This was beyond his comprehension. Before Hixia could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Xun had already approached, placing a foot upon him and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Hixia was left battered and bruised, resembling a pitiful sight. Classmate, please refrain from fighting. It was not until the school's security and teachers arrived that Lu Xun relented. Lu Xun, how dare you strike me? Hixia, bloodied and disheveled, struggled to rise, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. I hit you. But there was no stipulation against fighting off campus, was there? Lu Sun retorted. This was just outside the school gates. While fighting could result in minor disciplinary action, it was far less severe than within school grounds. He Xiao, realizing that his family had secretly offered a bounty of 1 million dark energy to have him eliminated, was at a loss. How could he confront Lu Sun, who had grown even stronger? As Lu Sun mercilessly pummeled He Xiao, Lin Yan cowered behind the school gate, too frightened to peek out. He was utterly terrified of Lu Sun now. He Xiao had specifically invited him to wait for Lu Sun's return, intending to challenge him. Yet he never anticipated Lu Sun's ruthless approach outside the school grounds, resulting in such a catastrophic defeat for He Xiao. He Xiao's once decent looks were now utterly marred. Even if he attempted to retaliate, it would be in vain. Lu Sun, just wait. I will repay this grievance. Classmate, please refrain from further violence. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take severe measures. On the other side, upon seeing the arrival of school security and teachers, He Xiao prepared to issue a fierce retort to salvage some dignity. To his astonishment, Lu Sun, in front of the security and teachers, delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into a nearby pool, his legs flailing in the air, leaving passing students agape. How brutal! Lin Yan trembled in fear. At that moment, he realized his own feet were still outside the school gate, prompting him to quickly retract them, terrified that Lu Sun might turn his attention toward him. Breaking news. Lu Sun brutally assaults He Xiao. Puff! He Xiao has become a pitiful figure, resembling a swollen pig. Upon gazing at that image behind, it has transformed into a compass. Shortly thereafter, a plethora of pictures began circulating online within the campus, attracting a considerable number of onlookers. Today being a weekend, more students tend to indulge in online activities. Some students, after their daily training sessions, habitually log on to the internet to avoid missing any significant news. It was merely an act of striking someone. If there are any repercussions, let them be directed at me and spare my diligent students. The administrative office, represented by Fei Taiye, appeared nonchalant. It seems Lu Sun, due to his altercation, was brought here. Somehow, news reached someone who hurried to defend Lu Sun. Fortunately, since the incident occurred off campus, coupled with Fei Taiye's staunch support, Lu Sun faced minimal consequences, merely receiving a reprimand from the school authorities. Implicitly, the message was that students should coexist harmoniously and refrain from bullying one another. I am a freshman, while he is a sophomore. How could I have bullied him? This is merely a reflection of his own shortcomings. Lu Sun, with unwavering confidence, remained oblivious to his faults and showed no inclination to amend his ways. Thus, the school's response to Lu Sun was rated at 984 out of 1,000, the deduction being attributed to a perceived lack of humility. He Xiao, are you not a man? If you are, step up to the arena with me. He Xiao, are you so cowardly that your mother is aware of it? He Xiao, does your courage reside within your trousers, or is it merely cotton? In the subsequent days, a spectacle unfolded on campus that left many students astonished. Lu Sun, with nothing else to occupy his time, would frequently confront He Xiao, challenging him to the arena whenever He Xiao appeared. Had Lu Sun been a senior, or even a fellow sophomore, it would have been inconsequential. The dilemma lies in the fact that Lu Sun is a freshman while He Xiao is a sophomore. Faced with Lu Sun's provocations, He Xiao dared not respond. For Lu Sun's words pierced like daggers. The news of their previous altercation had already spread throughout the school, and He Xiao's reputation had sustained a significant blow. Being subjected to such humiliation by Lu Sun only served to drain the vibrancy from He Xiao's existence. How infuriating! I shall end you. In the training room, He Xiao seethed with frustration. He was overwhelmed with a mix of anger and desperation, feeling utterly powerless. Lu Sun seemed to appear out of thin air. No sooner would he step outside than he would encounter Lu Sun, who would promptly issue a challenge. He Xiao, unable to accept, would then endure public mockery. Consequently, his dignity was in shambles, and he could scarcely muster the motivation to train. Only God knows how he has managed these past days. He dared not leave the school. For every time he approached the gates, Lu Sun's silhouette would loom nearby, leading He Xiao to believe that if he dared to step outside, Lu Sun would surely emerge to deliver a beating. He Xiao was engulfed in despair. Father, avenge me. A week later, unable to endure any longer, He Xiao summoned his father to pick him up at the school gates one weekend. He yearned to return home, feeling an urgent need to escape the school. He could not bear to remain any longer. If this torment from Lu Xun continued, he feared it would drive him to madness. Upon seeing his father, He Xiao rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down his face. What a tragic sight. He Xiao, reduced to tears by bullying, is indeed pitiable, yet I cannot help but find humor in the situation. What animosity or grievance could possibly justify the torment inflicted upon him by Lu Xun? This is an egregious display of bullying. There must be a story behind this. Otherwise, why would Lu Xun choose to target him specifically? Indeed, this scene was captured by an onlooker and has sparked considerable discussion at Beta University. The students, eager for gossip, found this predicament rather amusing. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. A sophomore, a prodigy with a profound connection to the heavens and an advanced cultivation level, reduced to tears and calling for his father to come to his aid, all at the hands of a freshman. Remarkable. Many students expressed their delight, eager for more. I swear, I will never provoke him again, Lin Yan resolved. Henceforth, he decided to maintain a safe distance of 30 meters from Lu Xun. He Xiao was also on the verge of a breakdown due to Lu Xun's antics. If Lu Xun set his sights on him, the consequences would be unthinkable. Ha ha. Brother Sun, your talent is unparalleled. In the future, if I make any enemies, you must help me deal with them. Li Bufan exclaimed, overjoyed. Lu Xun, I heard you made He Xiao cry? Yes. Oh, be cautious. The He family is rather vindictive. Chu Youqing had also heard of the incident, without asking for details. She merely cautioned Lu Xun to be careful. He chose not to disclose the 1,000,000-unit bounty to her, wishing to spare her any concern. After returning home, He Xiao requested an extended leave from school, seemingly unwilling to return. This left Lu Xun without his source of amusement. Recently, Lu Xun had been mostly absent from school, as Luo Dashing informed him that the bounty had escalated to 2 million units and had already been claimed. The identity of the claimant remained a mystery, but it was undoubtedly linked to the He family. The increase in the bounty confirmed Lu Xun's suspicions. It was clearly a retaliatory measure by the He family after He Xiao's humiliating defeat. The He family was indeed affluent, easily able to put forth 2 million units of dark energy. Under these circumstances, Lu Xun adopted a more cautious approach. Murong Wan has broken through to the 3rd level of Qi Si. You gain a 20-fold return from Murong Wan's achievements. A few days later, the 20-fold return arrived once more. Murong Wan's cultivation speed was astonishing, and the heavenly-grade elixirs provided by Bai Ling further bolstered her progress. With less than a month before the official start of the semester, she managed to break through another level, reaching the 3rd level of Qi Si. Lu Xun's strength surged once again, ascending from the 8th level of Qi Si to the 9th, then to the 10th, and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level. Upon achieving this peak, Lu Xun sensed a vast reservoir of energy within him. Surely, he could ascend to the 3rd realm? Just as he contemplated this leap, the energy within him continued to expand his Qi Si, leading him to an unexpected elevation to the 11th level. Remarkably, Lu Xun had not anticipated that there was an 11th level. While other martial cultivators maxed out at the 10th level, he had ascended to the 11th. System, why did I not break through to the 3rd realm? Lu Xun inquired. The realm of enlightenment requires the unlocking of all 108 secret orifices throughout the body, awakening the divine martial abilities. The return of vital energy and its connection to the Qi Si realm poses a significant challenge for the host to transcend to the 3rd realm. Should the host insist on breaking through to the 3rd realm at this juncture, the probability of awakening rare martial abilities, such as the distant vision or the fiery gaze, is exceedingly low. The voice of the system resonated. Very well, let it be, Lu Xun contemplated, ultimately deciding against leveraging the return to ascend to the 3rd realm. His growth had already been sufficiently rapid. There was no need to hasten unduly. Establishing a solid foundation, ensuring each realm was thoroughly mastered, would yield far better results. Moreover, realms pertain to cultivation, while combat prowess pertains to strength. At the physical refinement stage, Lu Xun could effortlessly defeat Lin Yan, who had opened 7 meridians. If he were to continue advancing through the Qi Si realm, reaching the 17th or 18th layer, even common 3rd realm practitioners would not stand a chance against him. Chu Youqing has broken through to the 2nd layer of Qi gathering. You have received 20-fold rewards from her achievement. 2 days later, Chu Youqing also attained a breakthrough. With the benefit of 20-fold return, Lu Xun surged from the 6th to the 10th layer of Qi gathering, now merely a step away from the 3rd realm. Lu Xun, I visited the Star Moon Tower, and there are no issues. Rest assured and focus on your cultivation, she remarked. After her breakthrough to the second layer of qi gathering, Chu Youqing initially intended to invite Lu Sun for a leisurely outing. However, Lu Sun declined, citing his need for cultivation. With the million bounty having been claimed, he could not afford to be careless. Observing Lu Sun's diligence, Chu Youqing bore him no ill will and proceeded to examine the situation at Star Moon Tower. The conditions at Star Moon Tower were, of course, favorable, with business flourishing under the influence of Bai Ling's Elixir Pavilion. Lu Sun's activities were now confined to Beta University. Fortunately, Beta University was vast, allowing him to remain engaged without feeling stifled. Is she still cultivating? Murong Wan truly was a fervent practitioner. After their previous encounter, influenced by medicinal power, Lu Sun had not seen her again, and it was clear she was dedicated to her training. Murong Wan's relentless pursuit was understandable. Unlike students at Qingbei, she was already 25 years old. By this age, students at Qingbei would have graduated, were it not for her extraordinary physique, the Linglong body, which enabled her to unlock the Linglong meridian and be taken as a disciple by an elder of the Beidou Hall. She would not have gained admission to Qingbei. Qingbei imposed certain age restrictions. To be precise, she was not a student at Qingbei. She was merely being nurtured there under the guidance of the elder from the Beidou Hall. A week later, the monthly assessment arrived. The monthly examination was relatively straightforward, primarily serving to test cultivation levels and assess progress from the previous month. Even if one's cultivation remained unchanged, any sign of advancement would be reflected in the energy levels indicated by the testing pillar, signifying progress nonetheless. It remained uncertain whether there would be any changes in the newcomer rankings this month. There would undoubtedly be changes. However, I sensed that the top position would remain unaltered. I felt the same. Over the course of a month, Murong Wan and Lu Xinghe would at most reach the third layer of the Qi Si, making it impossible for them to catch up to Lu Sun, who maintained a leading edge. Do you think Lu Sun could reach the fifth layer of the Qi Si? On the day of the monthly examination, students engaged in animated discussions, speculating about potential changes to the newcomer rankings post-examination. The newcomer rankings shift with each monthly assessment. How astonishing! Lu Xinghe has remarkably advanced to the third layer of the Qi Si. Wang Tingyun has ascended to the second layer of the Qi Si as well. He is quite impressive. Du Yuqi has also reached the second layer of the Qi Si, and she is indeed a beauty. At the testing center, a group of students vigilantly gathered, continuously reporting updates online. Miss Murong, you need not give me this dark energy. Please bestow it upon Yuqing instead, for she is in greater need than I. Very well. Outside the testing center, Lu Sun encountered Murong Wan once more. She had arrived as well. The dark energy he intended to offer remained unpresented, for Murong Wan declined it, leaving him at a loss. Despite their second intimate encounter, it had been purely coincidental. Their current relationship lingered in a delicate and awkward state. Deep within Murong Wan's heart, she harbored a subtle fear of meeting Lu Sun. Murong Wan had arrived, exuding beauty. Upon entering the testing center, she captivated the attention of all present. Approaching the testing pillar, she unleashed her full strength. Beep, 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 indeed. She had reached the third layer of the Qi Si, her energy level surpassing that of Lu Xinghe. Truly remarkable, she was both beautiful and fierce. The students were in awe. Without lingering, Murong Wan departed. Lu Sun has arrived. The students once again offered him their undivided attention. As Lu Sun entered the testing center, the students anticipated he would proceed to test. However, he instead approached an individual. You, who dare not accept challenges, finally have the courage to return to school? He remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on He Xiao. Who are you calling a waste? I have already reached the fifth layer of the Qi Si. He Xiao, fueled by indignation, had indeed broken through to the fifth layer. Is that so? We shall see each other in the arena shortly, Lu Sun replied nonchalantly. He Xiao faltered. Although he had achieved the fifth layer, he lacked confidence in facing Lu Sun in the arena. He was frightened by the prospect of being defeated again. Waste. Lu Sun disdainfully remarked before striding towards the testing pillar. He Xiao's face flushed crimson. He longed to assert that they should meet in the arena. Yet he dared not voice it. He wished to witness Lu Sun's test results before making any declarations. Beep, beep, beep whoosh. Fifth layer of the Qi Si. Good heavens. Within just 1 month of the semester, he has already reached the fifth layer? The testing center erupted in excitement. How could this be? Despair flickered in He Xiao's eyes. He had only just managed to break through to the fifth layer, and now, After merely 1 month, Lu Xun had surged ahead. What would happen in another month? Would he surpass him entirely? He was certain that within a month, he Xiao, could not possibly break through to the 6th layer. He had no delusions of being such a prodigy. Beep, beep, beep. This was not the end. 2nd layer of Qi gathering. Wow. The testing center erupted once more. Is this the ultimate powerhouse of our beta university? Ha ha ha, did you see? I told you, my brother Lu is the one true deity. Alas, it is a pity. The dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts. The students were astonished, yet some deliberately attempted to dampen the enthusiasm surrounding the dual cultivation. This monthly examination sparked considerable discussion once again. Naturally, such discussions arose swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Once the monthly examination concluded, the students diligently engaged in their training, with few squandering excessive time online. The blue star, in a state of rapid progression, drew ever closer to the moment of entering the ancient celestial path. A sense of urgency enveloped all the students. Murong Wan's Tai sword technique has broken through to the 1st level. You have gained 20-fold from Murong Wan's achievements. You have obtained the Wanjia Wuxiang sword. A week later, unexpectedly, Lu Xun reaped the rewards of Murong Wan's training in swordsmanship, the Wanjia Wuxiang sword. The Tai sword technique, upon reaching Lu Xun, transformed into the Wanjia Wuxiang sword. The name changed, and with it, its power magnified tremendously. In the training chamber of Beta University, Lu Xun, wielding a long sword, furrowed his brow in concentration, channeling his entire essence. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the sword traced intricate patterns in the air as he delivered successive strikes against a towering boulder before him. To the untrained eye, Lu Xun's swordplay appeared chaotic, reminiscent of a novice's erratic swings. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the hidden profundities within the apparent disorder. Each strike resonated with the universe, embodying an ineffable rhythm of beauty. After a few moments, Lu Xun sheathed his sword. The boulder remained intact, showing no signs of damage. With a clap of his hands, the air reverberated, triggering a chain reaction. Suddenly, spiderweb-like fissures appeared on the surface of the stone, which then crumbled thunderously into hundreds of sharply defined fragments. Such was the sharpness of the sword's aura. Bending down, Lu Xun picked up a piece of debris, running his fingertip over the smooth, mirror-like surface. A glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The facets of these stones were extraordinarily polished, resembling mirrors. Undoubtedly, they had been cleaved by Lu Xun's sword aura. Its sharpness was so profound that even after being divided into hundreds of parts, the stones retained their integrity until Lu Xun's clap signaled their realization of disunity. This exemplified the remarkable precision of the sword aura, affirming the prowess of the sword technique. Upon its return, the Tai sword technique had evolved into the Wanjia Wuxiang sword. This swordplay proved formidable. Even the first stance rendered Lu Xun's sword aura exceptionally keen. Moreover, the Wanjia Wuxiang sword possessed an additional advantage. Its techniques were formless and intangible, transcending the void, akin to ephemeral illusions or elusive mists. In simpler terms, it embodied the principle that the formless triumphs over the formed. Reflecting on the need for a superior sword, Lu Xun sheathed his blade. This sword was acquired through the exchange of dark energy at the school's resource center, which offered a variety of items, including elixirs, weapons, armor, and treasures of decent quality, generally above average. For superior items, one must invest considerable sums externally or perform admirably in school-hosted competitions and the significant end-of-year rankings to have a chance at rewards in these categories. Lu Xun's sword, obtained at the cost of 2,000 dark energy, was of rather mediocre quality. 2 days later, in the deep of night, Xiao Bai once again transformed into Princess Barbara, awakening only once a month. The duration was fleeting, merely 2 or 3 minutes. I have told you repeatedly not to bathe me. As Barbara awoke, she was inundated with memories from the previous month, instantly becoming agitated, her front paws flailing chaotically in the air. Yet this time, she refrained from lunging at Lu Xun with murderous intent. Lu Xun lazily propped himself up on the bed, resting his chin on one hand. Were I in your position, I would not squander time on such futile complaints. Indeed, he had a point. Barbara tilted her head in contemplation, her ears twitching lightly as she quickly reined in her anger. See, I did not deceive you. That spell is quite effective, isn't it? With that, she proudly flicked her tail, her azure feline eyes shimmering with pride. Lu Xun nodded. It is indeed useful. Would you care to learn a second spell? Barbara stepped closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. This is a supportive spell that can temporarily double your combat prowess. If cast repeatedly. She paused deliberately before continuing. Your combat power can continue to accumulate. Doubling combat power? And it can stack? Speak on. Lu Xun raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. Listen carefully. This spell is lengthy. Barbara cleared her throat and recited earnestly, a baccabicado. Under the moonlight, the whiskers of the ragdoll cat quivered gently with the incantation. She recited it 5 times to ensure Lu Xun had fully grasped it. This is my blood. Try it, and I shall see if you pronounce it correctly. Barbara offered a drop of blood with her small paw. Her eagerness, however, aroused Lu Xun's suspicion. A princess is a princess, and a little white cat is a little white cat. Although the latter was merely a manifestation of Barbara's instincts during her slumber, it was precisely this instinct that proved more trustworthy. With Barbara's consciousness awakened, she might now employ subtle schemes against Lu Xun. Perhaps we shall try this later. He replied indifferently. The incantation is lengthy and requires a certain articulation. Mispronouncing even a single syllable renders it ineffective. Are you certain you do not wish for me to teach you? Barbara blinked. First, enlighten me as to your purpose in teaching me these spells. Nothing comes without reason in this world. Lu Xun fixed his gaze upon her eyes, questioning. Quite simply, I desire your assistance in breaking the curse that binds me. This is a formidable task for you at present. Thus I shall provide you with more support, enabling you to grow successfully. Barbara stated solemnly. Assisting you in breaking your curse? Lu Xun pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Why choose me? If you seek aid, wouldn't those formidable beings from the east be your best option? No. Barbara shook her head resolutely, the moonlight casting a mysterious shadow in her eyes. This is a choice of destiny and my sole opportunity for resurgence. A choice of destiny? Precisely. Barbara took a step forward, her voice barely above a whisper. After succumbing to the sleep curse, I was destined to remain in slumber indefinitely until I encountered you. At this point, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in her feline gaze. Your essence is extraordinary, capable of loosening the grip of the curse. Is this not destiny? An extraordinary essence that even allowed Barbara's slumber curse to weaken. Could it be a consequence of the chaotic divine body? Lu Xun sensed a significant possibility. If only he could dispel the threefold curse upon him. Before Barbara could finish her words, she fell silent once more, her consciousness drifting into slumber, reverting to her form as Little White. If all went as expected, her awareness would awaken again next month. Indeed, this spell proved to be quite formidable. After Barbara's consciousness succumbed to sleep, Lu Xun attempted to use a drop of blood from Little White's paw. The complexity of Barbara's second curse was greater, and despite Lu Xun uttering the incantation correctly with the blood, he failed to manifest its power. By the time he considered another attempt, the drop of blood had been entirely consumed. One drop could only be used once for a spell. He would wait until next month when Barbara awoke to learn from her. Lu Xun paid it little mind and resumed his slumber. Before 5 o'clock the following morning, dawn broke. Recently, Blue Star had been accelerating through the cosmos, propelled by the gravity of the stars, drawing ever closer to the moment of entering the dark universe. This has resulted in an irregular alternation of day and night. At North Star University, the number of students visible during the day had dwindled significantly. All were fervently devoted to their cultivation. Even the students heading to the cafeteria had greatly diminished. Many had prepared high-energy food in advance to avoid wasting time on meals. Throughout North Star University, Lu Xun remained the most leisurely individual. The 2 bounties on the dark web concerning him persisted. Thus, Lu Xun had never left the campus, contentedly lounging about each day. Chu Youqing appeared to be fully immersed in her cultivation. Previously, she would send Lu Xun messages nearly every day, but recently that frequency had dwindled to once a week. As for Murong Wan, she never initiated contact with Lu Xun. He would only see her during the monthly assessments. In the cultivation chamber, Lu Xun activated a talisman, shattering a stone into fragments. The power was commendable. Lu Xun felt quite satisfied with the potency of this talisman. Although he could not cultivate, he took the opportunity to ponder various techniques while lounging. For instance, talismans are a means belonging to the celestial path. While martial arts emphasize self-reliance, the celestial path offers numerous methods of leveraging external forces. If one does not achieve significant breakthroughs in cultivation, they can still learn alchemy, weapon forging, formations, talismans, and puppetry as alternative pursuits. Suddenly, Lu Sun received a notification regarding a return. Murong Wan has broken through to the 4th layer of Qi Si. You gained 20-fold of her achievement. How impressive! Lu Sun felt compelled to applaud. Murong Wan's cultivation speed was astonishing. Within merely half a month after opening her meridians, she had advanced to the 1st layer of Qi Si. Although it took her over a month to transition from the 1st to the 2nd layer, that delay was due to family matters. Once she focused on her cultivation, she broke through to the 3rd layer in just over 20 days. Now, with over 20 days having passed, Murong Wan had surged directly to the 4th layer of Qi Si. During this time, she also dedicated some effort to mastering martial techniques. With her exquisite physique, she indeed possessed a top-tier cultivation constitution, one inherently designed for the art of cultivation. It felt delightful. Lu Sun advanced rapidly to the 13th level of his Qi Si, transforming it into an expansive ocean, vast and boundless. The vigor of his true energy rivaled that of certain practitioners in the 3rd realm. With Murong Wan's 1,000 traces step breaking through to the 2nd tier, you received 20-fold of her gains. Your myriad traces step has upgraded to divine traces step. A week later, he returned once more. After Murong Wan broke through to the 4th level of Qi Si, she cultivated her 1,000 traces step to the 2nd tier. Consequently, Lu Sun's myriad traces step was once again elevated, becoming divine traces step. Chu Youqing broke through to the 3rd layer of gathering qi, and you received 20-fold of her gains. A few days later, Chu Youqing also achieved a breakthrough. Lu Sun welcomed her return with joy. Like Murong Wan, Chu Youqing's advancement did not propel him into the 3rd realm. Instead, she ascended to the pinnacle of the 11th layer of gathering qi. My goodness, truly 1 layer per month. Beyond the 5th layer, if he continues to break through at this rate, he will shatter the records of Beta University. Let us not forget, he is adept in both celestial and martial arts. How could he cultivate so swiftly? Another monthly assessment arrived. Lu Sun's results once again captured attention. Many students, even though they had anticipated it, were still quite astonished. Each month, Lu Sun's strength escalated by 1 layer, concurrently in both celestial and martial paths. Such a feat had never been witnessed in the annals of Beta University. Listening to the murmurs around him, Lu Sun merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. If these students were to discover his true prowess, one could only imagine their astonishment. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, however proud you are now, the future may hold dire consequences. He Xiao sneered. At this moment, he had completely lost hope of catching up to Lu Sun. With the passing month, Lu Sun's cultivation surpassed his, while He Xiao would require at least 3 more months to break through to the 6th layer of Qi Si. Young Master He, we should leave quickly, Lin Yan urged, noticing Lu Sun's gaze upon them. He Xiao's complexion changed, fleeing as if from a predator. Recently, he rarely visited the school, dreading encounters with Lu Sun. The incantation of Abakabai Bika was indeed correct, but the duration of the syllabic pronunciation was flawed. Duration? Naturally. The timing of pronunciation must be precisely identical, neither prolonged nor shortened. The first incantation had been optimized by the royal family, otherwise, it would be tenfold more difficult than this one. Days later, Barbara's consciousness awakened once more. This time, upon regaining awareness, she wasted no time and began instructing Lu Sun in the incantations. The intricacies of these spells were manifold, though they appeared to be mere phrases. Mastering them proved to be no simple task. Lu Sun had cleverly utilized Barbara's blood. Otherwise, without magical power within him, he could not cast the spells. Even with magical power, executing these incantations would be challenging, requiring considerable magical prowess. Ah, it seems I cannot learn this now. I shall return next month, meow. 2 minutes later, Barbara's consciousness once again slipped into slumber. Lu Sun still had not mastered the incantations. Lu Sun, the profits from Lingdan Pavilion have been credited to your account. At the end of the month, Chu Youqing sent a message. Lu Sun had not stepped outside the school gates for nearly 2 months. Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion business was thriving more than ever. She primarily concocted heavenly-grade elixirs. And somehow news of this spread online, attracting not only students from Qingbei, but also practitioners from other cultivation schools and the outside world to purchase her elixirs. The monthly profits continued to increase, and Chu Youqing insisted on sharing half of the earnings with Lu Sun, to which he reluctantly acquiesced. Currently, Chu Youqing did not lack dark energy, so Lu Sun could save it for her future needs. Murong Wan broke through to the 5th level of Qi Si. Host gains 20 times Murong Wan's harvest. More than half of the new month had passed when Murong Wan achieved another breakthrough. Consequently, Lu Sun also ascended to the 15th level of the Qi Sea. Chu Youqing broke through to the 3rd level of gathering Qi. Host gains 20 times Chu Youqing's harvest. Shortly after Murong Wan's breakthrough, Chu Youqing also experienced a breakthrough. The upgrades were relentless, and Lu Sun was filled with joy. With the new school term just under 3 months away, Lu Sun had already reached the 15th level of the Qi Sea and 13th level of gathering Qi. The surge in strength was astonishing. Chu Youqing mastered flying sword technique. Host gains 20 times Chu Youqing's harvest. You have acquired the shadowless flying sword technique. Not long after Chu Youqing's breakthrough to the 3rd level of gathering Qi, she learned the essential skill of 2nd-tier immortal cultivation, the flying sword technique. Her technique was likely a standard version, with its potency primarily reliant on cultivation level and sword control skills. After the 20-fold return to Lu Sun, it transformed into the shadowless flying sword technique, far surpassing ordinary versions in power. Has Bai Ling closed Lingdan Pavilion? Indeed, boss, Miss Bai has been closed for a week, and no one knows what she is doing. One day, Lu Sun received unexpected news. Bai Ling had shuttered Lingdan Pavilion. Describing the business as a gold mine would not be an exaggeration. Lu Sun, merely covering half the storefront, could claim 40% of the profits, akin to a windfall from the heavens. With Bai Ling's alchemical prowess, her business would flourish regardless of location. Her sudden closure raised concerns. Was it because she felt Lu Sun was taking too much? It would be unwise to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Moreover, Chu Youqing and Murong Wan's rapid progress could be attributed in part to Bai Ling's elixirs. As long as Bai Ling remained, Lu Sun could leverage his advantageous position to procure elixirs directly from her. After some contemplation, Lu Sun resolved to visit Qingbei Street to assess the situation. Although there were still 2 assassination contracts on the dark web regarding him, his current strength was incomparable to before, and no 3rd-tier cultivator would dare to kill him. Even if he encountered a 4th-tier assassin, Lu Sun could hold his own in a confrontation. Qingbei Street lay at the heart of Qingbei. Buying a little time would suffice. After donning some disguise, Lu Sun stepped outside. Soon, he arrived at Xingyue Tower. Indeed, it was closed. Standing before the locked doors of Lingdan Pavilion, Lu Sun furrowed his brow. Even after closing her doors for an entire week, a considerable number of individuals still awaited the opportunity to purchase Bai Ling's elixirs, a testament to the remarkable efficacy of her potions. Lu Sun ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked gently on the door. Who is it? Bai Ling's voice emanated from within, tinged with a hint of weariness. Though she had merely shut the door, she remained inside. It's me, Lu Sun. Oh, just a moment. Bai Ling's tone seemed relatively normal, yet faint sounds of hurried activity could be discerned from within. It appeared that she was engaged in alchemy rather than simply closing up shop for good. Creak. After several minutes, the door slowly opened. Boss, it's been a while. Bai Ling appeared, forcing a faint smile. What happened to you? Lu Sun could not help but inquire upon seeing her disheveled appearance. Bai Ling was certainly not lacking in beauty. She was genuinely attractive. In contrast to Murong Wan's stunning elegance and Chu Youqing's pure charm, Bai Ling possessed a lively and spirited allure. However, at this moment, her delicate face was smudged with dirt, a few stray strands of hair clung to her forehead, and her hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Most strikingly, her large, watery eyes bore dark circles, giving her an overall look of exhaustion. How long has it been since you last slept? Lu Sun asked. I'm fine, Bai Ling replied, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. I've been consumed with alchemy, striving to concoct a 3rd-grade elixir, but I have yet to succeed. As she spoke, her shoulders drooped in frustration. A 3rd-grade elixir? That corresponds to the potions suitable for practitioners of the 3rd realm. Successfully creating a 3rd-grade elixir would elevate you to the status of a 3rd-grade alchemist. Given that Bai Ling can already produce 2nd-grade heavenly elixirs, crafting an ordinary 3rd-grade elixir should not pose a challenge for her. It seems she is aiming for a higher quality of 3rd-grade elixir, resulting in her current state. It's a relief to hear you're all right. I had heard you were shut in, and I was somewhat concerned, so I decided to check on you, Lu Sun said, easing his tone. Thank you for your concern. Boss, Bai Ling replied, flashing a sweet smile. By the way, you are a practitioner, aren't you? She inquired. Lu Sun nodded yes. Wow, that's wonderful. I wish I could cultivate as well, she expressed enviously. Lu Sun hesitated. Aren't you a practitioner? Bai Ling shook her head. No, I lack any cultivation. Otherwise, I would surely be able to concoct a third-grade elixir. No cultivation. Lu Xun's gaze shifted thoughtfully over Bai Ling. He found it hard to believe. How could someone without cultivation manage to create second-grade elixirs, especially second-grade heavenly ones? It seemed improbable. The art of alchemy is not directly tied to one's cultivation. Yet without a foundational level of cultivation, producing even slightly advanced elixirs would be unfeasible. Actually, it's not entirely accurate to say I have no cultivation. I can enhance my spiritual energy with elixirs and manipulate that energy for alchemy, but there's an issue with my spiritual vein, preventing me from autonomously cultivating my energy. Bai Ling elucidated, noticing Lu Xun's skepticism. I see, Lu Xun pondered. Bai Ling, it turns out, was also unable to cultivate. Her situation differed from Lu Xun's. He was prohibited from cultivating by the system, not incapable of it. Even with that restriction, he could still absorb dark energy to replenish his spiritual energy and vital essence. Bai Ling is unable to cultivate her spiritual energy and can only rely on consuming elixirs to gain power. Unfortunately, this energy cannot be sustained within her for extended periods. It remains a mystery what affliction her spiritual veins have encountered. Nevertheless, despite her lack of cultivation, her ability to refine second-grade heavenly tier elixirs solely from the energy derived from elixirs marks her as a prodigy in alchemy. Boss, someone is looking for you. The store manager announced, rushing over. Who is it? Representatives from the Jia Group. The Jia Group. The one that produces the Jia Body refining elixir and opening vein elixir? Boss, may I ask you for a favor? Bai Ling interjected suddenly. Lu Xun noticed a hint of anxiety in her demeanor as she bit her lip, seemingly troubled by something. Bai Ling, whatever it is, just tell me. If I can assist, I surely will, Lu Xun replied gently. They are likely here to offer a high price for your shop. Could you refuse them? I want to let you help me for free. I can increase your share from Lingdan Pavilion by an additional 20%. Bai Ling proposed. Increase by 20%? That would make it 60%. How remarkable. Bai Ling herself is refining elixirs, and I merely provide the venue, yet I would receive 60%. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. What could be troubling Bai Ling so much that she insists on maintaining her shop here? All right, I agree, Lu Xun responded. Thank you, boss. You are truly kind. Bai Ling sighed with relief, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Lu Xun turned to leave. Soon, he encountered the representatives from the Jia Group downstairs. There were 3 individuals, with the leader being a middle-aged man dressed impeccably, exuding a formidable aura that suggested he was at least at the 3rd stage of cultivation. Boss, are you interested in discussing a business proposition with us? The middle-aged man asked, hands clasped behind his back and chin slightly raised, adopting a condescending stance. What kind of business? Lu Xun inquired, arms crossed, maintaining a composed demeanor. You signed a 3-year lease, correct? For the remaining 2.5 years. We can offer you 100,000 dark energy or 200 million in cash for your shop. What do you say? The middle-aged man stated boldly. Indeed. Bai Ling had been right. They were indeed here to acquire the shop. 100,000 dark energy or 200 million in cash is quite a substantial offer. Even with a share from Lingdan Pavilion, earning 100,000 dark energy would not be an easy feat. This indicates that Bai Ling must have posed a threat to them, prompting such a high offer. However, something felt amiss to Lu Xun. The Jia Group is a colossal entity, their elixirs not only thriving in Huaxia, but also immensely popular in neighboring countries. Their shop on Qingbei Street is merely a trivial fragment of their vast commercial empire. Even if Bai Ling can refine second-grade heavenly tier elixirs, she remains but one person. How much business could she possibly seize from the Jia Group? Moreover, considering Bai Ling's expertise in alchemy, even if Lu Xun agreed to sell the shop, she could easily find another and attract customers aplenty. Yet, Bai Ling seems unwilling to relinquish any profit, as if she is determined to stand against the Jia Group. The Jia Group has made a substantial investment to acquire the Xingyue Tower. Is there a hidden story behind this? Am I entangled in some sort of vendetta? Lu Xun pondered. I'm afraid I must decline. This establishment is not for sale. While these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Xun firmly rejected the middle-aged man's offer. There is no need for such a hasty refusal, esteemed owner. What if we include a vial of Jia's essence pill or the open meridian pill? The middle-aged man persisted, enhancing his proposal. The mere mention of the essence pill or the open meridian pill would quicken the breath of any peak practitioner in the 2nd realm. For a cultivator striving to ascend to the 3rd realm, the path is fraught with challenges. Many, lacking exceptional talent, find themselves stagnating at the pinnacle of the second realm for years. In such circumstances, the assistance of an essence pill or an open meridian pill would significantly enhance their chances of success. The essence pill, specifically designed for celestial cultivators, is also known as the foundation establishment pill. The third realm of the celestial path, the essence realm, is often referred to as the foundation establishment realm, a critical stage. A breakthrough in this realm would elevate a cultivator's status among their peers. The third realm in martial arts is the open meridian, and the open meridian pill similarly facilitates a smoother transition. Both of these pills are classified as standard third-grade elixirs, and those of slightly better quality command exorbitant prices. The essence and open meridian pills from the Jia group fetch astronomical sums and are not easily obtainable. Thus, their willingness to offer one for the modest Xingyue Tower is indeed intriguing. This only solidifies Lu Sun's suspicion that Bai Ling must have some unresolved issues with the Jia group. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he calmly awaited Lu Sun's response, seemingly confident that Lu Sun would be swayed. After all, these were Jia Group's renowned pills. I'm afraid I must decline. This establishment is not for sale. The middle-aged man was taken aback when Lu Sun once again refused 50,000 units of dark energy along with the pills. If the owner is willing to transfer ownership, the dark energy can be deposited into your account today. The middle-aged man raised his offer once more. I have no desire to repeat myself. I must insist you depart. Lu Sun replied without hesitation. 50,000 units of dark energy is indeed a staggering sum. Yet it holds little allure for Lu Sun at this juncture. Additionally, this shop was bequeathed to Chu Youqing by Murong Wan. And although Chu Youqing has entrusted Lu Sun with decision-making, he would not simply sell it. Have you truly given this no further thought? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. I believe I have made my position abundantly clear, Lu Sun replied coldly. So what if he had been rebuffed twice? The middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Sun's face for a moment, then scoffed and turned away. He soon returned to the Jia Group South Pharmacy across the street. Thank you. I was genuinely concerned that you might agree to their proposal, Bai Ling remarked gratefully as she emerged from behind. I have given you my word, and I shall not go back on it. Focus on your alchemy and do not overexert yourself. Understood. Bai Ling nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Jia Group's pharmacy, the middle-aged man, having just arrived at the Starry Moon Tower, returned to report, Miss San. The matter has not been resolved. The proprietor of the Starry Moon Tower refuses to sell. He bowed respectfully before a young woman in her 20s, whose beauty resembled the delicate lotus and graceful willow. Refuses to sell? Miss San slowly raised her head, her slender fingers gently tapping the table. Indeed, Miss San. He is unyielding. Despite my 2 offers to increase the price, I did not expect his obstinacy. The middle-aged man replied through gritted teeth. He would not budge even for 50,000 units of dark energy, plus a foundational elixir. Managerly, investigate this individual's background and find a way to contact the owner. Offer a substantial sum to compel them to breach the contract and evict them. Yes, Mississippi. The middle-aged man departed. After he left, Miss San approached the window, gazing through the glass at the opposite Starry Moon Tower. Suddenly, the doors of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion on the left side of the first floor swung open. Wow, they're open, exclaimed a figure who had been waiting outside. I'm so glad I stayed here. The crowd surged into the Spirit Elixir Pavilion like a tide. Even those who had intended to visit the Jia clan's apothecary turned around, opting instead for the pavilion. Miss, wasn't her alchemical vein deemed useless? How can she still be so formidable? A maid asked cautiously. Since the dawn of the high martial era, the chasm between individuals has only widened. In some prominent families, roles such as maids and servants have resurfaced, remarked another maid. Regardless of her prowess, she will never concoct a third-tier elixir in this lifetime. She is merely a wild child born of a wild woman. How could she possibly compare to our Miss San? Enough, Miss San interjected, silencing the 2 maids. After observing the Spirit Elixir Pavilion for some time, at last, Miss San spotted a familiar figure. A smirk curled at her lips, revealing a cold smile. My dear sister, if you do not remain hidden and have chosen to come here intentionally, do not blame your sister for being merciless. Meanwhile, within the Starry Moon Tower, Lu Sun hurriedly departed upon receiving news. The He family intends to challenge me? Yes, Lu Sun. It is said to be He Chong, He Xiao's cousin, who has just entered his senior year. After retreating for 6 months, he broke through to the third realm just the day before yesterday, seeking to avenge He Xiao. The third realm? Is that not shameless of the He family? Even in his senior year, he remains at the third realm, daring to challenge a freshman at the second realm. On the line, Li Bufan recounted the situation. At Beta University, someone had placed a significant bet to challenge Lu Sun, wagering a hefty sum of 100,000 units of dark energy. Should Lu Sun defeat him, he would claim the prize. This incident sparked considerable attention and discussion within the university. On the campus forums, many students debated whether Lu Sun would accept He Chang's challenge. Without the celestial miraculous vein, he managed to break through to the third realm so swiftly. The news of He Chang's circumstances spread across the forums. Despite the lack of a celestial miraculous vein, he had, indeed, reached the third realm in his senior year. Nonetheless, the disparity between realms is akin to heaven and earth. He Chang's prowess far exceeds that of a second realm practitioner. He exhibited an air of arrogance, personally issuing a challenge on the campus forum and standing guard at the arena. Such brazen behavior attracted a considerable number of students to witness the spectacle. If you desire a battle, then let it be so. After thoroughly grasping the situation, Lu Sun promptly provided his response beneath the challenge. Merely a third realm, nothing more. Had he been a prodigy who opened the celestial meridians, Lu Sun might have given it some thought. Lacking even celestial meridians, Lu Sun was hardly intimidated. To be frank, the He family was indeed prosperous in talent. He Xiao, the youngest genius among them, was not the only noteworthy figure. He Chang was also formidable. Additionally, there was a celestial cultivator named He Huan, another genius whom the He family had hoped to marry off to Chu Youqing to ensure more descendants with spiritual roots. The He family not only boasted numerous prodigies, but also possessed a narrow-mindedness. The younger generation resorted to bullying the weaker, while the elders covertly issued assassination contracts on the dark web, seeking Lu Sun's life. Given this, Lu Sun had no reason to hold back. After responding to the challenge, he swiftly made his way back to school, eager to discover the true capabilities of He Chang. Suddenly, a warning sound emanated from Xiao Bai, as its ears perked up. Something was amiss. Lu Sun halted, his hands moving deftly as several protective talismans began to swirl around him. These defensive talismans, sketched during his leisure, were of limited efficacy due to his modest skill in talismans, yet any defense was better than none. Lu Sun scanned his surroundings, noting that the previously bustling voices had dissipated entirely. The scenery around him had become indistinct, as if he had been isolated from the world. A barrier, Lu Sun murmured. This must be a barrier. A type of formation. Barriers were more prevalent in the West, as they could be more readily cast through magic. Many barriers set by mages could isolate individuals even in the midst of a bustling city. Applause echoed around him. Impressive. No wonder you are renowned at Beta University. My barrier talisman, worth tens of millions, is well spent on you. Accompanying the applause was an unremarkable figure, seemingly an ordinary passerby. An assassin from the dark web? Lu Sun narrowed his eyes, calmly assessing the newcomer, his right hand subtly resting on the hilt of his sword. Given the man's demeanor, he was undoubtedly an assassin from the dark web. Are you familiar with the dark web? The assassin raised an eyebrow. Lu Sun's composure took him by surprise. Thus, while posing the question, the assassin transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Lu Sun. With a swift movement, Lu Sun evaded like a specter, simultaneously drawing his sword, its cold gleam flashing forth. The clash of blades rang out as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows more than a dozen times. The collision of their energies caused the surrounding scenery to ripple. Were it not for the barrier talisman, such a fierce battle would have certainly attracted the attention of powerful figures from Qingbei. However, the barrier talisman contained all fluctuations, preventing the outside world from perceiving even the slightest disturbance. This was also why the dark web assassin dared to act in Qingbei Street. How could he be so strong? Upon their first clash, the assassin could no longer suppress his astonishment. According to the information he received, Lu Sun was merely at the 6th level of Qi Si, while he had already attained the 4th level of the channeling realm, equivalent to the mid-stage of the 3rd realm. The disparity between them was not just a few levels. It was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. This gave him ample confidence to easily eliminate Lu Sun. However, he soon realized his error. Lu Sun was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what one would expect from someone at the 6th level of Qi Si. In his perception, Lu Sun still appeared to be in the Qi Si realm. Yet even a martial artist at the 10th level of Qi Si could not possess the overwhelming true energy and vigorous vitality that Lu Xun exhibited. He was uncertain of Lu Xun's exact level in the Qi Si, but one thing was clear. Lu Xun was definitely not at the 6th level of Qi Si. The dark web assassin could not help but employ his martial arts' divine abilities, utilizing the technique of shrinking the earth into inches. The third realm of martial arts, known as the channeling realm, significantly enhances the practitioner's strength and bestows various passive or active martial arts divine abilities. For instance, upon reaching the first layer of the channeling realm, one opens 9 eye channels, gaining abilities such as weak light discernment, flaw detection, and the ability to observe intricate patterns from 100 steps away. There is also a slim chance of acquiring more formidable abilities like the Eye of Heaven and the Eye of Illusion. The second layer unlocks 9 ear channels, providing martial arts abilities related to hearing. The third layer pertains to the nose channels, while the fourth layer pertains to foot channels. This dark web assassin, being at the 4th layer of the channeling realm, had unlocked numerous secret channels, greatly enhancing his strength and acquiring the shrinking the earth into inches technique. His figure flickered and vanished, the speed of his movements multiplying several times, allowing him to maneuver freely on the battlefield. Yet, Lu Xun's shadow step was equally exquisite, always skillfully evading just as the assassin was about to strike. The clashes between them escalated. The third realm was nothing extraordinary. With each encounter, Lu Xun's confidence grew. He began to evade less and chose to engage directly. The infinite calamity sword. What kind of sword technique was this? The dark web assassin narrowly escaped injury on several occasions. Had it not been for his ability to shrink the earth into inches, he would have surely met his end. This realization filled him with dread. After awakening his eye channel abilities, a practitioner of the third realm could discern their opponent's weaknesses and anticipate their moves. Yet, he found himself unable to perceive any weaknesses in the infinite calamity sword, nor could he predict its strikes. Cursed fate. He could not afford to delay any longer. The dark web assassin resolved to unleash his trump card. Suddenly, he sensed a crisis. His eyelids twitched, and he swiftly dodged. A cold gleam flashed past his afterimage. A flying sword. The dark web assassin was taken aback. As a practitioner of the third realm, he was not afraid of ordinary flying swords. But Lu Xun's flying sword posed a significant threat due to its speed and power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more flying swords came hurtling towards him, leaving the dark web assassin in a flurry, with no time to execute his killing move. This was dire. A lethal crisis loomed again as he abruptly darted sideways, then quickly dodged once more. The technique of shrinking the earth into inches proved more effective than many evasive martial skills. Just when he thought he had evaded Lu Xun's relentless attacks and was ready to unleash his own, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Lowering his head, he looked down. His body was already reduced to mere fragments. In the next moment, a flurry of sword lights surged forth, several flying swords striking him simultaneously. The dark web assassin's severed body fell to the ground with a resounding thud, his eyes wide open in death. This formidable martial practitioner, at the 4th level of the third realm, could scarcely have anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere second-realm cultivator. A 4th-grade Thunderfire talisman, indeed. Lu Xun retrieved the spiritual talisman that the dark web assassin had failed to activate. This was an offensive talisman, a 4th-grade Thunderfire talisman. 4th grade corresponds to the 4th realm, meaning this talisman poses a significant threat even to cultivators of the 4th realm. However, it is merely a threat. The true purpose of a 4th-grade talisman is to deal with cultivators below the 4th realm. Unless one possesses adequate defensive measures, encountering it would surely lead to death. This dark web assassin was quite affluent, having first used a barrier talisman to isolate Lu Xun, followed by preparing such a powerful 4th-grade talisman. Yet he could never have anticipated Lu Xun's extraordinary strength, one capable of slaying him without employing Barbara's incantation. Of course, one could only blame the assassin for his procrastination. Had he launched the 4th-grade Thunderfire talisman from the outset, Lu Xun might have truly faced a challenge. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. Therefore, Lu Xun resolved that in future endeavors, if he were to kill, he would do so decisively, without unnecessary words. Hello, is this the police? I need to report an incident. Teacher Fei, I've encountered a situation. Minutes later, as the barrier talisman dissipated, Lu Xun calmly took out his phone amidst the screams of surrounding students, reporting the incident and notifying Fei Taie. Do you think Lu Xun will come? Probably not. Lu Xun isn't foolish. Indeed, I wouldn't either. This is the third realm. The disparity is too great. Only a fool would willingly seek torment. Exactly. It was the He family who were the bullies to begin with. Hush, keep your voice down. At Beta University, hundreds of students gathered around a platform. On the stage stood a man clad in white, He Chong of the He family. After openly challenging Lu Xun, he had been waiting there, declaring he would remain for 3 days. If Lu Xun did not appear within that time, he vowed to call him a coward whenever they crossed paths. This tactic was learned from Lu Xun, as He Xiao had been thoroughly defeated by it. However, since He Chong was a senior and at the third realm, few students sided with him. The strong preying on the weak has always been looked down upon. Moreover, most students hailed from humble backgrounds and harbored little affection for the affluent He family. Young Master He, Lu Xun likely won't dare to respond. I doubt he will. At the foot of the platform, Lin Yin and He Xiao were present as well. After He Chong broke through to the third realm and learned of He Xiao's plight, he hastened to avenge him. Despite He Chong's superior strength, his standing in the He family could not compare to that of He Xiao. Lu Xun has returned. Lu Xun has returned. Suddenly, a student made a discovery. What? Look at the challenge letter, the one signed as CHR Dingers Lu. That S Lu Xun S identifier. If you wish to battle, then let it be so. Is this an acceptance of the challenge? Impressive, brother Sun. He dares to accept? The disparity is so vast. Can victory truly be attained? Regardless of the outcome, my brother Sun is undeniably a true man. The students erupted with excitement. They never anticipated that Lu Xun would accept the challenge. How audacious of him. Lin Yin, too, witnessed Lu Xun's response, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even he, who had always been at odds with Lu Xun, could not fathom why Lu Xun would dare to accept. After all, that was the third realm, an entirely different level of power compared to the second realm practitioners. Lu Xun was at most at the 6th or 7th layer of his energy sea. How could he contend with someone from the third realm? If he seeks punishment, so be it. He Xiao's gaze flickered, as if he could envision Lu Xun being violently beaten by He Chong. Soon, news of Lu Xun accepting He Chong's challenge spread like wildfire throughout Beta University. As it was the weekend, the information circulated rapidly, resulting in an ever-increasing crowd at the arena, swiftly surpassing 1,000 spectators. Some students, who had been engrossed in their training, abandoned their pursuits to witness the spectacle. Lu Xun, we have gathered sufficient information. You may leave now. Very well. On Qingbei Street, Lu Xun had concluded the matter of killing the dark web assassin. When the martial officials arrived, they conducted a brief investigation and swiftly resolved the issue. Although they were intrigued by how Lu Xun had managed to slay a third realm assassin, they refrained from delving deeper due to Lu Xun's unique identity. What genius does not harbor their own secrets? This scoundrel dared to come after my precious student. Lu Xun, return to the school. I shall procure some treasures for you. Fei Tai's anger caused his beard to bristle. Despite his typically laid-back demeanor, this did not imply that he undervalued Lu Xun. He had once contemplated reforming himself to bolster Lu Xun's endeavors, only to be disheartened by a single remark from Lu Xun. Is that Lu Xun? Did he not accept He Chong's challenge? Why is he still here? I heard that a third realm dark web assassin sought to kill him, but he managed to turn the tables. What? Lu Xun killed a third realm assassin? The passing students recognized Lu Xun and buzzed with conversation. Some gasped in astonishment. Others widened their eyes, while many regarded Lu Xun with expressions of disbelief. Lu Xun, the most radiant genius of the new cohort at Beta University, possessing dual celestial veins and excelling in both martial and spiritual realms, had triumphed over a third realm assassin. How intriguing. No wonder he declined our offer for acquisition. I wonder what his relationship is with Miss Bai Ling, the sister of my esteemed friend. On the third floor of the Jia clan's alchemy pavilion, the third miss stood there, observing Lu Xun's silhouette from a distance, a slight smile gracing her lips, revealing her intrigue. Wow, Murong Wan. How beautiful. The title of the most stunning beauty of Rong City is indeed well-deserved. At Beta University, Murong Wan's presence near the arena captured the attention of numerous students. She stood quietly among the crowd, her grace setting her apart, akin to a crane among chickens. Without any ostentatious adornment, she exuded an aura that left others breathless. Beta University was not devoid of beauty, but few could rival the elegance of Murong Wan. Many women's allure was often augmented by other factors, such as status, position, or cultivation level. Murong Wan's beauty is the epitome of purity. Even in her unrefined state, she was already acclaimed as the most exquisite beauty in Rongcheng. Now, adorned with a flawless physique and cultivating at an astonishing pace, she possesses the allure of a prodigy, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Xinghe, how strikingly handsome he is. Just then, another figure emerged. This was Lu Xinghe, endowed with the stellar sacred body. Rarely making an appearance, he had come to witness this battle. The moment Lu Xinghe appeared, he captured the attention of numerous young women. In terms of looks, Lu Xinghe is indeed exceptional. In a bygone era, he could easily have been a top-tier heartthrob. Upon his arrival, Lu Xinghe cast a glance at Murong Wan from a distance before refocusing on Yichang. He believed he could hold his own in a confrontation. After observing Yichang for a full 3 minutes, Lu Xinghe reached a conclusion. Despite Yichang being at the third realm, he felt confident in his ability to engage him. As for the outcome of this battle, victory, defeat, or a draw, Lu Xinghe was indifferent. The essence of the stellar sacred body lies in its unparalleled combat prowess. Although Lu Xinghe currently stands at the 4th layer of Qi Si, he regards those at the 9th or 10th layers as inconsequential. With the dual extraordinary veins and the overwhelming nature of their manifestations, it is not certain that Lu Xun will end in defeat. Unlike the majority of students who doubt Lu Xun, Lu Xinghe believes that Lu Xun may very well prevail. Besides Lu Xinghe, numerous other talents have gathered, such as Wang Tingyun from the Wang family, along with others who have awakened extraordinary veins. Even some upperclassmen have come to observe. Suddenly, an electrifying piece of news sent ripples through the crowd. 3 assassins of the third realm had attempted to kill Lu Xun, only to be thwarted and killed by him instead. What? Is that true? One of my classmates was present. It's genuine. This is utterly unbelievable. Amidst this commotion, He Xiao instinctively dismissed the rumor. What nonsense! A third realm assassin could be countered by Lu Xun? An assassin bold enough to act near Qingbei certainly possesses formidable skills. Are these people simpletons, believing such an outrageous tale? Lin Yan shook his head. Though he expressed skepticism, his heart raced with trepidation. He sensed that this news might indeed hold some truth, for since opposing Lu Xun, the miracles he has wrought have been numerous. So much so that Lin Yan, as an adversary, finds himself instinctively harboring doubts whenever such incredible stories arise. Lu Xun has slain a third realm assassin. How is that possible? Yichang, on the arena, also heard the news. Unlike many students who instinctively disbelieved it, this revelation made Yichang's heart skip a beat, leaving him pale with shock. The bounty placed on Lu Xun by the He family in the dark web is known to very few, and He Xiao is not among them. Secrets, once formed, are often the harbingers of defeat. The He family places great emphasis on confidentiality. After Yichang broke through to the third realm, his father had informed him of this matter. This challenge was sanctioned by Yichang's father. Lu Xun had always refrained from leaving Beta University, rendering the assassin unable to find an opportunity. Thus, Yichang's intention behind this challenge was to replicate Lu Xun's previous maneuvers, aiming to destabilize his mentality. Ideally, he hoped Lu Xun would reach a breaking point and choose to leave the school for some respite, thereby granting the assassin a chance. However, to Yichang's astonishment, Lu Xun indeed left the campus today, and he was targeted by the assassin. What Yichang never anticipated was that a third-tier assassin, daring enough to take action near Qingbei, would be countered and killed by Lu Xun. This news was nothing short of exhilarating, so much so that Yichang nearly lost his balance. Having just entered his senior year, he had managed to break through to the third tier, which was considered rapid among the students of Beta University. Yet, he was acutely aware that this achievement was due to his reliance on drugs. Typically, such a pace of cultivation would only be possible for those who had opened the celestial veins. The drawbacks of drug use were manifold, an unstable foundation, and somewhat diminished combat efficacy. Yichang recognized his limitations. He was certainly no match for that third-tier assassin. If Lu Xun could counter a third-tier assassin, defeating Yichang would surely be but a matter of moments. This realization made Yichang's heart race uncontrollably, leaving him in a state of anxious turmoil, though he endeavored to maintain an air of composure to avoid embarrassment. Perhaps Fei Taie had been generous and provided Lu Xun with some form of support. At that moment, a student proposed a possibility. I concur with this notion. While Fei Taie may appear somewhat aloof, he undeniably holds Lu Xun in high regard. Given Fei Taie's prowess, Even a modest life-preserving talisman or battle elixir could empower Lu Xun to counter a third-tier assassin. Other students echoed this sentiment, and their words resonated with an ever-growing number of peers. It must be so. Chang's heart settled, and his confidence began to burgeon once more. The arena had explicit regulations against the use of external items such as talismans or battle elixirs, mandating that combatants rely solely on their own abilities. Chang could not fathom losing to Lu Xun, a mere second tier, when he himself stood as a third tier. It was Lu Xun. Word had spread that he had accepted Chang's challenge and had countered a third-tier assassin outside the campus. Quick, let us follow him. The moment Lu Xun re-entered the school grounds, he instantly became the focal point of all gazes. Numerous students paused in their tracks, trailing behind him at a distance. Whispering amongst themselves, Lu Xun walked with steady strides and calm eyes, making his way directly towards Beidou Square. As he advanced, the crowd behind him swelled, a dark mass surging like a tide. Brother Sun, you're incredible. You even managed to counter a third tier. Chang must be terrified. Li Bufan, emerging from an unknown corner, sidled up to Lu Xun with a beaming smile, brimming with excitement. His own ascent in strength had been swift. After 3 months of opening his veins, Li Bufan had reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi Si, tantalizingly close to the third layer. Lu Xun is here. A voice rang out, and the previously raucous crowd in Beidou Square fell silent for a moment before collectively turning to face him. The throng parted, creating a passage several meters wide, with every gaze fixed upon Lu Xun. Among the students present, most were freshmen, though there were also many upperclassmen. Many have only heard of Lu Xun's name, yet today is the first time they lay eyes on him. Wow, what a handsome figure. I initially believed that Lu Xinghe was unparalleled in his good looks, but it appears there exists someone even more striking. Is this truly the greatest prodigy of the beta this year? Numerous girls' eyes sparkled instantaneously, whispering amongst themselves. Lu Xun's remarkable appearance, combined with the aura of a super genius, rendered him enveloped in an invisible charisma that captivated the gaze of all present. With an expression of calm indifference, Lu Xun ignored the surrounding clamor and walked straight towards the arena. Here he comes. How audacious of him to show up, thinking that a mere dissemination of false information would instill fear in us. Alas, your psychological warfare is futile. He Xiao coldly regarded Lu Xun, a mocking smile gracing his lips. In his view, the earlier reports must have been a deliberate smokescreen orchestrated by Lu Xun, aimed at undermining Chang's fighting spirit to gain an upper hand in combat. Beside him, Lin Yin discreetly stepped back, allowing He Zhao's figure to obscure him, thus evading Lu Xun's gaze. Who dares to challenge me? Lu Xun declared, coming to a halt at the foot of the arena. His voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. I do. Chang responded loudly from the stage, his broadsword striking the ground with a heavy thud. It seems not all of the He family are cowards. At last, there is a man of substance among you, Lu Xun remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His gaze subtly directed at He Xiao. Instantly, He Zhao's countenance darkened, his fists clenching involuntarily. He had always shied away from accepting Lu Xun's challenge, a blemish that would haunt him unless he were to defeat Lu Xun in the future. You are in your 4th year, I am in my 1st. You are at the 3rd realm, I am at the 2nd. I shall not accuse you of bullying the weak, but merely 100,000 dark energy seems insufficient. Why not increase the stakes? Are you bold enough? Lu Xun shifted his attention to He Chang on the stage. How much more do you propose to add? He Chang inquired solemnly. That depends on what you can offer. Whatever you stake, I shall match, Lu Xun replied nonchalantly. He Chang furrowed his brow, casting a glance at He Xiao. I fear you may not be able to provide such a sum of dark energy, He Xiao scoffed. Who says my student cannot produce dark energy? Came a languid voice. Fei Taiye had arrived. I possess ample dark energy on this card. Feel free to wager. If Lu Xun loses, I, as his teacher, will take responsibility for any amount of dark energy. Fei Taiye displayed a golden card, leisurely waving it. Wow, that's a golden card from the Blue Star Alliance. It is said that only those with deposits of 1 faction's worth of dark energy can acquire such a card. 1 faction? That equates to 1,000,000 units of dark energy. A perceptive student recognized the golden card in Fei Taiye's hand. 1 faction of dark energy, amounting to 1,000,000 units, holds a value exceeding 1 billion. Then let us wager 1 faction of dark energy. Before He Chang could respond, He Xiao hurriedly interjected. The He family, naturally affluent, yet with many kin, found even one faction of dark energy to be a significant sum for Hishao. Hizio had far less dark energy than one might assume. Now that an opportunity to earn some extra money had presented itself, why not seize it? However, Hichang's heart was once again filled with trepidation. As soon as Lu Sun arrived, he raised the stakes, and rather than curbing this, his mentor, Fei Tai, only added fuel to the fire. This left Hichang feeling uncertain. Can you truly produce a unit of dark energy? Lu Sun turned his gaze toward Hizio. Of course I can. I don't believe you, unless you present it immediately. If you want it, I'll get it. With a determined bite of his teeth, Hizio stepped aside to make a phone call. This card contains a unit of dark energy. If you can win, it will be transferred to you instantly. Moments later, Hizio produced a card, evidently having procured dark energy from his home. Very well, let this be our wager. Lu Sun readily accepted. Although Hichang felt a pang of panic, there was no room for retreat. In this situation, he could not show weakness. A dignified genius of the Third Realm could not be intimidated by an unknown opponent. If he backed down, where would he place his pride? It was better to fight valiantly. He might not lose. A unit of dark energy. Goodness, is this wager not a tad excessive? Not merely excessive, it is astonishingly grand. If Lu Sun wins, how delightful it would be. Even in defeat, the thrill would be undeniable. The audience murmured in astonishment, all stunned by the shocking wager. Even for students of Qingbei, a unit of dark energy was an astronomical sum. Such extravagant stakes were exceedingly rare at Qingbei. Dear students, the rules of the arena are simple. No external aids such as talismans or battle pills, no life-threatening harm, and no damaging of one's foundation. A party must cease immediately upon conceding, stated a teacher responsible for maintaining order in the arena after the wager was confirmed. The rules were public, reiterated each time a student entered the arena. Now let us commence. After clarifying the regulations, the teacher stepped aside and activated a protective formation to prevent the aftermath of their battle from affecting those outside the arena. Lu Sun stood opposite Hichang, who wielded a broadsword, his inner power surging as his momentum soared. In contrast, Lu Sun casually drew his sword. You may strike first, lest you accuse me of bullying you. As Hichang's momentum reached its zenith, he insisted that Lu Sun initiate the attack. His apparent humility was merely a facade. He was skilled in counterattacks, mastering the principle of stillness overcoming motion. Bullying the weak? No, this is called using the small to outmaneuver the large. Before Lu Sun could finish speaking, his figure suddenly vanished. So swift, Hichang's pupils constricted. Having just broken through to the Third Realm, his perceptive abilities were heightened, allowing him to track even the trajectory of a bullet. Yet in this moment, he could not discern Lu Sun's movements. The wind blade technique. Alarmed, Hichang immediately shifted to a defensive stance, his broadsword swirling like a tempest, creating an impenetrable curtain of blades around him. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed as Lu Sun's onslaught poured forth like a torrential downpour, yet all was deflected by Hichang. It is my turn. With a resolute heart, Hichang prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, several glimmers of cold light flashed forth. Meanwhile, Lu Sun wielded his longsword once more, unleashing several fierce sword energies that cleaved through the air. This is not good. The golden bell shield. Hichang felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly swung his sword to block. At the same time, he activated a defensive martial technique, the golden bell shield. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sun's sword energy was barely repelled, yet two flying swords appeared like phantoms, piercing through the golden bell shield, instantly penetrating his shoulder and thigh. I concede. In a life-or-death moment, Hichang let out a desperate roar. Buzz! The three flying swords suddenly hovered, their tips less than an inch from his body. Hichang was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. His body was also drenched in blood. With two flying swords piercing him, Hichang was gravely injured, though it was not life-threatening. He was no match for a single blow. Lu Sun waved his hand, and the flying swords returned to his sleeve like swallows returning to their nest. Hichang's combat prowess was far inferior to that of the dark web assassin. To Lu Sun now, he was utterly insignificant. He had effortlessly defeated him without even using his true strength. Defeated, Hichang acknowledged his loss. What other choice did he have? To persist would only lead to greater injury. Hiss! The Third Realm was defeated so swiftly? The audience erupted in astonishment, gasps echoing throughout. Thousands of students exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Sun, victorious. The teacher announced Lu Sun's triumph. He Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "This is impossible." Despite the outcome being laid bare before him, witnessed by thousands, He Xiao remained reluctant to accept it. How could a distinguished genius of the He family from the third realm lose to Lu Sun? How could he come to terms with such a reality? He is truly formidable, mastering both immortal and martial arts, delivering such a powerful performance in combat. With one hand wielding sword energy and the other controlling flying swords. Who could possibly defend against that? How could he simultaneously control both true energy and spiritual power, while I struggle to manage even one? Don't you all think Lu Sun is particularly impressive in battle? Below the arena, the crowd surged, students still immersed in the recent clash, fervently discussing it. Incredible! His flying swords could even penetrate the golden bell shield. Among the crowd, Lu Xinghe's gaze sharpened. While ordinary students reveled in the spectacle, he perceived the deeper principles at play. The realms of immortality and martial arts inherently exist in a hierarchy. In the current disdain chain of Blue Star, immortal practitioners look down upon martial practitioners, and martial practitioners dismiss Western magic. Yet, the truth is, all paths lead to Rome. Any avenue pursued to its utmost can become overwhelmingly powerful. The flying swords of immortal practitioners are exceptionally sharp in the lower realms, making them difficult to defend against. Martial practitioners also possess corresponding means. For instance, upon breaking through to the third realm and unlocking 9 eye apertures, one gains dynamic vision and awakens extraordinary eye powers, enabling them to track the trajectory of flying swords and respond accordingly. Furthermore, defensive martial techniques like the Golden Bell Shield are the nemesis of flying swords. The Golden Bell Shield can be executed from the first realm to above the 6th realm, with vastly differing effects depending on the practitioner's strength. Once activated, it forms an all-encompassing defense in the surrounding area. The Golden Bell Shield employed by Hichang in the third realm would be exceedingly difficult for a second realm immortal practitioner to breach with mere flying swords. Lu Sun possesses the remarkable ability to cultivate both martial and celestial arts, capable of piercing Hichang's formidable Golden Bell defense with his flying sword. This is indeed quite terrifying. His swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. Lu Xinghe has also observed more intriguing aspects. Lu Sun's sword technique is extraordinarily sophisticated, and the sword energy he emits forces Hichang to exert all his strength in defense, leaving him with no energy to counter the flying sword. In essence, during their recent battle, Lu Sun managed to multitask, simultaneously launching sword energy attacks while manipulating his flying sword. Such a talent is exceedingly rare. Lu Xinghe feels an overwhelming pressure. Although he has no direct conflict with Lu Sun, as a fellow prodigy of the same generation, who wouldn't he desire to measure their prowess against each other? They are all in the prime of their youth. If they were to adopt the same indifferent attitude towards the world as middle-aged or elderly individuals, it would be a grave waste of their glorious years. Has he truly become this formidable? Meanwhile, a flicker of intrigue appeared in Murong Wan's beautiful eyes. At that moment, Lu Sun glanced in her direction. Their gazes met. Lu Sun playfully winked at her, causing Murong Wan's cheeks to flush crimson as she hastily averted her gaze. This junior is quite interesting. It has been a long time since such a talent has emerged. Are you also contemplating a contest with him? I am 3 years his senior and on the verge of breaking through to the 4th realm. Would it not be ludicrous to compete with him? The number of spectators for this battle exceeded expectations. On the rooftop of a teaching building, several figures stood, observing the confrontation from afar. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Fei Tae laughed heartily, taking a swig of wine as he staggered towards He Xiao. I shall collect your wager now. He feared that He Xiao might default, for it was a substantial amount of dark energy. Under Fei Tae's watchful gaze, He Xiao's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and transferred a portion of dark energy to Lu Sun. He then leaped onto the platform to assist the severely injured Hichang. As for Lin Yan, who had originally accompanied him, he had already scurried several meters away from Lu Sun. This fellow was now thoroughly intimidated by Lu Sun, lacking even the courage to make eye contact. He was only bold enough to engage in verbal sparring with Li Bufan, and they occasionally arranged a duel. Li Bufan's defense is astonishing. Though his offensive techniques are rather average, Lin Yan has gradually devised a strategy, and their encounters often end in a draw. Good disciple, come. Let us find a secluded place. I have some protective treasures for you. After He Xiao completed the transfer, Fei Tae led Lu Sun away. Thus, the challenge initiated by Hichang came to a close. Although the challenge has concluded, the reverberations it created linger on, spreading like the wind throughout Beta University and beyond to other schools. The news is indeed true. Lu Xun has genuinely slain a third realm assassin. If you don't believe it, just watch the video. At that moment, previous reports were validated by a video showing the third realm assassin lying dead in the street. I knew it had to be true. Is there any doubt? Lu Xun so effortlessly defeated the third realm Heechong. Killing a third realm assassin is hardly a monumental feat. The power of dual cultivation in martial and celestial arts is indeed terrifying. Is it too late for me to open my spiritual veins? You might as well choose to sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. Beta University is once again shaken by this incident. My devoted disciple, with these few items in your possession, you need not fear even the fourth realm. However, you must remain calm, for the fourth realm is extraordinary. Thus, should you encounter it, it is best to utilize the teleportation talisman to escape. In the training room, Fei Taiye bestowed upon Lu Xun several protective treasures, each capable of countering the fourth realm. The fourth-grade Golden Bell Talisman, when activated, creates a protective dome that can withstand the attacks of an ordinary fourth-realm cultivator for over a minute. The fourth-grade Movement Talisman enables a burst of incredible speed for 3 minutes, making it an indispensable choice for escape. The fourth-grade Thunder Pill is a battle elixir that can be activated with true energy, inundating a designated area with a tempest of lightning, serving as a one-time offensive potion. Additionally, there is a set of secret silver armor, once donned. It can withstand several strikes from a fourth-realm martial artist's sword intent and can even guard against the slicing of ordinary flying swords from celestial cultivators. These 4 items are true treasures for Lu Xun, each of considerable worth. Regardless of their quality, fourth-grade items are exceedingly expensive. Fei Taiye has truly made a significant sacrifice this time. Master, these are far too precious. Lu Xun felt a twinge of guilt. Fei Taiye has been exceptionally kind to him. In both Qingshu Academy and Beta University, few mentors are as dedicated to their students as he is. Fei Taiye waved his hand, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his murky eyes. I fear I shall never transcend the 6th realm in this lifetime. He took a swig from his flask, his voice hoarse. Had it not been for your master's wife, it is better left unsaid. His tone was somber, leaving Lu Xun at a loss for words of comfort. As Lu Xun prepared to speak, he suddenly noticed a remarkable spark in his master's eyes. Therefore, my disciple, he said, gripping Lu Xun's shoulder firmly, go forth and behold the vistas beyond the 10th realm. The phrase beyond the 10th realm momentarily left Lu Xun in a daze. Currently, on Blue Star, no 10th realm powerhouses have yet been revealed. As for what lies beyond the 10th realm, that is the stuff of legends. Some say it belongs to the domain of immortals and deities, a realm unattainable by humankind. Others claim that exhausting all the dark energy on Blue Star would still be insufficient to support the birth of a being beyond the 10th realm. For Lu Xun at this moment, it seems a distant dream. There are more pressing matters at hand. Fei Taiye patted Lu Xun on the shoulder, prompting him to collect his thoughts and focus. Fei Taiye drained the flask of wine and proclaimed loudly, "Free me. Free him." Lu Xun was taken aback. Master, are you not free now? When one's heart is trapped in a cage, how can one speak of freedom? The lingering echoes of his voice faded, and Fei Taiye's figure vanished, leaving only a faint aroma of wine drifting through the air. What is it with the He family, this unending pursuit? In the dormitory, Lu Xun's expression turned cold. The bounty on him in the dark web had surged once more, escalating from 2 million units of dark energy to 4 million units, an outright doubling. This amounts to 4 cubic units of dark energy. It seems that the clash between Lu Xun and Heechong has thoroughly enraged the He family, who now perceive him as a formidable threat, thus marking him for elimination. If 1 or 2 cubic units of dark energy were mentioned, some practitioners of the 4th realm might hesitate momentarily. However, 4 cubic units of dark energy are sufficient to compel certain 4th realm practitioners to take risks. It is crucial to note that the He family's bounty is posted on the dark web, frequented by 4th realm practitioners whose backgrounds are often somewhat intricate. When substantial benefits are at stake, such practitioners would not hesitate to assume the role of an assassin. Lu Xun, I heard you were attacked by a 3rd realm assassin. Are you unharmed? In the evening, Chu Youqing's concerned voice echoed through the phone. She must have been practicing during the day, and now. Upon hearing of Lu Xun's encounter with a 3rd realm assassin, she expressed her apprehension. I'm fine. That's a relief. I was so worried. I also heard that you defeated He family's third realm prodigy. Lu Sun, you are truly impressive. Chu Youqing's voice brimmed with admiration. After conversing for several hours, the night had grown late. Lu Sun logged onto the campus network to find it abuzz with news about his battle with He Chong. This confrontation had spread throughout Beta University and reached Qingshu Academy and numerous other cultivation schools. The students' predominant topic of discussion revolved around the combat prowess of those who cultivate both immortal and martial arts. While there had been instances of dual cultivation in the past, no one had exhibited such formidable strength as Lu Sun. At the mid-level of the second realm, he had effortlessly defeated a third realm prodigy. Regarding his counterattack against a mid-level third realm assassin, many students speculated that Lu Sun must have relied on some hidden trump card, rather than engaging in excessive discussion. Fighting beyond 1's level is a requisite for any genius. Yet, crossing from a minor realm to a greater one is akin to traversing a vast chasm. It is not an easy feat, moreover, even if He Chong had not unlocked the extraordinary potential of the heavenly veins. Reaching the third realm in his fourth year is commendable, a mark of genius in the outside world. Yet, he could not withstand even half a minute against Lu Sun. Lu Sun's combat prowess is indeed astonishing. It seems no one discerned his true strength. After a thorough scan of the discussions, Lu Sun felt a wave of relief. At least among the students, no one had perceived the extent of his actual capabilities. In truth, Lu Sun had not relied heavily on his extraordinary cultivation during the fight. He had wielded the sharpness of the Wanjia Wuxiang sword and the shadowless flying sword technique, coupled with the elusive Shenzong step. Otherwise, considering He Chong's eye-opening divine ability, it would have been challenging for Lu Sun to defeat him so swiftly. He Chong's defeat was not unjust. These two martial techniques and one spell had undergone a 20-fold enhancement post-system return, rendering them significantly more powerful than ordinary martial arts and spells. As for whether any instructors had seen through his true cultivation level, Lu Sun was not overly concerned. In the era of high martial arts, what genius lacks a few secrets, as long as one is neither possessed nor betraying their clan? Various cultivation schools and the formidable beings of Blue Star are generally quite lenient toward geniuses. Moreover, with the extraordinary nature of the chaotic divine body, even sixth realm powers would struggle to discern too much. Lu Sun remained appropriately cautious, yet he need not be excessively so. As long as he did not expose the system, he would face minimal issues. Wow, it's Lu Sun. It's really him. The next day, Lu Sun strode confidently out of the school gates, heading towards Qingbei Street. Indeed, despite having been attacked just yesterday, Lu Sun ventured out of the school once more. He was curious to see if any Four Realms assassins would attempt to take his life. Should a Four Realms assassin indeed strike, it would be a death so unforeseen that one might not even comprehend it, for Fei Tae was covertly observing the situation. Last night, upon learning that the He family had raised their bounty again, Lu Sun devised this plan, to use himself as bait to lure the assassins into action. If Fei Tae could eliminate a Four Realms assassin, it would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread among the remaining rogues. By then, before Lu Sun entered the celestial path of the starry sky, he could proceed with less caution. This would also provide Fei Tae with some purpose. Lu Sun held a complex sentiment towards his mentor, who cared for him deeply. He wished for Fei Tae to regain his vigor while simultaneously fearing that such revival would lead to daily surveillance over his training. Thus, Lu Sun made his way to the Starry Moon Tower, encountering no assassins along the journey. It seemed that, following the demise of a Three Realms assassin at his hands yesterday, even if a Four Realms assassin accepted the bounty, they would likely hesitate to act today. Boss, I heard you were attacked yesterday. Are you alright? On the third floor of the Starry Moon Tower, Bai Ling expressed her delight upon seeing Lu Sun. I am fine. These three words had become Lu Sun's most frequently uttered phrase over the past few days. Boss, I present you with this vial of elixirs. Should you ever suffer a lethal wound, they could save your life. Bai Ling handed him a vial of medicinal pills. As Lu Sun inspected the contents, he noted that each pill was adorned with golden patterns, unmistakably celestial-grade elixirs. You can deduct the cost of the elixirs from our profits. I do not wish to take advantage of you, Bai Ling. No need for that, boss. You turned down their purchase offer. I have yet to express my gratitude. So consider this vial my gift to you. Very well. Lu Sun accepted the elixirs. By the way, boss, I have a few spirit talismans for you as well. They are all of the second tier. I lack the spiritual energy for the third realm, so I can only create these lower-tier talismans, though their efficacy is quite commendable. At this, Bai Ling presented several talismans. Lu Xun examined them and found that, although they were only second-tier, their quality far surpassed those he had drawn. Not to mention, the intricacy of the talisman designs was several times more complex than his own. You can draw talismans as well? Lu Xun inquired, somewhat astonished. It was one thing for Bai Ling to excel in alchemy, but her skill in talisman crafting was equally impressive. Yes, my spiritual veins are damaged, preventing me from cultivating. So I have turned to these alternative skills. Besides drawing talismans, I have some knowledge of formations as well, Bai Ling replied with a hint of pride. You possess such a wide array of skills. Lu Xun marveled. Boss, look, I have set up a defensive formation for the Starry Moon Tower. Even a Three Realms practitioner would be delayed for some time. Sensing Lu Xun's skepticism, Bai Ling activated the formation. It was a compact array capable of safeguarding the entire Starry Moon Tower. Upon testing it, Lu Xun discovered that Bai Ling was indeed truthful. Breaking this formation would require a considerable amount of time. The creation of formations did not necessitate exceedingly high cultivation levels, which likely explained how Bai Ling was able to establish such a formidable array. Alchemy, talismans, and formations, though often regarded as fringe practices, are far from trivial. Without the requisite innate talent, even a lifetime of dedicated study yields limited achievements. It is no small feat to attain proficiency in any one of these esoteric arts. Yet, Bai Ling exhibits remarkable skill in 3 disciplines, and her prowess in each is commendable. In that moment, the lively and charming young girl appears to Lu Xun as a veritable treasure. How fortunate it would be to forge a bond with her. System, how long until I can bind a third individual? Lu Xun contemplated the prospect of binding Bai Ling. Now, with Murong Wan and Chu Youqing by his side, he is no longer troubled regarding his cultivation. Should he successfully bind Bai Ling, he would experience rapid growth in other avenues as well. Most intriguingly, although he is unable to cultivate, he can still engage in alchemy, talisman crafting, and formation arrangements. Once his alchemical skills flourish, the path to wealth will become considerably simpler. The same applies to talisman crafting. For instance, the 4th-grade talismans gifted to Lu Xun by Fei Taie are worth over 100 million when converted to dark energy. That equates to a baseline of 100,000 units. While earning a living as a formation master may prove slightly more challenging, it remains lucrative. As some cultivators amass wealth, they aspire to enhance their familial protective formations, thereby providing opportunities for formation masters to profit. Generally speaking, alchemists are the wealthiest, followed by talisman crafters, and then formation masters. If Lu Xun can bind Bai Ling and, with the aid of the system, resolve her spiritual vein issues, he could secure a continuous stream of returns from her. Eventually, with these 3 profitable avenues at his disposal, he could address the cultivation resource needs of Murong Wan and Chu Youqing as they advance, ensuring their progress aligns with his own. The host must reach the 3rd realm to bind a 3rd individual. The system provided a clear answer. To bind Bai Ling, Lu Xun must attain the 3rd realm. The binding methods remain unchanged. He could either engage in a deep connection akin to that with Murong Wan or elevate the affection level to 100 with Chu Youqing, culminating in a kiss. There are additional hidden conditions. For instance, if pursuing a deep connection, Lu Xun must be the first man for the other party. Women whose pasts have been explored by other men cannot be bound. System, what is Bai Ling's current affection level towards me? Lu Xun inquired. 16. The answer revealed itself. Bai Ling harbors a moderate affection for Lu Xun, quantified at 16, which likely correlates with his decisive rejection of the Jia Group's acquisition offer. Otherwise, given their limited interactions, such affection would be unfathomable. Before his breakthrough to the 3rd realm, Lu Xun resolved to find ways to elevate their affection level, paving the path toward binding. He is not a man of frivolous desires. His aim is solely to bind Bai Ling, and he sees only these 2 methods. The first is exceedingly challenging. He cannot possibly coerce Bai Ling. Thus, he opts for the second approach. Bai Ling, what issues are plaguing your spiritual vein? With a decision made, Lu Xun turned his attention to Bai Ling with genuine concern. He sought to uncover the underlying issues plaguing Bai Ling's spiritual veins. Boss, it is as follows. I possess a Dan vein that was once in perfect condition, but for reasons unbeknownst to me, it abruptly faltered 2 years ago, resulting in the entire spiritual wheel becoming obstructed, leaving me in my current state. Bai Ling elucidated the circumstances. The Dan vein has failed? How could such a thing occur without cause? Lu Sun instinctively sensed that there was a tale behind this. I am uncertain. Perhaps I overindulged in alchemy, she pondered. Is there no remedy for your formidable concoctions? When the celestial and earthly veins encounter difficulties, resolution becomes arduous, unless one possesses primordial energy, which is beyond my means to procure, Bai Ling sighed. This typically optimistic young woman seldom exhibited such melancholy. If they could bind her, the system should be able to resolve this predicament. Lu Sun grasped the situation and felt a sense of relief. Each time a new binding occurs, the system bestows a binding gift pack, which typically contains items of immense utility tailored to the bound individual's needs. For instance, Murong Wan received innate energy, and Chu Youqing required innate spiritual energy. The primordial energy that Bai Ling needed should also be within the system's capabilities. Since I have nothing else to attend to today, allow me to assist you, while I also learn the art of alchemy, he offered. Thank you so much, boss. You are truly kind, she replied. Having comprehended all of this, Lu Sun chose to remain and lend Bai Ling a hand. In the following days, he dedicated time to support her, with the primary intention of enhancing their rapport. This endeavor proved fruitful. Within 3 days, Bai Ling's affinity for Lu Sun surpassed 20. During this period, Fei Taiye observed from the shadows, specifically from a cloud hovering above Qingbei Street, leisurely sipping wine while waiting for an opportunity. However, no assassins had targeted Lu Sun in those 3 days. Fei Taiye exhibited remarkable patience. After all, he no longer sought advancement and could drink his days away wherever he pleased. Third miss, the proprietor of Xingyue Tower is unwilling to breach the contract. We may need to devise alternative strategies, he noted. Even with doubled conditions, she remains unmoved. Indeed, third miss, the proprietor's status is rather unique, making it unlikely for us to sway her. Oh, who is she? Fu Shui. Fu Shui indeed. In that case, it appears we cannot sway her. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of Jia's alchemy shop, the third miss wore a troubled expression. In recent days, Supervisor Li had leveraged various connections and finally located the proprietor of Xingyue Tower. The third miss aimed to offer a substantial sum to persuade the proprietor to breach the contract and expel Lu Sun and Bai Ling. Yet, the other party's stature was too formidable for any cooperation, rendering that path futile. Then let us initiate a commercial war. We shall dispatch a batch of elixirs from other shops and sell them at half price, while acquiring raw materials at a premium. I am curious to see how long she can endure, she resolved decisively. A few minutes later, the third miss had made up her mind. She would ignite a commercial conflict to demonstrate the severity of the situation to Bai Ling. Third miss. Is it truly worth it over a mere Lingdan pavilion? Silence. The miss's decision is beyond your questioning. Yes, I acknowledge my error. Director Li intended to offer some advice, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a maid abruptly interrupted him. He sighed inwardly. In his view, the meager output of the Lingdan Pavilion posed no significant threat to the Jia clan's elixirs. Not to mention the Jia group. Even the Jia elixir shop on Qingbei Street dwarfed the Lingdan Pavilion. It was akin to the disparity between an elephant and an ant. The primary issue with the Lingdan Pavilion was its limited quantity. Regardless of the efficacy, the majority of students could not procure them. They were left with no choice but to opt for Jia's elixirs. There was no need for the third young lady to compete with the Lingdan Pavilion. What? Jia's elixirs are half-priced? Hurry and seize the opportunity. The following day, news spread throughout Qingbei. The Jia elixir shop on Qingbei Street announced a half-price sale on all elixirs. This revelation sent waves of excitement through the student body. Jia's elixirs were renowned, but the sole drawback was their exorbitant pricing. Now, they were being offered at half price. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. If one did not seize the moment now, when would they? Consequently, Qingbei Street soon became inundated with students eager to snatch up the elixirs. Those who arrived a bit later found it impossible to squeeze through the throng. Why were they all flocking across the street? Half price. Even if our elixirs are superior, they cannot resist the allure of such a discount. Inside the Lingdan Pavilion, several employees gazed longingly outside. Whereas the pavilion was once bustling with patrons, it now stood desolate. Everyone had dashed across the street. The power of half price was undeniable. It was rare to find a student unmoved. Each student possessed a limited amount of shadow energy designated for purchasing elixirs. The scions of wealthy families constituted but a small fraction of the student body. The majority needed to meticulously budget their shadow energy and often had to save for months to afford even a single elixir. This led to the remarkable situation where the elixirs crafted by Ling remained largely unsold. Indeed, his progress this month had been substantial. Cultivation was ultimately the foundation. Yet Lu Xun not only excelled in combat, but also demonstrated remarkable advancement in his cultivation. At Beta University, the seasonal assessments had arrived. This time, Lu Xun revealed a bit more of his prowess, particularly his celestial cultivation, which propelled him up 2 tiers and reignited discussions among his peers. Jia's elixirs at half price? Lu Xun raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Li Bufan. Indeed, Sun Gu, Li Bufan replied, rubbing his hands together, his eyes glinting with excitement. Jia's elixirs had never been offered at half price before. Such a splendid opportunity to seize the moment should not be missed. Shortly after the assessment concluded, Li Bufan rushed to inform Lu Xun of the astonishing news. The half-price sale of Jia's elixirs had become sensational gossip across Qingbei. Many students, upon completing their monthly assessments, hurried out to purchase Jia's elixirs. Was this a direct challenge to Bai Ling? Lu Xun pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Due to his participation in the assessment, he had not yet ventured to Qingbei Street. So many people. When Lu Xun finally arrived at Qingbei Street, he found it thrumming with activity, so densely packed that one could hardly insert a needle. Such lively scenes were a rarity, underscoring the tremendous impact of Jia's half-price elixirs. Why were there still so many left? After much effort, Lu Xun finally squeezed into the Lingdan Pavilion and discovered that only half of the elixirs had been sold. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Typically, the pills crafted by Bai Ling would be snatched up the moment they were produced. After surveying the situation, Lu Xun made his way to the 3rd floor. Bai Ling was deeply engrossed in controlling the alchemical flames and only looked up upon hearing footsteps. Revealing a gentle smile, "Boss." Her mood seemed largely unaffected. "Bai Ling, are you all right?" Lu Xun inquired softly. "I'm fine," Bai Ling replied, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead with a calm demeanor. "Are you aware that Jia's Pharmaceuticals is selling at half price?" Lu Xun asked again. Bai Ling nodded, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. "Yes, they intend to undermine my business. Not only are they selling at half price, but the cost of raw materials has also surged several times. This is undoubtedly their doing. Has the Jia Group gone mad? What a loss to target such a small establishment as yours." Lu Xun pondered, feeling a sense of confusion. His curiosity regarding the enmity between Bai Ling and the Jia Group deepened. What grudge could possibly justify such an assault? "What will you do?" Lu Xun inquired of Bai Ling. "It's all right, boss. As long as I can maintain a balance between income and expenditure, I can continue refining elixirs. And as long as I keep refining, there is a possibility for my alchemical veins to recover." Bai Ling remained optimistic, displaying a resilience that many could not emulate. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Xun began to grasp Bai Ling's intentions and plans. Her purpose in refining elixirs here was not solely to oppose Jia's Pharmaceuticals, but also to restore her alchemical veins. In her view, constant practice could potentially lead to her recovery. Refining elixirs is a costly endeavor, yet the profits are substantial. To persuade Lu Xun, she initially relinquished a 30 share. She did not require much money. Maintaining a balance was sufficient for her to continue her craft. Now, Jia's Pharmaceuticals had launched a direct strike against her. They had effectively hit the nail on the head. If this continued, Bai Ling's elixirs would become unsellable. Without sales, her funds would be tied up. And with the rising costs of raw materials, her wish to persist in alchemy would be thwarted. Understanding this predicament, Lu Xun pondered for a moment and said, "Bai Ling, for the time being, let us forego the profit sharing. You keep all the money. Let us focus on getting through this." "Boss, you are too kind. I will make it up to you later." Bai Ling paused, her hands stilling as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She did not refuse, as she genuinely needed the support. However, the outlook remained bleak. The Jia Group appeared resolute in their efforts against Bai Ling, and for the next few days, Jia's Pharmaceuticals continued their half-price sales. They even sourced a large quantity of elixirs from other stores to cater to the students of Qingbei. The Spirit Elixir Pavilion continues to attract little patronage. Each day, it is fortunate if Bai Ling can sell a mere quarter of the pills she concocts. Although the quality of the celestial-grade elixirs is undeniably superior, their exorbitant prices render them accessible to only a limited number of cultivators. One significant reason Bai Ling chose to establish her shop on Qingbei Street is due to the robust purchasing power of the students in the vicinity, enabling her to perpetually refine her elixirs. In light of the Jia family's half-price elixirs, a slightly slower cultivation rate is not a considerable issue for some students, many of whom struggle to ensure a steady supply of elixirs. The gravest concern lies in Bai Ling's limitation to producing only second-tier, celestial-grade elixirs. Were she capable of crafting third-tier or above, the situation would undoubtedly transform. With an unsold surplus accumulating, Bai Ling's financial resources dwindle increasingly, and if this continues, she will soon be unable to afford the raw materials necessary for her alchemical endeavors. Bai Ling, there is no need for you to rush. Their tactics are bound to incur losses and cannot be sustained for long. Lu Xun gently reassured her, observing the gradual gauntness of her face. The strategies employed by the Jia family are rather straightforward. On one hand, they deliberately purchase raw materials at inflated prices, ensuring that merchants refrain from selling at lower rates, thereby compelling Bai Ling to pay exorbitantly for her supplies. On the other hand, they sell elixirs at reduced prices, usurping Bai Ling's business. Even if the profit margins on the elixirs are substantial, the Jia family's approach guarantees their operations will not be profitable, perhaps even leading to losses. Lu Xun remained skeptical that the Jia family could endure such financial strain indefinitely. No, boss, I cannot cease. There remains a possibility for my meridians to recover. Should I halt my alchemical practice, over time, my meridians will irreparably deteriorate, Bai Ling fervently countered, shaking her head. Is that so? Furthermore, she will not relent until I am driven away, and I shall not grant her that satisfaction. A flicker of stubborn resolve ignited in Bai Ling's eyes. Who is she? Lu Xun could now ascertain that this was indeed a matter of deep-seated enmity. Bai Ling, given the current prices of raw materials, can you still profit from the elixirs you produce? Lu Xun pondered before inquiring. If sold at original prices, there is certainly profit to be made. I am contemplating whether to offer a discount. That is good. Do not concern yourself with the Jia family. Continue your alchemical work. It matters not if the elixirs do not sell. I shall cover all your expenses. Boss, how can I accept this? Bai Ling exclaimed, feeling a mixture of gratitude and surprise. I shall not be offering my support for free. These elixirs will belong to me, and in truth, I will benefit from our arrangement. Thank you, boss, Bai Ling said, her eyes glistening with tears of appreciation. The current circumstances are exceedingly challenging for her. With no buyers for her elixirs, her investments remain unrecovered, and even with some savings, she cannot persevere indefinitely. Lu Xun's willingness to provide a safety net feels like a lifeline amidst adversity. However, boss, the raw materials are quite expensive, which poses a significant burden for you. Not to worry, I have ample resources. You may not yet be aware, but I have just 100,000 units of dark energy. Boss, how impressive. Upon hearing of Lu Xun's substantial winnings, Bai Ling's spirits were rekindled, and her perception of him evolved. He was no longer just a modest proprietor in her eyes. However, now she has suddenly realized that Lu Xun, this young boss, is not only kind and charming, but seems to possess an extraordinary depth as well. Has her favorability reached 50? Lu Xun's recent act of initiative has yielded significant results, and moved by this, Bai Ling's admiration for him has surged, reaching the impressive mark of 50. In the small cultivation chamber attached to the dormitory, as Lu Xun recited the incantation, his aura began to ascend. Boom. Lu Xun struck the energy tester, and indeed, the results doubled. While there were no changes in other aspects, the power of his attack had notably increased. This transformation was all thanks to Barbara's incantation. Finally, he had mastered it. Barbara sat crouched nearby, adorned with a small red flower atop her head, exuding a certain kawaii charm. So, if I wish to amplify my combat power, I simply need to continue casting the incantation? Lu Xun inquired. Precisely. Each time you stack it, the consumption will double. My blood is precious. You can stack it a maximum of 3 times each time, so don't overdo it. Or your mental strength may not withstand it, Barbara cautioned. Indeed, casting the incantation does impose some burden on mental strength. Lu Xun had cleverly utilized Barbara's blood, and the effects were not yet overt. However, if he continued to cast it repeatedly, the pressure would become substantial. This is a formidable meditation technique. Whenever you have free time, you can meditate to enhance your mental strength, Barbara remarked, having etched a meditation method onto the floor. Meditation is an essential course for a mage's training. For a sorcerer, 2 metrics are of utmost importance: mental strength and magical power. The initial stages of a mage's cultivation revolve around continuously increasing mental strength and accumulating magical power. From this perspective, it appears that the realm where Barbara resides possesses a highly developed magical system. After delineating the meditation method, Barbara's time of awakening reached its conclusion. Soon, her consciousness slipped back into slumber, transforming into her favorite form, a small white creature nestled in Lu Xun's embrace. Lu Xun took out his phone and captured an image of the meditation method that Barbara had inscribed. She can write in Chinese? Lu Xun was not particularly surprised, considering that Barbara spoke to him in Mandarin. Her inherent power must be considerable, with a remarkably developed cerebral capacity, making it easy for her to learn other scripts. He pondered how long she had spent on Blue Star and how she had transitioned from the west to the east. The story behind this will only be revealed in time. The next day, Lu Xun returned to Qingbei Street, which was still teeming with people, and the promotional event for Jia's medicinal pills was ongoing. The sales of Lingdan Pavilion's pills were increasingly sluggish. Fortunately, with Lu Xun's support, Bai Ling was able to maintain a steady production of pills daily, averting the complete abandonment of her alchemical lineage. Lu Xun was also concerned that if her alchemical lineage were to be entirely forsaken, the binding rewards from the system would become futile. "Boss, these are the pills I concocted yesterday," Bai Ling said, presenting him with all the pills she had refined the previous day. All that she currently undertakes is, in essence, to preserve and restore her elixir veins, rather than to amass wealth. Bai Ling, in the future, display the newly refined elixirs and return yesterday's elixirs to me," Lu Xun suggested. "Why?" Bai Ling inquired, puzzled. Facing her, Lu Xun's words ignited a spark in Bai Ling's eyes. She nodded emphatically. Lu Xun did not take his leave, but continued to assist Bai Ling, an act that endeared him to her. Her fondness for him grew daily. Has it truly been half a month? I wonder if Manager Li has ensured that no one is clandestinely selling raw materials to her at a reduced price, she pondered. A week later, at the Jia family's apothecary, the third young lady's voice resonated. "Third miss, absolutely not. I have already spoken to every raw material merchant in the capital. They would never forfeit a lucrative opportunity to deliberately sell at a lower price to Lingdan Pavilion," Manager Li assured her. Could it be that she has found another outlet? One of the third Miss' maidservants queried. "That is unlikely. Lingdan Pavilion only offers second-tier heavenly elixirs, whereas we can provide those prestigious families with higher-grade earthly and heavenly elixirs. They would not jeopardize their relationship with the colossal Jia family for something as trivial as the Lingdan Pavilion," Manager Li expressed with conviction. No matter the quality of Bai Ling's elixirs, she remained merely a second-tier alchemist, a glaring weakness. The capital is indeed home to numerous noble families. Yet none would risk incurring the wrath of the Jia family for the sake of a second-tier heavenly elixir. The Jia family also possesses alchemists capable of crafting heavenly elixirs, albeit with a lower success rate, unlike Bai Ling, whose success rate approaches an almost perfect one. Manager Li's words alleviated the third Mrs. concerns. Manager Li, continue the half-price sales. Yes, third Mississippi Manager Li had come to terms with the situation. The third Miss was resolute in opposing Lingdan Pavilion. Hence, why would he provoke unnecessary discord? The Jia family, vast and prosperous, could easily absorb the recent significant discounts, despite the elevated prices of raw materials. Time passed swiftly. Before long, 2 weeks had elapsed. Unbeknownst to many, the half-price offerings at Jia's apothecary had persisted for an entire month. This duration brought immense joy to the students of Qingbei. Many of them managed to procure elixirs at half price and stockpiled considerable amounts. For instance, Lin Yin had requested a substantial supply of dark energy from home, amassing a considerable collection of elixirs. Such opportunities would be rare in the future. The third Miss did not hinder the students from hoarding supplies, a development she welcomed, as their purchasing power had been significantly depleted for quite some time. Consequently, these students would lack the funds to purchase the elixirs refined by Bai Ling. How could she endure for so long? Nevertheless, after a month had passed, Lingdan Pavilion continued to operate as usual. Not only was it open, but each day, the elixirs within were also refreshed, showcasing new offerings. This left the third Miss perplexed. While others may be unaware of Bai Ling's capabilities, she was not. Bai Ling possessed little dark energy. If the elixirs she concocted failed to sell, she would soon be unable to afford the materials needed for alchemy. In her calculations, it seemed implausible for Bai Ling to endure for an entire month. Yet, contrary to expectations, she persevered for precisely that duration. Throughout this month, had Bai Ling chosen to idle her days away without crafting elixirs, it would have been one matter. However, She diligently produced new potions each day, leaving her utterly perplexed. Something was amiss. The third young miss sensed the anomaly. Miss, could it be that the wild girl has found a benefactor? Despite her broken meridians, where might she seek such support? Besides, this was a private affair of the Jia family, one that others would typically shy away from. The two maidservants, considering themselves part of the Jia family, began to speculate. Could it be him? A figure flashed through the third young miss's mind, Lu Sun. Not long ago, Supervisor Li conducted an investigation into Lu Sun, and the results were astonishing. From the information gathered, it appeared Lu Sun had lost his parents at a young age and endured significant hardships. Yet he shone brilliantly during the major examinations, securing admission to Beta University. Once enrolled, Lu Sun progressed at an extraordinary pace. He first unearthed a second celestial vein, causing a sensation at Qingbei, followed by rapid advancements in his cultivation, ultimately claiming the top spot on the newcomer leaderboard, consistently outpacing his peers in assessments. Just last month, he had even defeated a third-tier assassin and vanquished the third-tier genius He Chong in the arena solely through his own prowess. Such brilliance was indeed remarkable. Moreover, the third young miss learned that Lu Sun had won a cubic measure of dark energy from He Chong. Given Lu Sun's cultivation level and achievements, the dark energy he received monthly from Beta University would undoubtedly be substantial. If he were inclined to assist Bai Ling, she could sustain herself for quite some time. It was highly likely that he was the one supporting her. After a moment of contemplation, the third young miss felt convinced that Lu Sun was indeed aiding Bai Ling. Restless, she decided to take action. "Hello, classmate Lu," a melodious voice interrupted. On Qingbei Street, a woman clad in a high-fashion suit obstructed Lu Sun's path. Her exquisite makeup framed her face, and her chestnut hair cascaded in soft waves over her shoulders, while the gemstone bracelet on her wrist sparkled in the sunlight. "Who are you?" Lu Sun inquired, his tone cool. "Jia Yue, from the Jia family," she replied, her lips parting in a perfectly measured professional smile, her eyes slightly lifting. "May we have a conversation, Jia Yue?" "I'm afraid we don't have much to discuss," Lu Sun responded coldly. The surname Jia, combined with her demeanor and aura, indicated her as a person of significance within the Jia family, likely a core figure. The recent business rivalry between Jia's elixirs and Lingdan Pavilion could very well have been orchestrated by her. With differing allegiances, there seemed little point in engaging in dialogue. "Classmate Lu, this card contains a cubic measure of dark energy. If you agree to assist me with a single matter, it shall be yours," Jia Yue said, striding in her high heels to catch up with Lu Sun while extending a card toward him. "A cubic measure? I had thought the Jia family was wealthier than this. Is this trifling amount meant to entice me?" Lu Sun replied with a hint of derision. Remarkably, this comment seemed to relieve Jia Yue. It was enough that Lu Sun was willing to converse. "The price is negotiable. If you find it insufficient, feel free to propose a figure," suggested Jia Yue. "For 100 units. Simply provide me with 100 units of dark energy, and the Starry Moon Tower shall be yours immediately." Lu Sun raised 2 fingers. A stunned smile froze on Jia Yue's face. 100 units translates to 100 cubic meters, which equates to 1 billion units of dark energy. Calculating at 1,000 per unit, that implies 100 billion. 100 billion for a mere 3-year lease of the Starry Moon Tower? Given her intelligence, it was evident that Lu Sun was deliberately demanding an exorbitant price to deter her. Indeed, she discerned a hint of mockery at the corner of Lu Sun's mouth. "Lu Sun, this matter involves significant implications, and I advise against your involvement," Jia Yue warned, refraining from further discussion about the acquisition. "I am afraid I must decline your counsel," Lu Sun replied. "I understand your admiration for beauty, but you must consider this. Should you persist in this course, you will be opposing the Jia group." "Are you threatening me?" Lu Sun halted, casting a piercing gaze at Jia Yue. He sensed that her strength surpassed his, and the Jia group was indeed a formidable entity. Yet, he was not one to be easily intimidated. "This is not a threat, it is merely a statement of fact." And then, Lu Sun raised an eyebrow. Since stepping onto the ancient path of the starry sky from Blue Star, numerous geniuses had emerged. Yet very few could ascend beyond the 6th realm. Lu Sun may currently traverse a smooth path, but who can predict the future? "What are you trying to convey?" Lu Sun inquired, his impatience surfacing. "How can you guarantee that you will never encounter a bottleneck? Moreover, Bai Ling can only refine second-grade pills. Should you break through to the 3rd realm, Jia's pills would undoubtedly be your best option," Jia Yue elucidated. Implicitly, She suggested that if Lu Sun opposed the Jia group, he would find himself on their blacklist, forever barred from acquiring their elixirs. Is that so? Jia's elixirs are indeed renowned in the East, but Lu Sun found himself unconcerned. Even if Chu Youqing and Murong Wan required elixirs, it would not alter his stance. He was the one defying the Jia group, not them. Furthermore, with Bai Ling by his side, he had access to superior alternatives. Certainly, Jia Yue expressed unwavering confidence in Jia's elixirs. I believe you are correct, Lu Sun conceded, a rare agreement surfacing in his tone. Yet before Jia Yue could revel in her moment of triumph, Lu Sun continued, however, I am quite obstinate. Once I set my course, even if it leads to ruin, I shall not turn back. Jia Yue faltered. Today's encounter had been in vain. Thank you, boss, she said when Lu Sun once again visited the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. Why thank me? He responded. Simply to express my gratitude, Bai Ling replied, her demeanor brightening. It seemed she was aware of Jia Yue's pursuit of Lu Sun, as her fondness for him had noticeably increased over the past few days. Lu Sun also intended to elevate Bai Ling's favorability to a perfect score of 100 before proceeding, for once he broke through to the third realm, he would be able to bind with Bai Ling at any moment. His cultivation continued to ascend steadily. Meanwhile, Murong Wan had, after approximately 20 days of striving, successfully broken through to the 6th layer of the Qi Si. Chu Youqing's progress was slightly slower, yet not significantly so. Lu Sun found himself curious about the relationship between Bai Ling and the Jia family, as well as the grievances that might exist between them. However, Bai Ling seemed reluctant to discuss the matter, so he refrained from asking further. It was evident that Bai Ling's identity was far from ordinary. Otherwise, why would the illustrious Jia family fixate on such a minor entity as the Lingdan Pavilion? The following day, Lu Sun unexpectedly received alarming news from Luo Dashing. A contract had surfaced on the dark web, targeting Bai Ling, with a considerable bounty of 100,000 units of dark energy. Ever since the onset of this commercial battle, Lu Sun had tasked Luo Dashing with monitoring the dark web, apprehensive that the Jia family might resort to underhanded tactics. Now, it seemed his fears were justified. After Jia Yue realized there was no breach on Lu Sun's side, she opted for the physical elimination of Bai Ling. By employing assassins from the dark web, she could conveniently distance herself from the act, ensuring that no one would trace it back to her. Lu Sun surmised that had there not already been 2 assassination contracts against him on the dark web, the adversaries would not spare him either. However, he was perplexed as to why the bounty was merely 100,000 units of dark energy. Wasn't that rather stingy? Jia Yue had previously been willing to offer 1,000,000 units of dark energy to deal with Lu Sun. Yet the bounty for Bai Ling was only a fraction of that. Did she truly believe that a mere 100,000 units would suffice to eliminate Bai Ling? What a venomous woman. In Lu Sun's eyes, Jia Yue was now synonymous with malice. Apart from her and the Jia family, he could not fathom anyone else who would conspire against Bai Ling. Even if it were not her, it would certainly be someone affiliated with the Jia family. This burden was hers to bear alone. Contemplating this, Lu Sun took Xiao Bai in his arms and stepped out. He intended to visit Qingbei Street and provide Bai Ling with some means of protection. Boss, are you implying that someone wishes to kill me? Yes. Be cautious in the coming days. Here are 2 talismans for you. Use them at the first sign of danger. At the 3rd floor of Xingyue Tower, Lu Sun presented Bai Ling with the Golden Bell Talisman and the Thunderfire Talisman he had acquired from the 3rd Realm Assassin. These 2 talismans, one for offense and one for defense, were adequate to counter threats from the 4th realm. Such 4th-tier talismans were exceedingly precious. Boss, I cannot accept these. No matter how precious, they are worth less than your life. Lu Sun insisted on pressing the 2 talismans into Bai Ling's hands. Thank you, boss. You are too kind. Bai Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, moved by his gesture. Lu Sun noticed her favorability towards him had surpassed 80. After assisting her for a while longer, he eventually took his leave. In the Star Moon Pavilion, a formation arranged by Bai Ling, combined with the spiritual talismans provided by Lu Sun, rendered her well-prepared even against assassins from the 4th realm. The presence of 100,000 units of dark energy made it improbable for such powerful adversaries to intervene. The following day, as Lu Sun stepped out of the school gates, he found Chu Youqing already awaiting him. Sunlight danced upon her hair, casting a delicate glow that made her appear almost ethereal. Upon seeing Lu Sun, she bounded towards him like a joyful fawn, effortlessly linking her arm with his. It was the weekend, and the night before, Chu Youqing had sent him a message expressing her desire to stroll through the streets together. Having been preoccupied with her training, it had been a while since they last met. Due to the bustling popularity of Jia's medicinal pills, the streets of Qingbei were still crowded. Thus, Lu Xun and Chu Youqing opted to explore several grand shopping malls in the capital instead. They spent the entire afternoon browsing, acquiring numerous items along the way. "Little aunt," she exclaimed excitedly outside a luxurious restaurant as dusk approached, waving her hand. Just as Murong Wan stepped out of the car, she paused upon spotting Lu Xun. It was the weekend, and Chu Youqing had specifically invited her to join them. She had assumed it would be just the two of them, unaware that Chu Youqing was accompanied by Lu Xun. Lu Xun, equally bemused, contemplated the simplicity of Chu Yuqing's thoughts. "Little aunt, your progress is astounding. I can hardly keep up with you," she remarked. "Lu Xun, why are you in a daze? Is the food here not to your liking?" Chu Youqing's voice filled the restaurant, while both Lu Xun and Murong Wan spoke little, leaving her as the most talkative among the trio. If any students from Qingshu Academy were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Was this truly the aloof campus belle? Indeed, Chu Youqing, the belle of Rongcheng High School, had now been selected as the belle of Qingshu Academy by the freshmen. The academy was not devoid of beauty. However, past belles had rarely made appearances, diminishing their presence among the newcomers, who were the most vocal in the campus forums and groups. Oblivious to the subtle tension of the dinner, Chu Youqing seemed entirely unaware of the complex relationship between Lu Xun and Murong Wan. Their bond was distinctly unique. Had there not been a second intimate encounter, matters might have remained uncomplicated. The first instance had long since passed, and Murong Wan had no intentions of deepening their relationship, her demeanor having settled into calm acceptance. However, due to Murong Yan, Lu Xun and Murong Wan had experienced a second intimate moment, more accurately, a second chapter. Now, sharing the same table with Chu Youqing, there existed a hint of awkwardness. The intricacies of their connections were undeniably convoluted, as Chu Youqing was Lu Xun's girlfriend, while Murong Wan was her aunt. "Oh look, Moon Clan members," exclaimed Chu Youqing as she spotted several performers with skin glowing faintly like moonlight taking to the stage in the center of the restaurant. Instantly captivated, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The melodious voices of the Moon Clan flowed like a clear spring, bringing an enchanting hush over the entire restaurant. The Moon Clan, indeed, belonged to a different race. Unlike the shadowy beings of the Shadow Clan, the Moon Tribe is characterized by its gentle and amiable nature. Their planet was tragically torn apart at a vital juncture in the ancient cosmic pathways, leading to the demise of countless Moon Tribe members, leaving only a scant few to survive in the vastness of space. These remaining Moon Tribe individuals have exhibited a friendly disposition, offering assistance to Blue Star and aiding in the avoidance of various perils, thereby securing their opportunity to remain on Blue Star. In contemporary Blue Star, there exists a considerable number of extraterrestrial beings, like the Moon Tribe, who have lingered for various reasons. Some of these beings, not dissimilar from humans, have begun to integrate into Blue Star society. Within the framework of state-mandated random marriage assignments, some extraterrestrials have participated, leading to the possibility that individuals with less fortune may be paired with them. This notion is, for many women, a source of trepidation, as these beings are not of human origin. Conversely, some alien women have been assigned to human men. It is posited that the state's intention behind this practice is twofold: to unify diverse forces and to cultivate unique qualities in the hybrid offspring resulting from such unions. These extraterrestrial beings typically reside in designated areas, with minimal interaction with the general populace. Lu Xun, you attend the same school as your aunt. It would be beneficial for you to engage with her more frequently. Your rapid advancement in cultivation could serve as a guide for her. After the Moon Tribe finished their song, Chu Youqing, sensing a lull in the atmosphere, sought to enliven the moment once more. As she spoke, her eyes curved like crescent moons, completely oblivious to the subtle tightening of Murong Wan's fingers beneath the table. "All right," Lu Xun replied succinctly, naturally offering Chu Youqing a piece of roasted goose. "You should try this, Youqing. Aunt, you should have some too." Following this, Lu Xun deftly placed a piece of roasted goose onto Murong Wan's plate. This unexpected gesture momentarily startled Murong Wan, causing her fingers, which held the wine glass, to tighten involuntarily. Lu Xun's address of her as aunt made her ears flush with warmth. "Aunt, I raise a glass to you," Lu Xun stated, lifting his drink with a composed gaze. Murong Wan had no choice but to respond, taking a sip while her eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her cheeks. "Aunt, this is a delicacy from the Moon tribe. You should try it. Aunt, let me pour you some wine. Aunt, let me refill your rice." Lu Sun's attentiveness to his aunt was relentless. He served her food, poured her drinks, and offered tea, stopping just short of feeding her himself. Murong Wan's cheeks flushed with a visible hue of crimson, her neck also tinged with a faint pink. Chu Youqing's contributions to the conversation gradually diminished. Although Lu Sun consistently served her first before attending to Murong Wan, his evident warmth and concern for Murong Wan inevitably sparked a twinge of jealousy within Chu Youqing. Deep within her, a sour emotion began to surface. "Aunt, I've had enough. I'm full," Murong Wan finally declared, unable to endure any longer. "I'm full as well," Chu Youqing added, her voice noticeably softer than usual as she set down her chopsticks. Only then did Lu Sun relinquish his own chopsticks. Observing Chu Youqing's somewhat sullen demeanor, Lu Sun felt reassured that his girlfriend was, in fact, quite normal. After all, she too was capable of feeling jealousy. Lu Sun and his aunt enjoyed a delightful meal together today. As he contemplated the prospect of such gatherings becoming a monthly tradition, Chu Youqing proposed a new idea. Lu Sun silently retracted his earlier thoughts. Upon entering the restaurant, the two walked in arm. The woman, dressed in a pale moonlight qipao, moved gracefully, the slits of her garment revealing glimpses of her form, attracting the attention of diners within. "Lu Mei?" As Lu Sun raised his gaze, he recognized the familiar figure of Lu Mei. According to Li Bufan, Lu Mei had discarded Lin Yan upon her arrival in the capital, an action that had since fueled Lin Yan's resentment towards Li Bufan, leading to occasional confrontations between them. It appeared that after severing ties with Lin Yan, Lu Mei had taken up with the man beside her. After a fleeting glance at this man, Lu Sun withdrew his gaze. He had long since ceased to care for Lu Mei, and her presence stirred not even a ripple in his heart. Lu Sun. Lu Mei also spotted him, her pupils dilating momentarily before her red lips curled into a deliberately coy smile. She pointed to an adjacent seat beside Lu Sun, her voice lilting as she said, "Changgu, let us sit there." "Very well, whatever you say," the man addressed as Changgu complied with Lu Mei's request. They settled into their seats. And as Lu Mei's gaze swept across Lu Sun's profile, a provocative smirk graced her lips as she raised her voice intentionally. "Changgu, you're amazing. You've advanced to the third realm so quickly. My dear, the third realm is but a small feat in a few years. I shall surely break through to the fourth realm," Changgu proclaimed proudly, his chest puffed out in self-satisfaction. He relished the opportunity to showcase his prowess in such an upscale establishment. As soon as Lu Mei's words left her lips, curious eyes began to turn their way. In a city teeming with experts, reaching the third realm was no small achievement. After all, not everyone was a prodigy. Our Wanlu Academy is formidable. The so-called geniuses from Qingbei are often the offspring of impoverished families, unable to afford even decent elixirs, unlike you, Changgu, who feasts on earth and heaven-tier potions. Perhaps noticing Lu Sun's lack of reaction, Lu Mei amplified her voice further. "Wow, Wanlu Academy. Students who gain entry there are either wealthy or noble. It is indeed a prestigious institution. I've heard that even the scions of affluent families from smaller regions may lack the qualifications to enter. No wonder you're so impressive." This revelation ignited whispers among the surrounding patrons, greatly satisfying Lu Mei's vanity. The entrance requirements for Wanlu Academy surpassed even those of Qingbei. While Qingbei maintained a semblance of fairness, allowing any genius, regardless of background, to gain admission, Wanlu Academy was far more exclusive. Mere talent was insufficient. One had to belong to an exceptionally affluent lineage, ideally with at least one grandmaster in the family. Lin Yan, for example, was unqualified to enter Wanlu Academy. Of course, prodigies like Chu Youqing and Murong Wan could bypass such restrictions, provided they were female. Lu Mei, for her part, had leveraged her connection with Changgu to secure her place at Wanlu Academy. This filled her with immense pride. She had long desired to encounter Lu Sun near Qingbei, eager to flaunt her achievements. Today, her wish was finally fulfilled, and she could not let this opportunity slip away. However, Lu Mei miscalculated, for Lu Sun remained entirely unfazed. And both Chu Youqing and Murong Wan merely cast her a fleeting glance before diverting their attention. Chu Youqing did not even recognize her. "Brother Chang." After opening the extraordinary vein of heaven and earth and swiftly breaking through to the first realm, "Don't you think we should celebrate?" Lu Mei grasped Chang's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Her feigned innocence masked her true intent to boast about her accomplishments. Of course, a celebration was in order. Brother Chong rose, clapping his hands and declaring loudly, "Everyone, eat and drink freely. Today, I shall cover the entire bill." Wow, Brother Chong is so generous. Truly a young master from Wanlu Academy, his grandeur is unmatched. Instantly, the restaurant filled with voices of admiration. "Show off, will you?" Lu Mei sneered repeatedly. For Lu Sun had yet to respond. She believed he was merely putting on an act, convinced that he must be regretting his past decisions. "You could have courted me back then, but now Lu Mei has ascended to heights you can no longer reach. Waiter, the bill, please." Lu Sun raised his hand to signal. Lu Mei, feeling somewhat ruffled, decided she would not linger any longer. "Sir, all expenses today are covered by Mr. Lin Chong. You need not settle the bill," the waiter replied with a slight bow. The fact she could mention Brother Chong's name indicated that he frequented this establishment often. "Indeed. My brother, today I'm in high spirits. You may leave without concerning yourself with the bill." Lin Chong waved his hand grandly, a superior smile adorning his face. "Oh, is that not Lu Sun?" Lu Mei felt compelled to confront him. Lu Sun had shattered her heart and embarrassed her multiple times. She could not let the matter go unresolved. "Wife, do you know him?" Lin Chong inquired. "Brother Chong, that's him. He often bullied me back in Rongcheng, making me suffer and endure ridicule," Lu Mei lamented, her tears flowing as she recounted Lu Sun's past transgressions. "So it was you, Lu Mei?" Chu Youqing finally grasped the situation. "How can you be so wicked? Lu Sun brought you meals for 3 years, and you dare claim he bullied you?" Chu Youqing exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation. "Who told him to bring me meals? He only wished to win my affection, but upon realizing it was unattainable, he became resentful." "Brother Chong, why are you still standing there? Are you going to let him continue to bully me?" Lu Mei, fearing Chu Youqing might reveal more, hastily urged Lin Chong to take action. "How dare you bully my wife? You boy, kneel." Lin Chong, infuriated, felt the surge of his spiritual energy within him. He pressed down with his right hand, intending to use the pressure of his third realm cultivation to force Lu Sun to kneel. "Humph." Lu Sun scoffed, his energy surging as his ocean of qi and spirit realm surged simultaneously. Buzz. The oppressive aura of a warrior and the spiritual pressure of an immortal clashed violently with Lin Chong's energy. Puffed. Under the violent clash of energies, Lin Chong, who had just broken through to the third realm, felt a tumultuous upheaval within him, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. "Ah!" Lu Mei gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How could this be possible? A master of the third realm from the Wanlu Academy actually spat blood. Who was that? Such terrifying power. The entire dining hall fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes wide in astonishment. "You're seeking death." Lin Chong, consumed by rage, refused to accept that the clash of energies signified his inferiority to Lu Sun. Thunderfire technique. He formed a hand seal, preparing to launch another attack. Yet, Lu Sun moved faster, his figure flashing towards Lin Chong. Boom. Amidst the explosive clash of lightning and fire, Lin Chong was sent flying, crashing into a table and shattering it into splinters. Although the attacks of an immortal cultivator were sharp, engaging in close combat with an opponent of comparable strength was tantamount to courting disaster. Despite still being in the second realm, Lu Sun's power far surpassed that of an ordinary third realm practitioner. Puffed. Lin Chong spat out another mouthful of blood. "Ah!" Lu Mei was stunned. "Lu Sun. I know him. He is the dual cultivation genius from Beta University." "Lu Sun. Haven't you heard? Last month, he single-handedly turned the tables on a third realm assassin with his second realm cultivation, and he also defeated a third realm prodigy, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess." Hiss. Such a genius exists in this world. The key point is, he is only a freshman. Is he really that formidable? At this moment, those in the dining hall who had heard of Lu Sun finally connected the dots and began to recount his various feats. The hall erupted with gasps of astonishment. Everyone was awestruck by Lu Sun's might and exceptional talent. Compared to Lu Sun, Lin Chong, the so-called genius of Wanlu Academy, appeared utterly insignificant. Lu Sun had just entered his first year of university, while Lin Chong seemed to be at least a junior or senior. Impossible. How could he be so powerful? Lu Mei's earlier pride was now frozen in disbelief. She had been preoccupied with cultivating her meridians and ingratiating herself with Lin Chong, and was not particularly aware of the happenings at Qingbei, still oblivious to Lu Sun's rising fame at Beta University. She could not accept, could not believe that Lu Xun could be this formidable. Yet, the truth lay before her, and whether she believed it or not, she had to come to terms with it. A crisp slap echoed through the air. "Ah, Lu Xun, you dare to hit me," Lu Mei cried out, clutching her stinging face. Another slap followed, sending her flying. Her entire face became swollen and red. At last, she fell silent, trembling in fear as she looked at Lu Xun, terrified that he might strike her again. "I've warned you once already. If they're essaying next time." Lu Xun's icy gaze conveyed unspoken words that made Lu Mei's heart quiver. "Let us go?" With that, Lu Xun led the two women out of the dining hall, bringing an end to the farce instigated by Lu Mei. "Changge woohoo!" Lu Mei sobbed, clutching her swollen face in despair. "Lu Xun, I will kill you." Lin Chong, rising from the ground in a fit of rage, took out a spiritual talisman and charged out. Meow. Just as Lu Xun and the two women exited the dining hall, the little white cat in his arms suddenly let out a cry. "Be careful." Lu Xun's eyelids twitched as he decisively crushed a golden bell talisman. Fei Taiye had bestowed upon him not just one, but 3 of these talismans. After giving one to Bai Ling, he retained 2 in his possession. A brilliant golden light erupted, and the immense golden bell, inscribed with swirling runes, enveloped the 3 of them in an instant. With a thud, Lin Chong, who had just rushed forward, collided with the golden bell and was violently flung back, crashing into Lu Mei. The 2 of them were sent sprawling to the ground, both succumbing to unconsciousness. Boom. Almost simultaneously, a fierce blade of light struck the golden bell, causing the runes to scatter. The bell shook violently, its surface marred by fine cracks. 4 realms. Lu Xun's gaze sharpened. The assailant was a master from the 4 realms. Fortunately, he possessed the golden bell talisman. Boom, boom, boom. A figure clad in tight-fitting armor and wearing a mask appeared outside. His onslaught was relentless, the battle blade in his hand transforming into a cascade of cold light, ruthlessly hacking at the precariously swaying golden bell. This was indeed the 4 realms master. A 4th-grade golden bell talisman could withstand a 4 realms expert for a limited time. This duration was not fixed. It depended on the quality of the talisman and the strength of the 4 realms expert. Generally, it could hold for over a minute. However, this 4 realms master clearly aimed for a swift resolution, his attacks exceedingly ferocious. The runes on the golden bell were rapidly vanishing. It was unlikely that the talisman would endure for a full minute. Lu Xun held the remaining golden bell talisman tightly, poised to activate it at any moment. "Master, please do not fall asleep." Lu Xun's peripheral vision flicked towards the sky. Ever since he had eliminated that 3 realms assassin, no new assassins had come for him in recent days. The 3 realms assassins would likely think twice before attempting to kill Lu Xun. The He family had raised the bounty to 4 million units of dark energy. Thus, any forthcoming assassins would undoubtedly be of 4 realms caliber or higher. After all, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain vigilant for 1,000 days. Hence, Lu Xun had accompanied Chu Youqing on a shopping excursion today, intending to draw out the snake from its lair. If he could instill fear in these individuals, they would refrain from attempting to assassinate him. And indeed, a 4 realms master had surfaced. "Lu Xun, this talisman is on the verge of breaking. I have one more," Murong Wan said, retrieving a spiritual talisman from her bosom. This was likely a trump card given to her by Murong Wan. Just a moment longer, Lu Xun replied in a low voice. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 realms master launched a frenzied assault, intent on shattering the golden bell talisman. It's about to break. The golden bell talisman could hardly withstand the pressure. Just as the bell was on the brink of destruction, a dazzling sword light descended from the heavens like a shooting star. With a thud, blood splattered. Although the assassin managed to evade in time, he still lost an arm. He grunted in pain, and without hesitation, crushed a talisman, his figure transforming into a stream of light as he fled towards the outskirts of the city. Trying to escape, Fei Taiye's figure flickered, and he pursued swiftly. Before long, Fei Taiye returned. "Master, how did it go?" Lu Xun asked as he retracted the golden bell talisman. He used a 5th-grade concealment talisman. I was unable to catch him. It seems the years have not been kind to my skills, Fei Taiye sighed. Though he was a grandmaster of the 5 realms, his shattered Dao heart had caused his cultivation to stagnate, even regressing, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Fei Taiye picked up the severed arm of the 4 realms assassin from the ground, scrutinizing it before stating, "With this arm, the martial house should be able to pinpoint the target." A 5th-grade escape talisman. This is also a spiritual talisman used for fleeing. This Four Realms assassin possesses quite a few hidden cards. The Marshall House personnel arrived swiftly. The assassin's assault had not lasted long, less than a minute, but the destruction wrought was considerable. Although his attacks had all struck the golden giant bell, the turbulent true energy shattered many windows of the surrounding buildings. Had it not been for the protective arrays in place, collapse would not have been improbable. Fortunately, the number of injured was minimal, with Lin Chong and Lu Mei suffering the most severe injuries. They had yet to regain consciousness. You should refrain from attending school for a while and focus on your cultivation. An hour later, at the entrance of the Qingshu Academy, Lu Sun returned Chu Youqing. Subsequently, he escorted Murong Wan back to Beta University. Throughout the journey, Murong Wan remained largely silent. Just before parting ways, Lu Sun forcibly placed several bottles of pills crafted by Bai Ling into her hands. Miss Murong, consider these as a loan from me. Lu Sun's insistence left no room for refusal. In the past, Murong Wan would likely have declined such a gesture from Lu Sun. However, after his second visit to the palace, her feelings towards him had grown complicated, and the recent assassination attempt by the Four Realms Master had underscored the importance of cultivation in her mind. Murong Wan bit her lip, ultimately accepting them in silence. Lu Sun, the target has been identified, an individual named Zhao Jia, a Four Realms Master. The Marshall House has already issued a warrant for him. How dare he attack my student? Rest assured, he won't escape. The following day, Fei Taie sought out Lu Sun once more, providing him with several more spiritual talismans. Having witnessed Lu Sun's 2 assassination attempts, Fei Taie perceived something amiss but refrained from inquiring further. Lu Sun contemplated whether to disclose the bounty placed on him in the dark web, but ultimately chose not to inform Fei Taie. The He family opted for the dark web precisely because it left no evidence. This vendetta would be avenged by Lu Sun himself in due course. Boss, shall I take my leave? The next day, in the Spirit Pill Pavilion, Bai Ling twisted her fingers, her eyes slightly reddened. What troubles you, Bai Ling? Lu Sun inquired. Puzzled. Did she intend to give up? I heard you were attacked again. It's all my fault. Bai Ling felt responsible for Lu Sun's predicament. Bai Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Just focus on your alchemy. Lu Sun chuckled. The promotional event for the Jia family's pills was still ongoing. Jia Yue had not approached Lu Sun again. Judging by the assassination bounty on Bai Ling from the dark web, she or the Jia family must have devised a dual strategy, one to continue exerting pressure through commercial tactics, and the other to rely on an assassin to eliminate Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling seldom ventured out of the Spirit Pill Pavilion, and the recent promotion of Jia's pills had made Qingbei Street more bustling than ever. It was not easy for an assassin to find an opportunity to strike. Until that day, when Bai Ling ran out of alchemical materials and ventured out to procure raw materials, an unexpected incident occurred. A stealthy assassin approached her, launching a sudden attack. In that moment, a brilliant flash of sword light surged forth, forcing the assassin to retreat. It was just as expected. The wielder of the sword light was none other than Lu Sun. The long sword in Lu Sun's hand unleashed a series of sword energies. The technique of the Wuxiang sword rendering even the most casual observer unable to discern its movements. Stars shift and constellations revolve. The assassin wielded a technique capable of redirecting damage, but Lu Sun's sword energies, akin to a tempest, engulfed the assailant. In a matter of moments, the assassin lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Lu Sun performed a flourish with his sword before sheathing it. Upon seeing Lu Sun, Bai Ling was filled with a mix of surprise, joy, and gratitude. I will accompany you, she said. All right. After neutralizing the assassin sent to target Bai Ling, Lu Sun accompanied her in search of alchemical materials. I apologize, but all our materials have been reserved. Perhaps you could try other shops, came the response. However, a new dilemma soon arose. The two spent the entire afternoon searching, yet they could not procure a single alchemical ingredient. Every shop's supplies had been claimed, leaving Bai Ling utterly unable to make a purchase. It must be the doing of the Jia group. Lu Sun speculated. It must be her, Bai Ling replied, both angry and helpless. Acquiring the necessary raw materials for alchemy proved to be a challenging task. One could either purchase them or venture outside the city to seek them out. The world beyond was vast, and finding everything in a short time was nearly impossible. Many spiritual herbs were cultivated by specific factions, leaving wild varieties exceedingly rare. Bai Ling sat on the riverbank, hugging her knees and gazing blankly at the water's surface. Lu Sun settled beside her. The Jia group's maneuver was a decisive blow, effectively severing Bai Ling's path to alchemy. Bai Ling, why does the Jia group target you so relentlessly? He finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. She fears I will usurp her position as the heir. Bai Ling murmured. Are you referring to Jia Yue? He inquired. Yes. She is the third miss of the Jia family and the one most likely to inherit the family head position. But you do not share her surname, Lu Sun began, only to halt abruptly upon noticing the tears streaming down Bai Ling's face. This typically optimistic and resilient girl, he thought, was a sight he had never witnessed before. Silently, he offered her a tissue. Thank you, Bai Ling replied, using it to dry her tears. Years ago, the head of the Jia family had taken a liking to her mother, forcibly possessing her, yet his wife could not accept her. Bai Ling recounted the past in a hushed tone. The narrative diverged slightly from Lu Sun's assumptions, but bore a resemblance. After being ousted, Bai Ling's mother married a man named Bai Jianhua and subsequently gave birth to Bai Ling. For a long time, Bai Ling believed Bai Jianhua to be her father. He had passed away during a disaster a few years prior, leaving her mother gravely ill. On her deathbed, her mother revealed to her that she was of Jia lineage and urged Bai Ling to return to the Jia family, for that was where her true stage awaited. In honoring her mother's dying wish, Bai Ling chose to return to the Jia family. Initially unwelcome, the head of the Jia family accepted Bai Ling only after recognizing her extraordinary talent for alchemy, which bore fruit in the form of the 9 transformation pill vein. A miraculous pathway in the world. She is a naturally gifted alchemist. Before even entering the first realm, Bai Ling was capable of concocting second-grade celestial pills, a talent that is exceedingly rare throughout Huaxia. The head of the Jia family had intentions of appointing her as his heir, a position that originally belonged to the third young lady, Jia Yue. Up to this point, Bai Ling's future appeared resplendent. However, unbeknownst to her, after one fateful alchemical session, her elixir veins suddenly faltered, rendering her a failure. Her life took a drastic downturn. The head of the Jia family, though reluctant to relinquish her, succumbed to the disdain of the family members and forcefully expunged her from the Jia clan. Yet, Bai Ling refused to surrender. She aspired to restore her elixir veins through relentless alchemical practice. Deep within her heart, a tenacity burned, driving her to prove her worth. Thus, she ventured to Qingbei Street, to the very front of Jia's elixirs, to continue her alchemical pursuits. Little did she anticipate that Jia Yue would resort to personally overseeing her downfall, mobilizing Jia Group's resources to besiege her. Moreover, she covertly engaged in underhanded tactics, posting bounties on the dark web. Despite her extraordinary talent in alchemy, she had yet to mature, leaving her ill-equipped to contend with a colossal entity like the Jia Group. Boss, thank you for your unwavering support. I have come to realize this is my fate, Bai Ling lamented. Do not give up, Bai Ling, Lu Sun interjected, grasping her hand in encouragement. We still have options. If we cannot succeed in the capital, we shall venture to other cities. I refuse to believe that the Jia Group can monopolize all the alchemical resources in the East. But, boss, I am utterly exhausted. Think of your mother. She would never wish for you to succumb to despair. Sensing Bai Ling's spiraling thoughts, Lu Sun invoked the memory of her mother. This tactic proved effective, as a flicker of light returned to Bai Ling's once dim eyes. Your mother must have been immensely reluctant. She yearned for you to grow and demonstrate to the Jia Group just how formidable her daughter truly is. You possess elixir veins. Once they are restored, no one within the vast Jia Group will be your equal. Lu Sun seized the moment, fervently rallying Bai Ling's spirits. Boss, do you truly believe I can do it? Bai Ling gazed at Lu Sun as a drowning person clings to a final straw. Indeed, you certainly can. You are not alone in this fight. Lu Sun met her eyes with earnest conviction. You still have me. Those 4 words illuminated Bai Ling's eyes with renewed brilliance. The affinity for Bai Ling has reached 100. The host has defeated more than 4 third realm cultivators, and their strength is now assessed as third realm. Binding Bai Ling is now possible. At that moment, the system's voice echoed unexpectedly. Is it possible to bind her now? Lu Sun inquired, somewhat taken aback. He had presumed he needed to reach the third realm, but it seemed the system determined the criteria based on strength alone. The standards were straightforward. Defeating 4 or more third realm cultivators sufficed. However, even after reaching an affinity of 100, binding Bai Ling still necessitated a degree of intimacy, with kissing being the minimum requirement. In pursuit of a higher return multiplier, and to aid Bai Ling in restoring her spiritual veins, the act of kissing Bai Ling seemed rather innocuous. The challenge lay in the execution. Was he to forcefully kiss her? At that moment, Lu Xun observed the glimmer in Bai Ling's eyes, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Indeed, he had just been engrossed in the system panel, and their gazes had fortuitously met for a prolonged moment. Seizing the day seemed preferable to waiting for an opportune time. Thus, Lu Xun resolved to be decisive. With the atmosphere ripe, he leaned in resolutely. Bai Ling's eyes widened in shock as Lu Xun's unexpected kiss rendered her body rigid. Binding conditions met. Bai Ling has been bound. Current return multiplier, 30. Note: Bai Ling's 9-turn spiritual veins have collapsed due to damage and can be repaired using primordial energy. Reminder: host has binding rewards available for collection. You have acquired primordial energy. As Lu Xun anticipated, the binding reward was indeed primordial energy. While their lips remained joined, he hastily transferred the primordial energy into her. A minute later, the energy fully permeated Bai Ling's being. Only then did Lu Xun withdraw. Bai Ling remained frozen in place, her doe-like eyes wide with astonishment, long lashes fluttering as if she were a startled fawn, clearly rendered speechless by the sudden kiss. Lu Xun patiently waited. After several minutes, Bai Ling gently blinked. Upon realizing Lu Xun was so near, her fair cheeks flushed deeply, even the tips of her ears turning a charming shade of pink. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself," he stammered. "And no, it's all right, boss." Bai Ling flusteredly waved her hands, her gaze flitting about, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't blame you. Please don't feel bad." Such a kind-hearted girl. Even after being kissed by Lu Xun, she was concerned about his feelings. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if she were sensing a change within. In the next moment, her face brightened, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, the corners of her mouth lifting involuntarily. "What is it, Bai Ling?" "Boss, my spiritual veins, they are healing," Bai Ling exclaimed, her face alight with joy. She distinctly felt the long-dormant veins within her revitalizing. Indeed, the primordial energy was effective. "This is wonderful." She could not help but cheer. The spiritual veins were the very essence of her being, more crucial than life itself. Without them, her spiritual wheel could not function, and all other veins were likewise affected, rendering her unable to cultivate. Though she possessed 9 major spiritual veins and numerous minor ones forming her spiritual wheel, her lack of cultivation was a direct consequence of this. Now, miraculously, her spiritual veins were on the mend. It was as if she had been pulled from the brink of despair. "Bai Ling, focus on your recovery," Lu Xun reminded her. "Yes, boss," she replied, quickly sitting down, immersing herself entirely in the restoration of her spiritual veins. Bai Ling's 9-turn spiritual veins have been restored. The host receives a 30-fold reward from Bai Ling's success. The host acquires the creation's spiritual vein. The host shall unveil the extraordinary pulse of heaven and earth, unable to fully conceal the extraordinary phenomena, thus releasing a portion of the spectacle. An hour later, the system's notification emerged, the creation Dan vein. To his astonishment, Lu Xun discovered that Bai Ling's Dan vein could indeed be restored. Henceforth, Lu Xun became a man endowed with 3 extraordinary veins. Within him, where the original chaotic divine vein resided, another extraordinary pulse manifested, the creation Dan vein. Upon its emergence, it seamlessly merged with the previous 2 extraordinary veins, becoming an integral part of the chaotic divine vein. Simultaneously, the sky once again displayed wondrous phenomena. The clouds were rent asunder by an invisible force, and torrents of crimson golden Dan fire cascaded like a tempest, transforming into ethereal images of spiritual herbs upon touching the ground, only to wither instantaneously upon taking root. This scene resembled a marvelous spectacle of myriad herbs flourishing and perishing. Moreover, above the horizon, a colossal phantom of a Dan furnace, woven from Dan fire, gradually materialized, resonating with the booming sounds reminiscent of bells and drums. Within, numerous pills floated and sank, coalescing into 9 resplendent stars aligned in a single line. Another phenomenon unfolded. The heavens blazed with Dan fire, and the profound furnace refined the 9 stellar Dan veins. Indeed, the Dan veins had manifested in this world. High above, some observers took note of this extraordinary occurrence. However, as this phenomenon was instigated by Lu Xun and constrained by the system, its range was limited. Coupled with the fact that the capital frequently witnessed such spectacles, this particular occurrence did not alarm many. Nevertheless, a few streaks of light darted from afar. As they approached, The phenomenon was nearing its conclusion. This time, the system had imposed stringent restrictions on the spectacle. Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief. Had it been discovered that he was the cause, suspicions would inevitably arise. The previous occurrences of celestial phenomena were manageable, but this one, triggered by Bai Ling's restored Dan vein, could lead to unwanted speculation. Better to remain discreet and accumulate wealth quietly. Xiaoling, your Dan vein has recovered. A figure descended from the sky, seeing Bai Ling and mistakenly believing that she was the source of the extraordinary phenomena, his expression illuminated with joy. Thank you, Master Jia. For your concern, Bai Ling's Dan vein has indeed been restored. However, Bai Ling's expression instantly turned frigid, her tone distant as if addressing a stranger. Her words caused the approaching man to falter. He was Master Jia, the head of the Jia family and Bai Ling's biological father. Now, Bai Ling's reference to him as Master Jia and herself as Bai Ling clearly delineated her intention to sever ties with the Jia family. Xiaoling, do not blame me. The Jia family is vast, and many elders are involved. I cannot unilaterally decide much, Master Jia sighed, a hint of regret surfacing. He lamented not having insisted on keeping Bai Ling after her Dan vein was rendered useless. Yet, who could have foreseen her restoration? Master Jia, you jest. Bai Ling has no grounds to blame you, nor would she impose difficulties upon you. From this moment forth, Bai Ling shall never step foot into the Jia family again. Bai Ling's tone was resolute, causing Master Jia's expression to shift drastically. Xiaoling, please do not act this way. I solemnly swear to the heavens that as long as you are willing to return with me, the position of heir will still be yours, declared the head of the Jia family, raising his palm. Bai Ling shook her head in refusal. No, that family does not belong to me. With that, she strode towards the nearby road to hail a taxi. Witnessing her resolute demeanor, the head of the Jia family dejectedly slumped his shoulders and let out a long sigh. Young brother, you are a friend of Xiaoling, are you not? Please do me the favor of delivering this card to her. The password is her birthday, he said, handing a card to Lu Xun. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xun accepted it. Had he been the protagonist in this matter, he would have certainly declined. However, the head of the Jia family was, after all, Bai Ling's father, and Lu Xun felt it was appropriate to leave the choice in her hands. Have you ever considered why Bai Ling's dantian would be in such a state? Lu Xun suddenly inquired after receiving the card. This question took the head of the Jia family by surprise. Young brother, do you suspect foul play? He hesitated to ask. He certainly harbored such suspicions, yet lacked any substantial evidence. To quietly render Bai Ling's dantian ineffective was an exceedingly challenging feat. The head of the Jia family was aware that earlier that morning, Bai Ling had even faced an assassination attempt. Lu Xun posed another question. Assassination? Who was responsible? The head of the Jia family's brows furrowed, his eyes blazing with anger. I was just about to ask the same, Lu Xun shrugged, departing with a parting remark, since the head of the Jia family is also in the dark. I shall take my leave. Are you truly not returning? Lu Xun inquired a few minutes later in the rideshare vehicle. Bai Ling replied, gazing out at the fleeting scenery, her resolve unwavering. I will not return. Very well. That is for the best. There are numerous individuals within the Jia family who harbor ill intentions towards Bai Ling. If she were to return now, it wouldn't be long before new troubles arose. If she must return, it should be at a later time. For now, refining elixirs on Qingbei Street would suffice. Once her dantian is restored, she will swiftly be able to concoct third-grade elixirs, and her cultivation will similarly progress at a rapid pace. The remarkable aspect of the dantian, a wondrous conduit of heaven and earth, is that it not only excels in alchemy, but also allows for the enhancement of cultivation through the continuous process of refining elixirs. In essence, Bai Ling need not exert herself in deliberate cultivation. Has her dantian truly been restored? Indeed, miss, it is absolutely true. How can this be? On Qingbei Street, at the third floor of the Jia family's alchemy shop, Jia Yue felt her body weaken, collapsing onto a seat. Just moments ago, a thunderous piece of news had arrived. Bai Ling's dantian had actually recovered, once again triggering a phenomenon of cosmic proportions. As the originally designated successor of the Jia group, Jia Yue possessed considerable talent in alchemy. She had already attained the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist at a young age. However, she found it exceedingly difficult to refine celestial-grade elixirs. Even when successful, the success rate was dismally low, often necessitating the use of a vast amount of raw materials to yield only 1 or 2 successful elixirs. In comparison to Bai Ling, She was far from being in the same league. Bai Ling's Dantian was nothing short of a trump card, rendering all her own efforts pale in comparison. Miss, this is terrible. The master has arrived. At this moment, a maid rushed in, flustered, to deliver the news. Such absurdity, truly outrageous. Jia Yue, look at the havoc you have wrought. Utilizing the resources of the clan to target your own sister is one thing, but to go so far as to hire an assassin is utterly unconscionable. As the maid's words fell, the head of the Jia family stormed in, livid, and bellowed at Jia Yue. Hiring an assassin? Jia Yue's expression shifted, and she hastily denied the accusation. Father, I did not. Do not try to feign innocence. Who else could it be but you? The Jia patriarch retorted, unconvinced. I. A sharp voice suddenly pierced the tension from behind. The Jia patriarch turned in disbelief. Ajahn, was it you? Mother, how did you come here? The speaker was none other than Jia Yue's mother. I loathe that wretched woman's offspring. I would relish the thought of tearing her to pieces. What of hiring an assassin? If you dare allow her back into this house, I shall raise the bounty to millions of dark energy. If you are resolute in your choice, then you may as well end my life along with Yue's. Jia Yue's mother proclaimed, instantly diminishing the patriarch's fury with her brazen demeanor. Bai Ling, rest well and stabilize your cultivation before anything else. If the Jia clan continues to hoard alchemical materials, we can seek a way into the Alchemy Academy. Indeed. Meanwhile, Lu Sun escorted Bai Ling back to Xingyue Tower. Once Bai Ling's cultivation was restored, her path would be clear. Should the Jia clan persist in their blockade of alchemical materials, Bai Ling, with her innate talent, could undoubtedly gain admission to the Alchemy Academy, a prestigious institution dedicated to the training of alchemists. After Bai Ling returned to the Jia family, the patriarch had opted to nurture her personally rather than allow her into the university. Now, however, it presented itself as a viable option. By the way, this is a card your father asked me to deliver to you. The password is your birthday. After a moment's thought, Lu Sun handed over the card bestowed by the Jia patriarch. Bai Ling gazed at the card for several seconds before accepting it, only to cast it straight into her box. Has Jia Pharmaceuticals ceased promotions? The following day, Jia Pharmaceuticals indeed halted their promotions. Has the bounty on Bai Ling's life vanished from the dark web? Not only that, but Luo Dashing also relayed the news that the bounty on Bai Ling was no more. It seemed the Jia patriarch had intervened. Lu Sun surmised this must stem from the patriarch's influence. Bai Ling, let us try again. He promptly took her to procure alchemical materials. This time, they succeeded without hindrance, and the prices of the materials had considerably dropped. Now, Bai Ling's most pressing issue was resolved. After acquiring the materials, she immersed herself in alchemy, preparing to refine some elixirs to elevate her cultivation. With the cessation of Jia Pharmaceuticals promotions, business at Lingdan Pavilion began to improve once more. Lu Sun gradually released the stockpiled elixirs, recouping their costs. Well, now there's nothing left to do. Lu Sun once again found himself with an abundance of free time. Chu Youqing has broken through to the 4th level of Qi gathering. You gained 30-fold from her achievement. In just a few days, Chu Youqing experienced her breakthrough. After binding with Bai Ling, the return multiplier had increased to 30-fold, proving to be even more advantageous. Lu Sun's cultivation in the celestial path surged upward once more. From the 13th level of Qi gathering, he ascended rapidly to the 16th level. Not only was his spiritual power enhanced, but he also awakened his divine consciousness. The 4th level of Qi gathering signifies the mid-stage, and upon breaking through this tier, a cultivator can manifest a faint divine awareness. For Lu Sun, this delicate consciousness surged 30-fold. It seemed evident that the system could not return what they had not yet acquired. Lu Sun pondered. Having long surpassed the 4th level of Qi gathering, however, due to Chu Youqing's previous lack of divine awareness, the earlier returns had not included this aspect until now. Is this divine consciousness? How wondrous. Lu Sun closed his eyes, employing his newfound awareness to perceive his surroundings. Although his consciousness had expanded 30 times compared to Chu Youqing, the foundational essence remained, and thus it was not exceedingly potent. He could only sense a few meters around him. Interestingly, this perception proved to be more direct and intricate than mere sight. After some experimentation, Lu Sun began to introspect. His divine consciousness swept through his meridians and spiritual veins, finally entering his dantian, which resembled a chaotic void. Within this chaos lay 2 vast universes, one being the Qi Sea and the other the spiritual palace. The Qi Sea was brimming with turbulent true energy, while the spiritual palace contained spiritual power in a gaseous state. The third realm's spiritual power is semi-liquid. Yet his spiritual energy, although gaseous, was remarkably pure, reflecting on the nature of spiritual energy across the realms. He noted that the first and second realms possess gaseous spiritual power, the third semi-liquid, akin to mist, and the fourth is entirely liquid. Upon reaching the 16th level of Qi gathering, his gaseous spiritual energy surpassed the purity of semi-liquid energy. However, in form, it remained gaseous. Lu Xun suddenly pondered whether true energy and spiritual power could intertwine. He decided to experiment. However, this endeavor nearly led to complications. The two distinct types of energy, even though they belonged to him, were inherently incompatible. Fortunately, he had utilized only a minimal amount. Otherwise, he would have surely harmed himself. This realization clarified why others were skeptical about the dual cultivation of celestial and martial arts. The conflict of powers would intensify over time, and if mishandled, it could spell disaster for the cultivator. Yet, he was the chaos divine body. Lu Xun felt a shift in perspective. Others were others. He was himself. Suddenly, he recalled his chaos divine vein. During battles, he had successfully operated both types of energy simultaneously through this vein, avoiding any conflict. Thus, he directed both true energy and spiritual power into the chaos divine vein. With a mere thought, the vein activated, merging the two energies together seamlessly. It worked. Astonishingly, it succeeded. Under the influence of the chaos divine vein, the previously conflicting energies completely fused, forming an entirely new power. He decided to name this newfound force the chaos power. After contemplation, he marveled at this extraordinary power. With the emergence of chaos power, Lu Xun discovered its remarkable capabilities through further experimentation. Harnessing the power of chaos not only allows for the execution of martial techniques, but also enables the casting of spells. The resultant potency surpasses that of employing either true energy or spiritual force in isolation. Consequently, his combat prowess has been significantly enhanced. This is the art of counterspelling. Should one fall victim to an incantation, it provides a means of resistance. Can it break the curses upon you? Alas, it cannot. The three formidable curses afflicting me render my blood ineffective, and for the foreseeable future, it is best to abandon such hopes. As the new month dawned, Princess Barbara awakened once more, imparting a new incantation to Lu Xun, the art of counterspelling. This incantation is rather intricate, and Lu Xun was unable to master it on his first attempt. Once matters on Bai Ling's side settled, Lu Xun's life returned to a state of tranquility, allowing him to indulge in his leisurely repose. Occasionally, Lu Xun would visit the Spirit Pill Pavilion to assess the situation. Recently, the business at the pavilion had flourished. Previously unsold elixirs began to experience a surge in sales. The clientele predominantly comprised external cultivators rather than students from Qingbei. With the impending entrance of Blue Star into the ancient starry path, many cultivators felt a sense of urgency, prompting them to purchase the coveted heavenly-grade elixirs they would typically hesitate to acquire. A week later, Lu Xun unexpectedly received a new return. This time, the return came from Bai Ling, who had successfully refined a third-grade elixir, thereby ascending to the rank of a third-grade alchemist. As her alchemical prowess advanced, so too did her cultivation level. This is the extraordinary nature of the alchemical pulse. Alchemists possessing the alchemical pulse require no cultivation. Relentless alchemical practice alone suffices to elevate their cultivation. The returns of both alchemical mastery and cultivation arrived simultaneously. Initially, a warm current surged into Lu Xun's body, enhancing his cultivation. Subsequently, a deluge of information flooded his mind. This knowledge and experience represented the return of alchemical wisdom. Despite being devoid of prior knowledge in alchemy, the influx allowed Lu Xun to learn effortlessly as if it were an innate talent. His alchemical proficiency began at 0, yet under the 30-fold return, it rapidly ascended. From an alchemical apprentice, he swiftly advanced to a first-grade alchemist, followed by further elevation. Progressing through the 4 realms of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, he surged from the Huang level to the Xian, then the earth, and straight up to the heavenly tier. Remarkably, upon reaching the heavenly tier, he did not cease but surged forth to a brand new echelon, the holy tier. Is the heavenly tier not the pinnacle? Lu Xun's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon attaining the holy tier, he finally paused, summoning the energy to propel himself to the second grade. Thus, Lu Xun emerged as a second-grade alchemist. Yet, this was not the end. His alchemical prowess continued to rise. Before long, Lu Xun had become a second-grade holy-tier alchemist, surpassing Bai Ling's previous accomplishments. Subsequently, his alchemical mastery broke into the third grade, establishing him as a third-grade alchemist. And still, the ascent persisted. Remarkably, he reached the fourth grade. An hour later, the returns of his alchemical prowess finally concluded. At this moment, Lu Xun had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier Earth-level alchemist. This meant that he was now capable of concocting fourth-tier Earth-grade elixirs. Fourth-tier alchemists, particularly those proficient in producing Earth-grade elixirs, were exceedingly rare throughout the Eastern realms. Lu Xun effortlessly reached this milestone, thanks solely to a single return from Bai Ling. Were other alchemists to learn of this, they would surely be consumed with envy. Lu Xun mused that had he not advanced to the Saint tier, he might have swiftly ascended to fifth-tier status as a fifth-tier alchemist. However, rank merely signifies the level of elixirs one can produce. For an alchemist, the most crucial aspect remains the tier, which pertains to quality. For instance, a fifth-tier yellow-grade elixir may not possess the efficacy of an elixir above the fourth-tier earth grade. He pondered, surely, my Saint tier is unparalleled. Bai Ling's ability to concoct celestial-grade elixirs was already impressive. He was now capable of producing Saint-grade elixirs. His curiosity piqued. Lu Xun cradled Xiao Bai and ventured out to Baichao Street in the capital, a hub for purchasing alchemical materials, intending to procure some supplies for his experiments. Upon arriving at Baichao Street, Lu Xun realized that he required a considerable array of items for his alchemical pursuits. Firstly, he needed an alchemical furnace. Once that was secured, he would also need to acquire a suitable flame. To produce high-quality elixirs, a superior furnace and flame are indispensable. Alchemical furnaces are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Below the yellow tier, there exists an inferior type of furnace, which is quite affordable, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of huaxia coins. In contrast, yellow-tier furnaces, such as the black iron cauldron, red copper furnace, and white stone alchemical cauldron, can easily fetch prices in the hundreds of thousands to millions of huaxia coins. Mysterious-tier furnaces are even more costly and can only be purchased with dark energy. The most advanced furnace available on this street was merely earth-tier, priced at 100,000 units of dark energy, known as the Yin-Yang Dual Birth Furnace. This furnace features a dual-layered protective chamber, with the upper layer for refining and the lower for solidifying elixirs, boasting high efficiency, albeit with complex operations that most alchemists struggle to master. In addition to the furnace, the flames were also quite expensive, and most were single-use, meaning they could only be utilized once. For example, a type of earth fire pill, once activated, could provide several hours of earth fire. Different elixirs required different flames, and the flames themselves were also tiered. Using a common flame for high-tier elixirs would only increase the failure rate. To concoct Saint-grade elixirs, even an earth-tier furnace would be insufficient. Perhaps he could borrow from Bai Ling instead. After contemplation, Lu Xun decided against purchasing a furnace and flames for the time being, opting to utilize Bai Ling's resources. Her furnace appeared to be of high quality. Thus, after acquiring a significant amount of spiritual herbs and medicines, Lu Xun made his way to Xingyue Tower. Boss, you intend to concoct elixirs as well? Indeed. Feel free to use it first. I shall ponder over the spiritual talismans. Bai Ling graciously offered her furnace to Lu Xun. To his astonishment, it was a celestial tier furnace. No wonder her success rate in producing celestial-grade elixirs was so remarkably high. Before the furnace lay a considerable assortment of flame pills. Lu Xun selected a pill and tossed it into the alchemical furnace. The flames erupted fiercely, and only then did he retrieve the materials to commence his first alchemical endeavor. Remarkably, his movements exhibited an extraordinary proficiency, akin to that of a seasoned alchemist with countless experiences. Within just over an hour, all the ingredients were meticulously infused into the furnace. He swiftly executed a series of incantations to regulate the flames within. After another half hour, Lu Xun performed a final incantation to conclude the refining process, abruptly lifting the lid of the furnace. Instantly, the room was enveloped in a fragrant aroma that invigorated the senses and alleviated ailments. Wow, boss, it smells divine, Bai Ling exclaimed as she approached, momentarily stunned. To her astonishment, a radiant aura emerged around the furnace, accompanied by ethereal sounds resonating in the air. What tier of elixir is this? Bai Ling was left speechless. Typically, only heavenly tier elixirs would manifest such a radiant aura, yet they would lack the accompanying celestial sounds. Moreover, the aura of heavenly tier elixirs rarely extended over such a vast area. Rise, Lu Xun commanded, and one by one, the elixirs soared from the furnace, gracefully landing in a jade vial. In total, there were 12, an entire batch of elixirs. Remarkably, he achieved a 100% success rate on his first attempt at alchemy. Boss, may I see your elixirs? Bai Ling could hardly contain her excitement, instinctively sensing that Lu Xun's concoction was extraordinary. Here, Lu Xun replied, handing her the jade vial. Upon inspection, Bai Ling's already wide, adorable eyes grew even larger, reminiscent of a Disney princess caught in a moment of pause. Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that the elixirs Lu Xun had crafted bore not one, but 3 golden inscriptions. The inscriptions on elixirs are categorized as follows: yellow for low tier, white for mid tier, silver for earth tier, and golden for heavenly tier. Bai Ling's own heavenly tier elixirs typically featured only a singular golden inscription. No one had ever informed her that it was possible to have 3 inscriptions. Incredible. In that moment, this prodigious young lady, destined for alchemy with her innate talent, was profoundly astonished. Boss, you are truly remarkable. After a brief silence, Bai Ling finally diverted her gaze from the 3 inscription elixirs, expressing her admiration for Lu Xun. Observing her awe, Lu Xun felt compelled to reply, "No. It is you who are remarkable." His achievements were largely attributed to the significant progress Bai Ling had made in her alchemical skills. The 3 inscription elixirs filled Lu Xun with a sense of accomplishment. Strictly speaking, this batch of elixirs did not qualify as sacred tier. Rather, it resided between heavenly and sacred tiers. True sacred tier elixirs are distinguished not by golden inscriptions, but by colorful ones. Considering this was his first practical endeavor, it was unrealistic to expect the creation of sacred tier elixirs on his initial attempt. The triple golden inscriptions were a testament to the unique nature of his alchemical lineage. This extraordinary lineage bestowed numerous advantages upon him, such as enabling him to enhance his cultivation effortlessly through alchemy, and increasing both the success rate and quality of the elixirs produced. Like Bai Ling's 9 transformation pill vein, which allows her to achieve an almost perfect success rate in pill refinement, while simultaneously enhancing the quality significantly. Every second-grade pill crafted by Bai Ling is of the heavenly tier. Lu Xun's creation pill vein is even more formidable, elevating the quality of the pills by 2 minor tiers, imbuing them with greater mystique. The transformation from a single gold pattern to a triple gold pattern results in pills with amplified efficacy, minimal side effects, and negligible pill toxicity. Bai Ling, do you aspire to concoct pills that surpass even the heavenly tier? Lu Xun suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He wished to impart his knowledge. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Come, I shall teach you. Lu Xun's intent was to share his alchemical insights with Bai Ling, facilitating her rapid advancement in pill-making skills, ultimately striving to produce pills that transcend the heavenly tier. Consequently, Bai Ling's progress would also benefit Lu Xun, thus further enhancing his own alchemical prowess. Each incremental advancement in alchemy requires considerable time for maturation. Despite Bai Ling's swift ascension from 2nd to 3rd grade, it was due to her diligent practice during the years of her vein's dormancy, akin to a reservoir of accumulated potential. Otherwise, even with a pill vein, her transition from 2nd to 3rd grade would necessitate several months, if not longer. Thus, in the following days, Lu Xun simultaneously imparted his knowledge to Bai Ling while occasionally refining a batch of pills. He aspired to create genuine sacred tier pills. Regarding the grade of the pills, Lu Xun was currently refining only 2nd-grade pills. While the alchemical process can enhance cultivation, as long as Lu Xun does not transcend his realm through pill making, it does not constitute self-cultivation. So he merely needed to pause upon sensing an impending breakthrough. Success. A week later, Lu Xun successfully crafted his first sacred tier pill. Some pills can be produced in batches of 12, while rarer ones can only be made one at a time. The one he refined this time was indeed a rather rare pill. Wow, colorful patterns. Boss, you are incredible. Bai Ling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Lu Xun had produced a pill adorned with vibrant patterns, specifically a triple pattern pill. Undoubtedly, the additional 2 patterns were the result of the creation pill vein's influence. This unique pill pattern was likely exclusive to Lu Xun, only replicable by others possessing a creation pill vein, which was an impossibility. Bai Ling, continue your attempts. I shall return shortly. Lu Sun left Qingbei Street with the sacred tear pill in hand. Lu Sun, I have yet to finish the qi gathering pills you previously provided. Do you have any new pills? At the entrance of the Qingshu Academy, Chu Youqing was called out by Lu Sun. Youqing, try this replenishing pill. It can enhance your cultivation for 3 months in one go. Lu Sun handed her the sacred tear pill. A replenishing pill? Chu Youqing shook her head repeatedly. Lu Sun, my mentor does not permit the use of pills that directly enhance cultivation. Even heavenly tier pills can pose risks. I understand, but this one exceeds the heavenly tier. Lu Sun replied. Indeed, pills that directly elevate cultivation carry significant risks. In the early stages, such hidden dangers may seem manageable, but as they develop, they can become quite lethal and often lead to a deadlock. Consequently, gifted individuals typically refrain from selecting such pills, opting instead for auxiliary types that can enhance their cultivation speed. The power attained through one's own efforts is the most genuine. Is this not beyond the celestial tier? Chu Youqing inquired curiously, taking a glance at the pill and exclaiming, Lu Sun, why does this pill possess colorful patterns? It was evident that she was unaware of the existence of Saint tier pills. This ignorance was understandable, as the highest classification of pills recognized in Blue Star is indeed the celestial tier. However, upon seeing the pill, Chu Youqing instinctively sensed its extraordinary nature. The vibrant patterns seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe, becoming increasingly captivating the more she gazed upon them. Youqing, if you trust me, take it without concern. Just 1 year, and you will be fine, Lu Sun gently encouraged as he handed the pill to her. All right, Lu Sun, I trust you, Chu Youqing replied, accepting the pill. Indeed, explaining matters slowly to a woman is often less effective than appealing to her emotions. Why are you keeping track of debts again? Lu Sun asked. This is a debt owed to you, so it must be noted, Chu Youqing responded, pulling out a small notebook to jot it down. Very well, Lu Sun conceded. With that, Chu Youqing returned to the Qingshu Academy. Lu Sun had not deceived her. The qi replenishing pill would not pose any risk to her. Being a Saint tier pill, even those that directly enhance cultivation carry minimal hazards. Furthermore, after being enhanced by the creation pill vein, this was a 3-patterned Saint tier pill. However, moderation is essential. Consuming more than 1 pill per year could lead to instability in cultivation and leave one vulnerable to mental demons. After sending out the Saint tier pill, Lu Sun returned to Qingbei Street, preparing to concoct a pill for Murong, one that would directly elevate her cultivation. As Blue Star was on the verge of entering the ancient Starry Road, it was evident that a stronger cultivation would be advantageous. Host possesses the creation pill vein. Please refrain from excessive pill concoction, as it may lead to self-initiated breakthroughs in cultivation, resulting in the leakage of heavenly secrets and potential peril for the host. The host must carefully regulate the frequency of pill concoction. Each successful return allows for a certain number of pills to be refined after a breakthrough in cultivation. Just as Lu Sun was poised to begin refining pills, a reminder from the system emerged. Is this a joke? Am I not allowed to refine pills? Lu Sun expressed his disbelief. Upon reviewing the notification, he understood the system's reasoning for restricting excessive pill concoction. With the creation pill vein, refining pills could enhance his cultivation. If he were to refine too many, leading to a breakthrough, it would equate to self-cultivation, thereby risking the exposure of his chaotic divine body and chaotic divine vein. Should Blue Star step into the ancient Starry Road, Lu Sun would likely face catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, he was not entirely barred from refining. This arrangement was somewhat agreeable. After lying low for so long, the thought of daily pill concoction was tedious. He merely needed to occasionally produce the pills required by Chu Youqing and Murong Wan. Should he find himself with surplus time, he could also concoct some pills for sale. Thus, Lu Sun decided to refrain from pill concoction and await his cultivation breakthrough. Chu Youqing has successfully advanced to the 5th layer of qi gathering, and you have reaped 30-fold rewards from her achievement. Following this, she has ascended to the 6th layer, and subsequently to the 7th layer. Just 2 days later, Lu Sun received an extraordinary return thrice within a single day. Chu Youqing had consecutively broken through 3 layers. It goes without saying that this was undoubtedly due to the sacred grade qi replenishing pills that Lu Sun had bestowed upon her. These pills enhance one's cultivation by a full 3 months. The effects, however, vary among individuals. For some, the enhancement may yield merely 1 layer of improvement, as their maximum advancement over 3 months is limited to that. Chu Youqing, on the other hand, experienced a remarkable surge, leaping from the mid-stage to the late stage of qi gathering. The returns that Lu Xun received were equally astonishing. His cultivation surged dramatically, ascending from the 16th layer of qi gathering to an unprecedented 27th layer, a leap of 11 layers in total. Consequently, his spiritual awareness intensified, expanding his sensing range from mere meters to an impressive 100 meters. The exhilaration was overwhelming. Lu Xun, where did you acquire that pill? My mentor inquires whether you possess any more, as she is willing to pay a handsome price for one. The day following Chu Youqing's breakthrough, she unexpectedly sent a message to Lu Xun. Her mentor wished to purchase it. After conversing briefly, Lu Xun grasped the situation. When Chu Youqing prepared to consume the sacred-grade qi replenishing pill, her mentor, Qin Ruolin, had discovered her intentions. Initially, Qin Ruolin had prohibited Chu Youqing from taking pills that directly enhanced cultivation. However, upon witnessing the three-tiered, colorful patterns of the heavenly grade pill, her breath quickened with anticipation. Qin Ruolin had heard legends of sacred-grade pills within the confines of a civilizational tomb, yet had never encountered one herself. Upon sensing the potential of that particular pill, she resolved to allow Chu Youqing to try it. The results were astonishingly effective, and she noted no significant side effects. This piqued Qin Ruolin's interest. She wished to acquire one for a relative's child to assist them in breaking through to the third realm before entering the starry ancient path. Once I acquire it, I shall inform you. Lu Xun did not decline. With his cultivation having advanced, he was now prepared to refine pills once more, intending to first concoct one for Murong Wan. Boss, please proceed, I shall observe. Upon arriving at the spirit pill pavilion, Bai Ling promptly relinquished the pill furnace to him. He planned to purchase a heavenly grade pill furnace later, as he felt it was inappropriate to continually rely on Bai Ling's resources. After a mere half-day, Lu Xun successfully refined his second sacred grade pill, intended for Murong Wan, known as the Qi Cultivation Pill, which could enhance the cultivation of Qi Si realm practitioners for 3 months. Upon completing this refinement, Lu Xun proceeded to create additional pills aimed at accelerating cultivation speed. The efficacy of the pills he produced surpassed that of Bai Ling's, promising to enable both Chu Youqing and Murong Wan to cultivate at an accelerated pace. With these enhancements, Lu Xun felt confident that at least one of them might break through to the third realm by the end of their first semester. After producing a considerable number of pills, Lu Xun sensed that if he continued refining, his cultivation would autonomously advance. The potency of this miraculous pill vein was astounding. The act of refining pills itself seemed to elevate his cultivation. Thus, Lu Xun came to a halt. Miss Murong. 2 days later, Lu Xun finally managed to coax Murong Wan out. With her captivating eyes fixated on Lu Xun, she remained silent, awaiting his next words. I possess some elixirs that are superior to the previous ones. They should expedite your advancement to the third realm. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Xun, amidst Murong Wan's astonished gaze, seized her hand and unceremoniously placed the elixirs into her palm. Murong Wan's cheeks flushed instantly. Ever since Lu Xun's second visit to the palace, he had grown increasingly audacious during their recent encounters. This elixir can directly enhance your cultivation by 3 months. You can rest assured, it is a holy grade elixir, superior to the heavenly grade ones. Consuming one per year poses no risks. Lu Xun took the liberty to elaborate on the holy grade nurturing elixir. Murong Wan appeared unfamiliar with holy grade elixirs, yet the exquisite triple-colored patterns on the elixir were unmistakably extraordinary. She was somewhat taken aback, pondering where Lu Xun had obtained such a treasure. Thank you, this card contains. At last, Murong Wan spoke, producing a card. What do we need to discuss regarding money? I have assured you of my goodwill. Lu Xun firmly pressed her card back into her hand. Setting aside the unique nature of their relationship, he felt no regret in bestowing gifts upon her, knowing that his martial cultivation would flourish through her. Murong Wan's face deepened in crimson. Choosing not to say more, she tucked away the elixirs and silently turned to leave. Her reticence was not due to a natural aversion to conversation, but rather a reflection of her inner turmoil regarding Lu Xun after their second encounter. Was she truly keeping a ledger of their exchanges? After Murong Wan departed, Lu Xun took out his phone and began jotting down notes. Let her record whatever she wishes. The elixirs have been accepted. Little did Lu Xun know whether Murong Wan would consume the holy grade nurturing elixir, even if she chose not to. Possessing the holy grade Qi Si elixir would undoubtedly accelerate her cultivation progress. Murong Wan has broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi Si. You gain 30-fold from her achievement. Murong Wan has broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi Si. Murong Wan has broken through to the 9th layer of the Qi Si. Remarkably, merely a day later, Murong Wan had ascended 3 layers. It was evident that she had consumed the holy grade nurturing elixir. Her progress surpassed that of Chu Youqing in terms of substance. In the late stages of the second realm, each ascent required significantly more time. Lu Sun, too, reaped substantial rewards, surging to the 30th layer of the Qi Si. Was he nearing his limits? Lu Sun sensed that the 30th layer of the Qi Si was approaching the threshold of the Qi Si realm. The purity of his true energy was such that even those talented individuals in the late stages of the third realm with the heavenly meridian could not compare. In terms of sheer purity, his true energy might even rival that of a fourth realm master. However, in terms of combat prowess, he could not match a fourth realm master. Their strength was all-encompassing, particularly with the possession of true intent, rendering their attacks exceedingly fearsome. Nevertheless, should Lu Sun break into the third realm, even in its nascent stages, he would likely possess the capability to contend with a fourth realm master. His combat ability surpassed that of any genius. Following Murong Wan's breakthrough, Lu Sun was once again able to refine elixirs. In truth, he has already concocted a considerable number of elixirs during the interval created by Murong Wan's breakthrough today. As night fell, Lu Sun departed, laden with an abundance of potions. 5 days later, the grandest auction house in the capital, Shenzhou, was teeming with a multitude of people. "Look, it's the Grandmaster Wang Yangming of the Fifth Realm," exclaimed one onlooker. "And there are so many alchemists present. Is that not the patriarch of the Jia family, master of the Jia group? Even he has come." It was rumored that elixirs above the heavenly tier were to be auctioned today, undoubtedly capturing the attention of these alchemists. No wonder such distinguished figures have gathered. Even the staff at the auction house were astonished by the day's spectacle. While the Shenzhou auction house has consistently thrived, it was exceedingly rare for a single event to attract so many prominent individuals. The allure of this auction stemmed from the items being offered, elixirs of the heavenly tier. Although they were merely of the 2nd or 3rd grade, they still rendered many formidable alchemists restless. Among them was the renowned patriarch of the Jia family from the east, accompanied by numerous members of other illustrious families, all eager to behold the exquisite nature of elixirs above the heavenly tier. "Boss, you are truly remarkable for devising such a plan," exclaimed Bai Ling, her voice filled with deep admiration from behind the scenes. This auction was indeed the brainchild of Lu Sun, who aimed to maximize the benefits of the Saint-tier elixirs while delaying the revelation that he was their creator. Otherwise, the attention it would attract could be overwhelming, drawing countless gazes towards a mere 19-year-old freshman who had swiftly progressed in both martial and spiritual realms, and who had now produced unprecedented Saint-tier elixirs. Contemplating the potential scrutiny Lu Sun would face, he brought Bai Ling to the Shenzhou auction house to auction off the Saint-tier elixirs. The Shenzhou auction house's success was primarily due to its adherence to regulations, ensuring the seller's identity remained confidential. With Bai Ling present, should anyone uncover the truth, Lu Sun could conveniently shift the blame onto her. Currently, Bai Ling held immense admiration for Lu Sun and was more than willing to assist him. Wow, the colorful patterns truly signify the heavenly tier. Saint tier. This is indeed a Saint tier elixir. How can there be 3 layers of patterns? At that moment, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from outside as the first Saint-tier elixir was presented by the auctioneer. It was a 2nd-grade Qi gathering elixir, and even from a distance, the gathered crowd could discern its details clearly due to their cultivation levels. The vibrant Danwen captivated everyone, eliciting gasps of wonder. Some alchemists were so entranced that they yearned to rush forward and grasp the Saint-tier elixir, eager to examine it closely. This was especially true for those capable of crafting heavenly tier elixirs, who were fervently aspiring to elevate their skills further. 1,000 units of dark energy, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. The auction commenced in earnest. The starting bid for the 2nd-grade Saint-tier elixir was a mere 5,000 units of dark energy. However, it did not take long for the bids to escalate to an astonishing 200,000 units of dark energy. The increments were not small. Bids doubled and doubled again. It is essential to understand that, typically, a 2nd-tier gathering Qi pill, even one of heavenly grade, is valued at merely several hundred units of dark energy. In contrast, those that can directly enhance cultivation albeit with certain risks, command a higher price, generally selling for several thousand units of dark energy. After all, it is only a second-tier pill. However, this particular holy grade pill, which solely accelerates the cultivation speed, astonishingly surged to 200,000 units of dark energy. 50,000. 200,000 was not the limit. Someone boldly called out 50,000 units of dark energy, equating to 5 units of dark energy, worth over 500 million. Such an exorbitant price, merely for a second-tier pill. Who does not covet wealth? For cultivators, dark energy represents true currency. The money used by ordinary individuals is but worthless paper, a form of fiat currency. Dark energy, on the other hand, remains a tangible asset, impervious to the failures of credit. 50,000 once, 50,000 twice, 50,000 thrice. Ultimately, the first second-tier holy grade gathering chi pill was purchased by an alchemist clad in a luxurious Dan robe for 50,000 units of dark energy. His robe bore 5 silver leaves, signifying his status as a 5th-tier earthly alchemist. "Boss, you have struck gold," Bai Ling exclaimed in astonishment. The cost to refine a batch of this second-tier holy grade gathering chi pill is merely several 100,000 huaxia coins. Lu Sun's success rate in pill refinement stands at an impressive 100%, yielding a full dozen pills per batch. When divided, the cost per pill amounts to just a few thousand huaxia coins, translating to only several units of dark energy. Yet, it had sold for the astronomical price of 50,000 units of dark energy. This underscores the significance of skill. With the same quantity of raw materials, other alchemists might only manage to produce pills of the profound or earthly grade, which hold little value. Naturally, rarity plays a role as well. As this is the inaugural appearance of a holy grade pill, everyone yearns to witness it firsthand, thus willing to spend. The price of the second pill is anticipated to be lower, Lu Sun speculated. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. Indeed, the bidding for the second gathering chi pill was less exhilarating, ultimately closing at 300,000 units of dark energy. The auctioneer of the Xinzhou auction house skillfully conducted the sale, withholding the total number of pills to be auctioned, which incited frenzied bidding for the first pill, while the second remained highly contested. As the third and fourth pills emerged, the prices continued to decline, dropping to the teens in terms of thousands of dark energy. The fourth pill was acquired by the head of the Jia family, accompanied by Lu Sun and by Ling's acquaintance, Jia Yue. Is there more? The fifth pill appeared. People began to realize that the quantity of holy grade pills available for this auction was likely substantial. Nevertheless, many were eager to see what a holy grade pill looked like. And since most attendees were affluent, they were unconcerned about spending a little extra. Thus, even as more holy grade pills were released, the prices remained robust, never falling below 100,000. It was only with the introduction of the second and third bottles of second-tier holy grade gathering chi pills that prices began to dip further, falling below 100,000. For Lu Sun, this was still quite favorable. Given the cost, regardless of any price reduction, he was assured a profit, and a significant one at that. The auction now features the second-tier sacred grade Chi Si pill. Following the sale of the gathering Chi pill, the auction transitions to the Chi Si pill, which is beneficial for martial artists. Learning from the previous experience, the initial Chi Si pill did not fetch an exorbitant price, selling for merely several 100,000 dark energy. Subsequently, the price continued to decline until the 12th pill, when it surged back up to 100,000 dark energy. The auctioneer then proceeded to introduce another type of sacred grade pill. "Is that all? I should have seized one," some lamented. However, their regrets were short-lived as they soon became enthralled once more. This auction featured a second-tier sacred grade chi replenishing pill, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation for 3 months without any hidden dangers. The auctioneer made it clear there was only one available. 200,000, 500,000, 800,000, 1 million. This singular sacred grade chi replenishing pill incited fierce competition, particularly among alchemists who fervently raised their bids. The price soared dramatically, eventually reaching a staggering 1 million dark energy. Their fervor was fueled by the pill's popularity in society, despite the lurking risks associated with such items. If they could concoct a chi replenishing pill with minimal risks, the dark energy they expended now would be inconsequential. 2 million. A voice suddenly commanded the attention of the entire room. Everyone turned to see that it was Jia Yue, who boldly raised the bid to 2 million dark energy. Her decisive momentum extinguished the competitive spirit of others. This price was exorbitant, 2 cubic units of dark energy, valued at over 2 billion, merely for a second-tier pill. Such news would leave many astounded. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million thrice. Ultimately, the second-tier qi replenishing pill was secured by Jia Yue. If she were aware that this pill had been crafted by Lu Sun, one could only wonder what her expression would be. The auction continued. Following the qi replenishing pill, the auctioneer once again presented the second-tier qi C pill, reigniting the competition. Next came the second-tier cultivation pill, which could directly enhance martial cultivation. The names of these pills bore resemblance, yet the attendees discerned their distinctions clearly. Jia Yue also acquired the second-tier cultivation pill. Now, the auction shifted to the third-tier pills. The main event had arrived. The third-tier pills. Everyone perked up. This time, Lu Sun brought only 4 third-tier pills to the auction, 2 that increased cultivation speed and 2 that directly enhanced cultivation. The auctioneer revealed the quantities up front. Upon hearing that there was only one of each type, many attendees became restless. 100,000. 1 million. As the auction commenced, the bidding became exceptionally frantic. While one person called out for 100,000, another immediately countered with 1 million. 3 million. Some experts even jumped to 3 million, attempting to intimidate others. This was a windfall for Lu Sun, who found joy in the unfolding chaos. He suddenly appreciated the system's restrictions on his alchemy. After all, scarcity begets value. If Lu Sun were to toil like a beast of burden for countless hours each day, producing a multitude of sacred-grade elixirs, they would undoubtedly lose their value. For million, 5 million. No one was intimidated. The bidding continued to escalate. The third-grade qi replenishing elixir and the third-grade qi nurturing elixir, both of which directly enhance cultivation, ignited a fierce competition. The Jia group encountered formidable rivals, including the president of the Alchemy Association and another prominent family. Other families gathered to witness the spectacle. The debut of sacred-grade elixirs held immense significance for alchemists and these alchemical conglomerates as they sought to conduct research. If the elixirs were merely for personal cultivation, the expenditure of such vast amounts of dark energy would hardly be worthwhile. After all, no matter how effective they were, they could only extend one's cultivation by 3 months. Boss, you are about to strike it rich. Bai Ling was taken aback by the fervor. Indeed, Lu Sun was on the verge of a windfall. Ultimately, when all the elixirs had been auctioned off, Lu Sun calculated that he had sold over 20 million units of dark energy. Even after accounting for the auction house's fees, nearly 20 million units remained. That equated to almost 20 cubic meters of dark energy. This auction undeniably maximized the profits of the sacred-grade elixirs. Without the auction, such lofty prices would have been unattainable. Miss Xie. At that moment, someone suddenly stood up. What guidance do you have, President Lu? The auctioneer, a strikingly beautiful woman, was none other than Xie Yuyan, the head of the Xinzhou auction house. Given the importance of this auction, she had personally come to preside over it. I am willing to offer 100,000 units of dark energy, hoping that the consignor of this auction will come forth for a meeting. President Lu stated. He was the president of the Alchemist Association in the capital and a formidable alchemist capable of producing elixirs of the 6th grade and above. However, he could not concoct sacred-grade elixirs, not even the 1st or 2nd grade. We, the Jia group, are also willing to offer 100,000 units of dark energy. Seeking to meet the consignor, the Jia family head proclaimed, rising as well. Our Juxing group will add another 100,000. Yet another individual stood up. Juxing group was also an alchemical enterprise, not as vast as the Jia group domestically, yet they had extensive operations in neighboring countries. Their focus was not on the high-end market, but rather on affordable, low-end products aimed at ordinary cultivators rather than prodigies. Thus, their shops were absent from Qingbei Street. Nonetheless, in recent years, Juxing Group had been attempting to venture into the high-end market, and this sacred-grade elixir was undoubtedly seen as a breakthrough opportunity. Wow, simply by showing up, one can command 300,000 units of dark energy. Alchemists truly earn a fortune. These are sacred-grade elixirs, which can only be crafted by sacred-grade alchemists. Perhaps he is the only one in the world. 300,000 for a mere appearance is not excessive. Whispers arose in the auction hall. 300,000 dark energy units was not a trivial sum for the prominent families. 3 individuals each contributed 1 million units of dark energy, merely to arrange a meeting, a rarity across the entirety of Blue Star. Boss, are you going out? Bai Ling inquired with curiosity from behind the auction house. 3 million units of dark energy. Even as a celestial-grade alchemist, it would take her considerable time to amass such wealth. To her, simply making an appearance for such a sum seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Lu Xun pondered for a moment, then turned to Bai Ling. What if you go instead? He was not inclined to reveal himself just yet, as that would undoubtedly startle others and attract attention. Bai Ling was, after all, the shield he had prepared. I'm still unable to refine holy-grade elixirs. It's best I refrain, boss, Bai Ling replied, shaking her head, concerned about being exposed. Then hasten your efforts. With your capabilities, it won't take long. When the time comes, you can truly demonstrate your prowess to the Jia family. Lu Xun encouraged. Indeed, Bai Ling nodded earnestly. Ultimately, the individuals within the auction house did not await the appearance of the client. Truly, as a holy-grade alchemist, even 3 million units of dark energy could not entice him. The individual must certainly be a concealed magnate, reluctant to reveal themselves. Perhaps they hadn't even attended, merely placing the elixirs there for auction. Speculations abounded. Mr. Lu, during this auction, a total of 24 million units of dark energy were sold. After deducting a 10 handling fee and a 5 tax, there remained 20,040,000 units of dark energy, all transferred to your account. Only a 10 handling fee? Indeed, Mr. Lu. This was a special concession I managed to secure for you. Thank you, Miss Xie. Over an hour later, in the auction house's back office, Xie Yuyin and Lu Xun concluded the settlement. After fees were deducted, Lu Xun retained just over 20 million units of dark energy, equivalent to 20 cubic meters. In monetary terms, this amount surpasses 2 billion Chinese yuan. Such vast reserves of dark energy are beyond the means of families like the Murong clan, who possess masters of the Four Realms. Procuring such wealth would require them to sell off their very possessions, and even that might not suffice. With this triumph, Lu Xun had indeed struck gold, achieving a class leap in wealth that would take many generations for prominent families to accumulate. In an instant, he had transformed into a man of considerable fortune, wealthier than after his victory over Chong, which had only netted him a mere cubic meter of dark energy. Now, he possessed a full 20 cubic meters, a significant difference in scale. From this point onward, Lu Xun could confidently declare himself part of the elite. What should one do with newfound wealth? Naturally, one should indulge in purchases. In the following days, Lu Xun entered a frenzied buying spree. His first acquisition was a celestial-grade alchemical furnace, the Qian Kuan Bagua furnace, costing over 1 million units of dark energy. This price was considered steep even among celestial-grade furnaces. But its advantage lay in its ability to refine any elixir, regardless of attribute or grade. Subsequently, Lu Xun replaced all his equipment. First, he procured a piece of luminous battle attire, the Liuguang Baoi, which required no cleaning, remained ever fresh, and boasted commendable defensive capabilities. Then came the weapons, a category far more intricate to navigate. The martial practitioners possess their own system of rankings, while the weapons utilized by the celestial cultivators are referred to as magical treasures, which also adhere to a defined standard. Lu Xun first procured a 4th-grade heavenly sword, intended for martial practitioners. Subsequently, he acquired an entire set of flying swords, designated for celestial cultivators, of superior quality akin to top-tier spiritual artifacts. The magical treasures of celestial cultivators are categorized into several levels: magical tools, spiritual artifacts, precious artifacts, and Tao artifacts. For celestial cultivators in the first 4 realms, magical tools are often sufficient. However, Lu Xun, having amassed considerable wealth, opted for the higher tier of spiritual artifacts, specifically top-quality ones. After purchasing the flying swords, he also acquired several defensive magical treasures. Martial practitioners do not place significant emphasis on defense. Their formidable physiques, swift speeds, and quick reflexes render shields counterproductive to their combat efficacy. Thus, they prefer armor instead. In contrast, celestial cultivators must prioritize defense due to their comparatively weaker bodies, which render them vulnerable without protective measures. After securing his own equipment, Lu Xun also purchased various weapons and armor for Chu Youqing and Murong Wan, expending a substantial portion of his resources. Upon completing his purchases, Lu Xun was astonished to discover that he had expended a considerable amount of dark energy. The prices were indeed steep, primarily because high-quality weapons tend to far exceed the cost of medicinal pills. While pills are consumables, weapons provide enduring utility. Wow, Lu Xun, Where did you acquire such exquisite flying swords and the crimson shield? They must have cost a pretty penny. Upon presenting the magical treasures to Chu Youqing at Qingshu Academy, she was visibly taken aback. With her discerning eye, she instantly recognized the exceptional quality of both items, particularly the crimson shield, which, although only the size of a palm, would conjure a ring of flame-encased armor upon activation with spiritual energy. This fiery armor not only offered protection but also possessed a certain offensive capability, incinerating any approaching adversaries, an ideal match for Chu Youqing. It was easy to surmise the exorbitant price of such a treasure. Even her family had never utilized items of this caliber. Fortunately, Teacher Fei has acquaintances who provided me with a discount. Lu Sun refrained from disclosing the levels of the flying swords and the crimson shield, fearing that Chu Youqing might refuse them. Very well. I shall make a note of this, she remarked, pulling out a small notebook to jot down the details. After gifting the treasures to Chu Youqing, Lu Sun attempted to reach Murong Wan, but she did not answer his call nor respond to his messages. It appeared she was engrossed in seclusion. I shall wait to present her with the gifts later. Her retreat was a positive development. Murong Wan had reached the 9th layer of Qi Si and was on the verge of breaking through to the 10th layer. Once she achieved this milestone, she could aspire to the 3rd realm. Given the formidable nature of her Linglong body, the 3rd realm would be easily attainable for her. At that point, Lu Sun's own level would soar dramatically. Following this bout of shopping, Lu Sun's life returned to a state of tranquility. He resumed his previous languorous routine, occasionally visiting Qingbei Street to check on Bai Ling's progress and offer her guidance. Bai Ling had attained a 3rd grade earthly level in alchemy. After Lu Sun shared his insights, she diligently endeavored to concoct a sacred grade elixir. Meanwhile, Lu Sun himself was experimenting with the formulation of new medicinal pills, given the vast array of types available. Increasing cultivation speed, directly enhancing one's spiritual realm, healing injuries, improving physical constitution, augmenting mental acuity, and boosting vitality. Alongside combat assistance and prolonging life and beauty, these are but a few of the myriad benefits. However, an increase in alchemical prowess does not guarantee that all potions can be crafted in one go. Even among potions of the same grade and quality, some possess a greater degree of difficulty in their formulation. The secret realm assessment? Are we not merely freshmen? Alas, it is our fate to encounter the ancient path to the cosmos during our first year. There is no cause for concern. Since the higher authorities have mandated our participation in the assessment, it is certain that our lives are not in peril. The focus now shifts to the results we can achieve. On this day, news spread across the campus of Beta University. The final assessment, scheduled to take place in a month and a half, would transform into a secret realm examination. The so-called secret realms are unique spaces birthed within the blue planet following its elevation to a higher dimension. These realms are predominantly under human control, serving as venues for trials for cultivators and assessments for students. Within, one may encounter opportunities, yet substantial dangers await. For instance, many secret realms harbor human adversaries who deliberately release starry aberrations and hostile alien beings. These extraterrestrial entities, already ferocious in nature, have been nurtured by humans and harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. It is not difficult to envision the frenzy that ensues when a human enters their domain. Typically, freshmen would not participate in secret realm assessments due to their relatively low strength. Yet this year, the secret realm assessment has unexpectedly been opened to first-year students. The assessment will adopt a collaborative examination format, involving various other cultivation institutions alongside Qingbei. Such joint examinations often yield generous rewards. The celestial talisman. Forget it. Within the secret realm, there are no restrictions on methods, and this talisman is destined to be claimed by the scions of affluent families. Indeed, even Lu Sun may find himself at a disadvantage, as those with ample resources can easily procure the celestial talisman. How vexing. It seems that one's lineage is the ultimate dividing line in life. Upon the announcement of the joint examination rewards, students were filled with envy. The results of the assessment would be categorized by grade level, with each year's results calculated separately, regardless of the grade. Securing the top position in the assessment would yield a celestial talisman. The celestial talisman, upon activation, grants the ability to summon a mini rainbow bridge from the blue planet, allowing safe passage back, provided one is not in a dire situation within the ancient path of stars. Within the nodes of the ancient path, this is a life-saving artifact. Acquiring a celestial talisman is exceedingly challenging. The average individual should not even entertain the thought. Unexpectedly, this joint examination has revealed the availability of 4 celestial talismans. Lu Sun, your opportunity has arrived. Possessing this talisman would significantly enhance your safety on the ancient path. Li Bufan promptly sent a message to Lu Sun, having not been in contact for some time, due to Lu Sun's intensive training. Nevertheless, you must strive. Your greatest opponents this time are not the students of Qingbei, but those from Wanjun Academy, who, despite their inferior cultivation, can achieve explosive results through financial means. Soon after, Li Bufan felt a twinge of concern. The secret realm assessment could be deemed fair or unfair. It was a matter of perspective. The assessment did not impose restrictions on methods, allowing some scions of affluent families to employ talismans and battle elixirs, thus securing commendable results. Their weaponry and equipment were superior to those of ordinary students, which fostered a sense of inequity among the latter. However, many students believed this to be just. In the battlefield, would an enemy show mercy upon seeing one hailing from a humble background? The path of cultivation itself is a test of comprehensive strength. Mere talent is insufficient without support, resources, and wealth. Consequently, in past secret realm assessments, the students of Li Academy consistently excelled. Renowned for their affluence, these students often outshone their peers. Take, for instance, Lin Chong, who hails from an elite family. While students from Qingbei have also shown, they are generally perceived to be slightly less formidable. Furthermore, as one advances in grade, the brilliance of Qingbei students tends to increase as the talented upperclassmen mature, thus diminishing the financial advantage of Li Academy students. On this day, students at Beta University were engrossed in discussions regarding this matter. Time indeed flies. Lu Sun felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing the first semester of freshman year was drawing to a close. Murong Wan has broken through to the 10th layer of Qi Si. You gain 30-fold of Murong Wan's achievement. A week later, Murong Wan unexpectedly broke through to the 10th layer of Qi Si. This allowed Lu Sun to ascend to the 32nd layer of Qi Si. Prior to the final assessment, Murong Wan was poised to breach the 3rd realm. Lu Sun couldn't help but feel invigorated. He could, at any moment, surpass into the 3rd realm. Were the system to permit him to cultivate independently, Lu Sun would have already made the leap. Even if the system restricted his practice, he could still prepare for the 3rd realm using returns, albeit with diminished efficacy. Such a breakthrough would significantly reduce the likelihood of awakening formidable martial arts abilities. Hence, Lu Sun now relied on Murong Wan's impending breakthrough into the 3rd realm. The qi-nourishing pill he possessed was immensely beneficial, saving her 3 months of training time, coupled with the Saint-tier Qi Si pill, which further accelerated her progress. Murong Wan should be able to shatter Beta University's record by breaking through the 3rd realm within a single semester. Lu Sun hoped to bask in her success and follow suit into the 3rd realm, potentially surpassing her in prowess. He contemplated that once he accumulated more dark energy, he ought to procure superior equipment for her. After all, considering Murong Wan's diligent training, while he leisurely grew stronger, he felt compelled to reward her efforts. At the very least, he would ensure she had adequate weapons, equipment, and elixirs. Chu Youqing has broken through to the 8th layer of Qi gathering. You gain 30-fold of Chu Youqing's achievement. Another week passed, and Chu Youqing also achieved a breakthrough. Her progress was somewhat slower, making it evident that breaking into the 3rd realm during the 1st semester posed a challenge. Perhaps she might accomplish it during the holidays. Boss, am I really quite foolish? How could it be? The Saint-level elixir is inherently challenging. Your ability to comprehend it so swiftly speaks volumes of your exceptional intelligence. Bai Ling, on her part, continues to endeavor in the crafting of Saint-level elixirs. Despite the guidance of Lu Sun, weeks have elapsed with little progress, which has left her feeling somewhat despondent. Naturally, Lu Sun offered words of comfort. If Bai Ling were truly dull-witted, there would be few intelligent individuals left in this world. Lu Sun's exceptional alchemical skills are, after all, partly due to her. Under Lu Sun's encouragement and hands-on instruction, Bai Ling made significant strides. Bai Ling's alchemical mastery has transcended to the Saint level, 1st grade, granting you 30-fold rewards from her achievements. Bai Ling's cultivation has advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi gathering, bestowing upon you 30-fold rewards from her progress. A week later, at last, Bai Ling succeeded in concocting a Saint-level elixir. This was a 1st-grade elixir, specifically a Qi opening elixir. which can assist practitioners during their meridian opening phase. Despite being a first grade, the difficulty of crafting a chi opening elixir is quite substantial, and its price is often higher than many second-grade elixirs. Bai Ling's ability to produce it so swiftly indicates her extraordinary talent in the field of alchemy, a talent beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I have only crafted a single layer of colorful patterns, while you have achieved 3. Bai Ling expressed her admiration for Lu Sun, who had produced the saint-level elixir. Bai Ling found herself unable to replicate Lu Sun's 3 layers of colorful patterns. Naturally, such replication was impossible. That was the hallmark of the creation Dan vein. Bai Ling's 9 transformation Dan vein primarily ensures a nearly 100 success rate in elixir creation. This breakthrough has also elevated Lu Sun's alchemical mastery and cultivation to new heights. Her alchemical proficiency soared from the 4th grade earth level to the 4th grade heaven level, ultimately stabilizing at the 4th grade saint level, just a step away from the 5th grade. However, she could not break through to the 5th grade. Bai Ling's achievement, after all, was merely a 1st grade elixir reaching the saint level, resulting in a somewhat modest gain. Furthermore, as with cultivation, the demands for alchemical mastery increase with each ascending tier. For instance, when Chu Youqing broke through to the 8th layer of Qi gathering, the 30-fold return only allowed Lu Sun to advance from the 30th layer to the 32nd layer. Bai Ling's recent cultivation breakthrough similarly only allowed Lu Sun to ascend 1 level, achieving the 33rd layer of Qi gathering. Bai Ling, continue to consolidate your progress. Keep the saint-level elixirs for now, do not sell them. Understood, boss. Bai Ling was very obedient to Lu Sun's instructions. The current scarcity of saint-level elixirs bestows upon them significant value, particularly in the auction market. Should Bai Ling produce a large quantity of saint-level elixirs, their explosive prices would diminish. It would be prudent to wait until her alchemical skills improve further, enabling her to create 2nd grade and 3rd grade saint-level elixirs. A few days later, Princess Barbara awakened once more. I find it quite entertaining to be with you. When I return to Astra Star, how about you stay and become my general? Barbara languidly stretched, her starry eyes sparkling with lively light. After teaching Lu Sun a few spells and engaging in light conversation, she once again succumbed to slumber. Recently, due to the trials of the secret realm, the business of the Spirit Pill Pavilion has once again flourished. Bai Ling has intentionally concocted several potions and battle elixirs that can enhance combat prowess in a short period, placing them for sale at the pavilion. Presently, her creations primarily consist of heaven-tier elixirs. The difficulty of crafting saint-tier elixirs is considerably high. Even Bai Ling cannot guarantee success with each attempt. There are instances when, despite a strong intuition that the elixir should be of saint tier, it emerges as merely heaven tier. At last, success has been achieved. On Lu Sun's end, he has devoted some time to successfully refine the secret aperture elixir, a 3rd grade potion that aids martial practitioners in breaking through to the 3rd realm. Much like the Foundation Establishment elixir for celestial cultivators, this is an exceptionally precious concoction. The secret aperture elixir has been prepared by Lu Sun for Murong Wan, who, after advancing beyond the 10th level of the Qi Sea, is poised to challenge the 3rd realm. Given her possession of the exquisite treasure body, this should not pose a significant challenge. The only concern lies in the efficacy of the elixir. The 3rd realm for martial practitioners is the aperture opening realm, which necessitates the unblocking of 108 secret apertures throughout the body. The first layer is the eye aperture realm, requiring the opening of 9 eye apertures to awaken martial divine abilities. There are numerous martial divine abilities associated with the eye apertures, such as weak candle distinguishing the subtle, flaw revealing light, and 100 steps observing patterns. Abilities like Heavenly Eye and 1,000-mile Eye also fall under this category. Typically, the abilities that most individuals awaken are the more common ones, such as weak candle distinguishing the subtle and flaw revealing light, which grant night vision and the ability to perceive others' vulnerabilities, achieving dynamic vision. Awakening abilities like Heavenly Eye and 1,000-mile Eye is considerably more challenging. Furthermore, even among the same type of eye aperture abilities, there exists a distinction in strength. The Saint Tier Secret Aperture Elixir can enhance Murong Wan's capabilities after she breaks through the 3rd realm, and her newfound strength would also yield greater returns for Lu Sun. Sister, please answer the phone. However, Murong Wan has been unresponsive. Is she still in seclusion? Since her breakthrough to the 10th level of the Qi Sea, Lu Sun has not found an opportunity to present her with the weapon he procured for her. It appears she may still be engaged in her retreat. Why does he constantly find himself thinking of her? At this moment, within the training chamber, Murong Wan furrows her brows, perspiration beading on her forehead. Her current period of seclusion has extended longer than anticipated. Following her breakthrough to the 10th level of the Qi Si, her original plan was to surge forth to the 3rd realm in one go. Yet, complications arose during her attempt to ascend to the 3rd realm. At every critical juncture, distracting thoughts seemed to intrude upon her focus, such as vivid memories of her intimate moments with Lu Sun. Normally, these distractions would have little impact on her. However, at this critical point of her breakthrough, they have become troublesome, potentially leading to failure or suboptimal results. After some contemplation, Murong Wan steadies her mind and adjusts her emotions, recommitting to her meditative state. Yet, the distractions persist. Moreover, it is one thing to overlook them in the past, but now that she has acknowledged them, the more she tries to suppress them, the more they proliferate. With her formidable willpower, such distractions should not hinder her. Her expression gradually transforms into one of determination as she prepares to continue her efforts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed once more. Murong Wan once again opened her eyes, a persistent sorrow etched upon her brow. Wan, are you on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd realm? Just as her despair reached its peak, her mentor arrived. Murong Wan's mentor, an elder from the North Star Hall, bore a striking resemblance to Fu Shui and was named Fu Yu. In truth, she was Fu Shui's elder sister, and the two were twins. However, Fu Yu preferred a more subdued existence, and few outside were aware of her presence. Each month, Fu Yu would visit to provide guidance, helping Murong Wan navigate her path with greater clarity. Yes, master, Murong Wan replied respectfully. Fu Yu keenly sensed the cloud of gloom hovering between her brows. It seems you have encountered something. Are you referring to the heart demon? Fu Yu intoned gravely. The heart demon? Murong Wan's brow furrowed. She had heard of the heart demon and understood its terrifying nature. Yet, to think that at her current 2nd realm, she was already facing such a challenge? With your innate talent, the heart demon should be beyond your reach. However, the recent release of celestial demonic energy by the Dark Demon clan has caused an unsettling ripple, leading many in the capital to confront their own heart demons. Fu Yu's expression was serious as she explained the situation. The Dark Demon clan. This was a hostile alien race that possessed their own planet. Recently, they had engaged in numerous skirmishes with humanity at various ancient Star Road nodes. To stifle the development of Blue Star, some members of the Dark Demon clan had infiltrated, much like the Shadow clan, occasionally emerging to create chaos. Their methods were more sophisticated than those of the Shadow clan, while the Shadow clan resorted to assassination. The Dark Demon clan unleashed a disruptive force known as celestial demonic energy. This energy posed little harm to humans, yet if absorbed by cultivators with vulnerable minds, it could provoke a heart demon. Are my fleeting thoughts manifestations of the heart demon? Murong Wan recalled her recent experiences, wherein memories of her entanglements with Lu Sun would intermittently intrude upon her focus during cultivation. In her past, she had been free of distractions while practicing. She was uncertain if this constituted a heart demon. Wan, I am unaware of what you have faced, but it is best to seek a resolution to the heart demon now, lest it impact your ascension to the 3rd realm, Fu Yu gently advised. Master, how can I resolve this? Murong Wan inquired. The heart demon pill is the simplest remedy. It can suppress the heart demon, though it will not eradicate it entirely, merely postponing the issue. There are also rare spiritual herbs, such as the Buddha lotus heart cleansing herb, which can dissolve heart demons. But it is found solely along the ancient star roads. Fu Yu elaborated on the solutions available. Murong Wan refrained from responding immediately, sensing that Fu Yu had more to impart. Indeed, Fu Yu continued, the most effective course of action is to locate the root cause and eliminate the heart demon entirely. After all, this heart demon has been provoked by celestial demonic energy and is thus relatively easier to resolve. Do not let it linger. Locate the source and eradicate the heart demon. Murong Wan's brows knitted in contemplation. If what she faced was indeed a heart demon, then the source must be Lu Sun. But how could she eradicate it? Did it require her to harm Lu Sun? That was a course she could not bear to take. Wan, the inner demons you are encountering must be related to your emotions, correct? As she pondered this, Fu Yu suddenly inquired. She had discerned it. Murong Wan bit her lip, and after a moment of hesitation, admitted, yes. In truth, she was uncertain whether it could be classified as an inner demon, while it could be deemed an emotional issue. It was not entirely accurate, as her relationship with Lu Sun was rather intricate. Naturally, she harbored no hatred towards Lu Sun, and to say she loved him seemed an understatement. After all, their connection initially began with a borrowed child. In essence, it was profoundly unique, complicated, and tangled, leaving her at a loss for how to navigate it. Perhaps this very turmoil had given rise to her inner demons under the influence of the heavenly demon Qi. If it were merely an emotional concern, the resolution would be straightforward, either an unequivocal severance or a serene acceptance. After all, she was not cultivating a path devoid of emotions. Thus, there was no need for her to renounce her feelings entirely, Fu Yu suggested. Teacher, I understand. I will manage it well. Murong Wan found herself unable to convey to Fu Yu the complexity of her relationship with Lu Sun. Moreover, she was still uncertain whether what she encountered was indeed an inner demon. Truth be told, although her relationship with Lu Sun was fraught with complications, deep within her heart, she had not been significantly affected. Their first encounter involving a borrowed child had been a desperate act, and the second had been orchestrated by her sister, Murong Wan. Certainly, in the depths of her heart, she had no intention of pursuing anything further with Lu Sun, especially since he was Chu Youqing's boyfriend. After much contemplation, she concluded that it must still be the influence of the heavenly demon Qi, a formidable weapon of the dark demon clan. It was entirely reasonable for her to manifest inner demons during her initial encounter with it. That is reassuring. If you can break through to the third realm before this semester's assessment, you should achieve commendable results. Such rapid progress in cultivation is exceedingly rare in the history of Blue Star. Fu Yu expressed her confidence in Murong Wan. After imparting a few more words, she opened the door to the training room and stepped outside. As she emerged, Fu Yu noticed a strikingly handsome young man approaching her. Upon seeing her, he exhibited a look of surprise. Teacher Fu, what are you doing here? Do you know me? Fu Yu had rarely made appearances over the years. Had she not taken Murong Wan as her disciple, she would not have visited Beta University at all. Aren't you teacher Fu Shui? Lu Sun asked, somewhat perplexed. He had been unable to contact Murong Wan and was concerned that if she broke through to the third realm, his secret elixir would become ineffective. Thus, after some inquiries, he had located this training room, only to unexpectedly encounter Fu Shui. However, Fu Shui appeared not to recognize him, which left him baffled. I am not Fu Shui. I am her sister, Fu Yu. Fu Yu understood the reason behind Lu Sun's earlier reaction. Due to the fact that she and Fu Shui were identical twins, they were frequently mistaken for one another. I see now. I mistook you. Greetings, teacher Fu Yu. Lu Sun sighed in relief. He had been somewhat apprehensive about meeting Fu Shui, who had tried several times to be his mentor. Are you here to find Murong Wan? Fu Yu asked, her gaze sweeping over Lu Sun, feeling a sudden curiosity. Yes, teacher Fu Yu. She is inside. You may go in. All right. Lu Sun passed by Fu Yu and made his way toward the training room. Wait. Fu Yu suddenly called out. Teacher Fu, is there something else? Lu Sun turned back. Are you Lu Sun? Fu Yu inquired. Yes, teacher. I am Lu Sun, he replied. Fu Yu's gaze deepened with significance. To cultivate both martial and celestial arts to such a level, it is no wonder that Fu Shui wishes to take you as her disciple. Has she discerned my true abilities? Upon meeting Fu Yu's gaze, Lu Sun felt a sudden apprehension that she might perceive his actual level of cultivation. Did the system not state that one must be 5 major realms above him to recognize his true prowess? 7 realms. Indeed, Fu Yu must be a formidable presence of the 7th realm. What an extraordinary pair of twin sisters they are. Fu Yu, the elder, at the 7th realm, and Fu Shui, the younger, at the 6th realm, on the brink of a breakthrough to the 7th. Both sisters are astonishingly powerful. In their youth, they must have been renowned geniuses. Here, youth refers not to mere appearance, but to their age. Regardless of Fu Shui or Fu Yu, their formidable strength makes them appear no older than their 20s, showing no signs of decline in vitality. However, what Fu Yu perceived likely does not encompass Lu Sun's entire capability. She probably believes his martial and celestial arts have merely reached the 2nd realm, 10th layer. Otherwise, her demeanor would not be so composed. Even as a 7th realm adept, should she discover that Lu Sun's martial and celestial arts have surpassed limits, achieving an astonishing 30 layers or more, she would certainly display a more expressive reaction. Teacher Fu, you jest. My humble abilities are hardly worthy of comparison, Lu Sun humbly responded. Although Fu Yu had seen through him, her failure to expose him kept Lu Sun at ease. Do not be so modest. I was not as remarkable at your age. Recently, the Dark Demon Clan has been secretly unleashing celestial demon chi, which can easily give rise to inner demons. You must remain vigilant, Fu Yu advised, her expression returning to a calm demeanor. Celestial demon chi? What is that? As for inner demons, Lu Xun was aware of them but felt no concern. He did not need to cultivate himself. The system provided for his growth. So what had he to fear from inner demons? Thank you for the warning, teacher. Despite his casual demeanor, Lu Xun expressed his gratitude. A 7th realm adept, upon encountering a mere 2nd realm novice, would typically consider it a privilege to even glance in his direction. Yet here she was, extending such friendly advice. Lu Xun felt it necessary to maintain proper decorum. Very well, go find Murong Wan. Understood, teacher. Lu Xun arrived at the door of the training room and knocked. In less than half a year, Lu Xun had broken through to the 10th layer. He harbored many secrets. As the murmurs faded, Fu Yu's figure quietly vanished. Lu Xun, what brings you here? The door opened, revealing Murong Wan. Her face etched with surprise. I came to bring you something. Shall we discuss it inside? Lu Xun glanced back and replied. Fu Yu had disappeared. However, even a 7th realm adept could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Upon entering the training room, they could activate a formation that would prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. As Lu Xun stepped into the training room, Murong Wan reluctantly allowed him entry. Is Fu Yu your master? Upon awakening my exquisite physique, I inadvertently caught her attention, prompting her to seek me as her disciple. In the training room, Lu Xun engaged in conversation with Murong Wan. Although they had previously shared much physical interaction, their verbal exchanges were scarce. This time, upon finding Murong Wan, she finally consented to converse with him, discussing Fu Yu. Wait, let me ponder this. She just mentioned that it is no wonder Fu Shui wishes to take me as her disciple. Suddenly, a light flickered in Lu Xun's mind as he seemed to grasp something profound. Murong Wan's stunning visage displayed a hint of curiosity. Fu Shui must have seen Fu Yu accepting you as her disciple, and thus desires to take an extraordinary disciple for herself. I have often wondered why Fu Shui, who is perfectly fine, insists on taking a disciple. It turns out to be this reason, Lu Xun analyzed earnestly. However, this analysis left Murong Wan somewhat perplexed. Observing her bewilderment, Lu Xun elucidated. Are you unaware that twins not only share a psychic connection but also tend to imitate one another? Especially the younger sister. If the elder sister possesses something, she desires it too. Fu Shui is merely competing with Fu Yu. Is that so? This explanation intrigued Murong Wan. Fu Shui, renowned as a formidable figure of the 6th realm, has always projected an air of aloofness. Who would have thought she possessed such a facet? Oh, I nearly forgot the main matter. This is a secret elixir, a precious pill I specially sought for you, and it should be beneficial. Lu Xun remarked after finishing his gossip, presenting the elixir to Murong Wan. The rich aroma of the pill wafted through the air, bringing a sense of tranquility and stirring the vital energy within, as if celebrating its presence. It is not hard to imagine the immense value of such a medicinal concoction. Having recently encountered a potential inner demon, one that was connected to Lu Xun, Murong Wan felt somewhat at a loss. Thus, the arrival of such a remarkable elixir left her emotions in a complicated state, and she instinctively refrained from reaching out to accept it. Lu Xun, undeterred, pressed the elixir into her hands. Lu Xun, no, do not know me. This is not a gift without strings attached. I shall keep a record, and once you flourish, you must repay me double, Lu Xun boldly interjected. Both Murong Wan and Chu Youqing were not individuals who would take without giving. Had it been another man, Murong Wan would have likely ignored any offering, let alone accepted it. Therefore, Lu Xun needed to provide her with a rationale for receiving his gift alone. Otherwise, she would be unable to overcome her inner barriers. Overindulgence would potentially lead her to harbor doubts, affecting her emotional state and, consequently, her growth. Such assertiveness from Lu Xun effectively silenced Murong Wan's intended protest. Her hand, which was initially poised to return the elixir, hesitated, unwilling to extend itself. At that moment, Lu Xun unfastened a delicate pouch from his waist and placed it into her hand. The pouch was exquisitely crafted, resembling a fragrant sachet, and upon seeing it, a rosy hue blossomed on Murong Wan's cheeks. She mistakenly assumed Lu Xun intended it as a token of affection. This is a spatial pouch, containing a cubic storage space, along with a long sword and various treasures I have prepared for you. They should prove useful, Lu Xun proclaimed. A spatial pouch. The 3 words left Murong Wan both astonished and enlightened to her misunderstanding. Her cheeks grew increasingly warm. After a moment of contemplation, she prepared to retrieve her card. But Lu Xun swiftly intervened, stating, "These items are still borrowed from you. Keep them for now. Strive to achieve commendable results in this upcoming joint examination. Even if they need to be returned, that can wait until you have matured." Their tug-of-war, hands clasped together, would have led to conflict with anyone else. Yet the intimacy they shared had weathered many trials. Their simple hand contact felt almost habitual. Nevertheless, Murong Wan's face flushed all the way to her neck. "Let go of me," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "I will release you once you agree to accept these items," Lu Xun teased. Murong Wan offered no reply, as she deemed Lu Xun's gifts far too precious. Just the space pouch alone was a rare treasure, undoubtedly containing even more valuable items. How could she possibly accept them? Yet, Lu Xun refused to relinquish his hold. Ultimately, Murong Wan, feeling utterly helpless, relented with a soft hum. She was left exasperated. Recognizing that she had no recourse against Lu Xun, their relationship was far too entangled. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Focus on your training and aim to break through to the third realm soon." Upon hearing Murong Wan's consent to accept the items, Lu Xun finally released her. With a parting remark, he exited the training room, concerned that she might reconsider and decline the gifts. The items he had bestowed upon her were substantial, costing nearly 4 million units of dark energy, equivalent to 4 cubic meters of dark energy. Even the Murong family could not readily amass such a quantity to equip Murong Wan. How could there be so much? She pondered, inspecting the contents of the space pouch after Lu Xun's departure, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The items Lu Xun gifted her were exceedingly valuable. Just the sword alone was of considerable worth, a 4th-grade longsword of at least Earth-grade quality. While others might not recognize its significance, Murong Wan, with her father being a 4th-realm master, had the discernment to appreciate it. Furthermore, Lu Xun had also gifted her numerous 4th-grade talismans, some for defense, some for escape, others for attack, and even those that activated automatically in the face of danger. In addition to this, the pouch contained a substantial amount of dark energy, not in the form of bank cards, but sealed within cubic blocks measuring 10 centimeters on each side. Each block contained 1,000 cubic centimeters, equivalent to 1,000 units of dark energy. When combined, 1,000 such cubes formed a larger cube with a 1-meter side, representing 1 million units of dark energy, coupled with the mysterious secret elixir adorned with colorful patterns. Murong Wan struggled to fathom the sum Lu Xun had expended this time. Unbeknownst to her, the colorful patterns signified a saintly grade, or else her astonishment would have deepened even further. Lu Xun began to take on an aura of mystery in her mind. Due to her acquaintance with Chu Youqing, she was aware of Lu Xun's background, yet she could not comprehend how he had acquired such wealth. After a rough estimation of the value of all the items, Murong Wan's expression became complicated. She and Lu Xun were not in a romantic relationship, yet he was so generous towards her. Although it was said to be alone, was it truly alone? Moreover, Lu Xun was so domineering and insistent, forcing the items upon her, leaving her no room to refuse. After a long while, Murong Wan let out a soft sigh and put away everything. Even if she wished to return these items, it seemed unlikely she could do so. Since Lu Xun had practically thrust them upon her, if she were to return them, he would probably become even more domineering and unreasonable. To make matters more intricate, they had already developed a substantial relationship, and Lu Xun's antics had an audacious quality to them. After Lu Xun's commotion, for reasons unknown, Murong Wan suddenly realized that the so-called mental demons had dissipated. Even when his image occasionally appeared in her mind during her training, or when she recalled their intimate moments, she no longer resisted as she once did. On the contrary, when such images surfaced, she sometimes found herself smiling gently, accepting it with a sense of calm. Unbeknownst to her, the crisis posed by the demonic aura had quietly resolved itself in an unexpected manner. However, Murong Wan gradually discovered that her feelings toward Lu Xun were somewhat amiss. How troublesome! It felt like the stirrings of affection. Upon recognizing this, she found herself unable to erase this feeling. Thus, she chose to go with the flow. At present, she gradually entered a state of focus, preparing to make a concerted effort to reach the third realm. Lu Xun's secret elixir had granted her greater assurance, enabling her to break through more secret realms in one go. The effects of these breakthroughs would also improve significantly. Under this intense focus, Murong Wan soon adjusted her state to its peak. Just as she was ready to challenge the secret realms, she suddenly realized that, due to the miraculous nature of her Linglong body, she could push even further within the Qi realm. Consequently, Murong Wan broke through to the 11th layer of the Qi. Upon entering the 11th layer, her entire being radiated light, as if her Linglong body was rejoicing at the prospect of surpassing its limits. At that moment, the true extraordinary nature of the Linglong body revealed itself. Murong Wan sensed that her Qi was being compressed, and her body felt an overwhelming thirst. Linglong 9 transformations. Murong Wan realized what was happening. This was a rare ability possessed by the Linglong body, known as Linglong 9 transformations. Each realm, upon reaching its peak, had a chance to trigger this ability, assisting her in breaking through limits while allowing her cultivation to soar rapidly in a short span of time. During her first realm, Murong Wan had utilized Linglong 9 transformations to break through to the 12th layer of body refinement. Yet at that time, she had been unaware of this ability and had been unprepared, resulting in a failure to fully exploit its potential. Recognizing the opportunity, Murong Wan drew forth dark energy and began to absorb it. In the state of Linglong 9 transformations, this dark energy was converted at an astonishing speed. Within 2 days, she had completely consumed the dark energy she had prepared. It was then that she realized her preparations had still been insufficient. The spatial pouch. She suddenly recalled the cubic meter of dark energy that Lu Sun had given her. Initially, she had no intention of utilizing it, as it was far too abundant. However, now, with no other options, Murong Wan opened her spatial pouch and began to absorb it rapidly. Buzz. Under the compression of the exquisite treasure body, her Qi forcefully broke through its limits, ascending to the 12th layer. Yet, this was not the end, as the process of the exquisite 9 transformations continued. The dark energy was being consumed at an astonishing rate. 2 days later, Murong Wan's Qi underwent another qualitative transformation, unexpectedly breaking through to the 13th layer. What on earth was happening? In the alchemy room of the dormitory, Lu Sun, who had been concocting pills, paused. The system's rewards had returned once more. Over the past few days, Murong Wan had astonishingly advanced 3 layers, granting him 3 substantial rewards. It was indeed remarkable that it also included the boundary card. After receiving 3 consecutive rewards from Murong Wan, Lu Sun found himself speechless. He remained stagnant at the 33rd layer of the Qi. While it was acceptable to be immobile at this level, the system had also refrained from allowing him to break through to the 3rd realm. The explanation provided by the system was that, given Lu Sun's current physique, the 33rd layer of the Qi was already his limit. Any further advancement could potentially harm his body. Within his dantian, the Qi had indeed grown extraordinarily vast, and further expansion might rupture it. As for the lack of a breakthrough to the 3rd realm, it was because the realm of martial cultivation was somewhat unique. The rewards from the 2nd realm, even if they could facilitate a breakthrough to the 3rd realm, would not yield satisfactory results in awakening martial divine abilities. Thus, the system had chosen to store the rewards until Murong Wan achieved a breakthrough to the 3rd realm. At this rate, it would be soon. System, if you continue this way, do not blame me for being stuck. Consequently, Lu Sun found himself in a state of stagnation. Since his cultivation would not surpass the 33rd layer of the Qi, he devoted these days to fervently concocting pills. His creation of the transformation pill vein was exceptionally intense. If he refined a substantial amount of holy-grade pills, his cultivation would rise. And should this lead to a breakthrough in his realm, it would equate to self-cultivation. This necessitated that Lu Sun meticulously control his progress with each pill he concocted. Now that he had reached the limit, he cheerfully embraced his stagnation. Please refrain from excessive pill concoction, as the pill vein belongs to the spiritual vein. Your pill refining will only augment your immortal cultivation. Should this continue, there is a possibility of breaking through to the 3rd realm. Just as Lu Sun was reveling in his stagnation, a prompt from the system appeared. What? System, are you implying that my immortal cultivation could directly break through to the 3rd realm? After pondering for a moment, Lu Sun came to understand. The path of immortality differs from that of martial arts. In martial arts, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th realms involve completely distinct practices. The 2nd realm primarily concerns true energy and the Qi. The 3rd realm involves secret passages, and the 4th realm pertains to true intent. Thus, the rewards from the 2nd realm of martial arts were insufficient to facilitate Lu Sun's breakthrough to the 3rd realm. Immortality, however, is different. In the earlier realms of immortality, the most critical aspect is spiritual power. Spiritual power forms the foundation of immortal cultivation and remains significant in the subsequent realms, albeit with the addition of the primordial spirit. Therefore, once martial arts reached the limit of the 33rd layer of the Qi, even if further rewards were granted, the system merely stored them, not permitting Lu Xun to break through, as the effects would be unsatisfactory. If the path of immortality reaches its limit and then returns, it may lead to a breakthrough. This implies that whether it is Chu Youqing or Bai Ling, another return would allow my cultivation in the realm of immortality to ascend to the third stage. Lu Xun felt a surge of excitement. Now, before the assessment in the secret realm, he should be able to achieve breakthroughs in both the path of immortality and martial arts to the third stage. Murong Wan has broken through to the 14th layer of her Qi, and you have gained 30-fold from her achievement. Once again, it has come. 2 days later, Murong Wan broke through another layer. Although her speed cannot compare to Lu Xun's, it is astonishing nonetheless. Is this the renowned Linglong physique? After extensive research, Lu Xun finally understood that this must be an extraordinary ability inherent to the Linglong physique. Linglong's 9 turns. This ability offers only 9 chances, 1 for each realm. First, let us proceed with the monthly assessment. The final monthly test of the semester arrived the following day. After this assessment, there would be about 20 days until the final evaluation in the secret realm. In recent monthly tests, Lu Xun had managed to control the revelation of his cultivation to 1 layer per month, occasionally 2 layers. Now, he had neatly capped both his immortal and martial arts cultivation at 10 layers. Thus, the subsequent breakthrough to the third stage seemed only natural. Sun Gu. At the testing center, Lu Xun encountered Li Bufan. Upon seeing him, Lu Xun noted that the young man's prowess had risen quite rapidly. Now reaching the 4th layer of the Qi, Li Bufan's talent is indeed commendable. One must remember he was intentionally raised in a modest manner. Yet he has achieved this success. If this pace continues, by the end of freshman year, Li Bufan should reach the 7th layer, and perhaps even the 8th. In comparison, He Xiao from the He family seems utterly incapable, having taken a year to reach only the 4th layer. Sun Gu, recently everyone has been sparring in the arena. Why don't you showcase your skills and let them witness the prowess of the top talent? Li Bufan cheerfully encouraged. The arena? Upon inquiring, Lu Xun learned that in this final month, the freshmen believed that there would be little progress in their cultivation, opting instead to refine their martial skills and combat techniques to enhance their battle experience. Consequently, many students had emerged to spar daily. The number of students in the arena had also increased, with some enthusiastic individuals even organizing competitions and securing sponsorship from outside. Wow, they both reached the 10th layer? How on earth did they cultivate so rapidly? It's outrageous. Do you think Lu Xun will break through to the 3rd stage in just 1 semester? Calm down. There are plenty who have been defeated by Lu Xun at the 3rd stage already. Even if he breaks through now, I remain unfazed. Minutes later, the testing center erupted in gasps of astonishment. Despite Lu Xun having controlled the pace of revealing his cultivation over the past few months, many students were still left in awe upon witnessing his simultaneous demonstration of the 10th layer of the 2nd realm. Previously, the testing center was not so crowded, but now, students had come out to engage, revitalizing the campus of Beta University. Following the completion of the monthly assessment, Lu Xun and Li Bufan headed towards Beta Square, eager to discover the situation around the arena competition. Why are there so many arenas? Upon arrival, Lu Xun found that there were indeed an extraordinary number of arenas set up in Beta Square. They have garnered quite a few sponsors from the outside. Sun, why not give that arena a try? It is sponsored by the Jia clan's medicinal herbs. The rules are quite straightforward. Each successful defense doubles the prize money, and anyone who defeats the current champion can claim the prize at that moment. Li Bufan gestured toward the largest arena, sponsored by the Jia clan's medicinal herbs. Lu Xun took a glance and indeed noticed the Jia group's banner prominently displayed above the arena. Let us go and take a closer look. Lu Xun felt a spark of interest. According to the rules of this arena, if someone maintains their hold for an extended period, wouldn't the Jia group face bankruptcy? Sun, do not dwell too much on it. Although this arena is primarily aimed at first-year students, every 5 rounds, the restrictions will be lifted, allowing upperclassmen to compete. If the defender fails during that time, the prize reverts to 0, Li Bufan explained. I see, the Jia group is quite astute, indeed. Boom. As the two approached the arena, a figure was sent flying off, tumbling from the stage. Who else? A boisterous voice echoed from the arena. Humph, just 3 successful defenses. And they act so arrogantly. Merely at the 3rd level of the Qi Si, what is there to boast about? The students murmured in discontent. The student on the stage, Lu Fei, at the 3rd level of the Qi Si, possessed the rare Yin Sha Thunder Pulse, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Despite their grievances, none dared to ascend the stage. I will. At that moment, a voice rang out. It was Lu Sun. Initially, he had no intention of joining the fray, but with the Jia group's peculiar arena rules, he was curious to see if they would resort to trickery. Lu Sun. Oh, it's Lu Sun. He is doomed now. The students gasped in astonishment as they turned to look. What? Lu Sun is coming. How unfortunate for me. On the stage, Lu Fei, who had been so boastful just moments ago, wobbled, nearly losing his footing upon seeing Lu Sun. Ha ha ha. It's our Sun Gu, scaring the little ones to near submission. The students chuckled. Boom. A figure was struck by Lu Sun and sent hurtling backwards. He has been defeated. Even Senior Luo Yu, at the mid-stage of the 3rd level, has succumbed. Senior Luo, a genius with the rare Yin Sha pulse, had even ended Lu Xingha's 10 consecutive victories, yet he was bested by Lu Sun. Incredible. We, mere first-year novices, are no match for Lu Sun. The students below the stage buzzed with shock and admiration. Who else will step forward? Li Bufan shouted, his voice rising above the crowd. Li, what do we do now? If he continues to win, the prize money will exceed our budget. The employees behind the stage of Jia Clan's medicinal herbs were in a state of distress. After ascending the stage, Lu Sun effortlessly achieved 5 consecutive victories. In the 6th round, the Jia Clan sent a 4th-year student at the 3rd level to challenge Lu Sun, only to be dispatched in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Lu Sun secured another 5 victories, achieving a total of 10. Realizing the situation was dire, the Jia Clan decided to unleash Luo Yu, a formidable opponent at the 4th level of the 3rd stage. Though Luo Yu was only at the 4th level, he was an unparalleled genius with the rare Yin Sha pulse, his combat capabilities far surpassing those of the 3rd level adversaries Lu Sun had previously vanquished. Ultimately, Luo Yu was defeated, and the swiftness of his downfall was undeniable. This predicament understandably incited panic among the patrons of the Jia Clan's elixirs. The rules established by the Jia Clan were as follows. The initial prize was 1 unit of dark energy, valued at 1,000 currency units. With each victory, the prize would double. After every 5 matches, there would be a superlative challenge, permitting upperclassmen to compete. To claim the prize, one must endure for 1 minute during this challenge, although this would disqualify them from further contesting. To continue, one must achieve victory in the superlative challenge. Should a contestant be eliminated in a subsequent challenge, they may take home the accumulated prize from the previous challenge. The Jia Clan, audacious in setting such rules at the freshman arena, was well prepared for the eventualities. The upperclassmen were strategically chosen terminators to subdue overly formidable students. Now, with Lu Sun having triumphed in the 2nd superlative challenge, a streak of 15 victories seemed assured. If he were not terminated in the 3rd superlative challenge, he would at least secure 16,000 units of dark energy, surpassing the budget allocated by the Jia Clan for this event. Should the 4th superlative challenge also fail to conclude Lu Sun's winning streak, the prize would quintuple, reaching an astronomical 52,000 units of dark energy, resulting in significant financial loss for the Jia Clan. However, they remained confident Yulei would intervene during the 3rd superlative challenge. Although Supervisor Li was astonished by Lu Sun's prowess, he maintained his composure. They still had a trump card. Yulei, a peerless genius at the 3rd realm, possessing the illustrious 9 heavens thunder vein. Yulei's crowning achievement was withstanding a 4-realm master for 3 minutes without defeat. The qualitative difference in power between the 3rd and 4th realms was evident, as it was not uncommon for 2nd realm fighters to challenge those of the 3rd realm. But for 3rd realm fighters to take on 4th realm opponents was a rarity. This distinction was precisely why the 4th realm was deemed the realm of masters. Upon hearing Yulei's name, the other staff members felt a wave of relief. How infuriating it was that he was so formidable. Among the crowd, He Zhao's expression was grim. Beside him, He Chang inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Having previously suffered a loss to Lu Sun, costing him a cubic unit of dark energy, he had been unable to hold his head high in school for days. Given Lu Sun's current prowess, even a genius of the 3rd realm, who had unleashed the extraordinary earth and sky vein, could not compete. Thus, his own defeat seemed trivial. I am no longer worthy to be his adversary. Lin Yin was engulfed in despair, realizing that he and Lu Sun were no longer on the same plane. He lacked even the qualification to be considered Lu Sun's opponent. His strength was increasing exponentially. Among the spectators, Lu Xinghe was also watching intently. The might of Lu Sun instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. The day before, after months of honing his sword skills, Lu Xinghe emerged from the training room eager to test his blade. His combat prowess was indeed formidable, as he effortlessly achieved 5 consecutive victories, subsequently defeating a third-realm senior in the superlative challenge, creating quite a stir. Lu Xinghe then secured a total of 10 consecutive victories. In the second superlative challenge, he encountered Luo Yu. Despite the formidable strength of the celestial body of the Starry River, the disparity in realms proved insurmountable. After a mere 3 minutes of enduring the contest, Lu Xinghe decisively withdrew from the arena, securing a modest gain of 512 units of dark energy. To him, this amount was trivial, merely a token reward. The once defeated Luo Yu fell swiftly at the hands of Lu Sun, whose overwhelming prowess left Lu Xinghe in awe. I will not be defeated. Lu Xinghe clenched his fists. Initially, it was Fu Shui who had first chosen Lu Sun, only for Lu Sun to decline and select Lu Xinghe instead, igniting within Lu a desire to measure his strength against Lu Sun. He yearned to challenge Lu Sun directly. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that he was far from being Lu Sun's match. Any attempt would only lead to humiliation. When the blue star enters the ancient path of the stars, that shall be the moment for the celestial body to truly shine, and then I shall pursue you. Lu Xinghe suppressed his impatience. Not far from him, Wang Tingyun, also hailing from Rongcheng and of the Wang family, was eager to make his move. Sun bro, be gentle. I fear pain. In the 11th round, a student of the second layer of Qi Si leaped onto the stage. Lu Sun struck lightly, sending him off the platform with a single blow. Is there anyone else? Sun bro, I'm coming. Another student, this one at the third layer of Qi Si, took to the stage. These students were, in fact, well-meaning onlookers. With Lu Sun's strength, no freshman could possibly contend with him. Thus, their aim was to assist Lu Sun in accumulating a streak of victories, eagerly anticipating his battles with upperclassmen, while also experiencing the weight of his might. Weapons were forbidden in this arena, and no severe injuries were permitted. The match concluded when one was knocked off the platform or conceded. I shall participate. Another round commenced, and Wang Tingyun could no longer restrain himself, vaulting onto the stage. Lu Sun, I seek your guidance. Unlike the other students, he refrained from calling him Sun bro. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Tingyun vanished from his spot, employing the wind escape technique in an attempt to ambush Lu Sun while he was unsuspecting. However, in an instant, Wang Tingyun found himself hurtling off the platform without even catching a glimpse of Lu Sun's shadow. Upon landing, he staggered, expelling a mist of blood. Damn it! A deep-seated resentment flickered in Wang Tingyun's eyes. He had believed that his strength would allow him to endure for at least a moment. Yet he had collapsed after a single blow. To add insult to injury, Lu Sun's strike had been far more forceful than it had been against the other freshmen, leaving him bloodied. Attempting to ambush Lu Sun was folly. He should have considered his own capabilities. He was the first today to be sent reeling, a most unfortunate fate. The other students watched in amusement, further fueling Wang Tingyun's animosity towards Lu Sun. On the platform, Lu Sun remained indifferent to Wang Tingyun's plight. After learning of the Wang family's unsavory reputation, he felt a twinge of distaste towards them, which explained his heavier hand in this encounter. 2 more rounds passed. The third extreme challenge approached. Here it comes. I wonder who it will be this time. The students awaited eagerly. A figure descended from the heavens amidst the crowd's anticipation, landing steadily upon the platform. Upon his arrival, the air surrounding the arena crackled with erratic arcs of electricity, sending shivers down the spines of numerous students, their hair standing on end. The students, enveloped in a protective aura, managed to restore their hair to its normal state. It is Yulei. He possesses the 9 heavens thunder vein, and weapons are prohibited on the arena. Thus, Lu Sun is destined to falter. What of the 9 heavens thunder vein? My brother Sun is adept in both celestial and martial arts. Upon seeing Yulei, the upperclassmen lost faith in Lu Sun. Yet, the freshmen remained blissfully ignorant, convinced that Lu Sun could triumph over all adversaries. Miss, what brings you here? At that moment, a figure appeared at the rear of the arena. It was Jia Yue. She had unexpectedly arrived at Beta University. In truth, she was merely passing by and, upon hearing that Lu Xun was competing, decided to take a look. It was she. Lu Xun also caught sight of Jia Yue. Coincidentally, she glanced back at him. Their gazes intertwined in the air. A subtle smirk graced Lu Xun's lips, revealing a hint of provocation. Jia Yue, that malicious woman, had previously ruthlessly suppressed by Ling and even hired assassins. Lu Xun had come to the arena specifically for her. He was eager to witness how the Jia family and Jia Yue would respond if he continued to win. Upon locking eyes, a jolt of alarm surged through Jia Yue's heart. This is bad. Lu Xun is targeting her. Humph. With a light huff, she dismissed the concern. Lu Xun had been foolish enough to reject her repeatedly. Now he dared to stir trouble. Who fears whom? No matter how extraordinary, he is just a freshman. And within the vast Beta University, there are countless students who can teach Lu Xun a lesson. The Jia family has an abundance of talented individuals at their disposal. Miss, do not worry. Yulei will undoubtedly put an end to him, Manager Li asserted confidently. Junior, being distracted in battle is not wise. Are you prepared? I am about to strike, echoed Yulei's voice from the arena. As a senior with a cultivation level of the 3rd realm, 6th layer, he was poised to make the first move. Come on. Lu Xun stood with his hands behind his back. With a chuckle, Yulei's figure vanished from sight. Thunderous roars erupted as numerous bolts of lightning surged towards Lu Xun. Simultaneously, several apparitions of Yulei materialized on the arena. Lu Xun's figure also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of attacks, leaving the surrounding students only able to perceive the myriad of afterimages of Lu Xun and Yulei on the arena. These phantoms shattered and reformed incessantly, obscuring their true locations. Thousand Illusions Thunder Technique. Yulei's agility has become increasingly formidable. Observers from a distance, many of whom were talented upperclassmen at Beta University, watched intently. What do you think Lu Xun's chances of victory are? Someone inquired. Hard to say. Weapons are forbidden on the arena. Lu Xun's flying sword is rendered useless. It seems he has not cultivated any spells, and his celestial prowess cannot be applied. Yulei, on the other hand, they continued to analyze the situation. Others nodded slightly in agreement, sharing similar sentiments. In all the extraordinary veins of the earth, those associated with fire and thunder tend to exhibit exceptionally high combat prowess. The 9 Heavens Thunder Meridian of Yulei grants him an astonishing combat prowess, even without the use of weapons. In contrast, Lu Xun, devoid of both weaponry and spells, finds his combat ability in the realm of immortality nearly negligible. It is inconceivable for him to resort to using spiritual energy as a means of assault. This predicament confines Lu Xun to engage Yulei solely through martial arts. Ironically, Lu Xun's mastery lies in swordplay, and without a sword, he is rendered significantly limited. Previously, when Lu Xun triumphed over Luo Yu, onlookers attributed his success to his exquisitely refined agility. However, this advantage holds little weight against Yulei, who wields the formidable 1000 Illusion Thunder technique, complemented by martial prowess unlocked through his skills, making his agility nearly on par with Lu Xun's. Despite Lu Xun's strength, he remains merely a freshman, whereas Yulei is a seasoned senior, having embarked on his journey 3 years prior. The battle rages on amidst the gaze of the spectators. Lu Xun muses about the necessity of teaching Chu Youqing some spells and perhaps introducing Murong Wan to some forms of boxing. The upperclassman genius's analyses were indeed astute. Lu Xun finds himself in a somewhat passive position owing to his lack of effective offensive capabilities. With flying swords and long swords off the table, the only martial technique at his disposal is the Divine Shadow Step. Fortunately, his mastery of the Divine Shadow Step has reached the 2nd tier, surpassing even Yulei's 1000 Illusion Thunder technique in intricacy. However, regardless of how formidable his agility is when it comes to striking, he is left to rely solely on his fists. Having cultivated his body through over 20 layers, Lu Xun boasts an extraordinary physical constitution, further enhanced by his exceptionally pure and vigorous true energy. Thus, even without martial techniques, his punches can inflict considerable pain. If he manages to land a hit, Yulei would certainly feel the repercussions. The sole challenge lies in the nature of the 1000 Illusion Thunder technique, which possesses illusory properties, without having opened his eye acupoint. Lu Xun struggles to discern reality from illusion in the short term. These 3rd-tier geniuses indeed surpass their counterparts from the outside world. Ultimately, the crux of the matter is Lu Xun's methods being curtailed. Otherwise, even if Yulei is a prodigious talent, Lu Xun could swiftly defeat him. Why are there so many illusions? Yulei contemplates with frustration. Having opened his eye acupoint, he finds Lu Xun's divine shadow step unnervingly swift, rendering him unable to catch up. The two figures weave and chase across the arena, their punches generating winds that tear through mere phantoms. It must come to an end. Yulei suddenly bellows, raising his palm skyward. Behold, it's over for Lu Xun. The students exclaim in astonishment. For unbeknownst to them, the arena has become shrouded in dark thunderclouds. Yulei is poised to unleash an indiscriminate assault. The arena's confines are too small. This technique of Yulei's can entirely engulf the stage, leaving Lu Xun with no means of evasion. It must end. Lu Xun's eyes blaze with fervor. As chaotic divine energy surges within him, his speed escalates dramatically, and in an instant, the arena is filled with the remnants of his shadowy figures. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, Yulei's 1,000 illusion thunder shadows shatter one after another. How can he be so fast? Yulei's eyes narrow as Lu Xun's true form breaks through the void. Heavenly Thunder Palm. Unfazed, Yulei shouts, his entire being erupting with thunderous energy. The brilliance of divine lightning radiating from his palm. Boom. The dazzling lightning engulfs the entire arena. Immediately, a figure was sent tumbling out of the lightning, crashing against the protective array surrounding the arena, and then sliding heavily to the ground. It was Yulei. He had actually been defeated. Such terrifying strength. Unbeatable to Sun Gu. As the crowd beheld the fallen figure, a collective gasp filled the air. Yulei defeated. How could this be? Behind the arena, Jia Yue abruptly stood from her seat, her charming face awash with shock. How could Yulei, with such formidable combat prowess, have lost? Crack. Xia crushed his phone in frustration. Moments ago, he had been recording, intending to capture Lu Xun's defeat, only to end up filming the aftermath of Lu Xun's victory. How could he have misjudged the situation? Yulei had even employed the Heavenly Thunder Palm. How could he have lost? What kind of monster was it that allowed Lu Xun to triumph? In the distance, a group of senior prodigies were equally astonished. Their prowess was second to none at Beta University, renowned for their exceptional talent. They were typically adept at gauging others' abilities. Yet, they had completely miscalculated this time. To others, they were the monsters, but they found Lu Xun to be the true anomaly, highlighting the extent of their astonishment. Is there anyone else? Li Bufan shouted hoarsely. Lu Xun's remarkable performance excited him even more than his brother. Sun Gu, I'm here to boost your record. Students eagerly ascended the stage, successfully elevating Lu Xun to a remarkable 20 consecutive victories. Thus, even if Lu Xun were to lose in the 4th round of the ultimate challenge, he would still secure the reward for his previous 15 victories, amounting to 348 units of dark energy. Should he triumph in the 4th round, the reward would multiply 5-fold, ensuring Lu Xun would receive a minimum of 520,000 units of dark energy. Directorly, is there anyone else? Jia Yue inquired. Miss, not at the moment. I will contact you shortly, Director Li replied flusteredly, losing his composure. Who could have anticipated that Yulei, at the 6th layer of the 3rd realm, would falter on the freshman stage? This was a prodigy capable of holding his own against a 4th realm master for 3 minutes. Given Yulei's possession of the 9 heavens thunder vein, the confined arena should have been his ideal battleground. Yet, he was defeated by Lu Xun. No need. Jia Yue decided to put an end to this. Although she yearned to find someone to defeat Lu Xun and humiliate him, as a businesswoman, she prioritized her interests and would not act out of emotion. With a graceful movement, she stepped onto the stage. Oh, it's a beautiful woman. Is she here to challenge Sun Gu? Sun Gu, please don't go easy on her. The students assumed Jia Yue had come to compete. Across from her, Lu Xun raised an eyebrow, thinking she was indeed here to face him personally. If she was, then he would not hesitate to avenge Bai Ling. Dear students, Jia Yue elegantly strode to the center of the stage in her high heels, her face adorned with a formal smile as she surveyed her surroundings. Finally fixing her gaze upon Lu Xun. I am the head of the Jia group. We have prepared 3 rounds for this competition, and completing all 3 will grant you double the prize. Classmate Lu Xun, you have earned a total of 32,768 units of dark energy, which will be directly credited to your card shortly. She did not come to challenge. Rather, she boldly declared the conclusion. You, the Jia group. Lu Xun stood with his arms crossed, leaning casually against the edge of the arena, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Surely, you would not shy away from this. His voice, though soft, pierced the tranquility of the scene like a sharp dagger. Indeed, they cannot withstand it. A voice from the audience responded loudly. This rule was never mentioned before. Another male student, filled with righteous indignation, waved his arms, suddenly introducing a new rule. Was that not an act of cowardice? The Jia group cannot handle this. More students began to stir, some even whistled, and the entire Beidou Square erupted with excitement. Jia Yue's expression soured instantly. Despite her experience in numerous grand occasions, she could not endure the ridicule from the talented students of Beidou University. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our oversight. We failed to clarify the rules. Manager Li intervened to salvage the situation. He regretted it deeply. Had he known, he would not have agreed to sponsor this event. Now he found himself in an awkward position. The students of Qingbei, both now and in the future, represent the backbone clientele of the Jia group, which is why they sponsor several events at Qingbei each year. As for the arena's rules, they were established by the Jia group long ago. This particular guideline is more compelling, appearing risky, yet they could enlist upperclassmen to manage the situation, ensuring no unexpected occurrences. Generally, students on the arena would be pleased to collect a few hundred units of dark energy. Who could have anticipated the emergence of Lu Sun this year? Since classmate Lu Sun wishes to continue, the Jia group shall not be stingy. I announce the continuation of the arena competition. Manager Li, prepare for the next round of extraordinary challenges. Before Li could finish, Jia Yue interrupted him. Yes, miss, Li quickly amended his words. This was a predicament of her own making. Jia Yue held her head high, casting a cold glance at Lu Sun before striding down from the arena with an air of arrogance. If Lu Sun insisted on embarrassing himself, she could not be blamed. With talents as abundant as the stars at Beidou University, did Lu Sun truly believe he could dominate them all? Were the formidable upperclassmen mere shadows? They typically preferred to remain low-key. Manager Li hastily took out his phone, rallying support. Brother Sun, I am here to assist you. After Jia Yue spoke, the students finally ceased their critique of the Jia group. One by one, they leaped onto the arena, aiding Lu Sun in achieving a remarkable 20 consecutive victories. The fourth round of extraordinary challenges approached. Who would it be this time? Having defeated Yu Lei of the third realm and sixth layer, it was certain they would summon someone from the late stage of the third realm. If Brother Sun could deter anyone from stepping up, that would be quite impressive. Not necessarily. Previous editions still had many monsters. Although numerous, the formidable challengers the Jia group could summon were few. The risks of facing Brother Sun were substantial. If victorious, there would be no accolades, and if defeated, it would be a disgrace. The students eagerly awaited to discover who would be summoned for this extraordinary challenge by the Jia group. They soon found out. A figure silently emerged on the arena. The silhouette was slender, resembling a monkey from a distance. Who is this? The first-year students did not recognize him. It is Xiaoyu, who possesses the radiant battle body and has unlocked the instant shadow radiance meridian, achieving astonishing speed that even fourth-level masters cannot catch up with. At this moment, Lu Sun has encountered a formidable opponent. As for his cultivation, he reached the 7th layer of the third realm several months ago. His current status remains unknown. A junior student recognized him. Wow, he is incredibly impressive, not only endowed with a unique celestial vein, but also possessing a special physique. This is a master. Go for it, Brother Sun. Once Xia Yu's identity spread, many first-year students felt an ominous foreboding. Students from Qingbei are perceived as prodigies by the outside world. Yet within the ranks of Qingbei students, the delineation is stark. Average students can only be regarded as ordinary talents. Unlocking a celestial vein marks one as a true genius. However, to be deemed extraordinary, one must possess a superior celestial vein. Those like Xiaoyu, who possess a special physique alongside a celestial vein, are considered monstrosities or anomalies. You are finished. Behind the arena, Jia Yue coldly gazed at Lu Sun, anticipating his embarrassment. You refused to take the opportunity one provided. Now let us see how you handle this. He Xiao was also smirking. Once I grow stronger, I will surely avenge this grievance. Wang Tingyun still harbored resentment over Lu Sun's previous heavy-handedness. Junior, you should make the first move, lest others accuse me of bullying you. Xiaoyu's name is gentle, yet his speech is rapid and resonant, akin to a machine gun. Chu Youqing breaks through to the 9th layer of Qi gathering. You receive 30-fold of Chu Youqing's gains. You are on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd realm. Just as Lu Sun prepared to speak, the system's prompt appeared. At this crucial moment, Chu Youqing had made her breakthrough. Lu Xun's prior conjecture was correct. Her advancement would allow him to transcend to the third realm in the path of immortality. This fundamentally distinguishes the path of immortality from martial arts. In the path of immortality, regardless of whether it is the second or third realm, what is returned is both spiritual power and divine consciousness, allowing one to break through once qi reaches its limit. In contrast, martial arts require Murong Wan to first break through to the third realm before Lu Xun can progress. May I take a moment? Lu Xun then turned to Xia Yu and inquired. What do you mean? Xia Yu asked. I wish to level up first. Lu Xun sat down in a meditative posture. Level up? Isn't Brother Sun already at the 10th layer of the second realm? How can he level up? Could it be that Brother Sun is about to break through to the third realm? Oh my, is this real? On the stage, the students exchanged doubtful glances. At that moment, within Lu Xun's body, monumental changes were unfolding. His spiritual palace was undergoing a rapid elevation of spiritual power. Initially, this spiritual power was already as pure as it could be, merely in a gaseous state. Now, it has undergone a further qualitative transformation, shifting from gas to mist, or a semi-liquid state. The transformation encompassed not only the form, but also the purity and power of the spiritual energy. Amidst the fervent currents of the system, the internal changes were exceptionally swift. Before long, with a tremor of the spiritual palace, Lu Xun's aura surged dramatically. He had broken through to the third realm in the path of immortality. This is it. He has truly transcended to the third realm. Hiss. Has he genuinely broken through? In the path of immortality, he has achieved this breakthrough. Wow, this is simply astonishing. The first year has barely concluded, and yet Lu Xun has already reached the third realm. Someone, please pinch me and assure me that I am not dreaming. The Beidou Square erupted into a frenzy, with both junior and senior students alike gasping in astonishment. The third realm. How could he achieve this so swiftly? Those with past grievances against Lu Xun were undoubtedly the most unsettled. He Xiao, for instance, was left wide-eyed, his veins bulging, his nails digging into his flesh. He Chong and Wang Tingyun wore similarly grim expressions. As for Lin Yan, he had long since abandoned any hope of competing. How incredibly fast! Lu Xinghe felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Nevertheless, I refuse to be outdone by you. Lu Xinghe maintained his confidence. At the back of the arena, Jia Yui's face was equally marked with astonishment. As the third young lady of the Jia family, she had encountered countless prodigies. Yet, one as extraordinary as Lu Xun was a first for her. But what does it matter how gifted he is? He has merely just broken through to the third realm. Jia Yui forced herself to regain her composure. She refused to believe that Lu Xun, fresh from his breakthrough to the third realm, could possibly contend with Xia Yu, who was in the later stages of the third realm, the third level of the condensing yuan realm. The third realm of the immortal path is known as the condensing yuan realm or the foundation establishment realm. By the time the returning heat flow had exhausted, Lu Xun had already ascended to the third level of condensing yuan. The 30-fold return was indeed formidable, even though the gap between the second and third realms is immense. This return allowed Lu Xun to break through 3 levels in one go. Moreover, his divine sense had grown increasingly potent, with an expanded range and precision. To avoid raising suspicion among the students, Lu Xun forcibly concealed his aura, leading others to believe he was merely at the first level of condensing yuan. Otherwise, it would have been too shocking for him to leap directly to the third level upon breaking through to the third realm. Lu Xun's eyes suddenly flew open, radiating a fierce brilliance that sliced through the air. The intensity of his gaze compelled Xia Yu to instinctively avert his eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Very well. Now I can claim I am not being too overbearing. Junior brother, come forth. Xia Yu laughed heartily. Offended, Lu Xun's figure flickered and vanished from his original spot, launching an attack towards Xia Yu. Come on. Xia Yu did not evade or dodge. His true energy surged, and his hands transformed into a flurry of fists. Boom, boom, boom. In the clash of fists, Xia Yu's energy sea trembled violently, and turmoil surged within him. How is this possible? Xia Yu's gaze narrowed. He now understood why Yu Lei had employed the Thunder Palm, yet was still defeated by Lu Xun. Lu Xun's true energy was terrifying. In this direct confrontation, Xia Yu felt as though he were facing off against a master. He was in the later stages of the third realm, while Lu Xun's martial prowess was only at the second realm. How could this be? Lu Xun's assault was akin to a tempest, leaving no time for Xia Yu to ponder. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiaoyu abruptly vanished from his spot. He needed to alter his strategy. His speed was indeed at its peak, surpassing even Yu Lei, who possessed the 1,000 illusion thunder method, to the point where Lu Xun could not keep up with him. Not only could he not catch up, but Xiaoyu continuously appeared around Lu Xun, forcing him into a defensive position. Even Xiaoyu dared not confront him head-on. Had Lu Xun truly transcended his limits? Xiaoyu had also achieved a breakthrough to the third realm at the 11th layer of his Qi, and he was at the later stage of the third realm. How many limits must Lu Xun surpass to accomplish such a feat? In the distance, several senior prodigies had begun to grasp the situation. For ordinary cultivators, each realm comprises merely 10 layers. However, for these exceptional talents, they were aware of the nuances of breaking through limits. For instance, Xiaoyu, upon breaking through to the third realm at the 11th layer of his Qi, wielded strength far superior to others. Yet, Lu Xun would still be defeated. Even if he did not lose, he could not vanquish Xiaoyu. Alas, if only he could break through to the third realm in martial arts. This group of prodigies remained skeptical of Lu Xun's prospects. Currently, Lu Xun found himself in a decidedly passive position. The arena presented both disadvantages and advantages for him. The disadvantage lay in the prohibition of weapons, which rendered a significant portion of Lu Xun's abilities ineffective. Conversely, his exceptionally high-quality true Qi served as an advantage. In a bare-handed clash devoid of weapons, regardless of the martial techniques employed, true Qi remained the quintessential element. Lu Xun's true Qi was already comparable to that of a master. Who could withstand a clash with Lu Xun? Yet, Xiaoyu was extraordinarily swift, several times faster than Yu Lei, leaving Lu Xun unable to even graze the hem of his garments. He found himself surrounded by Xiaoyu, forced to defend with all his might. If this continued, even a slight opening would lead to his defeat. Come on, brother Sun. As Lu Xun fell into a passive state, many students cheered him on. What of the third realm? You are destined to lose. He Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Lu Xun. Supervisor Li, well done. Jia Yuwei similarly believed Lu Xun was already defeated and praised Supervisor Li. The Xiaoyu that Supervisor Li summoned was indeed formidable. Surrender, Junior. Xiaoyu's voice resonated around Lu Xun. Lu Xun could not even catch a glimpse of his figure, compelled to defend incessantly, appearing exceedingly passive. Defeat? A slight smirk graced Lu Xun's lips. Not losing, can you still win? Xiaoyu scoffed. He admired talents like Lu Xun, but in this battle, Lu Xun could only be a vanquished foe. Indeed, I desire victory. As Lu Xun's words fell, he wielded his fingers like a sword, unleashing a series of terrifying sword energies that sliced through the fabric of space, cleaving the surroundings apart. Simultaneously, a myriad